Chapter 1 The Marriage Proposal. Upon awakening, chaos erupted in their residency of Minister of Rights in the capital. The eldest daughter, Wei Ruxuan, was Weilingand insisting that she absolutely would not marry His Highness the Third Prince, Xinwan Shuashid, instead to become the consort of Fifth Prince. Furious, the Minister of Rights struck her across the face. The marriage has already been arranged, what are you making such a fuss about? Wei Ruxuan cried, her face streaked with tears and snot. The previous night, she had experienced a vivid dream, while many details had faded from her memory, the outclear remained clear. In her dream, the world unfolded like a book, with Imolelid be Fifth Prince Xiao Jishan, while Third Prince Xinwan played thoroughly of the villain. In the original narrative, Wei Ruxuan was wed to the cruel and heartless Xinwan, who showed her in Wantrist and left her isolated, never once touching her with the numerous concubines in Xinwan manner. The rivalry between Titwa brothers escalated to deadly conflict, culminating in Xinwan's demise in the battlefield. After the Fifth Prince ascended throne, he ordered the execution of a very one in Xinwan manner. As Xinwan's legitimate wife, Wei Ruxuan metatragent. Knowing this fate, Wei Ruxuan resolutely declared that she would not marry Xinwan Geschweretod, it would be to the Fifth Prince, the true protagonist. Madame Lu, the minister's wife, had an Lithuanian daughter, while her 12 sons were born of concubines. She had always cherished Wei Ruxuanisher Lithuanian. Seeing the minister strike Wei Ruxuan, Madame Liashar touched and she hurriedly pulled her daughter into her embrace. Midir, did you perhaps have a nightmare last night? Were you speaking such nonsense or lion themmerning? With tears streaming down her face, Wei Ruxuan prodded, I don't care, I want to marry Fifth Prince, heist the Malaled, if I marry him, I can become Empress. Madame Luan's minister did not comprehend her affair and sestameli dan femaleli bothaderm Empress ranka urintherars. The minister, infuriated, raised his hand again. What nonsense are you spouting? Matters off the imperial familiar not for autumn the line. Madame Leo quickly shielded her daughter. Ifia must strike some wean, then strike 'em. Better to kill both the first Antosiayo with those stuck to the concubines. The minister trembled with rage. Her behavior today is entirely your doing. Madame Lu, of noble birth, had married on Tanto, Minister of Rights. In his youth, the minister had risen rapidly through herrings, aided by connections from his father-in-law's family. Thus, over the years, Madame Leo had managed to dominate her husbandathome, raising their daughter in a manner that allowed her to act with impunity, indulging her every whim. After the minister stormed out, Madame Leo wiped her daughter's tears with a handkerchief. Shinner, what are you doing? Yawarethiono hotuka liking to Xinwan, claiming Huashansam. Your father and defense of emperor's permission for the marriage, why are you backing out no? Wei Ruxuan, tear-streaked, replied, he cannot become emperor, but Fifth Princekin, I want to marry a man who can be emperor. Madame Lea spoke urgently. The emperor values Xinwan more, and has military achievements to his name, having been granted the title of prince. The Fifth Prince has nothing to his name, mitter daughter, this matter cannot be reversed. I don't want to, I refuse. Wei Ruxuan screamed again, mother, I fiouden felt memori Fifth Prince, I will die, Xinwan Jaisa cruel and heartless inster. Madame Lulo troubled, Shinner, the Fifth Prince is already engaged, he's betrothed to Miss Wen from Dukov's family. Miss Wen is already of marriage agendis in her way to the capital for thooting. A flicker of resentment crossed Wei Ruxuan's eyes. She had not clear impression of these Miss Wen. Wei Ruxuan only remembered that the woman had married Fifth Prince, the female lead in the original story. After marrying Fifth Prince, he was quite fond of her and promised never to take concubines again. Moreover, after ascending throne, the Fifth Prince and a metericious Empress, with neither women in the harem. Isn't she still unmarried? Wei Ruxuan retorted angrily. Besides, even if she's married, he will still enter Fifth Prince manner, even if it means becoming a concubine. She refused to believe she could not outmaneuver that woman. Madame Lea covered her mouth, her expression stern. What nonsense are you king about, apropos lady from the minister's household becoming a concubine, what are you thinking, what tabuti our younger sisters, will fever memory? Wei Ruxuan scoffed, I don't care, I want to marry Fifth Prince. Though Madame Lu indulged her daughter, she was also aware of the limits of what could be done. Let me make this clear, this matter is impossible, it involves the dignity of the imperial family, and that is a matter of life and death. You, a merry girl, think you can dictate the emperor's will, have you lost the ornament? The Duke of Gen's family is full of loyal and valiant warriors. That Miss Wen's father and twa brothers all the done the battlefield, leaving gone late to any daughter. Madame Lu poked Wei Ruxuan's forehead. If I take her marriage from her, what will people say about her family? Though Wei Ruxuan said nothing, her heart remained filled with discontent. That Miss Wen was relying on her father's and brother's military merits to secure such a good match. Without Dukov's achievements, she would not but have mallied. Wei Ruxuan understood that Madame Liu's affection for her had its limits. He did not dare to gamble with their family's future. However, Wei Ruxuan was determined not to meet sympathies in the story. Knowing the ending, she was resolved to defeat and Zia's everything she desired. Wei Ruxuan's eyes flickered with determination. When is Fifth Prince to marry Miss Wen? Madame Lier pleaded irritably, this year in the second half. Miss Wen is already on her way to the capital. Wei Ruxuan precedent, mother, do you know what kind of person Miss Wen is? I cannot say for certain. She was only 4 or 5 years old when she left the capital. Himetheron Sahernamais Yenu, she was all mannered and intelligent girl, thought her health was frail and she had been sickly in childhood. As Madame Lea pondered, her brows furrowed. However, Agiro raised without a mother, na matter how good she was as a child, what no show she has turned out now? Since the ancient times, the upbringing of daughters in seclusion was of utmost importance. A girl without maternal guidance would always be a disadvantage in marriage. After learning of her husband's and son's deaths, the Duchess of Wen fell into a deep illness and passed away. Miss Wen's maternal grandmother, feeling pity for her granddaughter, brought her to Lingqing, where it was said Miss Wen was raised under her grandmother's care. Yet she was still an outsider, no matter how close a granddaughter might be. Theo said La Belle remained. Over the years, Fiunt he capital Trolino how she had been raised. Madame Lu pursed her lips. Just the other day, Empress Zheng was still expressing her concerns to the Empress Dowager about Miss Wen becoming 5th princess legitimate wife. She wanted 5th prince to take a twamer highborn concubines. The emperor disapproved of her midlingon rebuffed her. Chapter 2 The Marriage Proposal. The 5th prince Xiao Jiushan is thistleless enough the current Empress Zheng. The emperor boasts a total of 13 sons, but of them 1st prince, 2nd prince, 4th prince, 8th prince, and 11th prince Amituntumlians. Thus, the only eligible princess for marriage are the 3rd prince, 5th prince, and 6th prince. In his youth, the 5th prince was betrothed to Miss Wen Yanyu of Wen family, a match arranged with the late Duke of Jinan personally and Shin be Empress Zheng. The 6th prince is engaged to his cousin, but due to her filial obligations, their marriage must be postponed for another year. The 3rd prince, favored above by the emperor, was granted Thetli of Qin Wang at the tender age of 15. Wife first and 2nd prince deceased, Qin Wang now holds the position of eldest living son. Several years ago, the emperor wished for Qin Wang to marry, but his excessive indulgence had rendered Qin Wang aloof and unpredictable, showing no interest in matrimony. The emperor, unable to reteth any longer, forcibly arranged a marriage for him with Wei Ruxuan, the legitimate daughter of Minister of Rights. According to the usual Timeline, Wei Ruxuan was to Qin Wang minorant healater half of this year. Half a month later, the couple Hung and his wife from the 3rd house of Teduko Fanking Sestate escorted Miss Wen Yang out of the capital. Due to her frail health, Miss Wen could no tendira the rigors of travel and fell upon Hara rival in the capital. At this moment, Wei Ruxuan and the embrace of 5th prince Xiao Jiushan playfully clinging to his arm and cooing, "Your Highness, I am already yours. When will you marry me?" Xiao Jiushan, previously enchanted by Wei Ruxuan, found himself momentarily lost in her allure. Yet, as the fervor subsided, a sudden realization struck him, causing his complexion to pale. Heavens, he had audaciously slept with his older brother's betrothed. What if that madman Xiao Qingji discovered that they had been so thoroughly cuckolded, would Hennet seek to kill him? That hot of encountering Xiao Qingji upon expand case and tackle of dread through him. Wei Ruxuan smiled sweetly, lifting her hand to wipe a sweet from his brow, her voice laced with, "Your Highness won't abandon, would you, or perhaps you intend to marry Wingerl instead?" Themera mention of when family I night to furious blaze within Xiao Jiushan, that sickly girl, absolutely not, it would rather death than bring such a woman into me home. The betrothal to Wen Yanyu had been arranged a very decade ago during the hit of Dukov's influence. At the time, the Empress Zheng frequently summoned Duke's wife, Lady Shao, to the palace. When Lady Shao was pregnant with Yanyu, Xiao Jiushan was merely 3 years old. The Empress Zheng Gad Javiola declared that if Lady Shao obered after, she would be wed to 5th prince Yosha's principal wife. At the time, Xiao Jiushan's mother had not yet been elevated to Thestitas of Empress and was still overshadowed with a favored concubine by. Fei said with such a promising match, Lady Zheng had Norius Interfius. Once Lady Shao gave birth, Lady Zheng hurriedly sought Empress approval, and thus the marriage between Tiwen family and 5th prince was established. Nuna could have foreseen that the once flourishing Duke of Jinshao's hold would suffer the loss of its male heirs in the battlefield. Such misfortune, truly such misfortune. Empress Zheng inhaled deeply, struggling to refrain from bereaking the hairpin she held in her hand. Thepelas maid attending her spoke softly, "After all, it was the Empress Dowager who arranged at this marriage. Now hat Miss Wen has sent her at the capital, should you choose it to retract our consent, it may lead to." Before she could finish, the hairpin was hurled to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Such a wretched creature, raised without a mother, bringing her into the family will surely invite calamity. Empress Zheng ground her teeth in frustration. I fear her father, mother, and brother serial doomed be her presence, the Wen family is a lineage of short-lived souls. The maid trembled in fury yet managed to foresee smile. "Your Majesty, we still need to pay our respects to the Empress Dowager later." Empress Zheng suppressed a ranger, and after completing her grooming, she made her way to Shokan Palace of the Empress Dowager. The Jin family had produced 2 empresses, a source of immense pride. Currently, the Empress Dowager is the maternal aunt of Empress Zheng. With her hair now completely white, the Empress Dowager, despite the recent incident of summer, still wore a spring garment, her frail form wrapped in layers. In her old age she found joy in tending to flower sand plants, and at that moment, she was trimming the branches of a potted plant with a pair of silver scissors. Empress Zheng approached cautiously, "Mother." The Empress Dowager, seemingly oblivious, continued to tend to her plants, while the loyal maid Zhao who had served her for many years, signaled frantically to Empress Zheng. Feigning ignorance to Zayations, Empress Zheng graced her voice slightly. "Theo Wang lady from Wen family has arrived in the capital. The Shao family airport to thatch a fellow from the journey. It dispatched a physician yesterday, and be confirmed her per health, it hot, with no suitable companion for Shan, it will be unwise." The Empress Dowager finally lifted her drooping eyelids. Empress Zheng forced Asmal, perhaps we should select a couple of highborn concubines for Shan to accompany him? Referee the Empress Dowager cold respond. Unuk announced from outside that 5th prince Xiao Jiushan had arrived to pay his respects. Although Xiao Jiushan's looks and demeanor did not match the lofty stature of Qin Wang, he was still a handsome young man, standing good among the elite of the capital. Upon seeing her son approach, Empress Zheng beamed with satisfaction and beckoned, "Shan, come and bow your imperial grandmother." The Empress Dowagers their scissors down in the tray, none with that fragrancy of cosmetics, where have they been wandering? Chapter 3 A marriage. Xiao Jiushan arrived in haste, scarcely having had the time to change his attire. He frequently mingled with Wei Ruxuan at a shop that sold cosmetics and perfumes, owned by the son of Wei Ruxuan's wet nurse, where the patrons were tight-lipped, ensuring that no word escaped. The shop was suffused with heavy fragrances, and lingering there for too long inevitably left one reeking of scents. Xiao Jiushan, who was naturally glib and eloquent, upon hearing the words of Empress Dowager Zhang, quickly responded with a smile, "The maid in my quarters must have mistakenly used the wrong incense in the incense burner." Yet, how perceptive you are, grandmother, you often claim you are growing old, but from your grandson's perspective, you remain ever so youthful. This flattery, however, fell flat, as Empress Dowager Zhang's countenance remained dark and brooding. Empress Zhang discreetly pinched Xiao Jiashan, forcing a smile. Mother, I believe none of the maidens in Jiashan's quarters are worthy. These girls are merely gifts for him, most of them rather clumsy and unrefined. As Jiashan matures, he ought to consider a more distinguished concubine to guide him. Recalling the matter of marriage, Xiao Jiashan felt a swell of frustration that he furrowed his brow and said, Grandmother, the young lady from the Wen family is said to be frail, and without influential relatives in court. Marrying her would be of no benefit to me. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to designate her as a concubine instead. Xiao Jiashan's words struck a chord with Empress Zhang. Over a decade ago, she had been amenable to the idea of the Wen family maiden becoming Xiao Jiashan's principal wife, due to her parents being alive at that time. However, with the Wen family now diminished and devoid of any clout, having such a woman wed to the fifth prince would only hinder his prospects. Madame Zhao, observing the brewing anger in Empress Dowager Zhang, hastily supported the elderly matron. Just then, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside, announcing the emperor's arrival. Emperor Jianqing, whose health had deteriorated in recent years, appeared tall and gaunt, his sharp features exuding an innate authority even when not angered. Although Empress Zhang and the emperor met frequently, she had not served him in years. Hearing he was coming, she first felt joy, then a twinge of anxiety. Empress Dowager Zhang's expression fluctuated before settling into a genial demeanor, smiling as she said, No need for formalities, your majesty. What brings you here today, Manqing? Quickly prepare tea for the emperor. The newly presented phoenix cake is delightful. Emperor Jianqing's keen gaze swept over Empress Zhang and the fifth prince. What were you two just discussing? Jiashan is dutiful and was merely sharing some amusing tales from outside with this old woman. Before she could finish, Xiao Jiashan interrupted, kneeling abruptly. Father, the one girl is without parents, having grown up without guardians. It is said that girls raised without mothers are ill-fated, and bringing her into the family would be a calamity. I believe she is unfit to be the primary wife of the royal family and would be better suited as a concubine. Empress Dowager Zhang's sharp, murky eyes bore down on Xiao Jiashan. Nonsense. Matters of marriage are dictated by the mandates of parents and the matchmaking of elders. How dare you presume to make such a decision? Someone, seize the fifth prince and confine him until the wedding. Eunuchs hastily approached to drag the panic-stricken fifth prince away. Emperor Jianqing made a gesture, his expression shifting between ire and contemplation. The one girl is without parents, you say, why is that? Fearing the emperor would chastise Xiao Jiashan, Empress Zhang quickly knelt, her voice soft and earnest. Your majesty, the one girl has an unfortunate fate, naturally bringing misfortune to her parents. The fifth prince, of such noble stature, marrying a woman like her could lead to grave consequences. Emperor Jianqing, enraged, let out a bitter laugh, fixing his gaze on Empress Dowager Zhang. So, it turns out that the calamities befalling my Wei kingdom for a century, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers and citizens, are all due to the ill fate of a mere girl. Empress Dowager Zhang closed her eyes, then slowly opened them. Your majesty, they do not mean it in that way. You know well that the empress is not one for flowery speech. What she means is, before she could finish, Emperor Jianqing kicked the fifth prince, sending him crashing against a pillar. Though he had weakened over the years, his vigor from youth remained, and the force of his kick caused the fifth prince to spit out blood. Empress Zhang, horrified at the sight, rushed forward to embrace the fifth prince, Jiashan. Jiashan. The emperor's kick sent the fifth prince sprawling, dislodging various trinkets from his sleeves, along with a peach-pink handkerchief. The emperor gestured, and his chief eunuch hurriedly retrieved the handkerchief and presented it to him. Initially suspecting the boy of debauchery, the emperor's expression darkened further as he read the words inscribed on the handkerchief. As Empress Dowager Zhang urged the eunuchs to summon a physician for the fifth prince, she attempted to take the handkerchief from the emperor's grasp. These young men are so reckless, surely influenced by unsavory companions. Your majesty, when you were young, upon seeing the contents of the handkerchief, Empress Dowager Zhang's face turned bitter. It bore a couplet written in red ink. In the orchid chamber, solitude lingers long, with naught to do but pass the fragrant spring. I surmise the wandering poet must pity the one who sighs. At the bottom, the name Rushuan was inscribed prominently. Empress Dowager Zhang cast a furious glance at the fifth prince and then spoke. In the capital, there are many girls with such names. I know of at least 4 or 5. Empress, I recall a literate maid in Jiashan's quarters. Is her name not Rushuan? Seeing her son so grievously wounded, Empress Zhang's heart ached, and her tears smeared her makeup, leaving her little room to heed Empress Dowager Zhang's words. As she rubbed the fifth prince's chest, she sobbed, I have never heard of any maid who could read. The fifth prince pushed away Empress Zhang's hand, crawling on his knees toward the emperor. It is the daughter of Minister Wei Hao. Father, I have acted most rebelliously and have already pledged my life to Miss Wei. I implore you to allow her to be my principal wife. At this moment, Empress Zhang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Jiashan, but she is your third brother's betrothed. The emperor, driven to the brink of fury by this mother-son duo, raised his foot to kick the fifth prince once more. Just then, Empress Dowager Zhang began to cough violently, her frail body swaying, prompting Madame Zhao to urgently call for a physician to attend to her. After a moment of cold observation, Emperor Jianqing, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to pat Empress Dowager Zhang on the shoulder. She sighed deeply, grasping his hand. The Wei girl is reckless, deliberately seducing the fifth prince, who is still young and naive, falling into her trap. I now decree that the Wei girl be executed, and we shall seek a better marriage for the Qin prince. That cannot be. The fifth prince wiped the blood from his lips, his expression resolute. My feelings for Rushuan are genuine. She did not entice me. I approached her willingly. If you wish for her death, then you might as well have us both executed. Empress Yang pondered this given the Wen family's prominence in court, with Minister Wei Hao's extensive connections, marrying into the Wei family was undoubtedly a better option than the Wen family. If the Wei family were unsatisfactory, the emperor would not have arranged a marriage for the Qin prince. Ignoring Empress Dowager Zheng's glare, she lowered her head and remained silent. Emperor Jianqing's hawk-like gaze swept over the servants and nobles below, instilling fear in those he scrutinized, rendering them mute. This man had endured countless storms, occupying a high position yet betraying no emotion, always capable of discerning the nuances of any precarious situation. After a moment, Emperor Jianqing spoke coolly, "This concerns the dignity of the royal family. Should word of today's events leak, it would implicate 9 generations." The servants chorused, "Yes." The emperor then directed his attention to Empress Dowager Zhang, who was poised to feign illness. "Mother, the royal family cannot bear further scandal. I intend to marry the Wen girl to the Qin prince and the Wei girl to the 5th prince." "Absolutely not. How can we explain that to the outside world?" Empress Dowager Zhang protested. "It would be far better to have the Wen girl as Jeshan's primary wife, and the Wei girl as a concubine, while we seek a more suitable match for the Qin prince. There are countless virtuous women in the world, and it would be easy for the Qin prince to choose a consort." Emperor Jianqing smirked coldly. "How could a woman who has been promised to the Qin prince become a concubine for the 5th prince? We shall simply declare that the Astronomical Bureau made an error regarding the birthdates of Miss Wen and Miss Wei, and that it was only upon her arrival in the capital that Miss Wen discovered the mistake. Her birthdate is a better match for the Qin prince, thus she shall marry him as his principal wife." Empress Dowager Zhang attempted to argue further, but seeing that the emperor not only spared her and the 5th prince but also rescinded the engagement with the Wen family, her heart swelled with joy, and she quickly knelt to thank the emperor. "I am willing to heed your command, your majesty." After enduring frustration for over a month, the emperor finally felt a sense of relief as he strode away from Shokong Palace. Chapter 4 The marriage. The imperial decree swiftly reached the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Miss Wen, who was still unwell, had the decree received by her third uncle, Xiao Hong. Unclear about the particulars, Xiao Hong understood that matters of marriage were not trifles, they pertained to the lifelong happiness of his niece, thus he approached the situation with utmost caution. He discreetly offered several gold ingots to the eunuch who had come from the palace, saying, "I hope you can provide some guidance." The head eunuch smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, Master Xiao, the emperor will not neglect our Miss Wen. There was merely a miscalculation regarding her birthdate at the Astronomical Bureau, and the emperor intends to hold them accountable. Our palace affairs are numerous, so we must take our leave for now." Once the palace officials departed, Xiao Hong and his wife engaged in a lengthy discussion but could not ascertain the underlying reasons for the decree. They then summoned the eldest grandson of the Xiao family, Xiao Junliang, and his younger brother, Xiao Juanshou. The Xiao family was renowned in Lingcheng as a prestigious lineage, a distinguished family of scholars and officials, holding significant standing throughout the Wei dynasty. Their household was governed by intricate customs, with strict boundaries between the genders. As such, the two brothers had only seen their cousin from the Wen family on rare occasions during festive gatherings, primarily allowing their wives to maintain correspondence with her. It was only during her escort back to the capital that they had the opportunity to interact with her more frequently. Local officials entering the capital were advised to avoid deep ties with court officials, and Xiao Hong was acutely aware that the emperor's spies were always monitoring their actions. In recent days, he had refrained from any indiscretions, merely assisting in the tidying up of the Duke of Jinghua's residence and avoiding alliances with the influential in the capital. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, Xiao Hong instructed his nephews to investigate further. The emperor, knowing that the Xiao family would be concerned, deliberately leaked a hint to test their stance. The following day, Xiao Hong was incensed, his beard bristling with indignation. "This is an egregious affront, truly, an intolerable insult." Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou also felt a pang of unease. They had grown up hearing tales of valor from their uncle and cousin, always regarding them as the great heroes of the Wei dynasty. For a century, the Wei kingdom had been embroiled in conflict with the Tsang kingdom, which had invaded Wei's lands, pillaging its wealth and women, and slaughtering its citizens. The Duke of Jinghua had reclaimed 5 cities and hundreds of miles of territory for Wei, incurring the deep-seated hatred of Tsang, who had left his body in pieces as trophies of war. His 2 sons, aged 16 and 13, had perished on the battlefield, unmarred by marriage or progeny. How many years had passed since then? With merely a few years of peace, the 5th prince had forgotten the bloodshed endured by the Duke of Jinghua's family to secure this tranquility and had audaciously insulted the Duke's only daughter. And then there was that young lady from the Wei family, the daughter of the Minister of Rights, who was expected to embody propriety yet had committed such disgraceful acts. Xiao Junliang advised, "The emperor's actions are, in fact, a means of preserving our daughter's dignity. Uncle, the 5th prince is the legitimate son of the empress. We must avoid confrontation at this juncture." Xiao Hong pondered earnestly, "You speak wisely. The emperor favors Prince Qin more, and should our daughter marry into that family, she is bound to enjoy a life of wealth and honor." However, Xiao Hong's wife, Lady Jiang, grew increasingly uneasy. "Are you gentlemen truly willing to let this slide? What becomes of our daughter's dignity? From what I know, Prince Qin has a volatile temperament, while the 5th prince is cultured and refined. It is only right that we hold the Wei girl accountable for usurping such an advantageous match." Xiao Juanshou quickly interjected, "Aunt, please do not take offense. We are not averse to conflict, it is simply not the right time to provoke trouble. Men reveal their true nature only after marriage. Everyone claims the 5th prince is admirable, yet he has committed such repugnant acts." Lady Jiang gritted her teeth, "To be so brazenly trampled upon, I cannot abide it." Yet, with the emperor having made arrangements, no matter how intolerable it was, they, as subjects, had no choice but to comply. Furthermore, despite the close ties between the Shao and Wen families, the latter remained an external kinship, making it truly inconvenient to act or speak out. It was indeed pitiful for the young Miss Wen, having lost her parents and elder brother at such a tender age, with no elder to turn to within her own family. Even when faced with bullying, she could only endure in silence. Lady Jiang sighed deeply. Well, our daughter's health has improved, which is a rarity. Ever since the Emperor's decree arrived yesterday, she has felt much better. Who knows, perhaps if she marries His Highness Prince Qin, it may bring her some fortuitous change. I have yet to discuss the matter of the marriage with her. It is time I spoke with her. While she spoke thus, Lady Jiang felt a twinge of trepidation, fearing that Prince Qin was a bloodthirsty madman, and that her vulnerable cousin would endure a life of hardship were she to wed him. If the marriage were to take place in Lingcheng, the Shao family could offer some support. However, in the capital, where mountains were high and waters deep, any grievances could only be swallowed in silence. Chapter 5 of the Marriage Illicit Affair. Before marriage, you have utterly disgraced the Wei family. The Minister of Rights, Wei Hao, struck Wei Ruchuan across the face, leaving her dazed and bewildered. How could I have given birth to such a shameless daughter? Wei Ruchuan was momentarily stunned, unable to utter a single word in response. The minister's wife, Lu, who was deeply protective of her daughter, hurriedly stepped forward to shield Wei Ruchuan, vehemently contesting, "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you tarnish our Ruchuan's reputation?" Wei Hao flung a peach-colored handkerchief at Lu's face. She examined it briefly and turned crimson with embarrassment. What is written here? Where did you acquire this? Is it some indiscreet maid trying to ensnare our Ruchuan? This was personally thrown at me by the Emperor. He even praised me for raising a well-educated daughter who engages in premarital affairs. The mere recollection of that moment made Wei Hao wish to bash his head against a pillar. After so many years, this was the first incident that left him utterly mortified. Lu remained confused. The Emperor, how could he possess such knowledge? Did Ruchuan attempt to seduce him? If only she had seduced the Emperor, I would not feel such disgrace. She has entangled herself with the brother of Prince Qin, the fifth prince. Upon hearing this, Lu gasped in shock and, unable to contain herself, collapsed into a chair. Wei Ruchuan, covering her face in tears, lamented, "I had no choice. Marrying that madman, Prince Qin, would surely lead to my demise. Even if I must become a concubine to the fifth prince, I shall marry him." Lu's complexion turned as pale as death as she cautiously inquired of Wei Hao, "Is the Emperor truly considering to execute our daughter? It would be a blessing if this calamity were to be eliminated." Wei Hao gritted his teeth. The fifth prince is adamant in his pursuit of her. The Emperor has betrothed her to the fifth prince while marrying the young lady of the Wen family to Prince Qin. Is that true? Wei Ruchuan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. The fifth prince desires only me? He loves me so dearly? It was merely the beginning, yet the fifth prince had already professed profound affection for her. Wei Ruchuan recalled that in the original tale, the female protagonist had taken considerable time to win the fifth prince's heart. She believed herself far superior to that insipid character. After all, it had barely been any time at all, and already the fifth prince was enamored beyond measure. Once she entered the fifth prince's household, she would enjoy every privilege that the original protagonist had experienced. The minister's wife, Lu, began to feel jubilant. Thank heavens, at long last, something auspicious has occurred in our household. Initially, when Wei Ruchuan had expressed her interest in Prince Qin, Lu had harbored concerns. Prince Qin, Xiaoqingji, was a man of esteemed rank and immense power, a suitor of exceptional caliber in every aspect. However, his cruel temperament and unpredictable nature had rendered him inaccessible to all women. But Wei Ruchuan was resolute, insisting that her beauty and distinguished lineage would surely thaw the heart of the seemingly unapproachable Xiaoqingji. Though the fifth prince, Xiao Zheshan, may lack competence, he was still the legitimate son of the empress. With the Zheng family producing two empresses, Xiao Zheshan, despite being less favored by the emperor, had a greater likelihood of ascending the throne than Xiaoqingji. Moreover, Wei Ruchuan had frequently shared her dream with Lu, in which Xiao Zheshan ascended the throne, and if she were to marry him, she would become the sole empress. Such a miraculous dream might very well hold truth. The Minister of Rights observed the two women embracing, alternating between tears and laughter, and his heart grew heavy with despair. Having learned of this situation, he recognized that his political career had reached a dead end. Although the emperor had spared his daughter, he had effectively ousted him from a certain position in the emperor's heart. Trading his career for the antics of these two mad women gnawed at him with increasing frustration. Lu, filled with enthusiasm, began preparing a dowry for Wei Ruchuan and even set about tailoring her wedding garments. Having no sons of her own, she regarded the children born by her concubines as unworthy of her affection. Over the years, Lu had accumulated many fine possessions, all of which she intended to bestow upon Wei Ruchuan as her dowry. Lu patted her beloved daughteress back, exclaiming, "Do not worry, my dear. Mother will ensure that you have a magnificent wedding." With the emperor having betrothed Wei Ruchuan to the fifth prince and the Wen family daughter to Prince Qin, it was as if the two had exchanged their fates. Lu was determined that Wei Ruchuan would overshadow the Wen family daughter, proving the prowess of the Wei clan. The Minister of Rights frowned, clearly displeased. "Do not overstep and provoke the Duke of Jinghua. We wouldn't want to incur the emperor's wrath." Lu's temper flared once more. "I am merely concerned for my daughter. Preparing a generous dowry will not anger the emperor, I assure you. I believe it is you who is displeased. Perhaps you begrudge me for not leaving my dowry to your two worthless sons?" As soon as the minister heard her clamoring, he felt a headache coming on and hurriedly stepped outside. Lu followed closely behind, continuing her tirade. "Do not forget who supported you to this position. What is this? Now that my father has passed, you believe you can act with impunity? Dream on. Even if I must exhaust the entire minister's residence, I will prepare a respectable dowry for my daughter. Wei Ruxuan, brimming with pride, felt elated by the turn of events. However, she knew that her dowry must be particularly lavish to ensure she eclipsed the Wen family daughter. If she could not assert dominance before the wedding, how could she possibly hold her head high after in the presence of the Wen family? Quickly, she grasped Lu's arm. Mother, I fear that father wishes to leave the family fortune to those two wretched boys. Once I am married, your life in the household will be miserable. Lu bit her lip thoughtfully. Wei Ruxuan scrutinized her mother. Mother, you still possess your beauty, why not bear another child for father? I find those two boys insufferable, and they must be poisoning father's mind against you. It would be better to rid ourselves of them sooner rather than later. Raising another's child can never compare to having one of our own. Lu patted Wei Ruxuan's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. You truly care for me. Your father is nothing but a useless old fool. He never knew how to show affection, neither in his youth nor now. Wei Ruxuan smiled gently. Regardless of the circumstances, the minister's residence was her greatest support. She could not bear to see the estate fall into the hands of her half-brothers. Without her family's backing, any future misfortunes could prove unbearable. It was wiser to lay the groundwork for her future now, ensuring her path was well paved. Chapter 6 of the Marriage and the Residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Yan Yu sat on the bed clad in a thin robe, with Mrs. Xiao, Jiang, who was also Yan Yu's third aunt, beside her. At just over 30, Jiang possessed a vibrant personality and striking beauty. At this moment, she held an account book in her hands, meticulously detailing the financial matters to Yan Yu. The Wen family, with its century-old lineage, naturally had considerable wealth accumulated over the years. When Yan Yu was merely 4 or 5 years old, her entire family had been declared lost, and the visiting relatives eyed the family fortune with covetousness, eager to take Yan Yu into their homes and gradually usurp all that belonged to the Duke of Jinghua. Jiang wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, Yenner, the events of that year were handled by your uncle. Whatever the Xiao family took back then, they shall return in full now. Your father and brother sacrificed themselves for the nation. The Xiao family will not take advantage of a defenseless woman like you. Yan Yu was well aware of these matters. Over the years, living in her maternal grandmother's household, the members of the Xiao family treated her as if she were their own daughter. Due to her engagement to the royal family since childhood, even the servants in the household never dared to slight her. This account book is not only in the possession of the Xiao family. A copy has also been sent to the emperor. Jiang sighed. Our emperor is a wise ruler, mindful of the contributions made by the ministers to the Wei dynasty. He has inquired about your well-being at the Xiao residence over the years. Yan Yu also dabbed at her tears and nodded gently. Though frail in health, she had been perceptive from a young age, with vague memories of her parents praising the current emperor, extolling his wisdom and martial prowess. Jiang tenderly caressed Yan Yu's small face, saying, though the reputation of the king of Qin may not be favorable, the emperor has sanctioned this marriage, and we cannot resist. My dear child, the fault lies with the fifth prince and the young lady of the Wei family. Yan Yu gently shook her head, replying, Father often said that members of the Duke of Jinghua should be loyal to the emperor and protect the nation. With the emperor's command, we naturally cannot defy it. In truth, for Yan Yu, it mattered little whom she married, whether the fifth prince or the king of Qin. She had never met either. The fifth prince, despite his excellent reputation, had entangled himself with her brother's fiancée, revealing his true hypocritical nature. As for the king of Qin, his notorious cruelty was well known, yet there were no reports of him harming common folk or violating virtuous women. Rather, he was said to be cold-hearted, strict in military affairs, and feared by officials during his tenure in the Ministry of Personnel, making him a difficult person to deal with. Now that she was here, she would make the best of it. What the future held would be addressed in due time. Yan Yu could not believe that if she conducted herself with propriety, anyone would dare to bully her. If they did, this daughter of a military family would not be meek. Though her health was delicate, even a seemingly frail person could possess her own sharp fangs and claws, could she not? Jiang nodded gently. Good child, as long as you understand these principles, go to sleep early. Your aunt will watch over you as you rest. Yan Yu acquiesced with a soft removing the robe draped over her and placing it aside before laying her head on the pillow. In no time, she drifted off to sleep. Jiang sighed, realizing that while they had brought Yan Yu to the capital, they could not remain by her side indefinitely, as there were still numerous matters awaiting their attention back in Ling City. Over the years, as Yan Yu grew up in the Xiao household, its members had long regarded her as their own daughter, especially Jiang, who, lacking a daughter of her own with Xiao Hong, had adopted Yan Yu as such. The thought of her own daughter's marriage being usurped and seeing someone take advantage of Yan Yu's orphan status filled Jiang with indignation, prompting her to consider purchasing some items for Yan Yu. Days later, while out shopping, Jiang encountered Wei Ruxuan and Lady Lu, the wife of the Minister of Rights, at a silk shop. Both women were in high spirits, the shopkeeper enthusiastically praising his silks. These are new arrivals from Jiangnan. The ladies in the palace adored this style last year. Lady Lu lifted her chin with pride, declaring, Our daughter is soon to marry the fifth prince and become a royal consort. Last year's styles won't do, we require this year's most fashionable materials from the palace. The shopkeeper smiled obsequiously. So it is Miss Wei, congratulations, congratulations. Yet, how could he procure the most fashionable fabrics of the year? Securing last year's stock was already a feat in itself. If he possessed such skill, he would have presented them directly to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Jiang scrutinized Wei Ruxuan and felt increasingly displeased, thinking how the fifth prince had indeed picked a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. She chose several beautifully patterned fabrics, intending to return and have them made into new garments for Yan Yu's maidservants. As Yan Yu was to marry, her attendants needed to present themselves properly. The remainder would be set aside for Yenyu to bestow upon others. After all, one must navigate the intricacies of the capital. As for Yenyu's own attire, those were made from the family's fabric, lovingly crafted by the embroidery artisans in Ling City, and Yenyu's own sewing skills were quite commendable, surpassing the quality of ready-made garments available outside. The shopkeeper remarked with a smile, the people in the capital believed that the young lady of the Wen family was promised to the fifth prince, but it appears that the astrologers made an error in her birth date. Lady Lu scoffed, what does a sickly, early deceased child have to do with the fifth prince? Wouldn't that endanger his lifespan? John's temper flared uncontrollably at that moment. What do you mean by that, a shameless daughter trying to seduce other men while accusing the miss of the Duke of Jingwei of being a sickly child? Lady Lu, unfamiliar with John, had never seen her in the capital before, and her expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? John sneered, so this is how the people of the Duke of Jingwei are spoken of after sacrificing their lives for the Wei dynasty. Lady Lu, having been arrogant in the capital for years, was taken aback by someone daring to challenge her. Jiang had not even mentioned her status, her two maidservants had been sent to a nearby shop to examine silks. Anger surged within Lady Lu, and Wei Ruxuan, unable to tolerate such humiliation, commanded her burly maidservants to restrain Jiang. They struck Jiang across the face several times, leaving her cheeks swollen and her vision blurred with stars. Wei Ruxuan coldly glared at Jiang, saying, offending a prospective royal consort should cost you your life. Today, however, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you. At that moment, Jiang's maidservants returned, only to find Jiang pinned to the ground, their faces drained of color. Third Madam, what has happened? Wei Ruxuan let out a cold laugh. It seems we have an unwise concubine of some official, or perhaps a third wife. Chapter 7 of the marriage. Previously, regardless of whether Yenyu was exchanged for marriage or otherwise, the Xiao family had remained largely unscathed. Over the years, the Xiao family had refrained from causing trouble in the presence of the emperor, and had been cautious not to overtly protect the Duke of Jingwei's household, fearing that their eagerness might be misconstrued by the emperor as an attempt to usurp the duke's connections and wealth. Consequently, even when their own cousin was brazenly bullied by outsiders, the Xiao family did not dare to utter a word. As the brothers Xiao Junliang and Xiao Junshu remarked, after all, Yenyu bore the surname Wen, while their family was named Xiao. Since none of Yenyu's relatives shared her surname, stepped forward to speak, how could the Xiao family intervene in the matter? However, when it came to their own lady being harmed, the situation was altogether different. Upon hearing from her maid about the incident, Yenyu hurriedly donned her garments and made her way over. When she arrived, the maid Xiao Chui was applying medicine to Zhang's injuries. Yenyu was taken aback by the severity of Zhang's wounds. She quickly seized the medicine bottle from Xiao Chui's hands and personally attended to Zhang. And, how could you be hurt so badly? Zhang appeared unfazed by the pain, a glint of fierce determination in her eyes. Let that mother and son do await. I shall see if there is still any law in this world. Yenyu had always enjoyed a close relationship with her third aunt. When she first arrived at the Xiao household, Zhang had been married for 3 to 4 years without any sign of pregnancy, and had treated Yenyu with utmost care, as if she were her own daughter. It was indeed remarkable. Ever since Yenyu's arrival, fortune seemed to smile upon the Xiao family. At first, Xiao Hong had passed the imperial examination, and soon after, Zhang became pregnant, eventually giving birth to 2 children within 3 years. Thus, Zhang regarded Yenyu as a harbinger of good luck, and every branch of the Xiao family cherished her dearly. The elder aunts, being somewhat older, were not as close to Yenyu, while Jiang, being younger, fostered a particularly affectionate bond with her. Although Jiang had no need to accompany them to the capital, given the arduous journey ahead, she could not bear to part with the girl she had raised, insisting on traveling with Xiao Hong. Yenyu's delicate hands, having often helped the Xiao sisters learn about herbal medicine, allowed her to apply the ointment with a gentle touch, rendering Jiang almost imperceptibly numb to the pain. After the treatment, Jiang wiped her hands with a warm cloth. Remember, you are a young lady of noble birth, do not always take on the role of a servant. If you seek hardship, you shall find an abundance of it. The young women of the Xiao family were primarily required to study poetry, medical knowledge, and needlework. Jiang was astute and capable, not particularly characterized by gentility or submissiveness. She was more adept at managing the household and engaging with others. Over the years, she had imparted all her knowledge to Yenyu. Were it not for the treacherous waters of the capital, Jiang would have refrained from resorting to such drastic measures, fearing she might inadvertently offend someone of significant influence. As Jiang was instructing Yenyu, the door swung open, and Xiao Hong entered with his 2 nephews. Yenyu swiftly rose and greeted Xiao Hong, third uncle, cousin brother, third cousin brother. Upon seeing Yenyu present, Xiao Junliang and Xiao Junshu exchanged pleasantries before hastily retreating. Xiao Hong nodded. Yenner, you should return to your room and rest. I have matters to discuss with your aunt. Yenyu cast a glance at Jiang, who nodded in response. Yenner, go and take your medicine. Once Yenyu departed, Xiao Junliang and Xiao Junshu re-entered the room. The 2 brothers, witnessing their aunt's grievous state, felt a mix of sorrow and indignation, their anger boiling over. This is utterly intolerable. Truly, it is outrageous. Jiang lifted her gaze. You 2 little rascals, what are you doing here? Hurry and write a letter. The following morning, after the court assembly, Wei Hao, the Minister of Rights, returned home looking utterly dejected. His wife, Lu, expressed her displeasure. Why have you come home instead of attending to your duties at the Ministry of Rights? Wei Hao raised a hand to point at Lu, but was rendered speechless. With the passing of Lu's father, the Lu family had gradually lost their influence in the court. The Anqing Marquisate had never been short of representation in the court. The wife of the Marquis's third son, Xiao Hong, was the younger sister of the governor of the Northwest. Lu and Wei Ruxuan had publicly slapped Jiang several times in the capital, an act that even the wife of a prince would not dare to commit. Furthermore, they had audaciously proclaimed that the Duke of Jinhua's daughter is a sickly wretch destined to die young. This morning, during the official reprimands, the military officials were practically itching to tear Wei Hao apart. The emperor, in an immediate fit of anger, demanded that Wei Hao divorce his wife and strip her of her noble title. Wei Hao, unable to forget his father-in-law's past assistance, voluntarily withdrew from the cabinet and accepted a demotion to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, thus preserving Lu's life. Do you even know who you struck yesterday? Lu furrowed her brow. What? Has someone reported you, or do you know that wretched woman? The deputy minister's lips trembled, but he was at a loss for words. Lu scrutinized him from head to toe. You cannot possibly know that woman, can you? She dresses in garish colors. I have never seen a proper lady dress so flamboyantly. You and she is the third daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Anqing, the younger sister of Jiang Bao, the governor of the Northwest. Lu was momentarily taken aback, weighing the woman's status, and her face suddenly turned pale. Has she reported to the emperor? Will this affect our daughter's marriage? The deputy minister suddenly let out a laugh. At such a time, she was still concerned about her daughter's marriage. If he truly cared for her daughter's prospects, he would not have made such a public spectacle. Lu tugged at his sleeve. Are you afraid to plead for our daughter? The deputy minister shook her off. Just wait for the imperial decree. Within half an hour, the decree arrived. Lu was stripped of her title, and Wei Ruxuan lost her position as the primary wife, being relegated to a concubine of the fifth prince. Lu collapsed to the ground, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Wei Ruxuan, begrudgingly accepting the decree, had not anticipated that the woman, whom she deemed an outsider, would wield such significant influence. Although she had lost her status as the primary wife, marrying the fifth prince as a concubine was still a favorable outcome. This foolish emperor was clearly incompetent, neglecting the affairs of the realm while meddling in the trivial disputes of women. Nevertheless, this foolish emperor would not meet a good end. Eventually, the fifth prince would ascend to the throne, and with her identity and aura as the main heroine, she would undoubtedly become empress. Being a side consort to the fifth prince was infinitely preferable to being a living widow married to the mad King Qin. Wei Ruxuan quickly comforted Lu. Do not worry, mother, it is enough that I can marry the fifth prince. In the future, I will surely help us both rise again. Chapter 8 Marriage. Upon concluding her words, individuals from the palace appeared once more, distinct from the previous group, this time bearing the insignia of Empress Dowager Zhang. At the forefront was the stern-faced nurse Zhao, whose demeanor suggested considerable impatience. Lady Lu, the wife of the deputy minister of rights, hurriedly stepped forward. Nurse Zhao coldly declared, since His Majesty has bestowed Miss Wei upon the fifth prince, she is to be delivered to the fifth prince's residence this evening. Prepare her belongings. At this, even Wei Ruxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Lady Lu could hardly believe her ears. However, given that they were representatives of Empress Dowager Zhang, she dared not raise her voice in protest. Instead, she forced a smile and inquired, Nurse, could there be a misunderstanding? Why is the marriage being expedited so hastily? Wasn't it agreed upon for the latter half of the year? We have yet to prepare the dowry. Nurse Zhao scoffed. A secondary consort is viewed as a concubine in the eyes of Her Majesty. Does a minor wife require a grand procession, complete with fanfare and music, to be welcomed? What dowry or lack thereof matters? This evening, she will be sent to the fifth prince's residence. She shall not enter through the main gate, but must use the side entrance. Wei Ruxuan felt as if the world was spinning beneath her feet, momentarily losing her balance. Lady Lu was correct. Everyone believed that Wei Ruxuan's union with the fifth prince would occur in the latter half of the year, with the wedding garments yet to be prepared, let alone the dowry. Following Nurse Zhao's departure, Lady Lu frantically ordered the opening of the treasury to gather a dowry for Wei Ruxuan. Wei Ruxuan, her face a picture of despair, sank into a chair. She vaguely recalled the grandeur of the main character's wedding, filled with music and celebration, a lavish display of red silk that made all the maidens of the capital green with envy. Yet now, for her own nuptials, she was to be transported in a mere small sedan chair to the fifth prince's residence. It was all the fault of that wretched emperor. Were it not for his meddling, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. It was no wonder the despised emperor ultimately died a bitter death, having been forced to swallow poison. Taking a deep breath, Wei Ruxuan instructed her maid to assist her in preparing for the occasion. Meanwhile, the residents of the Duke of Jin's household were overjoyed. Juncture's face had already returned to its normal state, thanks to the expertise of the Shao family, renowned for their medicinal skills. The Shao family's ancestors, who once operated a pharmacy, had preserved their family traditions even as they prospered. With only a day's treatment, Juncture's facial swelling had subsided, though the wound at the corner of her mouth had yet to heal and would require a few more days. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Juncture's hearty laughter. Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou, the two brothers, stood beside Juncture, reporting the latest developments. The sedan has left the Wei residence, followed by more than 50 loads of dowry. Juncture chuckled. Oh dear, for a mere concubine's wedding, they have amassed such a substantial dowry. Do they not feel ashamed? Xiao Junliang replied, it truly baffles me what the emperor is thinking. This young lady from the Wei family was betrothed to the king of Qin and yet engaged in an affair with that hypocritical fifth prince. She ought to be punished to preserve the dignity of all families involved. If we had such shameless siblings, I would be the first to summon our ancestors to impose family discipline. Juncture waved her hand dismissively. Let us not speak in such terms. Our daughters are all well educated and virtuous, they would never engage in such disgraceful conduct. I shall go see your sister shortly and share this news to lift her spirits. Have you two seen the king of Qin recently? What is he like? Xiao Junliang shook his head. I have not encountered him, but Juanshou has seen him once. Juncture's curiosity piqued. What was he like? Xiao Juanzhou chuckled awkwardly, I couldn't converse with him. After all, we have not frequented this area in years, and the nobility of the capital hardly regards us. When I was at the residence of Prince Rui, a throng of princes and young masters surrounded His Highness the King of Qin. He is quite handsome, taller than our third master by a head, and indeed imposing when he stands there. Juncture contemplated, he must be quite tall, but what of his temperament? Did you not exchange a word? Xiao Juanzhou shook his head, His Highness the King of Qin is the Emperor's favorite son. Ordinary folk cannot approach him to speak. I have inquired, and it seems the King of Qin is rather difficult to engage with. If our sister marries him, she may have to endure some hardships. Juncture furrowed her brow. Xiao Junliang hastily reassured her, Third aunt, do not fret too much. Our sister has always been fortunate, and surely she will navigate this ordeal successfully. Juncture sighed, you two do not understand. For us women, marriage is the most crucial matter in the world. At that moment, individuals from the palace arrived unexpectedly. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager had generously bestowed numerous gifts upon the young lady of the Wen family, expressing concern that she might face hardships following the passing of the Duke of Jin, and thus providing her with additional dowry. Juncture promptly went to the Wen family's residence to invite the young lady, who emerged to express her gratitude after changing her attire. The chief eunuch, Gu Guangliang, who stood before the Emperor, appeared amiable, his eyes squinting into slits as he smiled and gently supported Yen Yu's arm, saying, Miss Wen, no need for excessive formality. You are now the future consort of the King of Qin, our Emperor's future daughter-in-law. It is only right that His Majesty bestows gifts upon you. Yen Yu softly replied, I am eternally grateful for the Emperor's benevolence. Nurse Zhao scrutinized the young lady from head to toe, her expression warm as she gently assisted Yen Yu to her feet, saying, the Empress Dowager has a fondness for young maidens. Since your health has improved, you should frequently visit the palace to accompany her. Do you have time to do so tomorrow? Yen Yu responded, I have been taking medicine these past 2 days, and tomorrow the doctor is scheduled to come for acupuncture. I fear that I may inadvertently transmit illness to the Empress Dowager. Once my health improves, I will certainly attend to her. Nurse Zhao continued to exchange pleasantries before leading a group back. Juncture, seeing that Yen Yu had not agreed to visit the Empress Dowager the following day, finally felt a sense of relief. Once the guests departed, Juncture grasped Yen Yu's hand, saying, Good child, until you are married, do not hastily enter the palace. The factions of the King of Qin and the Fifth Prince are at odds. Given the Fifth Prince's recent humiliation, he will surely seek to pull you into his troubles. Yen Yu nodded, fully aware of the implications. Though her health had indeed improved, she could not yet reveal this to the outside world. The waters of the capital were treacherously deep, and one misstep could lead to disaster. The Emperor's gifts primarily consisted of gold, silver, and jewels, while Empress Dowager Zhang had contributed some pastries, fruits, and tea. Juncture had been diligently organizing Yen Yu's dowry these past few days, ensuring that the Emperor's gifts were placed within the dowry chest. Chapter 9 of the marriage. Once all was tidied up, Juncture smiled and took Yen Yu's hand to discuss matters concerning the Wei family. This injury was indeed worth it. Juncture beamed, Wei Hao has been demoted to the Deputy Minister of Rights and has withdrawn from the cabinet. He shall never ascend further in his lifetime. Juncture's intention was to teach that wretched Lu Shu a lesson. Having lived for so many years and raising such an embarrassing daughter, it was time for her to experience some hardship. Who would have thought that Wei Hao, so considerate of marital bonds, would rather resign than abandon his wife when the Emperor decreed her execution? It was evident that the Emperor truly admired Wei Hao's talents, wishing to sever his ties with his wife and daughter. Once the daughter is married off and the wife is executed, he could easily take a new bride and continue as the Emperor's confidant. The world is not lacking in capable individuals. Countless talented people have remained obscure throughout their lives, struggling to find promotion. Wei Hao's refusal to yield to the Emperor's wishes meant that the Emperor did not deem him indispensable. With this demotion, he has exited the core circle of power, and soon someone else will take his place. It remains to be seen who that will be. Without such a formidable father, and with her mother stripped of her title, Wei Ruxuan would now have to reside in the Fifth Prince's manor and live her life as a concubine. Yen Yu, reaching out to touch Juncture's face, still felt sympathy for her aunt's past sufferings. Juncture, aware of Yen Yu's filial piety, quickly patted her hand. It's nothing, it no longer hurts. The night market in the capital is bustling. Shall I take you out for a stroll? During her time at the Shao household, Yen Yu had seldom ventured beyond the gates, constrained by the presence of 2 elderly matriarchs. Even Juncture, with her bold nature, dared not take Yen Yu out. Now that they had arrived in the capital, Juncture had transformed into the highest-ranking relative, and naturally, her word was law. The atmosphere in the capital was far more liberated than in Ling City. After all these years, it was Juncture's first realization that one could sell goods at night. Yen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. And, can we really go out? Juncture responded with a smile, rest assured, I have brought enough company. Having prepared ample carriages and horses, Juncture took Yen Yu out as dusk enveloped the city. As Yen Yu was about to disembark from the carriage, Juncture placed a rabbit mask on her face. I bought this a few days ago at a roadside stall, it's quite novel. I got a few for your sisters as well, to take back to Ling City. Yen Yu adjusted the mask on her face. Aunt, will it seem odd for me to wear a mask alone? Not at all, Juncture reassured her, taking her hand. This has become quite fashionable in the capital. I've even seen someone wearing a golden mask on the streets. Hearing this, Yen Yu felt a wave of relief as she glanced around and indeed spotted several young women wearing similar masks. The entire street was alive with open shops, adorned with colorful decorations, resembling a festive celebration. When Yenyu was very young, her father had taken her out, and she remembered riding atop the Duke of the State's head, stretching out her hand to touch the colorful lanterns hanging above. The maids accompanying Yenyu had not been out for several years either. Bai Chun and Rui Dong's eyes darted around eagerly, unable to contain their curiosity. Juncture smiled at Yenyu. Isn't it lively? Yenyu felt elated as she played with a pair of ceramic tigers she had picked up from a stall, prompting Bai Chun to quickly retrieve some coins from her pouch to purchase them. Meanwhile, Juncture was selecting some unique trinkets to take back home for her sisters, so they could see these delightful items from the capital. Yenyu noticed a painting stall not far away, where a vendor was painting on fans for sale. As the weather grew increasingly warm, she found herself more interested in the fans than the paintings themselves, leading her maid to accompany her over. Upon entering the capital, Yenyu had indeed contemplated what kind of person the fifth prince she was to marry would be. Having spent years in seclusion, she had not encountered many people. Now, returning from the familiar to the vast emptiness of the Duke of the State's manor, memories of her parents came flooding back, leaving her with a tinge of melancholy. Yet, she had never anticipated that the fifth prince would engage in such actions of this evening. It was likely that the Wei family had already entered the fifth prince's manor, merrily celebrating over drinks. She wondered what kind of person Prince Qin was. The rumors spoke of his cruelty, but the truth of such claims remained uncertain. As Yenyu pondered these thoughts, a sudden sound of hooves approached, and someone on horseback galloped past her. Lost in her reverie, she nearly collided with the horse. As the rider passed, an object fell from him. Curiously, Yenyu picked it up, discovering it to be a document. Just then, the rider turned back, demanding, "Give it back." Yenyu slowly lifted her gaze. You ride through a bustling market without regard for the women and children in the streets? According to the regulations of the Wei Code, Chapter 3, Article 72, Prohibition of Horses in Crowds, you have violated the law. Furthermore, should you wish to retrieve what I hold, you must first apologize for nearly trampling me. Recently, Juncture had been beaten, illustrating that the people of the capital were not inclined to reason. They often wielded their status to act tyrannically. Rui Dong, one of Yenyu's maids, observed that the man exuded an air of nobility, clad in luxurious attire, mounted on a magnificent steed, an indication that he hailed from a distinguished family. The ornate purple gold crown and white jade belt he wore suggested he was no mere commoner. Fearing that her mistress might suffer the same fate as Juncture, Rui Dong quickly declared Yenyu's status. Sir, my lady is the eldest daughter of the Duke of the State. You have just ridden into her. If you sincerely apologize, she will certainly return the document to you. Xiao Qingji's gaze shifted from the document in Yenyu's hand to her face, or more precisely, to the comical rabbit mask she wore. With a swift flick of his whip, the document was snatched from her grasp and returned to him. Before Yenyu could react, a black and gold token replaced the stack of documents in her hand. With a sharp crack of the whip, the man rode off, disappearing into the street. Rui Dong quickly supported Yenyu. Miss, that man clearly isn't good-natured. Are you not afraid he might strike you with his whip? Third aunt was just beaten. The people in the capital are nothing like those in Ling City. Yenyu glanced down at the token in her hand. By decree of Prince Qin of the Great Wei, Xiao Qingji. This object was indeed a troublesome item for her to possess. The owner of the token appeared even more formidable to contend with. Yenyu slipped the token into her sleeve, thinking it would not be too late to return it to him on her wedding night. However, without the token, he might find it slightly inconvenient to enter the palace, yet, this was of little concern to her, as he had willingly given it to her. Chapter 10. The marriage. The courtiers have never dared to proactively request the token from His Highness, the Prince of Qin. Even now, with the palace gates firmly shut, should the prince wish to enter and confer with the emperor, they would immediately grant him passage. Not to mention asking for the prince's token. Even if he were to ride in with sword drawn, none would dare utter a word of dissent. After all, the emperor dotes on this son above all others. Among the multitude of imperial offspring, the emperor has many princes and princesses, yet his favorite remains the third prince, His Highness the Prince of Qin. This moment, the emperor had not yet retired for the night, seated at his desk engrossed in reviewing memorials. The moment Gu Guangliang announced, His Highness the Prince of Qin has arrived, the emperor raised his hand slightly, let him in. A moment later, Xiao Qingji entered. The resemblance between father and son was striking, with Xiao Qingji being the most similar to the emperor among the more than 10 princes. In recent years, Emperor Jianqing has diligently governed, and under his rule, the Wei kingdom has reclaimed a significant portion of the lands lost to the Tsang kingdom by their ancestors. Such an ambitious man naturally harbors considerable pride. It is precisely for this reason that he favors the third prince, Xiao Qingji, who bears the most resemblance to him. Xiao Qingji, inherently aloof, reported a few matters to Emperor Jianqing before preparing to take his leave. The emperor lifted his gaze to regard him. Starting tomorrow, you shall take a post in the Ministry of War, familiarize yourself with the inner cabinet, and also attend to matters of the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Qingji nodded, understood. You err, the court owes a great debt to the Duke of Jingguo's household. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the Wen family's daughter, you must. Before he could finish, an announcement came from outside, declaring the arrival of Empress Dowager Zhang. A flicker of distaste crossed Xiao Qingji's eyes. The emperor's expression also soured, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Supported by a cane, the Empress Dowager entered, flanked by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs. The emperor hastened to assist her. It is quite late, mother, what brings you here? The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, her murky eyes first scanning Xiao Qingji before settling on the emperor. I have heard that you have not visited the harem in recent days. Your Majesty, even as you immerse yourself in court affairs, you must also attend to your health. The emperor nodded. Indeed, mother, your admonition is well taken. I am not scolding you, but expressing my concern, the Empress Dowager replied. Prince Qin, what brings you here? Disturbing your father at this hour, are you not concerned for his well-being? The emperor interjected, it was I who summoned him to the palace. The Empress Dowager chuckled, I knew you favored him, always speaking kindly of this child. However, I am well aware of how things truly stand. I may be aged, but I am not foolish. Xiao Qingji remained silent, regarding the exchange with cold detachment. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to the Empress Dowager's subtle barbs. Engaging in verbal duels with an elderly woman in the palace was a pastime he had little interest in. Even the emperor appears shackled by her presence. How many would willingly maneuver in her orbit? Should she feign illness, claiming any ailment, it would surely lead to turmoil. I have come to discuss the marriage of the Wen family's daughter, the Empress Dowager stated. With the daughter of the Wei family now serving as the fifth prince's concubine, the position of the primary consort is now vacant. Since the Wen family's daughter was previously betrothed to the fifth prince, I believe it is fitting for her to marry him. Prince Qin, surely you would not wish to wed a woman who has been promised to the fifth prince. The emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. He had anticipated this. In the court, he had only dealt with Wei Hao and Wei Furen, without formally demoting the Wei family's daughter to concubine status. Upon learning of this, the Empress Dowager had erupted in fury, insisting that such a girl was unworthy of the fifth prince, demanding her demotion to a maid. The emperor had to negotiate repeatedly before she was merely designated as a concubine. As a result, the position of the fifth prince's primary consort remained unfilled. The Wen family's daughter, being the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, held significant political sway. Marrying her would facilitate the consolidation of military power. The Empress Dowager's ambition was clear. She wished for the fifth prince to ascend as crown prince, and she was determined to see the Wen family's daughter wed to him. The emperor's choice for crown prince, however, was solely the Prince of Qin. Years ago, the Empress Dowager had aggressively seized this matrimonial alliance. Now, the matter had circled back to the Prince of Qin, and the emperor would not relinquish it again. But did they truly not know? The Prince of Qin had no interest in beauty. He had scarcely touched a woman in all these years. The previous arrangement with the Wei family's daughter had been a decree of the emperor. The emperor stated, Mother, how can marriage arrangements be so fluid? Would that not be a source of ridicule? I am addressing Prince Qin, the Empress Dowager interjected, narrowing her eyes slightly. What is your perspective, Prince Qin? Xiao Qingji smirked sarcastically, Father, you are well aware that I am disinterested in matters of marriage. The emperor's expression darkened ominously. The Empress Dowager finally exhaled in relief, yet before she could fully relax, Xiao Qingji continued, However, I do wish to marry the Wen family's daughter. I have already sent the Qin token to her as a betrothal gift. The Prince of Qin's household is substantial and deserves a woman to manage domestic affairs. Now, it was the Empress Dowager's turn to turn ashen. You are not yet wed, how can you engage in such exchanges? Xiao Qingji replied, a smirk playing on his lips, engaging in private exchanges? Are you suggesting that I act like my fifth brother, who consorts with noble ladies while still unmarried? Not at all. I presented the Qin token to the Wen family's daughter in the presence of dozens of citizens. This time, the Empress Dowager was genuinely incensed by Xiao Qingji's provocations, though she could not allow her fury to surface openly. It is indeed a matter of fate. I have ridden horses since the age of 7, and for 20 years, I have never lost anything. Yet tonight, while passing by the Wen family's daughter at the South Street night market, the Qin token slipped into her hands. Xiao Qingji remarked, gazing at the Empress Dowager, do you not think, Your Highness, that this is a sign of destiny? The emperor clapped his hands and laughed heartily, excellent. Well said, Yuer, the Duke of Jinggua's household is not an ordinary family. A single Qin token is insufficient as a betrothal gift. We must send more lavish gifts in due course. The Empress Dowager seated, her anger boiling at Xiao Qingji's audacity, swallowing her ire with great effort. The emperor continued, smiling, Mother, now that Yuer's marriage is settled, I am certain you are overjoyed, are you not? Excessive anger can harm the body, as can excessive joy. It is late. You should return and rest. Gu Guangliang, see the Empress Dowager back. With her cane, the Empress Dowager was shakily escorted out, and as soon as she departed, the emperor's smile faded significantly. He clapped Xiao Qingji on the shoulder with vigor, Yuer, you have finally shown some sensibility, your excuse was quite clever. Xiao Qingji cast a glance at the emperor, the Qin token is indeed in her hands. Without the token on my person, I shall refrain from entering the palace for the time being. The emperor chuckled, no matter, we shall simply craft an identical token. What of the Wen family's daughter? She should be able to recite the entire Wei law from memory, like a bookworm. Xiao Qingji replied coolly, perhaps she ought to be sent to the Ministry of Justice to serve. Chapter 11. Marriage. The Emperor of Jianqing was unaware of the appearance of the young lady from the Wen family. However, her mother, Lady Xiao, was renowned as the most exquisite beauty in the Jiangnan region. Though the Duke of the State was a martial general, his elegance surpassed that of many literary officials, possessing a countenance reminiscent of the illustrious Pan, surpassing even the beauty of Wei Jie, to the extent that he could instill a sense of trepidation in his adversaries on the battlefield. The two elder brothers of the Wen lady, both long deceased, were equally striking in their looks. Logically, it would be expected that the daughters of such a family would not be lacking in beauty. Yet, when it comes to the matter of childbirth, who can truly predict the outcome? From what Xiao Qingji implied, it seemed that the young lady from the Yan family was rather plain and unrefined, heavily imbued with the essence of scholarly demeanor. Nevertheless, Xiao Qingji was not a man who cherished beauty. Over the years, countless young ladies had expressed their affections for him, yet he had remained untouched by any of them. To the emperor, the beauty of a daughter-in-law held little significance. Perhaps Xiao Qingji had a peculiar taste and preferred the less attractive. It was said that one should marry for virtue rather than beauty. Taking a spouse like Lu Shi, the wife of Wei Hao, would surely bring calamity upon the entire family. If Xiao Qingji truly desired beauty, he could always consider taking a concubine later on. After this incident, the Emperor of Jianqing was in high spirits. The chief eunuch, Gu Guangliang, noticing the Emperor's joy, promptly presented aboard. Your Majesty, would you like to summon a consort for your bedchamber? The Emperor chuckled and casually lifted one. After returning home, Yan Yu tucked the edict from the King of Qin into a book and retired early for the night after bathing and changing. A few maidservants, still not ready for slumber, gathered outside to engage in needlework. Rui Dong sighed. Originally, the fifth prince was supposed to marry Our Lady, but now he has wed the daughter of the Wei family. Who knows how merrily he is reveling now. Our Lady, having traveled a great distance, has suffered such indignity. Ningxia shook her head. This is merely bullying Our Lady, leaving her all alone without anyone to support her. If only our master and madam were here, he wouldn't dare to act this way even with 100 times more courage. Fortunately, Our Lady has a broad heart and is not troubled by such matters. I wonder how His Highness, the King of Qin, truly is. I hope Our Lady does not suffer any injustices after marrying. At the fifth prince's residence, Wei Ruxuan was carried in a small sedan chair. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. What should have been a grand wedding ceremony had been reduced to a mere formality. The fifth prince's estate did not even hang a single red lantern, devoid of any festive spirit. She was brought in through a side entrance, and since she was not the principal consort, she could not reside in the main consort's quarters, instead being placed in a remote courtyard. Upon disembarking from the sedan chair and surveying her surroundings, she erupted in indignation. What kind of wretched place is this? It is even worse than the servants' quarters at my home. A matron, with a forced smile, replied, this is arranged by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Are you dissatisfied with Her Majesty's arrangements? Upon hearing that it was the Empress Dowager Zheng's decision, Wei Ruxuan was left speechless. The Empress Dowager, how could she? The matron sneered coldly. As a concubine who lost her purity before marriage, those in the know will think you surrendered your virtue to our fifth prince, while others might assume you have been involved with other men. The Empress Dowager granting you a place to reside is already a tremendous favor. Wei Ruxuan gritted her teeth in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I have only ever been with the fifth prince. Speak another word, and I shall twist your mouth. I demand a more spacious courtyard. The concubine resides here, the matron insisted firmly. Only the principal consort is entitled to a spacious and bright residence. Seeing the old hag's relentless harassment, Wei Ruxuan reluctantly accepted her fate. Fine, a virtuous woman does not suffer immediate losses. Once she ascends to the position of principal consort, she would slowly rise to become the empress. She would see how to deal with this old crone. Wei Ruxuan declared, where is the fifth prince? I wish to see him. His Highness the fifth prince has entered the palace and remains in the presence of the Empress Dowager. It is best for the concubine to retire for the night, came the response. Having endured a day filled with vexation, the absence of anyone to meet her made Wei Ruxuan feel even more aggrieved. She had envisioned sharing a cup of wedding wine with the fifth prince on their wedding night. The next day, Yan Yu awoke, donned fresh attire, and sat by the window writing. She languidly propped her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly at the peach tree outside until noon. At that moment, Juncture entered, announcing, Yenner, the emperor has rescheduled the wedding. Yan Yu was taken aback, slowly turning, what? The emperor has ordered the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make urgent preparations, having selected an auspicious date for this month for you to wed His Highness the King of Qin. Yan Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Was it not agreed upon to be in the winter of the following year? Who can say? With the scandal surrounding the Wei family, perhaps the emperor fears prolonged delays will lead to further complications. Juncture's guess proved accurate. Originally, the emperor had set the wedding for before the new year, but with the tumultuous events surrounding the Wei family, the wedding promised to the King of Qin seemed precarious, and the emperor was indeed concerned about future complications arising from the involvement of Empress Dowager Zhang. Initially, the emperor had worried that the King of Qin might refuse. It was uncertain whether the King of Qin was acting out of spite towards the Empress Dowager or some other reason, but he ultimately acquiesced to the marriage proposal. With the King of Qin's agreement, the emperor promptly dispatched individuals to facilitate the arrangements. Juncture noticed that as Yan Yu rested her chin on her hand, her hair had become disheveled. She raised her hand to tidy Yan Yu's hair. The palace has sent numerous gifts for your dowry, but there has been no response from the King of Qin's residence. To this day, His Highness has yet to pay a visit. However, this was to be expected, considering that the King of Qin was the emperor's favored son. Juncture genuinely harbored concerns, fearing for her daughter's well-being in the hands of the King of Qin. By the way, there is another matter I must share with you. Juncture smiled. Your elder cousin and third cousin met with the emperor today. After conversing with them, the emperor found them agreeable and wishes to keep them in the capital. Yan Yu's eyes brightened instantly. Is that true? Juncture nodded with a smile. Both of them possess commendable learning, and there is a vacancy at the Hanlin Academy. Should they remain in the capital, your sisters-in-law will come as well, providing mutual support in the future. It would not do for Yan Yu, a solitary young lady in the capital, to lack family backing. Although the Xiao family of the Duke of Anqing could not be considered Yan Yu's legitimate maternal family, they treated her like their own daughter. If any trouble arose, they would certainly stand up for her. In Juncture's eyes, Yan Yu was still a child. The scene of their first meeting lingered vividly in her memory, and now, in the blink of an eye, this child was to become a married woman. The King of Qin's household was vast and formidable, while the king himself was cold and tyrannical. Juncture feared her daughter would endure untold hardships upon marrying. With a heavy heart, she managed to smile, grasping Yan Yu's hand. Come, let us take a look. Today the emperor has granted you some exquisite silk, these fabrics are truly splendid, and we shall make you a few new garments in due course. Chapter 12. A marriage. As summer approached the capital, the weather turned warm, and the emperor bestowed numerous silks and satins, all of which were the latest tributes. Even within the palace, these were rare treasures, seldom touched by concubines of lower rank. Juncture, well versed in such matters, smiled and introduced these exquisite fabrics to Yenyu. This one is the crimson snow gauze, and this one is the cicada wing gauze. Both colors are splendid. I shall make you a few garments that will be light and lovely for the summer, and this crepe gauze, I will fashion 2 sets of undergarments for you, perfect for evening wear, as they cling lightly to the skin. The Duke of Jinguo's household had fallen, and the Wen family no longer had any males to take up arms for the country. The emperor was not a heartless man. He had often inquired about Yenyu's well-being over the years. However, this was the first instance he had bestowed such gifts. Jiangshi remarked, "It is evident that the emperor holds Prince Qin in high regard, showering you with these gifts out of affection for him. When you first arrived in the capital, engaged to the 5th prince, the emperor never showed such interest." Yenyu smiled faintly. "Indeed, His Royal Highness, Prince Qin, has won the emperor's favor, which is truly commendable." Jiangshi recalled the whispers circulating outside, gently patting Yenyu's hand. In truth, during this period, the Duke of Jinguo's residence had remained relatively calm, with few daring to discuss Yenyu's marriage. However, the outside world was quite different. The transition from the 5th prince to Prince Qin as her betrothed had undoubtedly stirred much gossip. Recently, Empress Dowager Zhang had been in low spirits, lacking appetite, and finding fault with everyone around her. Empress Zhang had suffered several rebukes from the Dowager and felt quite resentful. The Dowager was aging and served as the Empress's pillar of support. Were it not for the Dowager's persistent pressure on the Emperor, the Empress's position would not have been secured. The Empress, fearing to direct her ire at the Dowager, naturally turned her resentment towards Yen Yu. In recent days, various noble ladies had entered the palace to pay their respects to Empress Zhang. With Juncture residing in the capital and Xiao Hong holding a 5th-rank official position, she too had to make an appearance. The 5th prince had recently married a secondary consort, leading many to extend their congratulations to Empress Zhang. The Empress was quite pleased with Wei Ruxuan, finding her charming, intelligent, and, most importantly, robust enough to bear the 5th prince's children. She praised Wei Ruxuan warmly. Afterwards, Empress Zhang turned to Jiangshi, inquiring about Yenyu's condition. "I have heard that Miss Wen has been in poor health since childhood. Has she improved in recent days?" Jiangshi responded with a few polite words. The Empress then remarked, "The Emperor places great importance on Prince Qin, yet Prince Qin remains without offspring. Considering Miss Wen's health, she may not be capable of bearing children. I shall advise the Emperor to grant Prince Qin a couple of secondary consorts. It would be beneficial for the royal family to have children to nurture." Upon hearing this, the court was rife with intrigue, each person reveling in Jiangshi's discomfort. Jiangshi felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Yenyu had not yet entered Prince Qin's household, and already there were looming crises. Just look, the Empress was already contemplating arranging for 2 secondary consorts for Prince Qin. If Yenyu were to marry into that family, how would she endure such a life? Jiangshi worried that Yenyu would feel troubled upon hearing this, and had yet to inform her of the multitude of people in the capital awaiting to witness her downfall. However, some warnings were necessary. Jiangshi gently cautioned, "Prince Qin is not born of the Empress. The Empress views him as a thorn in her side. My dear Yen, once you wed into the royal family, you must tread carefully around Empress Zhang." Yenyu nodded gently. She was well aware of the complexities surrounding this matter. Prince Qin's mother, concubine Bo, had once been favored by the Emperor, who had proposed thrice to elevate her to Empress. Unfortunately, Empress Dowager Zhang was resolute in her desire to see a woman from the Zhang family ascend. At that time, Empress Zhang was still a mere consort, with a strained relationship with the Emperor. As the Emperor's mother, the Dowager wielded considerable influence, and the principles of filial piety dictated that the Emperor could not act in defiance of her will. After numerous threats of self-harm from the Dowager, the Emperor had to abandon the idea of promoting concubine Bo. Later, upon concubine Bo's passing, the Emperor elevated consort Zhang to Empress. After Empress Zhang took control of the Eastern Palace, it was expected that her firstborn, the 5th prince, would be named heir, as he was the legitimate son. However, the Emperor posthumously honored concubine Bo as Empress Xiaowei, composing numerous elegies in her memory, and appointed the 3rd prince, Xiao Qingji, as Prince Qin, thereby overshadowing the 5th prince. In recent years, Prince Qin and the 5th prince had been at odds, and as the Emperor's health deteriorated and the 2 princes matured, tensions escalated. The Emperor had already clashed with Empress Dowager Zhang several times regarding the marriages of the 2 princes. Yenyu stated, "I am aware of the challenges within the palace, and, rest assured, I will be vigilant and will not tarnish the Wen or Xiao family's reputations." Jiangshi, touched by Yenyu's maturity, could not help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "Good child." As the two conversed, it was not long before a servant announced the return of the eldest son. Xiao Junliang had just returned from outside and shared some news with Jiangshi through the screen. Prince Qin had recently visited, and Xiao Junliang, along with his brothers Xiao Juanshou and Xiao Hong, had accompanied him in conversation. Currently, Xiao Hong and Xiao Juanshou were showing Prince Qin around the gardens, while Xiao Junliang had come to relay the message. Jiangshi smiled at Yenyu and teased softly, "Your future husband has graced our household with his presence. It seems our son-in-law is quite perceptive." Yenyu lowered her head, remaining silent. Jiangshi turned to Xiao Junliang, asking, "How does His Royal Highness fare? What did he say?" He spoke of matters concerning the wedding date. Xiao Junliang wiped the sweat from his brow. "Prince Qin exudes an imposing presence. When he stands there, we scarcely dare to breathe, merely listening to his commands. By the way, he also sent a betrothal gift for our young lady." Xiao Junliang handed a box to the maid Xiaotsui, who took it inside and presented it to Yenyu. It was a hefty iron box, which Yenyu placed on the table, curiosity compelling her to open it. Inside lay a dagger, roughly a foot in length, with a white jade hilt set with jewels, and a dark leather sheath. As Yenyu drew the dagger from its sheath, a flash of cold light emanated, sending a chill through the air. Juncture gasped, "Quickly put it away, why send such a frightening gift?" Yenyu returned the dagger to its sheath. Xiao Juliang explained, "This is a gift the emperor presented to the third prince upon his elevation to Prince Qin. It can cut through iron silently and slice jade effortlessly. There is but one in the entire Wei dynasty." Prince Qin remarked that it is most fitting to send such a blade to protect a delicate young lady like yourself. "You may leave now," Juncture sighed. Prince Qin, truly outsiders spoke of his brutality and martial prowess, and while others typically presented gifts of delicacies and treasures, he had chosen to send a dagger, perhaps to intimidate his future bride. Juncture grasped Yenyu's hand, saying, "My dear child, he is a madman. Once you marry him, do not provoke him, and avoid arguments at all costs." Chapter 13. The marriage. When Yenyu was to be wed, all officials were granted a day off, and the citizens of Weichao, both within and beyond the palace walls, were well aware that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, was to marry his principal consort. Wei Ruxuan, too, secretly ventured out with her maid to witness the spectacle. She reveled in her own self-satisfaction among the crowd, thinking, "Just wait, the procession will surely lack the presence of the Prince of Qin." She recalled a dream in which the Wei family and the emperor had forced this union upon the prince. The prince had no desire for marriage and had not even visited the Wei residence during the wedding procession. It was the Wei family, with eager anticipation, that sent their daughter to the princess residence. Although it was merely a dream, one she recognized as a fabrication of a book, reflecting on it made Wei Ruxuan feel as though it had truly transpired. Regardless, marrying the fifth prince was undoubtedly preferable to becoming the wife of the Prince of Qin. At least the fifth prince had the potential to ascend further and might one day become emperor. As for the Prince of Qin, he was destined to perish on the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but a fragmented corpse. Those who wed the Prince of Qin were fated to lose their heads. Amidst her self-congratulatory thoughts, her maid gently cautioned, "Your Grace, please be careful. With so many commoners gathered here, why must you squeeze into this crowd? If you truly wish to partake in the festivities, why not accompany the fifth prince to the Prince of Qin's residence?" Indeed, the most esteemed ladies of the capital were all attending the wedding banquet at the Prince of Qin's residence, including the emperor and empress. Wei Ruxuan longed to attend as well. However, the fifth prince forbade her, saying, "Xianer, you were once betrothed to the Prince of Qin. Not if you were to go now, it would create quite an embarrassing scene, would it not? Everyone would gossip about our impropriety. Moreover, you are now a secondary consort, while the prince is marrying his principal consort. Your presence would be most inappropriate." Though the distinction between a principal and a secondary consort was but a single character, the difference in status was as vast as the heavens and the earth. One was a legitimate matron of honor, while the other merely served her, pouring tea and offering greetings. Wei Ruxuan scoffed, "Do you think I would care to go to the Prince of Qin's residence? I have no desire to attend. Even if they invited me, I would refuse." At that moment, the wedding procession arrived. Wei Ruxuan had emerged late, unaware that the Prince of Qin's entourage had already departed for the Jinguigong residence half an hour prior. Now, the prince was leading the bridal sedan chair of his new consort, accompanied by a throng of attendants, towards the Prince of Qin's residence for the ceremony. The townsfolk buzzed with conversation. It is worth noting that the Prince of Qin did not enjoy a favorable reputation among officials, who labeled him as cold-hearted and a cruel madman, yet the common people held a different view. They respected him for his valor on the battlefield during his teenage years, having achieved remarkable feats in service of the Wei dynasty. The populace admired men who wielded swords and fought for their homeland. The eldest daughter of the Jinguigong. A staggering 168 dowries. To be honest, I am not envious of the Jinguigong's daughter and her lavish dowry. Even if it were doubled, it would mean little to me. Without the Jinguigong and his heir, vast tracts of our northern territory would fall into the hands of those scoundrels from Songhua. The Wens are already a dwindling clan. When the Jinguigong and his two sons perished, they left behind nothing but dismembered remains, their limbs claimed by those ravenous wolves. Now, only this single daughter remains. If the emperor does not treat Miss Wen kindly, which general would dare risk their life at the borders in the future? Indeed. I have heard that the Prince of Qin and the Jinguigong had a good relationship. The prince is a man of iron and integrity and would never mistreat a woman. Wei Ruxuan was taken aback to see the Prince of Qin indeed present in the wedding procession. Gazing at his tall and handsome figure, she bit her lip in frustration, begrudging the unfolding narrative. She longed for the tale to reach its conclusion swiftly, wishing for the Prince of Qin to meet an early demise in battle, and for the head of the Wen family's daughter to roll as well. Her maids, too, expressed envy. Miss Wen has such an impressive dowry, it is filled to the brim. Wei Ruxuan rolled her eyes. It comes at the cost of her entire family, such a harbinger of doom, and yet so many praise her. What is wrong with this world? As she surveyed the crowd praising the Jinguigong's family, she noted that most were common folk, dressed plainly and lacking discernment, utterly oblivious to the true circumstances, leading them to utter such foolish remarks. Among the noble families in the capital, who did not mock the Wen girl, they scoffed at how the fifth prince had spurned her, leaving her to marry the madman, the Prince of Qin. She would certainly have her share of suffering in the future. Thinking back, Wei Ruxuan had considered Miss Wen her rival for so many days yet had never laid eyes upon her. In her dreams, she had not envisioned this person, unaware of her appearance or name, nor her background, only that such a character existed as the heroine of the tale. Reflecting now, how could a frail, sickly woman possibly be deemed a beauty? Wei Ruxuan had seen too many ailing figures, pale and gone from years of illness. Tomorrow, the princess bride would surely enter the palace to pay respects to the empress and the dowager empress. Whether she was a horse or a mule would soon be revealed. Weary of watching, Wei Ruxuan resolved to visit the cosmetic shop to purchase more items, determined to overshadow the new consort of the Prince of Qin the next day. Just as she was lost in thought, she overheard others discussing, didn't they say that the Wei girl was to marry the Prince of Qin? What happened? The Wei girl is quite indiscreet. Someone saw her in a cosmetic shop, engaging in clandestine meetings with the fifth prince before their marriage. Once this became known, even her distant cousin had her engagement annulled. It seems the women of the Wei family are all rather promiscuous. Is that true? Of course it is. Some witnessed it firsthand. Wei Ruxuan's face fell, mortified that such scandalous rumors had spread to the populace. She hastily took her leave with her maid. Meanwhile, the wedding procession continued grandly into the Prince of Qin's residence. With the Emperor and Empress absent from the palace today, the Dowager Empress unable to attend due to ill health, it was not long before Empress Zheng departed before the ceremony commenced. After a lengthy journey in the bridal sedan, Yin finally came to a stop. Xiao Qingji impatiently extended his hand towards her, his tone somewhat frosty. Come near. Moments later, a delicate, almost fragile hand rested in his grasp. Xiao Qingji had never touched a woman's hand before. This one was as white as new snow, with slender fingers resembling finely carved jade, the tips adorned with a hint of soft pink, as though a gentle grip might harm her. He had never encountered such a fragile woman. Having not heeded the Emperor's words for years, he was finally compelled to offer his assistance, making an effort to be gentle as he helped Yin from the sedan. The nearby matron, taken aback by the princess' immediate action, hurried forward with smiles. Your Highness, let us assist the princess out. Xiao Qingji found his hand empty as the softness he had held vanished. Chapter 14 Marriage. With one end of the red thread held by Yin, the matrons passed the other end to Xiao Qingji, urging him to lead Yin inside. After the ceremonial bowing, Yin was escorted to the bridal chamber, while Xiao Qingji remained outside to entertain the guests. Today, the emperor was at the Prince of Qin's residence, and all the notable ministers of the capital had gathered, alongside numerous royal relatives who had not missed this occasion. The Prince of Qin's residence, typically quiet, had never witnessed such liveliness before. The Emperor Jianqing was genuinely delighted, unable to resist indulging in a few extra cups. The first and second princes had both passed away before reaching the age of 3. The first prince, born of the favored concubine Bo, was the biological brother of Prince of Qin. Xiao Qingji. Had the first prince lived, he would have been the rightful heir, and it was likely that the emperor would already be cradling a grandson. The Prince of Qin was notoriously unruly and exhibited a violent temperament, showing utter disdain for imperial authority, often disregarding the emperor's words entirely. Over the years, Emperor Jianqing had fretted over his affairs, to the point of turning his hair white. Several princes clustered around Emperor Jianqing, vying for his favor. The fifth prince, having always harbored a fear of the emperor and aware of his unpopularity, chose to retreat to a corner quietly sipping his wine. The seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, soon approached the fifth prince, Xiao Jieshan, exclaiming, 158 dowry gifts. Brother, what on earth were you thinking? Xiao Jieshan scoffed dismissively. Is it so shameful that you, a scion of royalty, could be so easily swayed by such a trivial dowry? Xiao Qirui was left speechless. In truth, there was a hierarchy even among princes. Those like Xiao Qirui, lacking a substantial background in the emperor's favor, found their daily allowances considerably diminished, even less than the pampered heirs of dukes within the capital. If he were to marry a bride with a generous dowry and a strong lineage, Xiao Qirui would seize the opportunity, regardless of her appearance. After all, princes were permitted to take concubines, and he could always add a few younger ones later. The Duke of Zhen's sickly daughter? I wouldn't take her even if she were offered for free, Xiao Jieshan remarked, casting a furtive glance at the emperor before lowering his voice. This time, father has passed on a woman he didn't want to my third brother. Strangely enough, my third brother seems quite unperturbed by such an indignity. The brothers exchanged many private jabs at the Prince of Qin, employing every harsh tactic at their disposal. However, none dared confront Xiao Qingji directly, for he was a reckless man, seemingly indifferent to life itself. When concubine Bo passed away, Xiao Jieshan, in a fit of arrogance, had uttered a few unflattering words in front of Xiao Qingji, who retaliated by forcefully bringing him to the ground. That day, Xiao Jieshan narrowly escaped a brutal beating at the hands of Xiao Qingji. He was the beloved son of the Empress Dowager and the fifth prince of the current emperor. Xiao Qingji was on the verge of being conferred the title of Prince of Qin, yet he had still dared to resort to violence. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the eunuchs, Xiao Jieshan's life might have been forfeit. In the aftermath, one would expect the emperor to revoke Xiao Qingji's title and impose severe punishment. In the reign of the late emperor, an act like Xiao Qingji's, nearly taking a brother's life, would have resulted in demotion to commoner status and imprisonment in the ancestral hall until death. Yet the emperor merely remarked that it was but a brotherly scuffle, and despite the protests of both Empress Dowager Zhang and Empress Zhang, he maintained his stance, ultimately bestowing upon Xiao Qingji the title of Prince of Qin, along with a bounty of gold and jewels flowing into the prince's residence. Xiao Qirui believed that the dowry of the Wen family girl was ample and ostentatious enough. Xiao Qingji would hardly be concerned with such trifles, as it was well known that his residence was wealthier than many nations. The two unfortunate brothers exchanged barbed comments for a while longer before their conversation turned to Xiao Jieshan's newly acquired side consort. Wei, with a smile, Xiao Qirui inquired, what sort of enchanting person is this wayside consort that has compelled you, brother, to pursue her so earnestly? Upon mentioning Wei Ruxuan, a smile instantly graced Xiao Jieshan's face. If you were to meet her, you would surely understand. She is 100 times superior to the sickly woman that the Prince of Qin has married. Xiao Qirui chuckled, excellent, I must make it a point to meet her soon. In the bridal chamber, Yin remained seated, knowing that this position would likely extend from day to night. She had brought along her 4 trusted maidservants, Bai Chun, Ningxia, Jinxiu, and Rui Dong, as well as 2 wet nurses. However, these were hardly enough to attend to her needs, thus 4 matrons from the Prince of Qin's residence were also present, along with several young maidservants tidying up the courtyard. The matrons hailed from the palace, and knowing that the emperor was keen on keeping an eye on the Prince of Qin's household, he had ensured that all who served him were personally vetted, filtering out any spies or unsavory characters. The matrons bustling about during the wedding were well versed in courtly matters and were aware of the expectations. Observing the prince's consort sitting elegantly on the bed, exuding the grace of a refined lady, they surmised that her countenance must also be one of elegance. However, these matrons did not anticipate that the prince would come to consummate the marriage with his bride. After all, in recent years, numerous beauties had been sent to the Prince of Qin from both the palace and outside, yet he had not touched a single one. Even when the emperor had dispatched palace maids to instruct the prince in matters of intimacy, he had outright refused. Subsequently, a number of palace maids, unable to contain their desires, had secretly attempted to climb into his bed, only to be met with a cruel fate at his hands. Since then, even if there were still those who harbored such intentions, none dared to act upon them. The matrons speculated that perhaps the prince had been injured on the battlefield and was unable to fulfill his marital duties, for among the youthful gentlemen of the realm, how many were not tempted by such matters? The emperor himself had entertained similar thoughts and had personally inquired of the prince, only to be met with a darkening of Xiao Qingji's countenance and a resolute silence. As time passed and the hour grew late, the Prince of Qin had yet to arrive. One matron, thinking of the consort who had waited all day, suggested that it was time for her to eat something and retire early, considering that she would need to pay her respects to the Empress and Empress Dowager the following morning. Matron Deng approached. "My lady, the hour is late, would you like to have something to eat before resting?" Yan Yu felt a twinge of confusion. It had been said that tonight was the wedding night, yet where was the groom? Juncture, usually carefree, had been somewhat shy about teaching Yan Yu the ways of intimacy, merely advising her to heed her husband's wishes and to refrain from crying during the wedding. Yan Yu pondered the possibility that His Highness the Prince was not a good man and might be deliberately putting her in an awkward position. Perhaps it was best to rest early. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door as the maidservants greeted someone. Matron Deng was taken aback, and upon raising her eyes, she saw the Prince of Qin entering. Dressed in a striking red robe, Xiao Qingji's usually dark attire was replaced by a vivid hue that accentuated his piercing gaze and imposing presence. "Your Highness," Matron Deng said, "are you here according to custom, or?" Chapter 15. Married Xiao Qingji had never been one to adhere to conventions. He casually removed the bridal veil that shrouded Yan Yu's head. Yan Yu timidly lifted her gaze. The several matrons from the Prince of Qin's residence were momentarily struck dumb, scarcely daring to breathe. Xiao Qingji paused for a moment before placing the veil back over her head. Matron Deng, who had lived over 50 years, had never encountered such a beauty radiant like a pearl, illuminating the entire room. To speak of it, Yan Yu had been beautiful since childhood, and over the years at the Duke of Anqing's residence, she had enjoyed a smooth existence, cherished by her elders, with the old matriarch treating her like a beloved jewel. Such a gentle and delicate beauty, who nestled obediently beside her elders, being both filial and compliant, who among them would not hold her in high esteem. Matron Deng hastily presented a jade rui to Xiao Qingji, saying, "Your Highness, according to tradition, you should lift the bridal veil with the jade rui and then share a cup of ceremonial wine." Xiao Qingji replied coldly, "You all may leave." The matrons, who had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the bride's beauty, were eager to steal another look, but upon hearing the prince's command, they all retreated to wait outside for further instructions. "It is not my wish to marry you. It is my father who has compelled me to do so," Xiao Qingji said icily. "When Yan Yu, do not think to play any tricks before me in the future." Yan Yu responded softly, "I understand. Whatever you say, Your Highness, I shall comply." Her voice was gentle and sweet, imbued with a certain obedience. Xiao Qingji had never dealt with such a woman before, yet he understood that the more beautiful a woman appeared, the more perilous her allure could be. Yan Yu, in particular, was a formidable beauty. Heightening his wariness, that he used the jade rui to lift her veil. Yan Yu said, "I have not eaten all day and would like something to eat." The table had been set with wine and dishes, and the matrons had initially intended for Yan Yu to dine and then retire to rest, believing Xiao Qingji would not arrive. Xiao Qingji glanced at her. "You may eat." Yan Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she sought to test his disposition. "I want bird's nest soup, but I cannot eat these dishes before sleeping." Xiao Qingji scoffed, "Are you being choosy with me? Have you not exhausted your young lady's temper at Xiao's residence before coming here to act unruly?" Yan Yu bit her lip, pondering the implications of upsetting her husband right after their marriage, and whether her aunt would scold her upon her next visit. Xiao Qingji ordered the matrons outside, remove the food and prepare a serving of bird's nest soup. The matrons quickly complied. As the weather was warm, Yan Yu found the bridal attire stifling, with the ornaments on her head weighing 3 pounds, leaving her breathless and without appetite for the rich food. She simply desired something light. She had her maid bring in hot water and began to remove the jewelry from her head. Before long, a matron delivered a bowl of light syrupy bird's nest soup, which Yan Yu consumed half of before washing her hands and face, removing her makeup. Having indulged in a few extra cups of wine the previous night, Xiao Qingji felt slightly intoxicated and leaned back against the bed to rest while allowing Yan Yu to busy herself beside him. Once Yan Yu had tidied her hair, she noticed Xiao Qingji sleeping in his clothes on the bed, and her innate sense of propriety surged forth. She hurried over to undress her husband. However, the moment her hand brushed against his waistband, he seized her wrist with force. Xiao Qingji's tone was impatient. "Miss One, you have finished your bird's nest soup. What do you intend to do now?" Yan Yu felt a twinge of fear. I wish to help you change. Your Highness. Yan instructed me to serve you well, to heed your every word." With a single hand, he pulled her onto him, towering over 8 feet. He was unmatched in stature among the young nobles of the capital. Yenyu, frail and sickly since childhood, felt as though he could easily crush her. The disparity in their sizes was stark as he drew her close. Despite being below her, his imposing presence filled her with trepidation, and his voice was icy. "When did I permit you to touch me?" For Xiao Qingji, Yenyu was infuriating. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been consumed by anger, wishing he could simply crush her. Yenyu stared at him in confusion. "If you do not wish for me to touch you, why then have you pulled me onto you?" Xiao Qingji abruptly released her, closed his eyes, and commanded, "Get down. I wish to sleep." Yenyu uttered a soft, "Oh," and slid off him. She poured 2 cups of wine, saying, "Your Highness, we have yet to share the ceremonial wine." Xiao Qingji opened his eyes. "Is this how obedient you are?" Yenyu felt somewhat lost and aggrieved. She had heard from Jiang that the Prince of Qin was not an easy man to deal with, but she had assumed that if she adhered to the rules, he would find no fault with her, and thus, there would be no conflict. Little did she expect that the prince would despise her so, deeming all her actions as wrong. Xiao Qingji approached her, took the cup from her hand, and together they drank. The candlelight flickered in the room, and despite having burned only halfway, the thick red candle continued to drip hot wax. Xiao Qingji glanced at Yenyu once more, extinguished the candle, and pushed her onto the bed. The following day, Xiao Qingji awoke with a cold expression. Last night had been Yenyu's first experience, and it had been painful. She had been unable to accommodate him, having had no prior experience. He had managed to consummate the marriage, leaving the bride faint from the ordeal. Xiao Qingji's mood was at its nadir. How could there exist such a fragile woman in the world, and to think that this delicate creature was now his wife? He changed his clothes and exited Yenyu's chamber. Outside, the matrons greeted him with smiles. "Your Highness, are you awake? Has the princess also risen? We shall assist her with her morning rituals before she pays her respects in the palace." "No need," Xiao Qingji replied coolly, "she is unwell. Let her sleep." The emperor did not concern himself with such formalities. As for the empress and the dowager empress, since Yenyu had married him, regardless of her decorum or how well she presented herself, they would find ways to torment and entrap her. In light of this, why should she drag her wounded body into the palace to suffer? It would be far better to embrace a carefree existence, allowing her to rest comfortably in the princess residence while they sulked in the palace. Should any issues arise, he would bear the brunt of it. Chapter 16 Marriage. After concluding discussions with the 2 ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, the emperor finally remembered to partake in his morning meal. The chief eunuch, Gu Guangliang, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Qin has mentioned that you are busy today, so he will not bring the Princess of Qin to the palace to pay her respects, but will come in a few days instead." "Nonsense." Emperor Jianqing slammed his hand on the table. "Is he disregarding the young lady? Is he unwilling to bring her along?" Gu Guangliang chuckled. "That is not the case. The people from the Prince of Qin's residence reported that His Highness visited the princess's quarters last night and did not emerge until morning. This morning, the prince mentioned that the princess is not feeling well and instructed the maids to take good care of her." Emperor Jianqing was taken aback. "They consummated the marriage? Is the Prince of Qin in good health?" "Absolutely." Gu Guangliang whispered. "The prince's residence even summoned a royal physician to check on the princess's condition. Not only is our lord the prince in fine health, but he is quite vigorous." For many years, Emperor Jianqing had harbored concerns about this matter. Since the birth of Xiao Qingji, Empress Dowager Zhang had taken a strong disliking to him. The emperor genuinely feared that Xiao Qingji would meet an untimely demise like the eldest prince, and thus he paid him extra attention. However, Empress Dowager Zhang could not tolerate Xiao Qingji. At only 14, she schemed to send him to the battlefield. Upon his return, Xiao Qingji was conferred the title of Prince of Qin, and his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Seeing that Xiao Qingji had reached an age where, according to palace customs, he required the guidance of maidens in matters of intimacy, the emperor had dismissed them. Subsequently, he did not engage with any of the women sent to him from outside. Rumors then circulated within the palace, suggesting that Xiao Qingji had sustained grave injuries on the battlefield, possibly affecting his ability to engage in marital relations. Furious upon hearing such gossip, Emperor Jianqing ordered the execution of over 100 individuals that very night to silence them. Later, when the emperor requested a physician to examine Xiao Qingji, the latter's violent temperament made it impossible for anyone to approach him. From that point onward, the state of Xiao Qingji's health became a source of great anxiety for Emperor Jianqing. If indeed Xiao Qingji had consummated his marriage with the princess, the emperor could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he remained skeptical and pressed further. Could it be that the prince is merely fabricating a fade to deceive us? Gu Guangliang laughed. "Your Majesty, rest assured, the physician has taken her pulse, and besides, do you think our Prince of Qin is the type to indulge in deception? Normally, if he were disinterested, he wouldn't even spare a glance, disregarding anyone's feelings." "That is true." With successive pieces of good news, Emperor Jianqing's appetite improved slightly. He commanded, "The Prince of Qin lacks discernment, and the princess is in a delicate state. Let them come to pay their respects in a couple of days, and do not concern yourselves with such trifling formalities. Speaking of which, the daughter of the Duke of Jingwei is indeed fortunate. Send her the offered blood swallow as a gift." In the Shokong Palace of Empress Dowager Zhang, Empress Zhang wore a sullen expression, appearing rather displeased. Wei Ruxuan, dressed in resplendent attire with her hair neatly arranged, resembled a peach blossom bud in early spring, captivating enough to draw one's gaze. She had risen before dawn and, although her face appeared pristine, it belied the significant effort she had expended on her makeup, from her hair to her attire, each detail meticulously crafted. Determined to overshadow the Princess of Qin and demonstrate her superiority to the frail woman, Wei Ruxuan had gone to great lengths. Yet, what happened? The Princess of Qin did not come at all. It was truly bewildering. Empress Zhang could no longer tolerate this indignity and, in front of Empress Dowager Zhang, exaggerated the situation. It is one thing for the Prince of Qin to lack decorum by not paying his respects, but to have married a princess who also lacks manners. They were both supposed to come today to pay respects to your highness and me, yet not a single one has shown up. Unfortunately, our dear Shan did not marry her. If he had, could the prince's residence remain peaceful? Empress Dowager Zhang had dispatched someone early that morning to inquire about news from the Prince of Qin's residence, having planted several spies there. However, the prince was too cautious, and her operatives had failed to infiltrate. Shortly thereafter, a palace maid entered and whispered a few words into Empress Dowager Zhang's ear. Her expression darkened. Is it absolutely certain? The maid nodded. Indeed, it is true. It was difficult to ascertain, and a physician has also entered. For years, Empress Dowager Zhang had believed the prince harbored some hidden ailment. Little did she expect that the prince, akin to a blossoming flower, had reserved his first experience for the night of their wedding. To think that a man like the Prince of Qin could maintain his chastity, while someone seated below, who was not even married, had entangled herself with her fiancé's brother, the more Empress Dowager Zhang pondered, the angrier she became, finding herself rendered speechless with disgust, taking a sip of tea to compose herself. Empress Zhang quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Mother, what troubles you? Last night, the Prince of Qin and the princess consummated their marriage, and the princess is unwell, so they will come to pay their respects another day. Empress Dowager Zhang's face remained grim. You may all disperse. Empress Zhang was taken aback. He does not have a hidden ailment? He is perfectly fine. Empress Dowager Zhang replied impatiently, you should keep a close eye on the fifth prince. Do not let him create any more embarrassing situations. Empress Zhang quickly rose. Yes, your words are wise, I shall take my leave now. Wei Ruxuan could scarcely believe her ears, her mind swirling with the words consummation, feeling dazed as she leaned on Empress Zhang's arm while exiting. Only upon stepping into the sunlight did she gradually begin to comprehend. Consummation, how could this be? Wei Ruxuan recalled how even in her dreams, the Prince of Qin had shown her little regard, let alone any physical contact. Could it be that the young lady from the Wen family was a seductress, dressed in vibrant colors today? She unknowingly drew the ire of Empress Zhang, who despised women competing for attention. The Empress scrutinized Wei Ruxuan from head to toe. In the future, do not wear such garish clothing. Wei Ruxuan quickly acquiesced. Yes. At the Prince of Qin's residence, Xiao Qingji returned home at noon. Yan Yu had been thoroughly exhausted by him the previous night and remained fast asleep, unaware that a physician had checked her pulse in the interim. Upon hearing that the princess was still asleep, Xiao Qingji let out a cold laugh. She can really sleep, can't she? He had married a true ancestor. Nanny Deng remarked, the emperor has gifted some blood swallow. Prepare it for her, Xiao Qingji replied indifferently, with a hint of sarcasm, let this little ancestor awaken to a feast of bird's nest. Yan Yu finally awakened in the afternoon, still feeling some discomfort. The previous night, Xiao Qingji had noticed her injuries and applied some medicine. While she could not recall every detail clearly, she felt a flush of warmth at the recollection. Uncertain of the hour, she assumed it was still morning and struggled to sit up, pulling aside the bed curtains with one hand. Xiao Qingji's tone was unyielding. You finally awakened? Yan Yu gently nodded. Are we not to enter the palace to pay our respects? His gaze swept over her face before descending to her delicate collarbone, finally drifting away. Tomorrow. Chapter 17. Marriage. Upon hearing Xiao Qingji's words, Yan Yu reclined back onto the bed. She could not help but admit that the wedding night was far from pleasant. Even now, she was still suffering from aches in her waist and legs. Previously, she had heard that the royal family's customs were numerous and far more intricate than the Xiao family's by 100-fold. Lazing in bed, Yan Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Your Highness, if I do not pay my respects, will the Empress and the Dowager Empress be angry with me? Xiao Qingji settled beside her. Under normal circumstances, you should have been waiting outside Shokang Palace at the hour of Chen. Can you guess what time it is now? Curious, Yan Yu inquired, what time is it? 1/4 past the hour of Wei, Xiao Qingji replied nonchalantly, they are likely furious by now. Yan Yu's face turned pale in an instant. Have I slept for so long? Xiao Qingji observed her delicate, creamy complexion, her long eyelashes brushing against her cheeks, and her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, intentionally provoking a sense of affection. He felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him. Do not tempt me in broad daylight. Yan Yu had never learned the art of seducing men and did not comprehend Xiao Qingji's meaning. Attempting to feign understanding, she nodded. Oh, very well. What should I do when the Empress and the Dowager Empress come to seek justice tomorrow? They are your elders. If they seek to reprimand you, you must endure it. Clad in a sheer gauze undergarment, which clung to her like gossamer, the neckline not tightly secured, her fair skin was partially visible, causing Xiao Qingji to feel increasingly unsettled. He raised his hand to adjust the neckline of her garment. Prepare yourself to face their wrath. Yan Yu grasped Xiao Qingji's hand. Your Highness, will you not assist me? Xiao Qingji felt the softness of her hand but abruptly pushed it away. Assist you? Are we so familiar? He then stood and exited her chamber. Yan Yu sulked in bed for a while. No wonder Jiang had always said that few men were worth trusting, warning her to be cautious after marrying Xiao Qingji. At that moment, Yan Yu had not understood Zhang's meaning, but now it was evident they had already consummated their marriage, yet Xiao Qingji still claimed they were not acquainted. Just as Xiao Qingji departed, Ruidong and Ningxia entered with items to attend to Yan Yu. Ruidong twisted a cloth to help Yan Yu wash her hands and face. Miss, would you like to prepare hot water for a bath? In truth, Xiao Qingji had sent for water the previous night, aiding her in cleansing her body and changing her garments, yet at that time, Yan Yu had already fallen into a deep slumber and remembered nothing. Let us wait until evening before I retire, Yan Yu replied. First, bring me a change of clothing. I wish to explore the residence. From now on, she would reside in the prince's manor, which was to be her new home. Today, she must familiarize herself with it, and Ningxia brought forth a bowl of bird's nest soup. Miss, please eat something first. The emperor has recently bestowed upon us blood bird's nest, freshly prepared. Yan Yu vaguely recalled someone coming in her dreams to check her pulse, and she casually inquired about it. Ningxia nodded. Indeed, someone from the palace arrived. The royal physician mentioned that our young lady is of delicate constitution and should have her pulse examined. We were attended by a renowned female physician, and as no one from the prince's side objected, she was allowed to enter. Yan Yu did not dwell on it, believing it to be customary in the royal household. However, not having paid her respects to the empress and the dowager empress today left her feeling somewhat anxious. Now that she was married to Xiao Qingji, her relationship with the empress and dowager empress had become adversarial, compounded by her prior engagement with the fifth prince. Even if she were to visit them today, she feared she would face their displeasure. She specifically instructed Ruidong and Ningxia, ensure that I rise early tomorrow. Ruidong nodded. Rest assured, miss, we will keep it in mind. Now that Yan Yu was married, her hair naturally had to be styled. Ruidong, skilled in her craft, quickly fashioned a lovely hairdo for Yan Yu. As she gazed into the mirror, she felt a sense of discomfort. Just 2 days prior, she had been an unmarried girl, and now she had become a wife. Bichuan entered from outside and whispered a few words to Yan Yu. The concubines of the manor are waiting outside to pay their respects to you. Yan Yu could not help but frown. Previously, she was unaware of the circumstances within the prince's manor. There were no secondary wives, yet as a prince, it was customary for him to receive concubines or to be bestowed with gifts by the empress or dowager empress. Send them back. Let them remain in their own quarters and mind their own business. Everything will remain as it has always been, Yan Yu replied coolly. If they come here uninvited, anything could happen. Though usually carefree, Yan Yu was not so naive as to think she could harmoniously coexist with her husband's other concubines. Having spent years in the Xiao family, she was well aware of the affairs of the household. She had sisters and cousins with whom she shared a close bond. There was no need to cultivate relationships with Xiao Qingji's concubines. Bichuan nodded. Understood, I shall convey your message. The 4 concubines who had come were all bestowed by the dowager empress and had languished for years without favor, now summoned to test the waters. Bichuan exchanged a few words with them, instructing them to return. The leading woman smiled. Now that the manor has a princess, we ought to pay our respects in person. We are favored by the dowager empress. Shall we inform her? Bichuan gestured for them to leave. Our princess does not need to repeat herself. You are all concubines bestowed by the dowager empress, and our princess is the rightful consort. She is your mistress. If you all behave yourself, there will be no issues. Seeing the maid's firm demeanor, the concubines felt disheartened and had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Bichuan returned to convey the message to Yan Yu. Yan Yu felt a sense of curiosity. All of them are bestowed by the dowager empress? The reach of the dowager empress certainly extended far and wide. Chapter 18. Marriage. In the evening, Yan Yu took a stroll, not traversing the entirety of the Qinwang manor, but merely visiting a few select spots. The manor was indeed vast, befitting the emperor's most cherished son. Even a single garden here surpassed the combined size of 3 elsewhere, replete with rare and exquisite treasures. From a distance, one could see the enchanting scenery with mountains cloaked in lush greenery and waters of crystal clarity. Beneath such splendor stood a grand edifice, imposing and dignified. Yan Yu gestured towards it, inquiring, is His Highness residing here? Madame Deng, who trailed closely behind Yan Yu, elaborated, indeed, the princess possesses keen insight. Our Qinwang resides within these walls. This is the Tsungfing Terrace, where His Highness conducts his affairs and resides. Would the princess care to visit? I surmise he might be within at this hour. Yan Yu gently shook her head. Perhaps not. I wish to continue my perambulation. It seemed that the Qinwang held little affection for her, and there was no need for her to intentionally seek his displeasure. Why invite unnecessary annoyance? Madame Deng guided Yan Yu further along. The Qinwang manor is indeed expansive. Even a few days would not suffice to explore its entirety. If the princess wishes to wander, I shall accompany you in your explorations. Yan Yu smiled. Tomorrow morning, I must pay my respects at the palace. Since I can remember, I have never visited the palace. Pray, madam, could you enlighten me about the people and affairs within? Ah, certainly, I shall provide you with a detailed account, Madame Deng responded. After walking a short distance, Yan Yu found herself rather fatigued and returned to her quarters to rest. She sipped tea leisurely while inquiring about certain matters with her maid. Ningxia nodded repeatedly. Everything was arranged in the storeroom yesterday. The list is at the very bottom of your jewelry box. Having recently arrived, Yan Yu felt somewhat out of place, as if residing in another's home. For many years, she had lived with the Xiao family, who had treated her with great kindness. The elders were fond of her, and her peers maintained amicable relations with her. Yet, she was ultimately a guest, and while idle gossip had dwindled over time, it had once surrounded her. Although the elders did not regard her as a mere visitor, Yan Yu could not afford to be overly familiar, always needing to tread carefully in speech and action, ensuring adherence to propriety. She had to remain vigilant daily, lest she disappoint the elders' goodwill. After years of caution, a change in residence demanded she maintain her composure. She felt somewhat weary. After dinner, she bathed and changed into her garments, then retreated to bed. Though sleep eluded her, she requested Ningxia to place a lamp by her bedside, and she settled in to read for a while. The previous night, the Qinwang had stayed with her, and she assumed he would not return today. Ningxia sat nearby, diligently stitching a garment for Yan Yu, a delicate bodice nearing completion. The fitted clothing Yan Yu wore had all been sewn by her own hand and that of her maid. However, prolonged focus on the needle often led to headaches, and her eyes would blur, risking pricking her fingers. Thus, she had refrained from extensive needlework in recent years. Once Ningxia finished a few more stitches, she scrutinized the work in the lamp's light. This design is indeed exquisite. It took 18 days to complete, miss. Shall we see if it fits? If not, I shall make adjustments. Yanyu examined the piece, noting its unique pattern, a full depiction of peonies intricately embroidered with exceptional precision. Aware of her mistress's delicate skin, Ningxia was mindful that coarser threads might cause discomfort, thus requiring more meticulous effort. As Ningxia approached to assist Yanyu in removing her undergarment, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted them, and a man entered the chamber, nearly startling Ningxia into a faint. It dawned on her that this was her master. Xiao Qingji was undeniably handsome, a visage unmatched in the entire capital. However, his formidable presence exuded an aura that was not particularly welcoming. His hawk-like gaze, cold and piercing, instilled a fear that made one feel compelled to kneel. That he was not the kind of refined gentleman one could easily approach. Even the maids and servants who accompanied Yanyu were wary of him. Ningxia hastily helped Yanyu don her clothing, performing a respectful bow before retreating with her sewing basket. Yanyu descended from the bed, offering a courteous gesture to Xiao Qingji. Your Highness, what brings you here? Xiao Qingji replied coolly, I passed by and wanted to see if you were still indulging in slumber. At that moment, Yanyu found herself at a loss for words. Having inadvertently lingered in sleep on her first morning as a bride, she now bore the brunt of an impression as one who relished sleeping in, yet, she felt she had no recourse for her predicament. However, Xiao Qingji made a valid point. They were still strangers to one another. In truth, they were not well acquainted. Today marked merely their second formal meeting. Yanyu struggled to decipher the prince's temperament and pondered. Several concubines are scheduled to pay their respects to me today, but I did not permit them to enter. I wonder which one you might prefer. I shall ensure to attend to her accordingly. Her mention of attending was sincere. So long as they did not cause trouble for her, she could certainly extend a measure of tolerance. Yet, Xiao Qingji misinterpreted her words. Having presided over the Ministry of Justice for several years, his methods were resolute and uncompromising. Should he indicate a desire to attend to someone or a particular case, those individuals would undoubtedly see no dawn. He scrutinized Yanyu, astonished by her evident jealousy. If she favored someone, it seemed she wished to eliminate any rivals. Though Xiao Qingji had no intention of harming these women, he would not deter Yanyu should she choose to act against them. I have an affinity for all, he stated. Yanyu was taken aback, realizing that the Qinwang was indeed a notorious libertine. No wonder they were unfamiliar. He had insisted on consummating the marriage despite their lack of acquaintance. Xiao Qingji advanced towards her, his towering stature imposing an overwhelming presence. Startled, Yanyu instinctively retreated a couple of steps, only to be halted as he placed a firm hand on her shoulder. His piercing, elongated gaze bore into her. Miss One, what is this? Are you unable to assist your husband with changing attire? With a soft "oh," Yanyu proceeded to remove his outer robe, then moved to untie the sash at his waist. Having never served anyone in such a capacity before, she found herself perplexed by the intricacies of the horn-sculpted clasp, unsure how to release it as her delicate fingers fumbled at his waist. Xiao Qingji observed her as she struggled, noting the alluring fragrance that enveloped her, indescribable yet captivating. He surmised that she must have applied some enticing scent to allure him, for it was inconceivable that he, having maintained his composure for so long, could be so easily swayed. Yanyu, however, was genuinely curious as to why this clasp proved so difficult to remove. After watching her fumble for some time, Xiao Qingji grasped her hand firmly. What are you dawdling for? Chapter 19. Marriage. Yanyu said, Your Highness, I apologize, but I am unable to untie. Xiao Qingji shut his eyes, exerting considerable strength in his hands, and the hook was instantly freed. He truly felt that Yanyu's words from their wedding night, I shall heed your every command, I will serve you well, whatever you say goes, were all mere fabrications. All of it was falsehood. This little ancestor, raised by the Xiao family, had become a feckless creature, clearly lacking in any skills, yet boldly spouting nonsense in his presence. Yanyu removed his clothing, placing the jade pendant, fragrance sachet, dagger, and finger stall onto a tray. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her earlier display, she urged Xiao Qingji to retire for the night. Surely, a good night's sleep would help him forget everything. Xiao Qingji scoffed, so early, do you truly believe I can fall asleep? What did he come here for? Could she not discern his intentions? And yet, she provocatively adorned herself, enticing him with her fragrant attire. At this moment, Yanyu finally recalled, I had the maid prepare a peach gum and white fungus soup. Allow me to bring it for your tasting. With that, she instructed Ruidong to deliver it. The soup was still steaming, having just been taken off the fire, as she had prepared it in anticipation of her own hunger before sleep. Yanyu graciously accepted the bowl from Ruidong and presented it to Xiao Qingji, scooping a spoonful to feed him. Xiao Qingji wore a dark expression, refusing to eat. Yanyu quickly encouraged him, Your Highness, please rest assured, it is quite delectable. Xiao Qingji coldly replied, Do you wish to scald me, Your Highness? Yanyu suddenly realized that it was still steaming hot and indeed a bit too scalding. She set it aside to cool. They were still unfamiliar with one another, and there was little to say. Xiao Qingji casually picked up a book from the bedside that Yanyu had placed there and, in that moment, his gaze fell upon a pink belly band. He glanced at the piece of clothing, then at Yanyu. As she stirred the soup, lost in thought while waiting for it to cool, the room was kept relatively comfortable with a few ice basins. After a while, the soup had cooled significantly, and Yanyu took a taste, finding it quite palatable. Yet, lost in her reverie, she inadvertently finished it. Upon raising her eyes, she met Xiao Qingji's elongated gaze. Yanyu then noticed the empty celadone bowl in her hand this time. Xiao Qingji was truly amused by Yanyu's actions. Are you intentionally teasing me? Yanyu had no such intention. She was still unaccustomed to the notion of marriage. She had momentarily drifted into thought, and upon noticing the food before her, had unconsciously consumed it. However, seeing the increasingly negative impression Xiao Qingji held of her, she was at a loss for words. I shall have the maid bring more. No need, Xiao Qingji replied, having had little appetite for such fare. Yanyu instructed the maid to bring in 2 cups of tea. As the day grew late, she worried that drinking tea would hinder her sleep, so she requested the fragrant orchid tea, which she had brought from Ling City. The Xiao family possessed a 400-year-old orchid tree, from which the blossoms were primarily used for tea. The premium-grade bamboo was prepared for tea, infused with fragrant orchid and mint, creating a refreshing blend that alleviated the summer heat. As Yanyu sipped her tea, she began to feel drowsy. After tasting half a cup, her mind turned to the upcoming palace visit to pay respects, and she retired to bed. Xiao Qingji was also aware that she was still unwell, having sustained some discomfort the previous day. She curled up on the inner side of the bed, fast asleep, while Xiao Qingji extinguished the candlelight on his side and closed his eyes. Outside, several attendants, including Mama Deng, were filled with curiosity. They were from the Prince of Qin's residence and were not familiar with the maids and matrons brought by the princess. In the past, when the princess had not yet married, everyone was well aware of the household dynamics. The Prince of Qin seldom visited the quarters of the concubines and was even disinclined to converse with them. The previous night's stay with the princess had astonished them, and now the Prince of Qin had come to the princess's side again, which was akin to the sun rising in the west. Mama Deng murmured, the tides are changing. Indeed, the tides are changing. The Prince of Qin's residence had never known a female master, and now, finally having one, it was bound to bring about significant transformations. These matrons were of lowly status, and though they could perceive many grievances within the household, they could hardly voice them in front of the Prince of Qin. With the arrival of the princess, everything was certain to alter. Outside, the stout and tall eunuch Hua, a confidant of Xiao Qingji, had served loyally by his side for many years. Efficient and devoted, he was indeed favored by Xiao Qingji. Hua squinted and smiled, saying, this marriage is a gift from our emperor. Now that the prince is of age, it is only fitting to show the emperor some respect, is it not? In my view, after a few days of novelty, everything will return to its original state. It is not certain that this change will last. Hua, despite being a mere eunuch, commanded a formidable presence. As the most favored attendant of the Prince of Qin, his status was akin to that of a third-rank official. Mama Deng, of course, dared not retort to Hua's words, smiling, indeed, you speak wisely, eunuch. With Xiao Qingji not causing any disturbances the previous night, Yanyu awoke early. Xiao Qingji rose even earlier, for the emperor was to hold court at dawn, and he needed to prepare himself to head to the palace in the middle of the night. Yanyu stirred just after the rooster crowed, as her maids busily prepared her clothing, jewelry, and grooming for the palace visit. Feeling somewhat weak in the morning, she lowered her head to eat a little something, while Ningxia gently combed her hair, asking, which outfit would you like to wear, miss? At home, she often wore simple silk garments, but when visiting the palace to meet these noble ladies, she needed to present herself somewhat differently. Yanyu softly replied, having just married, it would not do to appear overly plain, that lotus petal red would be quite fitting. Understood. Yanyu was not particularly fond of extravagant clothing or jewelry, and the Xiao family's traditions emphasized modesty and virtue, discouraging ostentation. As such, she did not possess many extravagant adornments. Many of the wedding gifts were overly extravagant and unsuitable for daily wear. She selected a set of red gold jewelry inlaid with pigeon bloodstones, asking Ningxia to assist her in wearing them. Before long, Bai Chun entered to inform her that the carriage had been prepared outside, as the Prince of Qin had sent someone to escort Yanyu to the palace. Upon stepping outside, she noticed a grand eunuch standing before the carriage. Hua bowed to Yanyu, saying, Princess, please step into the carriage, the prince is awaiting you in the palace. This was Hua's first encounter with Yanyu, and he dared not look her directly in the eye. Stealing a glance, he instantly understood why the Prince of Qin had spent 2 consecutive nights in the princess's chamber. Many beautiful women graced the capital, but none possessed the ethereal beauty of the Miss Wen family, whose charm would captivate any man. It would have been strange indeed if the prince had not chosen to sleep in her quarters. Chapter 20. A marriage. The emperor was still in the hall of political affairs, and Yanyu felt a tinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting his majesty. To her, the empress and the dowager empress were secondary. It was the emperor who wielded the ultimate power over life and death. Once one entered the palace gates, it was akin to plunging into an abyss, where endless strife awaited within the high walls of this grand estate. The Xiao family had earned military accolades alongside the Taizong in their early years, and ever since, they had produced generations of scholars. To those outside, they were regarded as a family of literary distinction, yet even such esteemed households were not immune to internal discord. Beneath the serene surface lay a chasm of turmoil, where life and death were contested in a struggle for fame and fortune, resulting in tragic outcomes. In royal families, the most coveted position was that of the crown prince, sitting above all yet beneath one. The future promised greater conflicts, and the shedding of blood could only intensify. Upon entering the palace, Yanyu, supporting herself on the hand of her maid, allowed only Ruidong and Ningxia to accompany her, while Hua led the way. Soon, she caught sight of the tall figure of Xiao Qingji. Yanyu performed a respectful bow, addressing him, Your Highness. Xiao Qingji nodded in acknowledgement. Proceed. The emperor had just finished conversing with the ministers and was now partaking in his morning meal. However, as the Qin Wang was his own son, there was no need for excessive formality, and he permitted Yanyu to enter without delay. Following Xiao Qingji, Yanyu paid her respects to the emperor. Unlike Xiao Qingji, who remained standing, she dared not mirror his casualness and knelt deeply before the emperor. The Jianqing emperor looked upon her with surprise. He had anticipated that the daughter of the Duke of Jingguo would either be frail and sickly or, as Xiao Qingji had described, plain and unassuming. After all, Xiao Qingji had referred to her as a mere bookworm. He did not expect to encounter such a delicate yet vibrant beauty. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingji, the emperor felt a mix of bemusement and realization. Previously, he had genuinely believed his son to be disinterested in women. Yet, it appeared that this young man was rather discerning, refusing to entertain anyone who was not extraordinarily beautiful. The emperor spoke. Qin Wangfei, you may rise. Are you well adjusted to life at the Qin Wangfu? Yan Yu replied softly, thank you for your concern, Father Emperor. I am quite well at the Wangfu. The emperor nodded. The Qin Wangfei is much younger than you and has few family members. Do not bully her in the future, Xiao Qingji responded with a cold tone. Yes, the emperor continued with a smile. By the way, I recently encountered the two young masters of the Anqing Marquisate. They are quite learned. Qin Wangfei, your uncles have done well in their guidance. It has been many years since I last saw them. How are they faring now? And what of the officials and common folk in Lingcheng? Yan Yu replied, before departing Lingcheng, I made a point to pay my respects to both uncles. They are in good health and have instructed me to serve your highness diligently after marriage, in gratitude for your majesty's benevolence towards the Wan and Xiao families. During my time in Lingcheng, I mostly remained within the inner courtyard, only seeing my uncles during festivals, so I am not well acquainted with the condition of the officials and common folk. However, the matriarch has mentioned that Lingcheng has been prosperous and bustling in recent years, free from calamities or wars. She often expresses her gratitude for the emperor's generous favor. The emperor smiled at Yan Yu. Indeed, Qin Wangfei, you should manage the Wangfu well. Should any issues arise, feel free to send someone to seek my assistance. Yes, she replied to the emperor, then stated, regarding that case from the Ministry of Justice, you should remain behind and discuss it further. Huaha, take the Wangfei to pay respects to the Empress and the Dowager Empress. Huaha acknowledged. Yes.Yan Yu departed. Xiao Qingji remarked, the matter of that violent incident has been resolved. If Father Emperor wishes to review the case files, I will have someone deliver them. There are aspects I am not clear on. Please elaborate on the resolution of the case, the emperor requested. Xiao Qingji recounted the details thoroughly. Once he finished, the emperor stated, the Wan family's daughter is commendable, and the Xiao family has raised her well. Now that you are married, do not meddle in affairs unnecessarily. Focus on having a few children. Seeing the emperor broach this topic again, Xiao Qingji made to exit. Are you also going to the Dowager Empress? The emperor huffed. Remain here and keep yourself occupied. Xiao Qingji replied, it is the Wangfei's first meeting with her. She will surely encounter difficulties. Even a dog must heed its master, especially when it concerns my Wangfei. I must ensure her welfare. The Qin Wangfei understands propriety better than you. Your presence will only cause confusion. The emperor countered. How many hidden grievances have you endured over the years? Do you not learn from your experiences? The stature of a gentleman can be both grand and humble. The ambitions of a man can bend and yield. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole like tile. Such stubbornness will only lead to premature downfall. Xiao Qingji's expression turned icy. Words hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet he knew expressing them would be a grievous act of disrespect. Nevertheless, he spoke, Father Emperor, I am unlike you. Regardless of my feelings, as long as she is my Wangfei, I will protect her in this position. In Shokang Palace, Dowager Empress Zhang sat beaming at the head of the table. Come, Manqing, bring the Qin Wangfei closer for me to see. Granny Zhao promptly assisted Yan Yu to the Dowager Empress's side. The Dowager Empress grasped Yan Yu's delicate hand, her face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum as she scrutinized her. Look at this girl. She is so beautiful, even more so than the once favored concubine Bo. Hearing this, Empress Zhang's eyes flashed with disdain and resentment. Wei Ruxuan, seated beside her, was equally astonished, unable to believe that this was the same pitiful sickly girl. The Dowager Empress appeared genuinely fond of Yan Yu, inviting her to sit beside her. Good girl, marrying the Qin Wang is truly a disservice to you. The child, alas, he has been cruel and heartless since childhood, a veritable demon, spoiled by the emperor. If you ever feel wronged in his presence, you must tell me, and I will advocate for you. Yan Yu responded with a smile. Should I encounter any grievance, I certainly would not dare to conceal it from your grace. While the Qin Wang may seem aloof, he is, in truth, a man of excellent nature, and marrying him is a stroke of fortune for me. How could there be any grievance? The Dowager Empress squinted her eyes. Good, if you and your husband maintain harmony, it shall bring joy to my heart. Yan Yu smiled. Thank you for your concern, your grace. The Dowager Empress's smile began to fade. Qin Wangfei, your physique appears somewhat frail. The most crucial aspect of the royal family is offspring. This year, I must see children from the Qin Wangfu, whether they be yours or those of the concubines. There must be several, otherwise, you would not be deemed a competent primary wife. Yan Yu nodded with a smile. Indeed, your grace speaks wisely. I shall do my utmost. From the moment she entered, Yan Yu understood that the Dowager Empress was not to be trifled with. Whether her kindness was genuine or feigned, one must tread carefully if one did not align with the Qin Wangfu. Regarding children, whether or not she could fulfill that expectation was secondary. For now, it was best to appease her words and avoid giving her any reason to create a fuss. As for the future, that could be dealt with in due time. Chapter 21. Entering the palace, Empress Dowager Zhang grasped Yan Yu's hand and exchanged a few words with her. At that moment, several concubines entered to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager. Upon seeing them, Empress Zhang's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. In recent years, the harem had welcomed many newcomers, young and beautiful, each possessing various talents, rendering those who had entered the palace years earlier as mere fish eyes in comparison. Among them, the highest ranking was concubine Luo, the mother of the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, who had spent years currying favor with both Empress Zhang and Empress Dowager Zhang. As concubine Luo's gaze fell upon Yan Yu, she smiled and remarked, "Oh, who might this enchanting beauty before the Empress Dowager be?" Empress Dowager Zhang lightly patted Yan Yu's hand, saying, "This is the Princess of Qin. Yenner, this lady is concubine Luo, the mother of the seventh prince." Yan Yu performed a curtsy, noticing the Empress Dowager's amiable demeanor today. Concubine Luo's eyes sparkled with cunning as she continued, "Indeed, such a stunning beauty. The Prince of Qin is truly fortunate. Before she could finish, she caught sight of Empress Zhang's darkening expression. Empress Zhang harbored a deep aversion for these fox-like women, finding them utterly repugnant. Concubine Luo, having spent more time in the presence of Empress Zhang than Empress Dowager Zhang, knew that offending the Empress could lead to a most uncomfortable existence. The young Princess of Qin, having grown up outside the palace without parental guidance, likely possessed little cunning. A few pointed remarks could easily win her favor in front of the Empress. As for the Empress Dowager, who would believe she genuinely favored the Princess of Qin. Concubine Luo continued, I have heard that the Princess of Qin is in poor health. You must take good care of yourself. The Prince of Qin has a fierce temperament, feared even by ghosts and spirits. It is fortunate for you to marry him. You shall be a calming influence. The smile on Yan Yu's face gradually faded as she turned her head to Concubine Luo. Concubine Luo, I am but a child and do not comprehend much. What do you mean by that? Taken aback by her straightforwardness, Concubine Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment and replied with a forced smile, what could it mean? I merely heard such things from others and found them somewhat reasonable. Yan Yu curled her lips, her tone becoming icy. If I were to follow Concubine Luo's reasoning, I should not have been born at all. If I had not been born, the Song Kingdom would not have fought with our Wei Kingdom for 100 years, would it? I shall go to His Majesty and request a length of white silk for my own demise. If I were to perish, then all troubles would cease. Concubine Luo was taken aback, unable to believe that Yan Yu would dare to speak so bluntly, and she panicked. What are you saying? Such talk of life and death should not be uttered before the Empress Dowager. What if the Emperor hears? Empress Dowager Zhang furrowed her brow. What nonsense are you listening to from below? They may speak, but you, as their master, should not believe it. Have the tongues that spread such gossip cut off. Concubine Luo nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right, Empress Dowager. At that moment, Xiao Qingji entered from outside. No one anticipated his arrival. He had not paid his respects to Empress Dowager Zhang for several years, and his strained relationship with the Zhang family was common knowledge. Empress Dowager Zhang narrowed her eyes slightly, her fingers delicately toying with the massive jewels on her armor. Prince Qin, you grace me with your presence today. How rare. I thought you would not come, for among the princes, you are the one who seems least concerned with filial piety. The concept of filial piety held great importance. In the Wei dynasty, to label someone as unfilial could lead to significant repercussions. Xiao Qingji had never shied away from confronting the Empress Dowager's authority, yet she was, after all, his elder and the mother of the current emperor. Regardless of their private battles, one must always show respect in person. Yan Yu was startled by the Empress Dowager's words. Though she had known Xiao Qingji for a short time, she recognized that he was not one to bow his head easily. Conversely, she had learned the art of adaptability through years of living under the roofs of others. Before Xiao Qingji could speak, Yan Yu smiled and approached him, taking his hand to bow to Empress Dowager Zhang. She remarked, Empress Dowager, your words are too heavy. It is not that His Highness does not wish to come, he simply cannot spare the time due to pressing matters of state. Just yesterday, he mentioned the numerous affairs in the Ministry of Justice and that he could not visit his grandmother to express his filial duty, asking me to convey his respects. In the future, I will accompany you. If you have any grievances towards His Highness, feel free to direct them at me. Xiao Qingji cast a glance at Yan Yu, following her lead. In response to the Empress Dowager, recent heavy cases in the Ministry of Justice and my new responsibilities in the Ministry of War have left me unable to pay my respects in the harem. Empress Dowager Zhang had intended to provoke Xiao Qingji, perhaps even summon the emperor in a fit of illness due to his anger. However, with Yan Yu's intervention, the situation diffused remarkably. With a forced smile that barely concealed her irritation, Empress Dowager Zhang commanded, prepare seats and serve tea. As Xiao Qingji took a seat, Yan Yu chose not to approach the Empress Dowager again but instead sat beside him. Having just suffered a setback, Concubine Luo sought to regain her footing. As everyone sipped tea, she finally seized her opportunity, exclaiming, oh my, look, the Prince of Qin has indeed married a sharp-tongued princess, for every word she speaks holds merit. Xiao Qingji shot her a cold glance. Those who lack the sense to gauge the appropriateness of their words naturally believe my princess possesses a sharp tongue. Concubine Luo found herself rebuffed once more, and with no support from the Empress or Empress Dowager, her spirits sank. By Empress Zhang's side, Wei Ruxuan felt a sense of grievance. She had struggled to follow the exchanges and had been unable to interject. Observing how everyone conversed with Yan Yu, it was clear she was favored. Meanwhile, Wei Ruxuan found herself sidelined, ignored, and overlooked. These individuals, with their contemptuous eyes, looked down upon a side consort, only to grovel at the feet of the primary consort. When she eventually became empress, she would make them pay for their disdain. Stealing another glance at the Prince of Qin, Wei Ruxuan was further astounded. Though he appeared cold and distant, he allowed Yan Yu to sit beside him. Had he not always been averse to women drawing near, Yan Yu had to return home later that day. After spending a while in Shokong Palace, she took her leave. She was not one for excessive chatter, yet today she had spoken more than in the past fortnight combined. Engaging with these individuals in the palace proved far more exhausting than conversing with others at home. As Xiao Qingji walked ahead, Yan Yu hurried to catch up. Your Highness, wait for me. I shall be heading to the Duke's residence shortly. Would you care to accompany me? He was tall and swift, but Yan Yu, like a fragile willow swayed by the wind, found herself slightly breathless after just a few steps. Suddenly, Xiao Qingji halted, and Yan Yu bumped into his back. Wincing as she rubbed her nose, Xiao Qingji slowed his pace. I shall accompany you. Chapter 22. Entering the palace. Once Yan Yu and the Prince of Qin departed, the concubines who had come to pay their respects gradually dispersed, and Empress Zhang also took Wei Ruxuan with her as they left. Empress Dowager Zhang slowly closed her eyes. She was indeed aging, her hair had turned white, and she was merely holding on by sheer spirit. Granny Zhao gently massaged the Empress Dowager's head and inquired, Your Majesty, would you like to rest on the bed for a while? The young lady from the Wen family is truly remarkable, the Empress Dowager remarked. It reminds me of my youth. Granny Zhao replied, I have inquired already. The Wen girl has been well loved in the Anqing Marquisate over the years, everyone in the household holds her in high regard, she was indeed raised beside the old matriarch of the Marquisate, and also under the guidance of Madame Jiang, who treats her as if she were her own daughter. One can find a few uncles who dote on their nieces, but how many aunts do so without blood ties? To have so many people treating her so well, this girl's abilities are exceptional, her demeanor and speech leave no room for criticism, the Empress Dowager said. As for the fifth prince, he has greatly disappointed me. Granny Zhao sighed, the fifth prince possesses a simple and gentle nature. He truly needs a clever and capable primary consort to offer him guidance. Indeed, the young lady from the Wen family would be the most suitable candidate, first and foremost, her beauty is striking, and the fifth prince has a penchant for attractive women. He would be more inclined to listen to someone who engages him in conversation, furthermore, her manner of speaking is appropriate, and she carries herself with grace. It was her first time in the palace, yet she maintained her composure in the presence of the Empress and the Empress Dowager. How many could respond with such poise? When Lady Luo intentionally made things difficult for her, she expertly countered, with such a consort paving the way for him, the fifth prince could rectify all his shortcomings. Now that she had been intercepted by the emperor and taken to the Prince of Qin's residence, becoming the prince's consort, the more the Empress Dowager pondered this, the more resentment she felt. The Prince of Qin is decisive in his actions, with a domineering and vigorous personality. He is indeed a man capable of achieving great things, his only flaw is his excessive rigidity, which has offended too many people, the Empress Dowager continued. The princess consort is sharp-witted and eloquent, and she will be able to manage his affairs in the future. With her by his side, the prince will surely soar to new heights. Granny Zhao supported the Empress Dowager as she rose. Such a person must not be allowed to remain, she must be dealt with swiftly. Indeed. Empress Zhan was also on her way back to the palace with Wei Ruxuan. Today, Wei Ruxuan donned a light blue dress, adorned only with a few simple pieces of jewelry, her makeup understated. It was evident that Empress Zhan was quite pleased with Wei Ruxuan's attire today. Wei Ruxuan, however, did not favor such an old-fashioned appearance, but she had no choice. After all, Empress Zhang was her mother-in-law, and she had to accommodate her preferences. Empress Zhang had always detested women like Yanyu, and meeting the Prince of Qin's consort for the first time today left her feeling quite displeased. In contrast, she found Wei Ruxuan to be more to her liking. Empress Zhang glanced at Wei Ruxuan, relieved that the fifth prince had chosen a girl from the Wei family. Yanyu struck her as a femme fatale, a harbinger of misfortune. If the fifth prince were to marry such a portentous figure, would he still heed his mother's counsel? She feared he would become entirely preoccupied with this woman. Serve the fifth prince diligently, and be sure to bear him a son as soon as possible, before the Prince of Qin's consort does, Empress Zhang stated in a calm tone. Once you give birth, I will ensure that the emperor elevates you to the position of the fifth prince's primary consort. Wei Ruxuan's eyes instantly brightened. The position of primary consort was indeed very appealing to her. Currently, she was not regarded highly in the palace, the other concubines hardly acknowledged her, and the Empress Dowager paid her no mind, merely because she was a secondary consort. Should she rise in status, her position would be transformed. Wei Ruxuan nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, mother, I will serve the fifth prince well, and I will heed your wishes, ensuring that he ascends smoothly to the throne. Empress Zhang had longed for nothing more than for the fifth prince to become the crown prince and eventually the emperor. Yet, the Empress Dowager had never allowed anyone to mention this matter, declaring it off limits. Hearing this from Wei Ruxuan's lips brought Empress Zhang great comfort. To be candid, when comparing Yanyu and Wei Ruxuan, Empress Zhang still found Wei Ruxuan to be the better choice. The Wen girl resembled a cunning vixen, sharp-tongued and capable of twisting words, turning black into white, which was truly irksome. Wei Ruxuan, on the other hand, lacked such seductive tactics. Her speech was auspicious and comforting, warming the hearts of those around her. She took Wei Ruxuan's hand and moved forward, saying, Xian'er, if you obey and listen well, you shall have everything that you desire. The Xiao family also possessed the Anqing Marquisate, a gift from the emperor, but initially, they accompanied Yanyu back to tidy up the Duke of Jin's residence and settled there for the time being. Recently, the emperor had decided to keep the brothers Xiao Junliang and Xiao Junshu in the capital, so the Xiao family meticulously prepared the Marquisate, planning to return to the Anqing Marquisate after Miss Yan's visit home. Today, as Yanyu was set to return, Madame Jiang had instructed the household to tidy up the residence and the kitchen staff to prepare a variety of dishes, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young lady and her husband. Seeing her bustle about, Xiaohong could not help but comment, it is unlikely that the Prince of Qin will accompany her, he is notoriously proud our young lady can return alone without needing such grand preparations. What of it if she returns alone? Even so, it must be well prepared, Madame Jiang sighed. After a decade of care, she is no different from our own daughters. I do not wish for her to suffer any indignities. Were it not for Yan, I might not even have children. She has brought us good fortune. Xiaohong was somewhat indifferent to such superstitions, yet he never contradicted Madame Zhang's persistent musings. Madame Zhang continued, have you written to Lingcheng? We must bring back the wives and children of Junliang and Junshu. Under normal circumstances, when the two young masters remained in the capital, their wives would stay home to serve their in-laws. However, in a family like the Xiaos, external social engagements were of greater importance. As Junliang and Junshu were new to the capital, they needed their wives to help establish connections in society. Xiaohong nodded, I have already sent the letter, the old master and mistress should have received it by now. As they conversed, a maid entered to announce that the Prince of Qin and the young lady had returned. Xiao Han was taken aback that the prince had indeed come and hurriedly summoned his two younger brothers, Junliang and Juinshou. The three of them quickly greeted the prince with respect, walking together to the garden. Madame Jiang took Yin Yu's hand and led her inside to converse. Chapter 23. Entering the palace. How does the Qin Wang treat you? Is he easy to get along with? Have you encountered any grievances these past few days? Jiang held Yin Yu's hand, gazing at her with earnest concern for quite some time, feeling a twinge of sorrow herself. To speak candidly, although Jiang regarded Yin Yu as her own daughter, she found it difficult to utter the words, if you face any unfairness, confide in your family, and we shall support you. Having married into the royal family, regardless of the grievances Yin Yu might face under the Qin Wang, the Xiao family dared not offer their backing. If the Duke of Town and his son were still alive, it would have been a different matter. Alas, they were no longer present. Yin Yu, understanding Jiang's worries, gently shook her head. I am quite well in the residence, and, please do not fret too much. Jiang wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. In a few days, I shall return home, but after I leave, your elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law will come to keep your two cousins company. If anything arises, let them assist you. They have experienced much and are thoughtful in their considerations. Yin Yu nodded in agreement. Jiang again took Yin Yu's hand and scrutinized her closely. Just days ago, Yin Yu was still a young girl. Jiang recalled her dressed in a lilac gown, sitting by the window with a book, her ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a painting of a refined lady. And now, with her hair elegantly styled and adorned with opulent jewelry, she still bore a hint of youthful delicacy in her brows and eyes, evoking a sense of tenderness. Are there any concubines in the Qin Wang's residence? Jiang inquired. How are they? Yin Yu pondered for a moment. There are a few, all bestowed by the Empress Dowager, but I have not met them. As long as they do not cause trouble, it is best to let them live peacefully. If the prince wishes to favor them, so be it. I have no desire for jealousy or rivalry. Jiang nodded. Do not confide in them, who knows what intentions they harbor. Your elder sister-in-law is a prime example that if you do not seek to harm others, there will inevitably be those who wish to harm you. Xiao Julian's wife, Luo, was renowned for her generosity, treating her superiors with respect and her subordinates with kindness. Before her, there had been a concubine who bore a son. This concubine was typically well-behaved and maintained a harmonious relationship with Luo, whom she regarded as a sister. However, when Luo became pregnant, she lost her child at 5 months, discovering later that it was the seemingly proper concubine who was responsible. Luo's child was lost at 5 months, leaving her health severely compromised, leading to her inability to bear children thereafter. Yet, the concubine's son thrived, growing increasingly astute and capable, destined to shoulder much of the family's responsibilities in the future. Listening to Jiang's words, Yin Yu gently nodded. Aunt, I shall heed your counsel. Jiang patted her shoulder. Good child, as we marry into noble families, we must be resolute to survive. Your heart must be tenfold more resolute in the royal household, where interests are entangled. At the slightest sign of trouble, it is better to strike first than to allow anyone to harm you in any way. Yin Yu understood that Jiang regarded her as her own, which was why she shared so much wisdom. In truth, over the years, she had felt like a drifting reed, wandering from north to south and back again, without a home to call her own. And now, married, she had merely transitioned to another family, where every step and word required careful consideration. After lunch, Yin Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The heat of recent days, coupled with the fright she had endured at the Empress Dowager's, left her somewhat overwhelmed, and she rested her head in Jiang's embrace for a brief nap. By midday, Xiao Qingji intended to return to the Wangfu and inquired about Yin Yu's residence, wishing to take her back with him. Ruidong, who not only feared the Qin Wang but also the eunuchs and guards around him, hesitated when the chief eunuch, Huaha, approached with questions. The Wangfei is currently napping. Would it be wise to awaken her? Ruidong stammered. Huaha shot Ruidong a glance. What do you suggest? Shall we have our Wangye waiting here? How dare you? Spotting the Qin Wang standing not far away, clad in a dark robe with a long knife at his waist, Ruidong felt a chill run down her spine and hurried inside to rouse Yin Yu. Yin Yu had barely closed her eyes when she was stirred awake, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Jiang gently shook her shoulder. The prince wishes for you to return. Yenner, you must hurry back. Xiaocui, bring a damp cloth, and Ningxia, come help your mistress with her hair. The maidservants assisted Yin Yu as she emerged, still groggy, leaning on their arms until they reached the carriage. Huaha addressed Xiao Qingji. Your Highness, the horse is ready, please mount. Yin Yu peeked out from the carriage curtain. On such a sweltering afternoon, it must be quite uncomfortable for His Highness to ride under the blazing sun. It would be better to take the carriage. Huaha chuckled. Wangfei, our prince is accustomed to riding and prefers it over the carriage. He has endured much hardship during the battles beyond the borders. He has never complained, so you need not concern yourself with that. Xiao Qingji glanced at the sun overhead, acknowledging its intensity. Riding in such heat was indeed uncomfortable. He drew back the curtain and entered the carriage. Still a bit drowsy, Yin Yu reached out to squeeze Xiao Qingji a sleeve. Wearing dark clothing in summer is prone to sunburn. You are layered in 3 garments. Riding outside could lead to heatstroke. Xiao Qingji felt her delicate hand gently clasping his arm. Yin Yu, oblivious to the implications, retrieved a cloth from her sleeve. Earlier, while resting, she had placed several ice basins in her room, which had cooled her body and her garments, rendering the cloth soft and pleasantly cool. She pressed it to Xiao Qingji's face. Will you not be attending the Ministry of Justice this afternoon? Xiao Qingji unexpectedly seized her slender wrist, pulling her hand away. I shall not go. Perceiving his disdain, Yin Yu opted to remain silent to avoid further irritating him. Still feeling drowsy, she closed her eyes and resumed her nap. Xiao Qingji, increasingly agitated by her slumbering posture, placed his hand on her, drawing her into his embrace. Be still. Yin Yu's body felt as though it had no bones, enveloped in a fragrant rose aroma. The moment she was held, Xiao Qingji began to regret his decision. As anticipated, it was not long before Yin Yu felt something hard pressing against her, causing her discomfort. She suspected he carried a concealed weapon, and with her eyes closed, she groped around him. In the next moment, Xiao Qingji grasped her small hand. A low, husky voice resonated. Miss Wen, what are your intentions with this prince? Yan Yu, momentarily bewildered, blinked in confusion. Xiao Qingji steadied her fragile shoulders, gently lifting her up. Sit properly. Yan Yu obediently adjusted herself. Chapter 24. Entering the palace, Yan Yu found herself perplexed by the enigmatic nature of Xiao Qingji. If one were to label him as malevolent, she could hardly consider him truly wicked, yet, if he were to be deemed virtuous, it would be an undeniable fact that he was far from being a good man. Although Yan Yu had not frequently encountered her cousins from the Xiao family, they carried themselves with an air of refinement and elegance in public, eloquently versed in poetry, literature, and etiquette. They bore no resemblance to Xiao Qingji, whose temperament was utterly inscrutable. She herself could not fathom what misstep had provoked his ire. The carriage soon arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence. Xiao Qingji's demeanor returned to normal, the ominous aura surrounding him considerably diminished as he disembarked from the carriage. Following suit, Yan Yu hesitantly lifted the curtain. Before her maid could assist her down, Xiao Qingji extended his hand towards her. Yan Yu hesitated, glancing at him uncertainly, fearful of inciting his anger once more. After a moment's deliberation, she placed her hand in his palm with a gentle tug. He drew her down, causing her to stumble into his embrace, prompting her to quickly regain her composure. At that moment, Hua approached Xiao Qingji and reported, "Your Highness, you must make another visit to the Ministry of Justice. There are reports that the murderer has been apprehended, and an interrogation will take place shortly." Xiao Qingji gradually released his hold and prepared to follow Hua and his entourage. Yan Yu touched the collar of his robe, suggesting, "Your Highness should return to your quarters to freshen up and change your attire before proceeding." The heat of the day was oppressive, having spent half the day outside. It was indeed time for a change of clothing. Hua chimed in with a smile, "Princess, the matters at the ministry are urgent. Please allow His Highness to attend to them first." Having grown up in a subordinate position, Yan Yu was adept in matters of social interaction and discerning the nature of people and situations. However, the eunuch accompanying Xiao Qingji was far from amiable. Having made several pointed remarks directed at her, Yan Yu understood that one must recognize the master when dealing with a dog. Some canines, having been allowed to display their dominance for too long, develop a temperament fiercer than that of wolves, yet, Yan Yu was not one to passively endure such treatment. If a mere eunuch could give her a hard time, how could she navigate life within the palace? However, it would be imprudent to openly express her displeasure. The eunuch maintained a submissive demeanor, betraying no outright hostility. Should she choose to confront him, it might appear as though she were losing her composure. With a smile, she remarked, "Do not think I am unaware of the affairs within the court. I am well aware of what constitutes a delay. Since you are the eunuch closest to the prince, should you not be concerned for His Highness's well-being? What if he were to suffer from heatstroke? Even if His Highness possesses a robust constitution, he still requires proper care." As she spoke, Yan Yu tugged at Xiao Qingji's sleeve. "Your Highness, can't you spare a moment?" Xiao Qingji cast a glance at Hua, stating, "I shall attend to it later." Hua, with a forced smile, replied, "Of course." Thus, Xiao Qingji returned with Yan Yu to her residence, Wanfu Courtyard. Yan Yu instructed her maid to prepare warm water and fresh garments, lowering her head to unfasten Xiao Qingji's belt. This time, the clasp was not secured too tightly, and she easily loosened it. As expected, his inner garments were thoroughly soaked. Yan Yu touched the fabric, utterly bewildered by how those around him could be so negligent to eye in the sweltering summer heat. Why would they dress him in such tightly fitted clothing that offered no breathability? After all, Xiao Qingji was a prince. Did his attendants possess no discernment whatsoever? As she measured his shoulder width, she softly inquired, "How many maids do you have in your household?" "None," Xiao Qingji replied. "I do not favor women attending to me." Since the age of 12 or 13, whenever the emperor assigned palace maids to serve him, there were always a few reckless enough to attempt to seduce him. Yan Yu, casting her gaze downward with a smile, remarked, "No wonder, the eunuchs are careless, and I fear they do not attend to your needs adequately." Although Xiao Qingji had grown up in wealth and privilege, having spent 2 years in military service, he was not particular about his daily life and could endure hardships, unlike the fifth prince, who was spoiled and finicky about his food and attire. His daily affairs were managed by the eunuchs in attendance, and he had grown accustomed to their level of service. Having measured his shoulder width, Yan Yu proceeded to gauge his waist. Xiao Qingji grasped her hand, asking, "What do you intend to do?" He had just noticed Yan Yu's hands roaming over him. Out of consideration for her modesty, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, yet she persisted, moving from his shoulder to his waist. Yan Yu withdrew her hand, explaining, "I need to have a few garments made for you, and I must know your measurements." Xiao Qingji fixed his gaze upon her, stating, "I shall not wear garments made by your maids." Yan Yu replied dismissively, "Then I shall make them myself." Xiao Qingji chose not to argue further, allowing her to continue measuring his waist. After taking the measurements, Yan Yu felt she had enough information. The warm water and cloth were prepared, but she felt a bit embarrassed to remove his inner garments to wipe his body and intended to call a servant for assistance. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, instructing Yan Yu to leave and permitting no one to enter. Yan Yu took the opportunity to sip her tea outside and rest for a moment. Hua remained standing outside, and Yan Yu beckoned him over, inquiring about his name. Once Hua had finished explaining, Yan Yu remarked, "That is indeed an unusual name." Hua chuckled, "It was bestowed upon me by the chief eunuch when I entered the palace as a child, and I have used it ever since." Yan Yu nodded, returning to her tea, choosing not to engage further. Hua observed Yan Yu, a flicker of wariness in his heart. He had not anticipated that the newly appointed princess of Qin would possess such beauty. Any compliments regarding her appearance would fall short of doing her justice. Yet her demeanor was undeniably frigid. Even though she appeared gentle on the surface, her inner essence was as unyielding as ice in the coldest winter, leaving others unable to decipher her thoughts. Before long, Xiao Qingji emerged from within. Yan Yu set down her tea, rising on tiptoe to adjust his hairpin. The hour grows late, your highness should be on your way. Xiao Qingji glanced at the teacup beside him. Yan Yu had prepared a refreshing floral tea, which she offered to him. Watching as he drank, she retrieved the cup once he was done. As Xiao Qingji departed the room, Yan Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was no wonder the daughters of the Xiao family were reluctant to marry. They spoke of the burdens that accompanied marriage, serving a husband, attending to in-laws, caring for younger sisters, and managing the myriad affairs of the household. Yan Yu, having married into royalty, did not have to face her in-laws daily, nor did her sisters-in-law reside outside the palace, yet, simply navigating the complexities of dealing with this aloof husband was already taxing her mind and spirit, as it seemed that no matter her efforts, he remained perpetually displeased. After sitting on the couch for a while, Yan Yu instructed Bai Chun, go fetch a bolt of Yunji silk and 2 bolts of Huiwen brocade. Although Bai Chun was puzzled, she obediently complied. Chapter 25. Entering the palace. Yan Yu had not engaged in needlework for quite some time, and thus felt somewhat out of practice. Fortunately, several of her maids were quite adept, and by the time she was ready to retire for the night, they had fashioned a garment for her. Uncertain of how well it would fit, she decided to retire early that night. As Xiao Qingji had not returned, it was rumored that a serious incident had occurred in the capital, where a flower thief had sullied the innocence of numerous girls, leaving families with daughters in a state of unease. The perpetrator possessed some martial skills, and it had taken the constabulary a considerable time to apprehend him, with the capture occurring only yesterday. Whispers suggested that this flower thief's origins were rather extraordinary, inciting various factions to stir trouble. Unless Xiao Qingji brought it up, Yan Yu had no inclination to inquire about court affairs. She had been preoccupied with her sewing, and whenever she grew weary, she would rest in her chamber or take a stroll outside. The engagement between Yan Yu and the Prince of Qin had been concluded, and the Xiao couple was preparing to return to Ling City. When they departed, Yan Yu made a point to see them off, accompanying them all the way to the city gates. She was unaware of when she might next see her uncle and aunt, for the vast expanse between the north and south made such reunions increasingly rare. It had been many years since her first visit to the Xiao family, when Juncture had cradled her in her arms, encouraging her to consider the Anqing Marquis' residence as her own home. Time had flown by, and now so many years had passed. Xiao Hong was hesitant to let Yan Yu see them off for too long. He bowed to her and said, the morning winds are quite strong, and since the princess is of delicate constitution, it would be best for her to return and rest early. Back when Yan Yu was in the Xiao household, he was her uncle, and she was his niece. Now that Yan Yu had become the princess, Xiao Hong adhered strictly to decorum, treating her with utmost respect. Yan Yu wiped away her tears. Once you arrive in Ling City, you must write to me, uncle. Of course, Xiao Hong replied, promptly instructing Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou, you two are to escort the princess's carriage back. In the future, you must heed any requests from her. As Yan Yu watched the Xiao family's carriage fade from view, she finally boarded her own carriage. By the time she returned to the Prince of Qin's residence, the sky had already brightened. Xiao Qingji had just returned from court and went directly to the Tsangfeng pavilion. The kitchen had been busy preparing breakfast since dawn. The various courtyards maids and concubines, as well as the prince and the princess from Tsangfeng pavilion, each had their unique preferences. Yan Yu favored sweeter dishes with a lighter flavor, rarely indulging in meat. Thus, her breakfast consisted primarily of delicate seasonal vegetables and sweet porridge, accompanied by exquisite pastries. Of the Prince of Qin's meals, however, were sure to include meat, predominantly venison and mutton, prepared in various styles, similar to her experiences in the palace. As for the concubines in the various courtyards, their demands were numerous. These women were bestowed by the Empress Dowager, although they held lower status and the prince paid them no mind. The Empress Dowager's position was formidable. Over the years, the Zheng family had flourished, and whatever the Empress Dowager wished to accomplish had largely come to fruition, leading to the kitchen staff refraining from offending those she had favored. The emperor had gifted Yan Yu some bloodbirds, and during this time, she was to consume a bowl of bird's nest soup every morning. However, upon her return this morning, she lacked appetite, so the maid instructed that the bowl of bird's nest be saved for when the princess awoke. Among the concubines in the side courtyard, Tianshi had the most frequent dealings with the Empress Dowager, often relaying information to her. Tianshi was well aware of the Prince of Qin's disdain for her. They were all thrust upon him by the Zhang family, akin to chives sprouting anew after being cut. No matter how many were eliminated, the Empress Dowager would always have more to spare. Conversely, if the Prince of Qin were to accumulate too much blood on his hands, his reputation would be swiftly tarnished. Even now, a multitude of voices outside whispered of his cruelty and indiscriminate bloodshed. The Empress Dowager's rationale was compelling. What prince did not have several women at his beck and call? Was it possible that the Prince of Qin had a peculiar preference for the likes of a rabbit figurine? To be frank, the Empress Dowager possessed a formidable tongue and a knack for distasteful manipulation, managing to leave the Prince of Qin speechless, forcing him to accept her arrangements while pinching his nose. After all, even the emperor had to regard her with a modicum of respect, while the Prince of Qin had yet to attain even the status of crown prince. Should he not maintain a few women in his courtyard, the Empress Dowager could easily tarnish his name with accusations of lasciviousness. With the Empress Dowager as her backing, Tianshi navigated her days in the Prince of Qin's residence with remarkable ease, leading her to develop an inflated sense of self-importance, disregarding everyone around her. Tianshi often sought to excel and demanded the finest from the kitchen, requesting chicken, duck, fish, and meat at every meal. The kitchen at the Prince of Qin's residence was surely abundant with such provisions, and accommodating a few idle mouths was hardly a burden. The Empress Dowager seemed intent on testing the character of the princess' newlywed wife, curious to see whether this fruit could indeed be squeezed. Now, Tianshi had become the one to do the squeezing. She frequently visited the kitchen, and on one such occasion, her eyes landed on the bird's nest reserved for the princess. Even in the palace, the supply of blood bird's nests was limited. Only those of high rank were entitled to partake, while the majority were ordinary white nests. Tianxia insisted that her health had been poor of late and that she needed to consume something nourishing. The kitchen steward, of course, refused her, stating, "This is the princess's portion, she will wish to eat it upon waking." "I refuse to believe the princess is so stingy," Tianxia retorted, pouting. Surely, she would not deny the Empress Dowager's favor? The steward found himself in a quandary. Usually, only those of high rank could speak on such matters before the Empress Dowager. However, on the 17th of each month, the Empress Dowager summoned Tianxia to the palace for a chat. With the Zheng family currently holding immense power, who would dare to offend the Empress Dowager, despite lacking the Prince of Qin's affections, Tianxia remained arrogant in the residence, a testament to her situation. The princess wife had yet to express any discernible stance since entering the Prince of Qin's residence. However, with both her father and brother deceased, the Duke of Zheng's estate was now but a hollow shell, leaving her without a soul to support her in the capital. Lacking maternal familial ties made her undertakings considerably arduous, as the royal servants were particularly fond of looking down upon those without connections. Furthermore, provisions had been prepared to send to Wanfu courtyard, and it was uncertain whether the princess wife would remember the bowl of bird's nest. If she were to inquire about it later, another bowl could easily be prepared. The steward ceased further discourse with Tianxia and permitted her to take the bowl of bird's nest. Before noon, the head maid of Wanfu courtyard, Bichuan, arrived. The princess had awakened and wished to eat. Upon examining the food box filled with pear blossom white jade cake, ruem cake, osmanthus milk custard, 3 silk fish fins, and jade bamboo fern, she suddenly noticed something amiss. What about the bowl of bird's nest that the princess wanted upon waking? Where has it gone? The steward replied, "We were unaware that the princess desired this. Shall we prepare it for her now?" "Nonsense, I saw you stewing it this morning. How could it be gone now?" The steward, genuinely at a loss, replied, "Tianxia requested it. We could not refuse, as she is favored by the Empress Dowager." Chapter 26. Entering the palace. By Chun's face flushed with indignation. "The Empress Dowager's gifts, they are merely concubines, while Our Lady is the true mistress of the Wang residence. How could you permit a mere maid to usurp the possessions of the lady?" The kitchen steward, seasoned by experience, recalled the times before the lady's arrival when those concubines frequently caused disturbances in the kitchen. Although they were all favored by the Empress Dowager, internal conflicts existed among them. Tian, the one closest to the Empress Dowager, often acted domineeringly, while the other three engaged in petty squabbles amongst themselves. Bai Chun, being young and possessing a delicate demeanor, was seen as easy to manipulate. The steward smiled and replied, "Do not let your anger consume you, Mississippi. You have concealed this matter from the lady just this once. With so much food around, she is unlikely to miss a bowl of bird's nest. Rest assured, we shall not make the same mistake again. We are all servants here, and life is not easy for any of us. Wouldn't it be better to accommodate one another? Who would dare to offend the Empress Dowager?" Suppressing her frustration, Bai Chun took the items and returned. At that moment, Yen Yu had just awakened and was having her hair styled by Ning Xia in front of the mirror. Yen Yu's hair was exceptionally beautiful, appearing like mist and smoke from a distance, with her tresses cascading like dark clouds. A comb could effortlessly glide through it. Managing such hair was indeed a hassle, requiring frequent washing, and during combing, Ning Xia would delicately apply rosewater. Bai Chun, unable to keep the incident from Yen Yu, recounted the happenings in the kitchen. Yen Yu selected a pearl hairpin from her jewelry box, lowering her gaze to examine it closely. The emperor held a deep affection for his son, the Prince of Qin, perhaps due to the palace's insecurity, permitting him to establish his own residence at a tender age. With his own abode, he was free from the watchful eyes of the palace and the constraints of royal etiquette, becoming the true master of his household, surely affording him much more comfort. Yet, the Empress Dowager kept a close watch on the Prince of Qin, her scrutiny unwavering. The women bestowed upon him were ostensibly concubines but were, in reality, her eyes and ears, monitoring his every word and action. Presently, a bold concubine had brazenly pilfered the lady's belongings. Without the Empress Dowager's instigation, she likely would not have had the audacity to do so. As a newcomer, Yen Yu did not wish to escalate matters over a mere morsel of food, fearing it might lead to unflattering gossip that would become a source of ridicule. However, should a concubine continue to overstep her bounds, it would render her life in the Wang residence untenable. Today, it was her bird's nest that was taken. Tomorrow, who might intrude upon her quarters to snatch her clothing and jewelry? She secured the hairpin in her hair and scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. "Let us have our meal first." Meanwhile, Tian enjoyed her meal with great satisfaction. Given her status as a concubine in the Prince of Qin's residence, she had never garnered his affection, never having the fortune to touch delicacies like bird's nest or ginseng, let alone the prized blood swallow. Though the taste might not surpass that of chicken, duck, or fish, the experience brought her a sense of fulfillment. Having overeaten at lunch, Tian decided to take a stroll with a maid to aid digestion, intending to visit another concubine's courtyard for a chat. As she passed by the Yingyue pavilion, she noticed a gathering of several women within, a scene quite uncommon in the prince's residence. Overcome by curiosity, she approached with her maid in tow. Before she could draw nearer, a tall matron intercepted her. "The lady is resting in the pavilion. Which courtyard do you belong to?" Upon hearing that the lady was present, Tian recalled her earlier misdeed of taking the lady's bird's nest and feared retribution. After stating her identity, she attempted to leave. The matron nodded. "Ah, it is you, concubine Tian. Please kneel here and wait while I convey your greetings to the lady and see if she has any instructions." From a distance, Tian spotted a woman in a crimson gown seated in the pavilion, surrounded by several maids engaged in conversation. Being too far away, she could not discern the lady's features. Nevertheless, since the lady was present and it was their first encounter, with the matron instructing her to kneel, Tian complied. The matron approached Yin Yu and relayed, "Lady, concubine Tian has passed by and wishes to pay her respects. Would you like her to join us for a conversation?" Yin Yu, holding a needle and thread, let her lashes gently fall. "Kindly inform her that I am currently occupied with embroidering a flower. Once I am finished, I shall call her over to speak." The matron nodded. "Understood, I shall convey your message." The blazingly hot sun scorched the stone floor, and Tian, clad in light garments, found her knees painfully scorched upon kneeling. After what felt like an eternity, when the matron finally returned, Tian hastily inquired, "May I approach the lady to pay my respects?" "The lady is embroidering in the pavilion and is currently unavailable for conversation," the matron replied with a smile. "Concubine Tian, you must remain here on your knees. I will summon you when the lady has completed her embroidery." Tian was left utterly dumbfounded. The sun blazed down mercilessly, while the pavilion by the lake offered a refreshing breeze, rendering it quite comfortable inside. However, should she remain kneeling outside for too long, it would indeed become unbearable. Initially, Tian had anticipated that after stealing the lady's bird's nest, she would be summoned for a reprimand, perhaps receiving a scolding. She envisioned the Empress Dowager later mocking her in front of several noble ladies, jesting about how the prince's wife, raised in the countryside without parental guidance, had caused such a commotion over a bowl of bird's nest, inevitably becoming a source of ridicule for months to come. After all, the capital had become accustomed to opulence, albeit subtly understated. To bicker over a bowl of bird's nest was rather petty, yet, the prince's wife made no mention of the incident, merely stating her intent to embroider while instructing Tian to wait outside the pavilion. Under such circumstances, how could Tian dare to defy her? Such a simple directive was not to be ignored. Even in front of the Empress Dowager, half an hour passed, and Tian's face had turned crimson from the sun, her garments drenched in sweat. Yet, the prince's wife showed no inclination to summon her. Another hour passed, and as dusk approached, the sun began to set. Tian's knees ached to the point of numbness when the matron finally emerged from the pavilion, announcing that the lady wished to speak with her. As Tian stood, her legs felt unsteady, and she stumbled and fell. The matron frowned. "Concubine Tian, you are to meet the lady, you must maintain your composure." Struggling to approach Yin Yu, the earlier bravado she felt from stealing the bird's nest dissipated, leaving no trace. Yin Yu observed the handkerchief she had been embroidering, then smiled gently at concubine Tian. "It is indeed our first meeting. Since we shall be residing in the same household, feel free to express your desires regarding any provisions or delicacies. I have heard that you are favored by the Empress Dowager. There is no need for subterfuge. Such behavior is not only unbecoming but could tarnish the Empress Dowager's reputation. I assure you, I shall extend my utmost care where it is needed." Chapter 27. Entering the palace, the maid Tian, upon hearing her speak in a gentle tone, couldn't help but glance up at Yin Yu. Indeed, Yin Yu possessed an extraordinary beauty, her ethereal visage adorned with a hint of delicate frailty. Yet in truth, Yin Yu was indifferent to the bowl of bird's nest soup, as well as to the presence of so many individuals in the manor. So long as no one dared to bully her, she would not take the initiative to exert her influence over others. Should anyone be bold enough to challenge her, she would not simply weep and seek a man to avenge her. Zhang had long advised her that to survive in the inner chambers, relying solely on men was insufficient. One must possess the means to manage affairs independently. Otherwise, what would become of her when age and fading beauty caught up with her? Young and beautiful maidens emerged in succession. After all, had the maid Tian refrained from provoking her and not sought to snatch away her belongings, there would have been no conflict. The vast estate of the Qin Wanfu was more than capable of supporting such a multitude. If everyone could contentedly partake in their meals and rest, would it not be a more harmonious existence? Though a concubine, she still held a semblance of authority, far preferable to laboring in servitude. Yet, there were those who sought to disrupt such tranquility, dragging Yin Yu into their schemes. After an afternoon breeze, Yin Yu returned home feeling somewhat drowsy from a light meal. After bathing and changing, she wished to retire early for rest. Unbeknownst to her, the maid Tian spent the entire night in restless agony. Her knees throbbed with pain, initially bruised and swollen. Even after applying medicine, the fiery ache persisted. Although the maid Tian hailed from the ranks of palace servants, her exquisite figure and delicate skin had once garnered the favor of Empress Zhang, leading to her being bestowed upon the Qinwang. The Qinwang was undeniably handsome, unmatched in beauty among the court's officials, and unlike the effeminate young lords of the capital, he was tall and robust, both scholarly and martial, without a single flaw to be found. However, truth be told, such a strikingly handsome man could also possess a heart of cruelty. The maid Tian had once reveled in her perceived superiority, considering herself a favored gift from the empress. Even if the Qinwang loathed her, he could not take her life. Having suffered a punishment, she felt a mix of resentment and anger, fearing to confront the Wang Fei openly. To avenge today's grievances, she could only rely on the empress's intervention. Rumors circulated in the court of further disturbances. A notorious flower thief had unsettled many households in the capital, reputed to have connections and engaged in unsavory deeds, including murder and arson. The current Duke of England was the younger brother of Empress Zhang, and the father of Empress Zhang was also implicated. This flower thief, known as Lu Si, was quite skilled, executing his crimes with a chilling efficiency, causing distress to numerous unmarried maidens. The court had invested considerable effort to apprehend him. Xiao Qingji had set a trap for his trusted subordinates to capture him. Lu Si preyed on commoners' daughters, none of whom hailed from noble lineage, and the Zhang family sought to use him for their own ends, leveraging connections to protect him. The Ministry of Justice, under Xiao Qingji's command, could scarcely shield him from scrutiny. Lu Si, a rogue of the underworld, confessed to his vile acts during interrogation, yet remained tight-lipped about the Zhang family's affairs, enduring various tortures without divulging a word. As time dragged on, Xiao Qingji grew increasingly impatient, while the Zhang family became more anxious. After much coercion, Lu Si revealed that he had murdered the envoy to Siznan the previous year. However, by nightfall, nearly a cup of tea later, he succumbed to poison in his cell. This incident left Xiao Qingji in a foul mood for several days. Hua, following closely behind Xiao Qingji, remarked, "It seems the Ministry of Justice is not as impenetrable as it once was. I suspect the Zhang family has placed an informant within." Xiao Qingji was well aware of this and had been assigning his trusted aides to investigate who had poisoned Lu Si. For many years, he had been at odds with the Duke of England. Having finally grasped a weakness in his adversary, it had vanished in an instant. He found it intolerable not to dismantle this informant piece by piece to quell his fury. On the way back to Cunfeng Terrace, Xiao Qingji suddenly overheard hushed voices and turned to see a servant girl and her mistress in a nearby pavilion. He had not visited Yan Yu's residence in many days, nearly forgetting that he had a Wang Fei. At that moment, he recalled her existence. Xiao Qingji glanced at Yan Yu and inquired, "What has the Wang Fei been occupied with these days?" Hua Ha replied, "I am uncertain, Your Highness. Ensure that the keys to each storeroom and the accounts of the manor are entrusted to her care." Hua Ha was taken aback. For years, the Qin Wangfu had been without a Wang Fei, with Xiao Qingji preoccupied with court affairs. Hua Ha had managed the household. After a brief hesitation, Hua Ha said, "Your Highness, the Wang Fei is still quite young and inexperienced. Placing the vast estate in her hands could lead to complications. What complications may arise, I shall hold her accountable should any issues occur." Xiao Qingji was perpetually busy with affairs of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War, never having a moment of leisure. Observing Yan Yu's carefree demeanor, he felt compelled to assign her some responsibilities. Hua Ha understood Xiao Qingji's character. He was resolute and unwavering, and those under his command must comply. To defy him would be to risk one's life. Previously, Hua Ha had underestimated Yan Yu, believing the Qin Wang to be indifferent to beauty, and that the Wang Fei was merely a decorative presence. Now, witnessing Xiao Qingji's intent to confer authority upon Yan Yu, Hua Ha's previous disdain began to dissipate. "Very well, I shall deliver the keys to the Wang Fei shortly." Yan Yu and her entourage remained unaware of Xiao Qingji's presence. In these recent days, he had nearly forgotten her, just as she had forgotten that a Wang was present in the manor. As the autumn winds began to rise, with news that the two sisters-in-law from the Xiao family were on their way and would arrive in the capital within half a month, Yan Yu felt a surge of anticipation. Truth be told, life within the Qin Wangfu felt somewhat monotonous, lacking even a companion for conversation. In her previous life at the Xiao residence, she had sisters and aunts. Her days were far from solitary. Tomorrow, she would enter the palace to pay her respects to Empress Zhang. Given the Empress's declining health, it was the duty of those in the younger generation to visit frequently, fulfilling their filial obligations. The days within the Wangfu were dull, while those within the palace walls were perilous. Indeed, the lives of women who married into such families were marked by a relentless cycle. Hearing that she was to enter the palace the following day, Ning Xia expressed her concern. "The Empress may not hold you in high regard." Each time Yan Yu approached Empress Zhang, the latter would regard her with disdain. Sometimes, the words spoken by the Empress left Ning Xia feeling sympathetic for her mistress. Chapter 28. Entering the palace, Yan Yu remained relatively unconcerned. Enduring grievances, it is all too common for a new bride to face the displeasure of her mother-in-law. From the very beginning, there were countless individuals eager to witness the misfortunes of Yan Yu, the princess of the Qin. She felt powerless against Empress Zhang. All she could do was respond to challenges as they arose, adapting to each situation as it came. Yan Yu understood clearly that as long as she remained blameless, ensuring her own conduct was impeccable, Empress Zhang would find it impossible to truly exert control over her. However, there was something peculiar about the side consort, Wei. This Wei consort had initially been the one to vie for the fifth princess affections, and it appeared that she shared a deep bond with him. Yet, upon encountering Yan Yu, she consistently seemed eager to make things difficult for her. As Yan Yu contemplated the various individuals within the palace, her steps gradually slowed. She had known beforehand that the palace was filled with challenging personalities, but experiencing it firsthand proved to be far more daunting than she had anticipated. Nurse Deng had accompanied Yan Yu for many years. Well versed in the ways of the world, she was privy to all that transpired, and upon entering the royal residence, she had adopted a more subdued demeanor, wary of giving Empress Zhang any leverage against her. "Speaking of which, you really ought to attend to the prince properly and win his heart," Nurse Deng whispered. "Your primary task in this royal household is to captivate this man." Yan Yu was acutely aware of this fact. Having married Xiao Qingji, she naturally intended to fulfill her duties as a princess, yet, Xiao Qingji was as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen within the confines of the palace. Whenever she inquired about him, she was told he was preoccupied with numerous affairs of state. Given his already heavy burdens, approaching him would only serve to irritate him further. Yan Yu was mindful that Xiao Qingji harbored some disdain for her, and she could not afford to make any missteps that might exacerbate his annoyance. As autumn approached, the weather remained unseasonably warm, and the evenings were still quite sultry. After bathing and changing, Yan Yu sat on the couch with a book in hand, her thoughts wandering. A pang of homesickness struck her. To be precise, she longed for the Xiao family, which was not truly her home. While the Qin Wangfu could now be considered her residence, she had yet to acclimatize to it after all these days. At that moment, a voice broke through her reverie. Before she could fully comprehend, Ning Xia hurried in and whispered in her ear, "Miss, the prince has arrived." Yan Yu responded with a dazed "Oh." Having spent many years in the Xiao family's inner courtyard, she was adept at navigating relationships with women, easily discerning their affections or ulterior motives. However, when it came to capturing a man's heart, she felt rather at a loss. The lessons imparted by Jiang did not encompass this aspect. With Xiao Qingji's unpredictable temperament, Yan Yu often found herself uncertain of how to interact with him. As she rose from the couch, Xiao Qingji had already entered the room. Yan Yu promptly instructed her maidservants to prepare warm water for the prince's bath and change. She could sense that Xiao Qingji's mood was not particularly cheerful today. Approaching him, she helped him remove his outer robe and took off the purple gold crown from his head. It has been some time since I last saw your highness, have you dined yet? Would you care for something to eat? Indeed, Xiao Qingji had hardly eaten anything that evening, and only now did Yan Yu's inquiry jog his memory. Her eyes brightened as she ordered the maidservants to prepare some food. Xiao Qingji had a distaste for sweet dishes, and Yan Yu had yet to determine his culinary preferences, thus, he sampled only a few bites of the pastries and soup that were brought to him. Are these not to your highness's liking? Yan Yu inquired. Xiao Qingji replied coolly, too sweet. She presented him with the milk jelly he had barely touched, which she had flavored only lightly with acacia honey. However, knowing his preferences, she could not allow him to sleep on an empty stomach. Remembering that she had a jar of pickled quail and duck feet in her small kitchen, she instructed a maidservant to fetch a plate, and also had her prepare a dish of sauteed mushrooms and chicken legs, along with a bowl of noodles. This time, Xiao Qingji was no longer finicky and consumed all the dishes prepared for him. Yan Yu was surprised to discover that he preferred savory over sweet, favoring meat over vegetables, and silently noted this observation for the future. After their dinner, Xiao Qingji instructed Hua to bring her the keys to all the storerooms and several thick ledgers, indicating that henceforth, she would be responsible for managing the internal affairs of the royal household. Yan Yu was taken aback by his level of trust in her. Hesitantly, she said, Your Highness, I lack experience in these matters, perhaps I should first learn from the steward, and gradually take over? With such generosity from Xiao Qingji, Yan Yu worried that he might be setting her up for failure, waiting for her to make a mistake to use as a pretext for reprimanding her. The Qin Wangfu was an immense establishment, and any blunders could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Qingji regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Who is the master here? If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to summon them for clarification. With his words, Yan Yu found it difficult to refuse further. She lowered her head and perused the household roster, discovering, to her astonishment, the sheer number of people residing in the Wangfu. However, the guards and servants in Xiao Qingji's courtyard were not listed here, as he managed them directly. In truth, Yan Yu had never visited Xiao Qingji's quarters. As he retreated to bathe and change, Yan Yu had prepared some new garments for him made in the past few days. At the time, Xiao Qingji had merely mentioned it in passing, never expecting Yan Yu to actually craft new attire for him. Women were indeed more meticulous, they could distinguish various fabrics with great clarity, far surpassing the attentiveness of the eunuchs around him. Having lost his mother at an early age and with the Empress Dowager keeping a watchful eye, the palace attendants did not dare be overly attentive to him in terms of his daily needs, leading him to be less particular. Yan Yu approached him to adjust his sleeve cuffs. Does it fit well? Xiao Qingji remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, his expression inscrutable, leaving her to ponder his thoughts. Typically accustomed to retiring early, Yan Yu felt drowsy at this hour. With the prospect of entering the palace the following day, she found herself preoccupied with thoughts of managing the internal affairs of the Wangfu and the impending encounter with Empress Zhang, before drifting off to sleep as her head hit the pillow. Xiao Qingji, initially cheered by the sight of the new garments, felt his mood dampen again as he observed her quickly succumb to slumber. Devoid of any further thoughts, he reached out, drawing her into his embrace, one hand deftly unfastening her nightgown. Burying her face in his chest, Yan Yu murmured softly, Your Highness, I am so tired. Xiao Qingji lifted her chin with one hand. Yan Yu nestled closer, brushing her lips against the corner of his mouth, silently pleading for him to refrain from any further advances, as she needed to be well rested for her audience with the Empress the next day. Xiao Qingji touched the spot where she had kissed him, yet made no further move. Chapter 29. Entering the palace, it was not that Yan Yu was unwilling to serve Xiao Qingji. Rather, her experiences on their wedding night had left her feeling quite disheartened. Xiao Qingji had caused her considerable pain, and she was apprehensive about suffering again. The disparity in their physiques was rather pronounced, and given that Xiao Qingji was not known for his gentleness, she harbored a lingering shadow of fear. Nevertheless, she resolved to endure as best she could. If there came a day when she chose not to enter the palace or pay her respects, she would leave Xiao Qingji to his own devices. On this particular rest day, as the morning light broke, Yan Yu awoke to find Xiao Qingji still sleeping beside her. He had her nestled in his embrace, her delicate face pressed against his chest. His torso was solid and muscular, and even through the fabric of his clothing, she could discern the defined contours. Yan Yu, soft and yielding in form, found herself puzzled by the stark contrast between their bodies. Taking advantage of his slumber, she gently explored his chest with her fingers, finding the sensation surprisingly pleasant. Although Xiao Qingji's demeanor was somewhat frigid, his body radiated warmth. She mused that if she were to strike him with her fist, it might produce a resounding thud. Lost in her whimsical thoughts, her hand was suddenly captured. Xiao Qingji had not been asleep at all, with his duties requiring him to rise early. He was accustomed to waking at the crack of dawn, even on days without court. Though he had awakened early today, he had no intention of leaving the bed. With his eyelashes fluttering slightly, he opened his eyes to reveal an expression devoid of discernible emotion. What are you doing? He inquired. Yan Yu's mind went blank. She stammered, but could not form a coherent response. Xiao Qingji was not one to allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Whatever she had just done, he would return the favor in kind. While the barrier of clothing made it somewhat acceptable, her cheeks and ears flushed a deep crimson, and even her neck felt warm. Noticing that he still held her hand, she hastily pushed it away. Well, they were not that familiar yet, and such familiarity felt inappropriate. Once she had freed herself, Xiao Qingji rose from the bed, seemingly disinterested in further antics. However, he could not deny that the softness of Yan Yu's form was quite enticing. Though frail, she was pleasantly yielding in all the right places. Yan Yu followed suit, descending from the bed to summon the maidservants for tea, water, and towels. She wrung out a damp cloth, intending to wipe Xiao Qingji's face. However, he would not allow her to assist him, taking the cloth himself to wipe his own face. When she offered to help him don his clothing, he again declined her assistance, dressing himself with ease. A twinge of disappointment flickered within Yanyu. Did the prince truly find her so bothersome that he would not permit her to aid him with such trivial matters? Xiao Qingji observed her lost in thought, unable to fathom what occupied her mind. He took the cloth from the maidservant and approached Yanyu, offering to wipe her face. His grip was firm, and Yanyu was unaccustomed to such assertiveness from a man. She instinctively recoiled. "Your Highness, I can manage myself." Yet her words bore no weight. Xiao Qingji was convinced that her earlier insistence on attending to him was a deliberate seduction. Did she not enjoy serving others? He, too, was adept at employing similar tactics, and he pinched her chin as he wiped her face. Additionally, he summoned Ningxia to bring forth the garments she was to wear that day. The maidservants in the room were filled with delight, astonished that the prince would so willingly attend to their young lady. Yanyu, lacking the strength to resist him, found herself entirely at his mercy. Xiao Qingji finished dressing her in a beautiful gown, his hand resting on her slender waist. Her waist was so delicate that he feared applying too much pressure might break her. Yanyu squirmed slightly. "Let me go." Xiao Qingji remained silent. After a moment, gesturing toward his own face, with no other recourse, Yanyu rose on her toes to plant a quick kiss on his lips. Xiao Qingji, unabashed, behaved as though nothing were amiss in front of the maidservants, leaving Yanyu feeling a touch embarrassed, though she feigned composure as if nothing had transpired. He intended to stay for breakfast, but a summons arrived from the palace. A young eunuch requested Xiao Qingji's presence, stating that the emperor wished for him to partake in a morning meal within the palace. Typically, such an invitation signified that the emperor wished to discuss matters of state. It was rare for the two to gather merely for a meal. More often than not, it was to deliberate on political affairs. Xiao Qingji surmised that the conversation would likely pertain to the case surrounding Lucy's demise in the Ministry of Justice's prison. Wasting no time, he followed the eunuch to the palace. Meanwhile, Yanyu instructed her maidservants to style her hair and apply her makeup. She had discerned that Empress Zhang held a particular disdain for young women who flaunted their beauty in her presence. Yet, regardless of her efforts, the Empress continued to harbor animosity toward her. The fifth prince and Prince Qin were sworn enemies, and it was all but certain that one would perish in the years to come. Given the circumstances, what more could Yanyu do? A rebellious spirit stirred within her. Fully aware of Empress Zhang's aversion to her adornments, she typically eschewed frivolity, yet at this moment, she resolved to present herself in vivid splendor. Adorning herself with a pink peony hairpin and a delicate peach blossom makeup that accentuated her fair complexion, she transformed into a vision of rosy vitality. Ningxia, gazing at Yanyu in the mirror, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, your complexion today resembles that of a ripe peach." Yanyu accepted a bowl of white fungus and lotus seed soup from Ningxia, savoring a spoonful before preparing to enter the palace. Meanwhile, within Empress Zhang's quarters, Wei Ruxuan, upon learning of Yanyu's impending arrival, hastily urged the fifth prince to return home. Qiao Zheshan, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to linger a while longer in Mother's palace?" Wei Ruxuan, cognizant of Yanyu's beguiling beauty, feared that Qiao Zheshan would inevitably regret encountering her. She was determined to keep him from seeing Yanyu, wishing to ensure he forever regarded her as an unsightly, ailing creature. "Fifth prince, you should return to practice your calligraphy. Otherwise, should the emperor inquire about your studies, you will have no satisfactory response." Wei Ruxuan summoned a eunuch to accompany Xiao Zheshan back. Although Xiao Zheshan remained baffled, he did not dwell on it and promptly returned to the estate. Truth be told, he harbored a certain trepidation toward the emperor. Each time the emperor reviewed his studies, it left him in a state of anxious apprehension. Chapter 30. Entering the palace after Xiao Zheshan's departure, Wei Ruxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since marrying Xiao Zheshan as a secondary consort, their affection remained as strong as ever. However, Wei Ruxuan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. As Xiao Zheshan occasionally strayed, she recalled that the book mentioned the fifth prince never indulged in other concubines after his marriage. Yet in reality, Xiao Zheshan frequently visited the chambers of other concubines, unable to tear his gaze away from any beautiful woman he encountered. Wei Ruxuan was troubled, feeling that Xiao Zheshan was not as virtuous as portrayed in the literature. Regardless, her ultimate desire was for Xiao Zheshan to ascend the throne. What she sought was not merely his companionship, but the esteemed position of empress. With the title of empress, she could finally hold her head high. In recent years, Empress Zhang had been in poor health, and the Dowager Empress remarked that her temperament was too petty, a result of her narrow-mindedness. A woman who entered the palace and became an empress ought to possess a broader mindset. Without a heart to accommodate others, what purpose does serving as empress serve? The Dowager Empress was not entirely wrong. Each time Empress Zhang fell ill, it was due to her discontent with some matter. Recently, the emperor had taken a liking to a new palace maid, a stunning girl with a tall and voluptuous figure, assigned to Empress Zhang's quarters by the Imperial Household Department. Unable to bear the sight of this enchanting face, Empress Zhang forbade her from attending to her inside the chamber, forcing her to toil under the blazing sun outside. Little did she know, during one of these deliveries, the maid encountered the emperor, who was immediately captivated by her. After bestowing favor upon the maid, the emperor even conferred her a title, naming her Yn Marin, and she resided in the side hall of the sixth prince's mother, Consort Xia. Empress Zhang could not even recall the last time the emperor had touched her. Since her entrance into the palace, the emperor had taken a disliking to her, barely exchanging a word. Despite seeing a semblance of beauty in her reflection, she felt aged and weary, even more so than the Dowager Empress. The palace maid, who toiled in her quarters, had gained the emperor's affection. The fact that he preferred such a lowly creature over her filled Empress Zhang with genuine resentment. Lying wide awake in bed, she had not consumed a morsel for 2 days, rapidly waning in strength. Today, Xiao Jiashan came to visit her. The presence of her son momentarily lightened Empress Zheng's mood, allowing her to eat a little. Presently, her only hope rested upon Xiao Jiashan, her sole child. Wei Ruxuan, however, was quite impatient in attending to Empress Zheng, yet, since she was her mother-in-law, she had to endure it. At that moment, Yan Yu arrived to pay her respects, coinciding with the presence of Consort Xia and Consort Luo. Consort Luo was accompanied by Princess Fengxin, who, at 14, was still unbetrothed. Over the past 2 years, her primary concern had been the marriage of Princess Fengxin to the 7th prince, Xiao Qirui. After a recent unpleasant encounter with Yan Yu, Consort Luo chose to ignore her this time, and even Princess Fengxin regarded Yan Yu with a frosty demeanor. Consort Xia, the mother of the 6th prince, Xiao Jingshu, was not one for much conversation, appearing somewhat taciturn. Yan Yu merely exchanged pleasantries with her. In this palace, those who managed to rise to the rank of consort while safeguarding their sons were generally astute individuals. Yan Yu, who preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts, remained silent as long as others did not provoke her. Upon seeing Yan Yu, Wei Ruxuan's expression soured. The Princess of Qin has come again. Yan Yu smiled gently. The Empress is unwell, so it is only natural for me to inquire after her health. Wei Ruxuan noticed Yan Yu adorned in a green silk gown, her delicate features enhanced by the vibrant hue, instantly igniting her ire. Although they were of similar age, Yan Yu dressed as she pleased, always appearing exquisitely refined, while Wei Ruxuan felt akin to a shorn nun, constantly criticized by Empress Zheng for any slight deviation in her appearance. Wei Ruxuan wished fervently that Yan Yu too had a mother-in-law to impose such restrictions upon her. The Empress is currently ill. Is it entirely appropriate for you to be so flamboyant in your attire? Wei Ruxuan restrained her anger, speaking up. Princess of Qin, do you not consider the Empress's feelings? Yan Yu found this rather amusing. By rights, she was the primary consort, while Wei Ruxuan was but a secondary consort, and given that she belonged to the 3rd prince's household while Wei Ruxuan belonged to the 5th prince's, it was rather audacious for her to extend her reach so far into her affairs. This was a classic case of a dog meddling in matters that did not concern it. More importantly, the 3rd prince had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin, a legitimate princely status, while the 5th prince had no title at all. Thus, there was no room for Wei Ruxuan to interject based solely on rank. Yan Yu was not one to be easily trifled with. Those who dared offend her would soon learn the sharpness of her tongue. She relished in delivering the most cutting remarks, thriving on the discomfort of others, and she was not one to shy away from making her words sting. Upon hearing Wei Ruxuan's words, Yan Yu chuckled. So, you are the secondary consort of the 5th prince, Wei? I have heard of your boldness even before your marriage. Consort Xia and Luo, who had intended to enter, paused upon witnessing their exchange. As soon as Yan Yu spoke, Consort Luo felt a chuckle rising within her. Hearing of Wei Ruxuan's boldness prior to her marriage raised questions. What had she heard? Surely it concerned the whispers of Wei Ruxuan's affair with the 5th prince. Indeed, Wei Ruxuan too was reminded of this embarrassing incident, her face flushing crimson. Yan Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as she continued. However, within the palace, one must not speak so recklessly as one might outside. Decorum must be observed. The Prince of Qin is the elder brother of the 5th prince. I am the sister-in-law of the 5th prince, and you are the secondary consort of the 5th prince. Regardless of age or status, certain matters are simply not yours to comment upon. Wei Ruxuan was rendered speechless, her face paling with indignation. After all, Yan Yu was addressing her with a calm demeanor, discussing rules and propriety. If she were to erupt in a fit of rage, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Consort Luo, witnessing not only her own misfortune but also Wei Ruxuan's distress at Yan Yu's words, secretly delighted in the situation. Yet, truth be told, Empress Zheng was ill, not deceased. Must everyone enter clad in mourning attire? Consort Xia wore a rosy ensemble, Consort Luo donned a smoky purple gown, and Princess Fengxin was dressed in peach pink. If one were to adhere to Wei Ruxuan's standards, then none should enter at all. In summary, this incident underscored Wei Ruxuan's lack of insight and her inability to recognize her own position. Consort Xia proceeded inside first, followed closely by Yan Yu. The Empress had already groomed herself and was now seated on her bed, still troubled by thoughts of Yn Marin. Chapter 31 Retribution. A group of individuals had entered, while Wei Ruxuan remained outside, simmering with indignation. Her anger was genuine. She could not help but ponder that had she not attempted to entice the 5th prince, had she not engaged in such capricious behavior, and had she proceeded to marry the Prince of Qin without incident, perhaps today she would be the one justifiably reprimanding others. Such thoughts were best left unexamined, for the more she contemplated, the heavier her heart became. However, it was she who had voluntarily relinquished her claim to the Prince of Qin. She understood that a man of his ilk was akin to the principal antagonist in a novel, constantly at odds with the 5th prince, destined to meet a tragic end, perhaps even leaving behind no remains. The one who would eventually ascend the throne would undoubtedly be the 5th prince. Currently, the Princess of Qin basked in the glory of her position, but in a few years, when she was condemned to death, the fruits of her actions would surely come to bear. Reflecting on the nebulous future, Wei Ruxuan's despondent heart suddenly leapt with anticipation. Just wait, when she became empress, she would ensure that Yan Yu faced her own reckoning. Such was the nature of the palace, where one's status dictated the degree of respect afforded. Just moments ago, Yan Yu had shown disdain towards the Wei family, and now, it was her turn to regard Empress Zheng with trepidation. Concubine Xia and Luo were of similar age to Empress Zheng, having entered the palace around the same time. Regardless of how flamboyantly they adorned themselves, to Empress Zheng, they were but old cucumbers painted green, each one aged and lacking the vibrancy of youthful maidens. The influx of young girls into the palace seemed relentless. They idolized the grandeur of the high-ranking consorts, feeling as though they possessed nothing. Little did they know that those above them gazed upon their fading beauty with a sense of melancholy. Empress Zhang paid little mind to concubine Xia and Luo, as they had never truly captured her attention. Her gaze was fixated on Yanyu, scrutinizing her from her brows to her chin, and taking in the verdant silk gown that adorned her figure. In truth, Yanyu bore no resemblance to the late concubine Bo, whether in facial structure, features, or overall demeanor. Concubine Bo had exuded a robust vitality, a striking beauty with sharp features and a commanding presence, whose initial vivacity had transformed into a somber aura following the loss of her child. The only similarity between them was their beauty, yet, Empress Zhang could not shake the memory of concubine Bo, who was several years her senior. She mused how, had the latter been alive, witnessing the current crop of young maidens sprouting like chives, her sentiments would surely be complex. Observing her daughter-in-law, who appeared as if she had stepped from a painting of celestial beauty, must have evoked a sense of discomfort. Empress Zhang cast a glance at Yanyu. What have you been occupied with in the residence these past days? Yanyu replied, I am still acclimating to the princess household, learning to manage affairs and alleviate the princess burdens. Empress Zhang's tone turned frosty. I have been unwell these days, while the Wei family has merely transcribed a few sutras for blessings. Are you indifferent to my recovery? Caught off guard by the abruptness of the empress's words, Yanyu found herself at a loss for a response. Her time in the palace had been brief, and she had yet to discern the temperaments of its various masters. Given more time, she would undoubtedly recognize Empress Zhang as a foolish individual, unable to comprehend the matters at hand. Yanyu carefully navigated the conversation. That is not the case, Your Majesty. I harbor the utmost filial piety towards you, always wishing for your swift recovery. Then you shall handcopy 10 volumes of sutras and present them to me. Empress Zhang scrutinized Yanyu's delicate visage and the gown she wore, which resembled a pink blossom set against verdant foliage, causing the empress discomfort. The colors of your garments and accessories are shockingly gaudy. Before the assembly, Yanyu bore the brunt of such harsh words, lowering her head in silence. It was evident that Empress Zhang harbored no fondness for her. After all, the empress felt fortunate that the fifth prince had not brought such a calamity into their home. Who among decent men would desire a woman adorned with such ostentation? She was a harbinger of misfortune. The other consorts observed the exchange, secretly relishing Yanyu's misfortune. Most of the mothers of sons held a disdain for the Prince of Qin. The emperor's favoritism towards the prince was palpable, treating him as if he were his own son, while he regarded the other princes with the detachment reserved for ministers. Yanyu had made the maidservant Tian kneel for an hour and a half, and here, she too had knelt for an hour in front of Empress Zhang. The empress was evidently intent on testing her, recognizing a hint of pride in Yanyu that she sought to diminish. In truth, how could one maintain pride when one was required to kneel before nobility day after day and then return home to serve her husband with bated breath? Such dignity was stripped away the moment one entered the palace gates. Ultimately, when Yanyu rose, she could scarcely stand, her maidservant supporting her shoulders to help her regain her footing. A moment of dizziness engulfed her, her mind a blur as she was assisted out of the palace and into the carriage. Meanwhile, the Dowager Empress had also heard of the happenings within the Empress's palace. At that moment, she was in the temple reciting scriptures. After listening to the words of old Madame Zhao, the Dowager Empress shook her head. A hopeless case, a fool, a fool. She could scarcely contain her exasperation. Everyone could perceive their disdain for the Prince of Qin, yet they were overshadowed by the emperor. The true sovereign, the Zhang family, in comparison, was but a cloud obscuring the sun, rendering the view of Chang'an impossible. A great wind could sweep through, but the sun would never dissipate the clouds. They would scatter at the merest gust. Even if they despised the Princess of Qin and wished for her downfall, such sentiments would have to be concealed, for outward appearances demanded cordiality. The Empress, however, openly displayed her sentiments, much to the annoyance of others. With such blatant displays, should anything untoward befall the Princess of Qin, the first suspect would undoubtedly be the Empress herself. Upon returning, Yanyu bathed and changed her garments, allowing her maidservant to apply ointment to her knees, which were swollen and bruised from kneeling. When Xiao Qingji returned, he found her looking frail and unable to walk. His brow furrowed in concern as he pinched Yanyu's cheek. Who are you putting on this pitiful act for? I did not touch you yesterday, yet here you are feigning distress. Yanyu, seated weakly as she sipped tea, replied, I knelt for an hour in the Empress's chamber, and my knees have turned blue. As Xiao Qingji's expression cooled instantly as he lifted Yanyu into his arms and carried her to the bed, lifting her garments to inspect her injuries. Yanyu quickly pushed him away. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? I merely wished to see it was still daylight, and Yanyu felt somewhat embarrassed. Let us wait until I change the dressing tonight. She added, you previously mentioned that we are not well acquainted. Xiao Qingji could not help but laugh in exasperation, yet, upon reflection, he realized it was indeed true. He and Yanyu were still strangers, having yet to truly understand one another. Chapter 32 Retribution. The mere thought of transcribing the scriptures made Yanyu's head throb. 10 volumes of sacred texts awaited her, and it seemed she would be engaged in this endeavor for an eternity. After that, she could forego all other tasks and devote her days solely to this laborious transcription. The harsh words spoken by the Empress earlier today had not particularly weighed on her mind. Her sole grievance was the daunting prospect of the scriptures. Yanyu's knees still ached, the pain coming in waves. It is worth mentioning that the young ladies of the Anqing Marquisate possessed a modicum of medical knowledge, a legacy passed down through generations, and their residence was well stocked with various remedies. Upon returning to the capital, Yanyu had brought an ample supply of medicine with her. She contemplated taking a brief respite, intending to address all matters upon awakening, for nothing was as pressing as her need for rest. Xiao Qingji summoned Yanyu's personal maid to inquire about the day's events. Ningxia trembled at the thought of facing her master. She recounted, in meticulous detail, everything that transpired in the Empress's palace, including the Empress's remarks and the princess consort's responses, utterly unwilling to fabricate any part of the story. Though Xiao Qingji had not had many encounters with the Empress over the years, he was well aware of her character and her esteemed position. Every word the Empress uttered should have been weighed with utmost caution. As the mother of the nation, her pronouncements carried great significance and were subject to scrutiny by many, yet, the Empress was known for her impulsive speech and actions. To publicly declare his princess consort as unfilial or to criticize her attire as gaudy before a crowd was inexcusable. Should such a comment reach the outside world, others would surely revel in Yan Yu's misfortune. Had someone with a more delicate sensibility received such a critique from the Empress, they might have returned feeling as if the heavens had fallen, enveloped in despair. Xiao Qingji held little fondness for the intrigues of the inner court. However, having grown up within the palace, it was impossible for him to be entirely ignorant of its workings. If Yan Yu were merely a concubine or a secondary wife, the Empress's disdain might be tolerable, yet, as his legitimate wife, she was not someone to be treated with such disregard. This was not merely a slight against Yan Yu, it was a resounding slap to Xiao Qingji's face. His gaze darkened. The Empress had stripped Yan Yu of her dignity, and while she resided in the inner palace, Xiao Qingji's reach was limited, preventing him from retaliating against her directly. However, he could certainly exert his influence over her beloved son. Meanwhile, Yan Yu lay soundly asleep, curled up in her bed, completely unaware of any grievances. Xiao Qingji called for Hua, instructing him to procure several rolls of the finest patterned satin from the treasury, so that Yan Yu could have new garments made. He also requested exquisite jewelry to be selected from the storehouse. If the Empress despised Yan Yu's flamboyant attire, then Xiao Qingji would ensure she dressed with elegance and grace. Hua, upon hearing the command, hurried off, his efficiency having earned him Xiao Qingji's trust over the years. Once in the treasury, Hua carefully selected the finest fabrics, knowing full well that only the best would suffice. He chose 4 rolls of different patterns of blush satin, 4 rolls of variegated feather satin, a roll of snow silk, and a roll of purple smoke gauze. Gifts from the emperor, treasures brought by foreign states, worth their weight in gold, and even the Empress and the Dowager Empress had not been granted such luxuries. All had been bestowed upon the Prince of Qin. The young eunuch accompanying Hua was left in awe by the brilliance of the fabrics, the blush satin shimmering as if woven from gold. Hua scoffed, "Look at your ignorance, handle these with care, for they are worth 1,000 times more than our heads." After selecting the silks, Hua had a set of gold-threaded headdresses inlaid with pigeon bloodstones brought forth. The large stones sparkled so brilliantly they could dazzle the eyes, and the entire ensemble was truly magnificent. When the gifts were delivered to the princess consort's chamber, she had yet to awaken. With so many duties to attend to, Xiao Qingji could not afford the luxury of waiting for her to rise. He had already departed. Hua informed the maids in the room that these were gifts from the prince and reminded them to inform the princess consort upon her awakening, so that the fabrics could be fashioned into garments just in time for the autumn season. Rui Dong and the other maids had seen their fair share of fine goods. As servants from noble households, their experiences far surpassed those of many a legitimate daughter from lesser families. Yet, even they were taken aback by the opulence of these offerings. The Prince of Qin rarely bestowed gifts, and to receive such precious items was indeed astonishing. When Yan Yu groggily awoke, Rui Dong joyfully presented her with the splendid pigeon bloodstone headdress. To be candid, the Duke of Jingua had left Yan Yu with an abundance of fine belongings, and the matriarch had previously allowed her to peruse the treasures in the Anqing Marquisate storeroom. However, the lavishness of the royal collection was unparalleled. This was the first time Yan Yu beheld such large rubies, their hue reminiscent of pigeon blood, and the craftsmanship was exquisite, leaving no room for criticism. Both Xiao Qingji and Yan Yu understood that the Empress's disdain was not rooted in her choice of garments or adornments, but rather in her very existence. Her animosity towards Yan Yu led her to find fault with everything she wore. Instead of tiptoeing around the feelings of someone who bore ill will towards her, Yan Yu preferred to embrace her own style boldly, relishing in the prospect of provoking the Empress further. As for the Empress's criticisms, did Yan Yu truly care about how others perceived her? Sitting at the edge of her bed, she examined a delicate hairpin, admiring its beauty, though she mused that it might be a touch too ostentatious for everyday wear. It would, however, be fitting for festive occasions or palace banquets. Rui Dong, beaming with delight, presented the silks to Yan Yu, exclaiming, "In all my years, I have seen many precious fabrics, but these are truly a marvel, radiant and splendid. I cannot fathom what they are woven from." The people from the prince's entourage mentioned that they intend to make you several new outfits. The most valuable were the 4 rolls of blush satin and feather satin, one interwoven with gold thread and the other crafted from the feathers of peacocks and other birds, a rare and exquisite technique indeed. Reflecting on the approaching autumn, Yan Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. Rui Dong felt a surge of happiness. She recognized that the master was not one to be trifled with and had a formidable temperament. Yet, they were mere servants and could not speak ill of their master behind their backs. In retrospect, what did it matter if he had a temper? He had not unleashed it upon the young lady. His generosity was a welcome change from those who spoke sweetly yet offered nothing. Chapter 33 Retribution. In the evening, Yan Yu dozed off while copying scriptures. At her age, she was no longer a child, and yet she found herself being punished by having to transcribe texts. It was quite humiliating when she thought about it. However, Yan Yu was indifferent to the notion of shame. Her reluctance stemmed from a simple aversion to the task at hand. Unfortunately, among the maidservants, only a few could recognize some of the larger characters, and to assign them the task of writing smaller ones would indeed be a grave injustice. Under the dim light, she slowly continued her writing, when suddenly, a commotion outside indicated that the prince had returned. Setting her brush down on the rest, she rose, her knees still aching, making her way to Xiao Qingji with a limp. "Your Highness," she greeted. Seeing her in such a pitiful state yet still attempting to appear virtuous by changing his clothes, Xiao Qingji couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He grasped her delicate wrist gently and lowered her hand, saying, "I can dress myself." Yan Yu summoned Ningxia to bring hot water for his bath and returned to her writing, realizing she wouldn't be able to complete a full scroll tonight. She would only manage to write a small portion before bed. The Empress had requested 10 volumes of scriptures, which she would submit in 2 weeks. After Xiao Qingji emerged, he noticed Yanyu sitting under the lamp, engrossed in her transcription. She wore a gown of ivory silk, adorned with semi-transparent red and gold threads embroidered with plum blossoms. Her ink-black hair was half cascading down her back, while the rest was tied up with a ribbon, casting a soft, gentle glow on her profile as she wrote. As he approached, he observed that she was copying the K Itagarba Estra. Rather than mere transcription, it resembled more of a recitation from memory, over 17,000 characters, and he wondered if she had ever memorized it deliberately, as she seemed to recall every single one. As he perused a few pages, he found no errors, which surprised him slightly. It is often said that deep affection does not last, and extreme wisdom may lead to harm. Yet, he could not discern if Yenyu's fragile health had any connection to this adage. Nevertheless, her small, elegant handwriting was graceful and refined, imbued with a certain liveliness reminiscent of the style of Chu Suiliang, indicating she must have practiced diligently during her time in the boudoir. Rubbing her eyes with one hand, Yenyu said, "Your Highness, you should retire to bed early. I will join you shortly. The silk and jewelry you gifted today are exquisite. I thank you for your generosity." Xiao Qingji replied, "If you do not wish to write, then so be it. I will mention it to father tomorrow. Such a trivial matter need not trouble the emperor again. She is already ill. Raising further issues would reflect poorly on our household. I shall consider this as practice for my calligraphy." Indeed, it had been quite some time since she had put pen to paper, and her eyes were beginning to strain from the prolonged effort. Xiao Qingji, not feeling fatigued, unlike Yenyu who yearned for more sleep after a long day, seldom required much rest. He randomly selected a book from the pile beside Yenyu and sat down next to her, flipping through its pages. After writing another line, Yenyu found herself unable to continue. Her knee throbbed with pain, and she longed to return to bed, hoping that a good night's sleep would restore her by morning. Once Xiao Qingji had carried her to bed, he lifted her garments to examine her knee. Her skin was exceedingly pale, revealing a shocking patch of bruising, indicating the injury was severe. He gently touched it with his hand. His hands, accustomed to wielding weapons, were starkly different from Yenyu's delicate frame. His fingers were long and strong, with prominent veins and calluses from the blade. The roughness of his touch was particularly pronounced against her tender skin. Yenyu furrowed her delicate brows, murmuring, "It hurts." Xiao Qingji responded with a hint of impatience, "You are being overly sensitive." Given her condition, it was clear that she could not maintain a kneeling position on the bed. He removed her clothing, seating her on his lap while attempting to avoid any contact with her injured knee. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Qingji had finished. He was unsure why it had taken so little time, which felt somewhat illogical. On their wedding night, he had consoled himself with the excuse of inexperience, exacerbated by Yenyu's fear of pain, her tears cascading like pearls on a string. Yet today, she was cooperative. Even when discomfort arose, she merely leaned against his shoulder, shedding tears without pushing him away. Xiao Qingji's pride took a slight hit. He could not fathom the reason behind it. Initially, he had intended to prove himself once more, but Yenyu clung to his arm and had already succumbed to sleep nestled in his embrace. He lifted her chin to study her face for a moment before instructing a maid to bring in water. Uncertain of the cause of his displeasure, Yenyu found the duration of those 15 minutes unbearably long. In that time, one could consume a meal or transcribe several pages. If such a pace was considered swift, what would their future hold? The following morning, when Yenyu awoke, Xiao Qingji had already departed for court. Her knee was not as painful as the previous day, but it still hindered her mobility, so she remained in her chamber to continue her transcription. Xiao Zheshan had heard of the Empress's rebuke towards Princess Qin, calling her unfilial and vulgar. He found it rather amusing. Xiao Qingji, who carried himself with such arrogance, had married a woman of such lowly stature. Thankfully, he had the foresight not to wed a girl from the Wen family. Had he brought such a woman into his household, he would surely face a dismal future. The thought alone was distressing. However, Wei Ruxuan had been dressing like a nun lately, appearing rather aged and unappealing. Observing her, Xiao Zheshan struggled to muster any interest. He had recently taken a concubine, leaving the position of primary wife vacant, and Empress Dowager Zhang was racking her brains to select a suitable candidate for him. Eventually, she had indeed found a commendable girl, the eldest daughter of General Wei Yuan, reputed to be both beautiful and virtuous, cherished by her family, and doted upon by her father as if she were a precious gem. Xiao Zheshan was uncertain about this general's daughter. The men in his family were notorious for their infatuations, all drawn to beauty. Yet, with the exception of Xiao Qingji, who was an enigma, there was no one else whose preferences could be rationalized. Following the inexplicable death of Lu Si in the Ministry of Justice, officials within the ministry were trembling with fear. Upon seeing Xiao Qingji, they felt the urge to flee. The matter was still under thorough investigation, leaving everyone anxious to see who the unfortunate culprit would turn out to be. Xiao Zheshan was also aware that Xiao Qingji was in a foul mood lately. He would instinctively avoid him, wishing to steer clear of any confrontation. However, he couldn't quite shake the feeling that Xiao Qingji's gaze upon him was peculiar, almost sinister, as if he were contemplating his demise. A chill ran down Xiao Zheshan's spine, and unease settled in his heart. And nonetheless, after careful contemplation, he concluded that he had not wronged Xiao Qingji in any way. The affairs of the Ministry of Justice were not his doing. He truly lacked the audacity to extend his reach that far. Although the Zheng family was his maternal kin, they certainly would not disclose every detail of their dealings to him. After ruminating on this matter, he could not discern any rationale for Xiao Qingji's behavior, leaving him with no choice but to continue avoiding him and minimizing their interactions. Yet, it was clear that one could not easily evade Xiao Qingji's intentions. Chapter 34 Retribution. Recently, Xiao Zheshan has taken a particular liking to the company of the young masters from the houses of Dongxin Marquis and Kongping Prince. Although these families have seen better days in the capital, their stature remains intact, even if their offspring struggle to make a mark in the court. The young gentlemen, having finally secured the opportunity to associate with the current fifth prince, are naturally eager to flatter Xiao Zheshan, showering him with various favors. Should Xiao Zheshan ascend to the throne in the future, it is conceivable that these two families might rise once again, reclaiming their former glory. Since the advent of the imperial examination system and the emperor's preference for officials selected through this process, the situation has become somewhat awkward for those scions who relied on familial connections to secure their positions in the court. Families that once basked in prosperity have invested considerable effort in the education of their younger generations. However, some, unwilling to exert such effort, have swiftly fallen behind other clans within a mere few decades. The young masters of Dongxi Marquis and Kongping Prince are particularly anxious. They lack talent and are physically frail, rendering them unfit for the battlefield. Their sole recourse lies in their ability to charm with flattery and sweet words before the fifth prince. Xiao Zheshan is especially fond of their company. Firstly, their status provides him with a sense of dignity as he does not feel diminished being in the role of a prince's companion. Secondly, as peers of similar standing, they are far less debauched than some of their contemporaries. Were Empress Zheng to discover that Xiao Zheshan was consorting with them, she would surely be furious. Others either speak in overly pedantic manners or incessantly recite the tenets of loyalty and filial piety, rendering their company tedious, akin to having a tedious old scholar in their midst. The young masters from the houses of Dongxi Marquis and Kongping Prince, however, possess a charming demeanor, and their conversation offers Xiao Zheshan a refreshing novelty. Today, Xiao Zheshan initially intended to visit the residence of Dongxi Marquis to see how the courtesan introduced by the young marquis at their last banquet was faring. However, the young marquis informed him that his father was home, and should he learn that his son had brought a prince to see such entertainment, he would surely mete out severe punishment, keeping him confined for 10 months. The young prince of Kongping, on the other hand, is known for not inviting anyone to his residence, purportedly due to strict family regulations, and as a secondary son, he cannot easily justify such outings. Typically, when he hosts, he prefers to take companions to the music houses or theaters to enjoy performances. Having indulged in both music and drama today, Xiao Zheshan still found himself feeling unfulfilled. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, the young masters exchanged worried glances, fearing that Xiao Zheshan might deem them uninteresting and cease to seek their company in the future. Recently, a new establishment named Dream Spring House had opened in the capital, its name suggesting its dubious nature. The young women there are said to sell their talents rather than their bodies, providing a semblance of respectability. Many officials, disregarding court regulations, sneak in, and if caught, they can feign innocence by claiming to have merely appreciated the performances. After some discussion, the young lords decided to take Xiao Zheshan there, even summoning the star courtesan. This was Xiao Zheshan's first visit to such a place, and as he was embraced by two enchanting young women, he felt his resolve weaken. The young marquis stifled a chuckle. The palace is rife with strictures, forbidding princes from indulging in certain pleasures, and one might argue that the enjoyment found outside the palace far surpasses what they can experience within its confines. While Dream Spring House maintains its claim of offering talent without compromising virtue, for the truly affluent and powerful, such distinctions are often disregarded. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Zheshan found himself retreating to a chamber with the star courtesan. The young marquis and the prince of Kongping each sought their own companions. In truth, as Xiao Zheshan experienced this new world, he couldn't help but notice that the young women here bore a striking resemblance to the consorts in his own household. Regardless of the circumstances, he found the courtesans of the brothel far more appealing than the decorous women of his estate. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Empress Dowager, he would have been tempted to bring one home. As they reveled in their escapades, a sudden commotion erupted when a large group of officials stormed into Dream Spring House. The manager and the madam hastily emerged to confront the officers, who had come to investigate. The lead officer surveyed the surroundings and declared, "The court forbids officials from consorting with courtesans. Search the premises and apprehend anyone who dares defy the emperor's decree." The madam, sensing the imminent trouble, expressed her displeasure. "It is well known that the women of Dream Spring House sell their talents, not their bodies. Are you here to disrupt our establishment? Do you know who supports us? Are you aware of the esteemed gentlemen who enjoy our performances?" With a sharp command, she instructed her staff to block the staircase. Such a prominent establishment could not operate without powerful backing, and it was common for noble houses to provide support. The madam, emboldened by the presence of the fifth prince, the young prince of Kongping, and the young marquis, asserted, "Go back and inform your superiors that this place cannot be searched." Just then, a tall figure entered. Dressed in a dark robe intricately woven with gold, adorned with a purple gold crown, his striking features exuded authority. When his narrow gaze swept across the room, an involuntary chill crept into the hearts of those present. The madam, though unaware of his identity, could discern from his commanding presence that he was not only of noble lineage but also wielded genuine power, a rarity among the youth of the capital, who often lacked real authority. "Those who resist shall be executed," he stated coldly. "Proceed with the search." His words, though delivered casually, sent a wave of apprehension through the crowd. Even the madam and manager found their voices faltering as they stammered, "Sir, you cannot search. The fifth prince is inside. If you disturb his enjoyment." Ignoring their protests, he ascended the stairs. After waiting for so long, he was here for the fifth prince. With Empress Zheng ensconced within the palace walls, a woman uninterested in political affairs, he could not act against her. However, the fifth prince was in a precarious position. The recent remarks made by Empress Zheng regarding Yen Yu had turned Yen Yu into a source of ridicule among the wives and concubines of the court. Words can be treacherous. Empress Zheng would do well to hone her conversational skills or refrain from speaking altogether. This time, the fifth prince was destined to become an even greater spectacle. The intricately carved door was flung open with a resounding crash, startling the fifth prince in the midst of his revelry, causing him to shrink back in fear. The courtesan shrieked and hurriedly concealed herself in the innermost corner. Xiao Jieshan, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, was hastily clothed and dragged out. Chapter 35 A Retribution. Yan Yu was engrossed in her scriptural copying in her chamber when she suddenly heard the maid exclaim that something had transpired. After spending the entire morning transcribing, with only a brief respite at noon, she rubbed her aching wrists and sipped from the tea beside her, inquiring, "What has happened?" Bai Chun hastily approached Yan Yu, saying, "I just went to the kitchen to fetch some pastries and overheard the palace attendants discussing." She recounted in detail the incident of the fifth prince being caught in a brothel. Yan Yu was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the news. It was not that she was inexperienced, but rather that such a scenario was beyond her imagination. Since the establishment of the capital by the Taizong emperor, the Wei dynasty had forbidden officials from frequenting such establishments. As civil servants, they were expected to embody integrity. The sight of them entering such places would undoubtedly give rise to scandalous rumors among the populace. Even those who refrained from visiting would find themselves the subject of ridicule in the brothels. Consequently, families of reputable standing often kept courtesans within their own homes, serving dual purposes of personal amusement and entertainment for distinguished guests. Of those young gentlemen who loitered in brothels typically hailed from less distinguished backgrounds or lacked proper upbringing. Families of higher status would never marry their daughters to such irresponsible individuals. The fifth prince, Xiao Jieshan, frequenting such places was tantamount to openly defying the emperor and the Empress Dowager. Intrigued, Yan Yu yearned to uncover the full story behind this affair, yet she found herself limited by her lack of connections in the estate. To be candid, her recent arrival left her without a network. After pondering for a considerable time, she resolved to establish her own intelligence network, both within and outside the palace, to stay informed of any developments that might arise, thus enabling her to avert potential dangers. Bai Chun let out a sigh of relief, stating, Fortunately, my lady, you did not marry the fifth prince. The brothel was a breeding ground for venereal diseases, and had she wed such a man, unforeseen complications could have ensued. Yan Yu felt a measure of relief as well. Although Xiao Qingji often resembled an unyielding iceberg, never having smiled since their first meeting, at least he was not a libertine. His focus remained steadfastly on state affairs, rising before dawn to attend court, and even during his rare moments of respite, his subordinates primarily reported on significant matters from the Ministry of Justice. Such a man instilled a sense of security at home. Setting down her teacup, Yan Yu felt a slight pang of hunger and desired a snack. Bai Chun quickly presented a platter of pastries, exclaiming, "These lotus powder and osmanthus sugar cakes were just prepared in the kitchen, still warm. Please do try them." Yan Yu sampled a piece, appreciating its delightful flavor, infused with the rich aroma of osmanthus, sweet yet not cloying. "And here is this two-colored water chestnut cake, specially made for you. They insisted it be delivered," Bai Chun added. "They truly regretted the incident with the concubine stealing your bird's nest." Recently, since Yan Yu had assumed control of the affairs of the Prince of Qin's residence, everyone had become acutely aware of her authority, and they were all filled with trepidation. Many had yet to witness the methods of this young princess, with some never having laid eyes on her. Within the estate, whispers circulated that she was a naive young lady, lacking familial support and thus incapable of managing such a vast household. However, regardless of their speculations, the power of the steward rested firmly in Yan Yu's hands. They say that a new official brings 3 fires, yet, they were uncertain whether these fires would ignite, with each one fearing their own heads would be singed. Yan Yu merely smiled, choosing not to respond to Bai Chun's remarks. She could surmise the thoughts of those beneath her to some extent. However, she opted for a strategy of patience, continuing her scriptural copying, refraining from any action for the time being, and observing the unfolding events. Those anxious souls could take their time to fret, while tranquility reigned in the Prince of Qin's residence. Unrest brewed in the fifth prince's manor. Wei Ruxuan, upon hearing the news that the fifth prince had been apprehended at a brothel, found it even harder to believe than Yan Yu had. She raised her hand and struck the messenger maid, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" The maid, stung by the slap, felt aggrieved yet bravely continued, "This matter is indeed true. Our fifth master was at the Mengchun Fang, and coincidentally, officials from the Ministry of Justice were inspecting such establishments. That you are well aware that the emperor has prohibited officials from consorting with courtesans, and the capital's moral standards are stringent. As a result, our fifth master was found within. For a moment, Wei Ruxuan felt as though the world was spinning around her. She could hardly fathom this reality. The fifth prince seeking out courtesans, as a scion of noble birth, how could he lower himself to pursue such base women? The notorious rakes of the capital typically kept a few entertainers at home, with few of respectable families indulging in such debauchery. Moreover, the fifth prince had previously professed to her that he would love but one woman for all his days, and would not stray. The current situation was entirely at odds with Wei Ruxuan's expectations. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "It must be those vile creatures who deliberately seduced the fifth prince. How could someone of his stature resist their temptations?" The maid, having been struck, dared not speak further, standing anxiously by. Wei Ruxuan was beside herself with rage. She glanced at herself in dismay. Today, she was clad in a deep blue garment that appeared outdated, adorned with jewelry bestowed by the empress, a style that had long fallen from favor. A young lady of her standing, dressed like a woman in her 30s or 40s, it was no wonder the fifth prince had not approached her in recent days. Wei Ruxuan could not suppress her resentment towards Empress Zhang. Had it not been for the empress's meddling, she would not have so easily lost the fifth prince's affection, nor would he have sought companionship elsewhere. Her maid whispered in her ear, "It seems the Empress Dowager intends to betroth the daughter of General Wei Yuan to the fifth prince as his legitimate wife. With this incident, that marriage is likely to be in jeopardy." Instantly, Wei Ruxuan's mind snapped into focus. Indeed, the position of the legitimate wife in the fifth prince's manor remained unfilled. The old Empress Dowager had never been satisfied with her, constantly seeking a more suitable match for the fifth prince. General Wei Yuan cherished his daughter like a precious gem. Would he wish to marry her into a family where the son frequented such disreputable venues? Let us not forget that many were aware of the scandal between the fifth prince and Wei Ruxuan. The Song kingdom remained a potential threat, and General Wei Yuan held considerable influence in court, with many speculating that he would be ennobled upon achieving further military success. Wei Ruxuan's furrowed brow relaxed in an instant. She knew the fifth prince still harbored feelings for her. His visit to the brothel was likely an attempt to avoid an alliance with General Wei Yuan's household, employing this means to reject the prospect of marriage. Wei Ruxuan adjusted her hairpin, muttering to herself, "Very well, let him go. What cat does not stray? After all, he could never bring such filth into his own home." Chapter 36 Retribution. Later that evening, Xiao Qingji returned. Yan Yu instinctively stepped forward to assist him in removing his outer garments and taking off his hairpin. Initially, Xiao Qingji was somewhat unaccustomed to this, but he had since grown accustomed to her attentiveness, even going so far as to lean down to help her remove the hairpin, as their height difference made it difficult for her to reach. Yan Yu neatly folded his clothes and set them aside, inquiring, "Has something happened with the fifth prince today?" Xiao Qingji cast her a sidelong glance, so concerned about Xiao Jiashan. While others may have forgotten, Xiao Qingji had never overlooked the fact that Yan Yu had been betrothed to Xiao Jiashan. Moreover, their engagement had been arranged a decade prior, when they were but children. The mere thought of his consort almost marrying another man unsettled Xiao Qingji, though, to be fair, he had never truly believed that Yan Yu was meant for him from the very beginning. Yan Yu, oblivious to the underlying implications in his words, felt a spark of curiosity. "Your Highness, what exactly transpired?" The situation, while seemingly straightforward, was steeped in complexity. For many years, Xiao Qingji and the Zhang family had been at odds, each viewing the other as a thorn in their side. Despite their intense rivalry, Xiao Qingji had seldom taken direct action against Xiao Jiashan. It was not that he regarded Xiao Jiashan as a brother, rather, he had never viewed him as a worthy adversary. Over time, the Zhang family had come to either believe that Xiao Qingji refrained from confronting Xiao Jiashan out of fear or that he lacked the capability to do so. In truth, Xiao Qingji had held sway over the Ministry of Justice for several years, steadily gaining esteem within the court. It would have been a simple matter for him to assign a few individuals to keep an eye on Xiao Jiashan and exploit any missteps. Even if Xiao Jiashan were entirely obedient and committed no transgressions, Xiao Qingji could easily fabricate accusations against him. The day's events unfolded against this backdrop. Xiao Qingji remarked, "It was an unintentional inspection, and I happened to uncover this." At the time, Xiao Jiashan had been utterly terrified, disheveled, and in a state of utter disarray. It was only after receiving clothing from the ministry's officials that he had exploded in fury, demanding their expulsion and threatening to behead them. It was not until Xiao Qingji intervened that Xiao Jiashan realized he had been caught in a trap. The officials from the ministry, emboldened by Xiao Qingji's support, stood firm. As the fifth prince of the Great Wei dynasty, it was inconceivable for the ministry to genuinely arrest him. However, the incident had been reported to the emperor and spread like wildfire. Consequently, Xiao Jiashan was promptly summoned by the palace. Yan Yu felt a twinge of concern. With this matter coming to light, will your highness not directly offend the Zhang family? Xiao Qingji glanced at her. Without this incident, would my relationship with the Zhang family remain peaceful? After some contemplation, Yan Yu conceded that he had a point. Over the years, Xiao Qingji, the Qin Wang, had garnered immense favor, with the emperor's partiality towards him glaringly evident. Yet, Xiao Qingji was not one to conceal his strength. His assertiveness was apparent to all. In a world where the tall trees are often uprooted by the wind, it was no wonder that Empress Zhang and Dowager Empress Zhang could hardly tolerate his prominence. Xiao Qingji's mother, the beautiful concubine Bo, had once captivated the imperial harem, while the emperor had harbored ambitions to elevate her to the position of empress, disregarding the then concubine Zhang. Ultimately, he had been unable to do so due to the Dowager Empress's influence. The grievances of the previous generation had only festered over time, growing deeper and more entrenched, not to mention the rumors that concubine Bo had fallen victim to the schemes of Empress Zhang and Dowager Empress Zhang. This enmity was indeed profound. Yan Yu raised her hand to adjust his collar. Is this the first time we have so brazenly torn the facade? As Xiao Qingji lowered his head, he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Yan Yu. Recently, she had taken to using rose oil after bathing, and rose water for her hands and face, enveloping herself in a rich, floral aroma reminiscent of a blooming rose. Though autumn had arrived, she still donned her usual attire while seated in her chambered garments made last year that had grown softer with repeated washes. However, the royal residence was markedly different from her former marquisate, steeped in opulence and extravagance, not to mention the wealth of the Qin Wang's estate. In Xiao Qingji's eyes, this was unsatisfactory. He felt his consort ought to don new garments daily, discarding them after a single use, for their wealth was more than sufficient to afford such luxuries. The notion of wearing a single outfit multiple times struck him as a sign of poverty within his estate. While he himself cared little for clothing and adornments, his consort ought to be concerned about such matters. Select a few bolts of silk from the storeroom to make yourself some new attire, Xiao Qingji instructed. You've worn this one 3 or 4 times. Yan Yu responded nonchalantly. One cultivates one's character through tranquility and nurtures virtue through frugality. As a princess, I ought to embody thriftiness. Xiao Qingji pinched her cheek playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? With your daily expenditures and needs, how can you claim to be frugal? He had long since recognized that her declarations of servitude on the day of their marriage had been mere pretense. She did as she pleased, following her own inclinations. Compared to those who meekly sought to please him, Xiao Qingji favored Yan Yu's ability to pretend to flatter him while simultaneously pursuing her own desires, like a rose, resplendent yet adorned with thorns, adding to her vibrant allure. Feeling the pinch on her cheek, Yan Yu gently pushed his hand away. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Your Highness, I would like to propose some changes regarding household expenditures and personnel management. Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. He harbored doubts about her ability to effectively manage the royal household, considering she was merely a young lady without substantial experience, and trusting her with these responsibilities primarily served to grant her access to the storeroom, as young women typically had an affinity for beautiful garments and jewelry. It was better to allow her some freedom to indulge in her whims rather than let these items languish unused. Furthermore, it provided her with a semblance of authority, as he was often preoccupied with court affairs and external duties. Just do not turn the royal residence into a chaotic mess, Xiao Qingji cautioned, or you will find yourself at my doorstep, weeping and beseeching me to clean up your mess. Yan Yu smiled, raising her gaze. Rest assured, I have a sense of proportion and will not cause you any trouble. Very well. At that moment, Hua Ha whispered from outside, requesting to report a matter to Xiao Qingji, pertaining to affairs within the palace. Chapter 37. A retribution. Xiao Zheshan's actions had rendered all parties involved utterly humiliated. Firstly, the emperor was incensed and summoned Xiao Zheshan for a scathing reprimand from a young age. Xiao Zheshan was acutely aware of his father's favoritism towards his third brother and the latter's mother, while harboring a disdain for himself and his own mother. Were it not for the fact that the Empress Dowager was his mother's own aunt, she would never have been elevated to the rank of empress. In truth, the emperor would not even have deigned to acknowledge her. Perhaps the two might have spent decades in isolation within a remote palace. Hence, in the presence of the emperor, Xiao Zheshan felt a profound mixture of fear and deep-seated resentment. He naturally assumed that today's spectacle was merely a farce orchestrated between the emperor and Xiao Qingji, designed to humiliate him intentionally. The emperor, however, was unaware of the empress's accusations against the princess of Qin. He had not set foot in the inner palace for several days, nor had he inquired about the empress's illness. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Xiao Qingji's vendetta against Xiao Zheshan. He felt nothing but disappointment for Xiao Zheshan, a profound and utter disappointment. The notion that a prince of such stature would consort with a courtesan was unprecedented in the Wei dynasty. Had the Xiao family, once of noble lineage, truly descended to such depths? Was it that there were no maidservants or concubines within Xiao Zheshan's household that he felt compelled to seek pleasure in such a disreputable place? It was one thing to shamelessly consort with a woman betrothed to his elder brother, it was quite another to become entangled with a courtesan. Did he not even grasp the meaning of shame? Did he not comprehend how the common folk would speak of the princes of Wei? Was such conduct worthy of the heavens and ancestors? The fifth prince had been kicked by the emperor, and pain radiated through his ribs as he knelt, too terrified to rise. Moments later, Empress Zhang and the Empress Dowager hurried over upon seeing her son, the fifth prince, assaulted by the emperor. The Empress Zhang wept as she embraced him. The emperor was filled with disdain at this sight. Empress Zhang was the emperor's cousin, and they had known each other since childhood. In their youth, the emperor had harbored a dislike for her. He had cherished his stringed instruments and made it clear that no one should touch his belongings. Yet, Empress Zhang had torn the strings of his beloved Guqin, and after receiving a scolding from him, she had wept before Empress Dowager Zhang, who in turn chastised the emperor. In later years, she had employed the same tactics to bring ruin upon the emperor's most cherished consort. It was all a cycle of vengeance. The Empress Zhang had yet to fully recover from her ailment. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she clung to the fifth prince, sobbing and pleading with the emperor not to harm him. The emperor cast her a cold, penetrating glance that sent a chill through the air. The Empress Dowager approached, leaning on her cane, flanked by several eunuchs and maidservants who supported her cautiously. What transgression has the fifth prince committed that warrants such treatment? She asked, her voice both frail and stern. He is young and foolish, ensnared by the machinations of treacherous individuals. Emperor, were you not also once young and naive? The emperor's expression remained grim. Mother, do not invoke age as a shield. When I was his age, I never ventured into such establishments. True, you did not, yet you indulge a source of calamity, neglecting the other palaces, thus stirring unrest among the people. At this, the emperor's countenance darkened dramatically. The Empress Dowager softened her tone. Emperor, Zheshan is your child, why be so harsh? If it had been the Prince of Qin who had frequented such places, would you have been this enraged? The emperor scoffed repeatedly. Had it been the Prince of Qin, it was likely that the emperor would have slaughtered the entire brothel and imprisoned the prince for half a month after painstakingly raising a child, only to have him turn out in such disgrace. Did the emperor truly believe he would condone such behavior unconditionally? While the Prince of Qin had been unruly and arrogant in recent years, he had never committed such a humiliating act. The emperor glared at the fifth prince, a son unworthy of his father. This statement bore the weight of a heavy stone, akin to a blade determining life and death. The fifth prince, who had been urging Empress Zhang to cease her weeping, felt his complexion drain of color upon hearing the emperor's words. Of the Empress Dowager, unable to tolerate the empress's display, regarded her with disdain. A sovereign empress, reduced to tears over trivial matters only to return to her chambers and unleash her frustrations upon the eunuchs and maidservants, the dowager instructed the servants to assist the empress and the fifth prince to their feet, casually delivering her verdict upon the situation. The fifth prince has always possessed a simple nature. Today's events are a result of the influence of those around him. The dowager cast a glance at Empress Zhang. Empress, return and discipline the fifth prince properly. You both should take your leave. Emperor, summon the Marquis of Dongxin and the King of Kongping. I wish to see how they educate their sons, that they allowed the fifth prince to wander into such a place. The emperor ordered that the Marquis of Dongxin and the King of Kongping be brought forth. Both men were already aware of the situation and had been anxiously waiting at home. Their families had fallen into decline over the years, and neither held any official position in the court. It had been ages since they had last seen the emperor. This time, they faced the brunt of the Empress Dowager's ire in this incident involving the fifth prince. A scapegoat must be found, for a person of such rank could never be at fault. The Marquis of Dongxin and the King of Kongping, once basking in glory, were now reduced to the status of humble dogs before the Empress Dowager, accepting full responsibility and declaring their failure in raising their sons, absolving the fifth prince of any wrongdoing. The emperor remained silent, his face dark for an extended period. The Empress Dowager, fully aware of her waning power and the inevitability of her own demise, recognized that her influence was dwindling while the emperor's was burgeoning. Once she departed this world, chaos would ensue. In the past, the emperor had often been beholden to her whims. Now, she found herself compelled to consider his disposition. The emperor said nothing further, and once the Empress Dowager concluded her reprimand, he allowed the marquis and the king to depart. That very evening, a son of the King of Kongping met his demise. This particular young man was of illegitimate birth, and amidst the many sons of the king, he was not particularly notable. However, due to his recent closeness with the fifth prince, he had risen in status within the household, bringing pride to his mother and concubine. At 17, he had hoped to leverage his association with the fifth prince to secure a favorable marriage and potentially establish a career in the officialdom. Following the Empress Dowager's remarks, the King of Kongping considered his son a source of misfortune for the family and ordered the servants to give him a severe beating. During this punishment, the young man did not dare to raise his voice. The blows were delivered with such ferocity that he succumbed before the beating was even half over. Such a youth, still in his teens, with a mother who was merely a concubine, would hardly create a significant stir upon his death. In the capital, many affairs related to the imperial family rarely transpired without bloodshed or loss of life, and thus he was quietly interred. However, this incident served as a wake-up call for the families within the capital. Once the matter of imperial succession was involved, it became a grave crime akin to treason. Even if one was not entangled in such high-stakes affairs, close associations with princes could lead to fortune or, should fortune turn, to the loss of one's life. Chapter 38 Retribution. The following day, upon awakening, Xiao Qingji donned his garments and descended from his bed, receiving a cup of tea from the eunuch who presented it to him. Since his youth, he had been of a reserved disposition, shunning the casual approach of others. Thus, in the absence of his consent, the eunuchs dared not approach him to assist with his attire. A sliver of dawnlight filtered through the window, and as he was not required to attend court that day, he refrained from entering the palace. At this early hour, the entire Xungfeng terrace basked in the gentle glow of sunlight. A scout recounted the events that had transpired in the palace the previous night to Xiao Qingji. He was not taken aback by the revelations. The whole residents of Dongxin and the Wang residents of Kongping sought to leverage Xiao Zheshan's resurgence, yet such endeavors are seldom as effortless as one might hope. Benefits cannot be garnered merely through the patronage of the powerful. Having learned a lesson this time, those individuals would surely tread cautiously in their future dealings with Xiao Zheshan. Hua found the situation intriguing, for previously, Xiao Qingji had seldom clashed with Xiao Zheshan, his primary focus being on matters pertaining to the Ministry of Justice. The sudden fixation on Xiao Zheshan seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Qingji dismissed the scout, taking a moment to adjust his clothing, allowing the eunuchs to approach him to fasten his belt and crown. In the serene morning atmosphere of Xungfeng Terrace, a faint scent of incense lingered in the air, with the crisp, cool fragrances of sweet pine and sandalwood being particularly prominent. Finding the attendants clumsy, Xiao Qingji waved them away. He suddenly recalled a matter of importance. The princess will be managing household affairs during this period. She may rearrange personnel and make various arrangements. All shall be conducted according to her directives. Hua had not anticipated this turn of events. Previously, when Xiao Qingji had mentioned delegating authority to the princess, he had genuinely meant to allow her to organize matters. Hua pondered, it may prove challenging. The several matrons and eunuchs in charge might resist suddenly adhering to the princess's orders, leading to potential conflicts. Xiao Qingji, displaying impatience, retorted, those who refuse to comply shall be dragged out and executed. Hua was genuinely alarmed by this declaration, sensing the prince's earnest intent for the princess to oversee the household. He hastily replied, indeed, I shall warn them, anyone daring to defy the master's command shall be swiftly dealt with. Xiao Qingji, preparing to depart, paid him no further heed as breakfast was brought in. Meanwhile, Yan Yu had finally transcribed all 10 volumes of scriptures and contemplated when she might deliver them to the empress. However, given the recent disgraceful actions of her son, it was likely that Empress Zheng's mood would not be particularly favorable. She had heard that the two sisters-in-law from the Xiao family had arrived in the capital the evening prior and planned to visit the Xiao residence today. After enjoying her morning meal, she set out. Madame Luo, the wife of Xiao Junliang, and Madame Zhang, the wife of Xiao Juanzhou, had endured a long journey back home. Upon their return yesterday, they had little time to attend to other matters, merely arranging for their guests and belongings and exchanging pleasantries with their husbands. Today, they contemplated whether to visit the Prince of Qin's residence, yet hesitated, feeling uncertain. During Yan Yu's time at the Xiao household, she had maintained a cordial relationship with them. Madame Luo was 10 years her senior, while Madame Zhang was merely 6 years older. They often engaged in conversation and needlework together, seldom noticing any significant differences. Yan Yu, as a distant relative living under their roof, and they, as newlywed brides, shared a commonality in their experiences. Due to Yan Yu's amiable nature, the two treated her with a familiarity that did not require the same caution they would have employed with an unwed young lady of the Xiao family, sometimes even developing a sense of shared empathy. Nevertheless, once Yan Yu married, the dynamics shifted dramatically. She had wed a prince, a union of considerable stature, yet among princes, there existed a hierarchy. The Prince of Qin, being second only to the crown prince, was a highly sought-after candidate given the current absence of an established heir. As the legitimate wife of the Prince of Qin, Yan Yu would command respect, irrespective of how esteemed the noble women outside might regard her. Upon encountering her, they would be obliged to lower their heads in deference. Madame Luo and Madame Zhang worried that their immediate visit to the Prince of Qin's residence might imply undue ambition. The social standing of the prince was lofty. Could two mere wives like themselves presume to enter such a prestigious domain? Furthermore, the capital was rife with dignitaries. Only a matron of their own household would carry enough weight to converse meaningfully before the princess. They feared that, having encountered numerous noble women, Yan might regard them with disdain. Madame Luo and Madame Zhang's husbands had been childhood friends, fostering a deep bond, which contributed to their amicable sister-in-law relationship. Publicly, they had never quarreled nor experienced any disputes. In truth, there was little for them to contest. Neither managed the household at the Anqing Marquis's residence. Their days were spent paying respects to their mother-in-law, inquiring after the elder matron, and engaging with the children, exchanging pleasantries amongst themselves. The gates of the Marquis's residence were numerous and unyielding, confining them throughout the year and causing their youth to slip away in the process. Perhaps they had once harbored ambitions of rivalry, yet such sentiments had long since faded. The ability for sisters-in-law to hold hands, converse, and share in needlework was far more rewarding than engaging in bitter contention. After their meal, both husbands departed for the Hanlin Academy, leaving Madame Zhang and Madame Luo seated together, conversing and engaging in needlework. Madame Luo spoke little, while Madame Zhang was more loquacious. They remained unaware of the humorous incident involving the fifth prince from the previous day, their knowledge restricted to the fact that Yan Yu's marriage had been arranged with the Prince of Qin. Madame Zhang remarked, "The Prince of Qin is favored by the Emperor. He is quite commendable. I wonder if Miss Yan has adapted to the climate here, as I find it rather arid." Madame Luo, with her head bowed as she embroidered, replied, "She has never been fond of eating. I hope she acclimatizes soon." Madame Zhang hesitated. "When shall we pay a visit to the young lady?" Madame Luo fell silent. "I fear we may impose upon her." Just then, a maid entered to announce, "Madam, the third young madam, the Princess of Qin has arrived at our residence. The carriage awaits outside." Madame Zhang and Madame Luo were taken aback, exchanging glances at their simple attire. Realizing they had not done anything particularly grand, they worried that appearing before the princess in such a state would not reflect well on them. However, to rush and prepare would cause the princess to wait, which seemed equally unseemly. The maid, blissfully unaware of their concerns, urged, "Let us hurry. Miss Yan is now the Princess of Qin. I am certain she will be delighted to see both of you." Madame Zhang paused. "Why should we feel so reserved? We have known her well in the past. Let us go and not keep our sister waiting." Chapter 39. A retribution. In the past, when Miss Yan resided in the Anqing Marquis' mansion, she had witnessed the two of them in their unkempt states, unbrushed and unwashed. Now, although they were dressed neatly, their attire lacked the grandeur befitting the occasion. Why, then, could they not be received? Lady Luo hastily accompanied Lady Zhang to greet her. Since her marriage, Yan Yu had scarcely ventured out, save for her visits to the palace and her return home. This was indeed her first visit to the Shao residence in the capital. Bai Chun assisted Yan Yu as she alighted from the carriage, while Lady Luo and Lady Zhang promptly approached to pay their respects, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the princess consort." Yan Yu momentarily froze, quickly helping them to their feet. "What are you two doing? Must you diminish my ears?" Lady Zhang chuckled softly. "Etiquette cannot be neglected. Princess consort, please enter and take a seat. Your brothers have been out since dawn. If they were to learn of your arrival, they would surely wish to remain." For a moment, Yan Yu was at a loss for words, allowing them to usher her into the interior. In truth, both Lady Zhang and Lady Luo were aware of Yan Yu's betrothal to the royal family, destined to marry a prince, yet, at that time, she was not yet wed, and their interactions were far more natural. Now, with their statuses so drastically altered, the conversations and actions that once flowed freely were now laden with unspoken constraints. Upon entering the chamber, the maidservants served tea. Lady Luo presented it to Yan Yu, while both she and Lady Zhang stood by her side, too timid to take a seat. Observing their demeanor, Yan Yu felt as though she were once again in the presence of the elderly matriarch. Even then, the atmosphere had not been so fraught with apprehension. "Sisters-in-law, please, do take a seat," Yan Yu urged. "Let us remain as we always were." Lady Zhang discerned that Yan Yu, after marrying into royalty, had no intention of flaunting her status. Should they continue to be so anxious, the situation would surely displease her. Ever the more vivacious, Lady Zhang pulled Lady Luo down beside Yan Yu, smiling. "Indeed, what Yan Yu says is true. Let everything remain as it once was." Though they spoke these words, both ladies were acutely aware that their social standings rendered it impossible for things to revert to their former state. Yet Yan Yu maintained a cheerful demeanor, her countenance little changed from days gone by. Aside from her exquisitely ornate attire, it seemed as though nothing had altered. Lady Zhang and Lady Luo found themselves momentarily transported back to their pasts. When they had first arrived at the mansion, Yan Yu had already been there. The young girl, delicate and lively, endeared herself to both women, who regarded her as a little sister. At that time, Yan Yu was still quite young, her thoughts simple. After 2 or 3 years, she had only reached the tender age of 6 or 7, an age at which children entertain no profound contemplations. She perceived the kindness of those around her and regarded the Shao residence as her home, engaging in playful squabbles with her sisters and joyfully sharing rare treasures. However, as rumors circulated among the gossipy servants that Yan Yu was not a true daughter of the Shao family, the realization struck her that she was, in fact, an outsider. In a moment of despair, she concealed herself beneath the grapevines, weeping quietly. Newly married Lady Zhang, feeling the weight of her own challenges, often found herself shedding tears in solitude, unnoticed. In time, Lady Zhang took special care of this little sister, secretly offering her treats and treasures. The years slipped away, and as they exchanged pleasantries over tea, Lady Zhang and Lady Luo inadvertently forgot Yan Yu's royal status and the rigid hierarchies that governed the capital. After partaking in lunch and resting for a while, Yan Yu noted that time was slipping away, and she needed to return to the royal residence. Lady Luo, who usually spoke little, grasped Yan Yu's hand gently and whispered a few tender admonitions to serve His Highness the Qin wine well, heed his every word, and do not provoke his ire. May you soon bear a young heir. Yan Yu nodded softly in acknowledgement. Beside Lady Luo stood a boy of 7 or 8 years, the son of Xiao Junliang and his concubine, raised under Lady Luo's care, as she could bear no children herself. Life had unfolded this way, devoid of expectations. Today, upon seeing Yan Yu, she felt a surge of joy in conversing with her, and they exchanged a few more words. Lady Luo perceived that although Yan Yu appeared gentle and beautiful, her background evoked sympathy, making her seem easily manipulated. In truth, she was a girl of considerable spirit, yet, a woman with too much spirit, if overly resolute, could find her position precarious in the inner quarters. Lady Luo constantly pondered how to guide this young lady toward a better life. Soon, Yan Yu returned to her carriage and made her way back to the residence. Ning Xia supported Yan Yu's arm as they walked toward Wanfu Garden, reflecting, the eldest and third young madams seem somewhat intimidated by you now. Yan Yu understood that their fear was not directed at her, but rather at the power she now represented. It was not the Empress or the Dowager they feared, but the influence of the Zhang family today. Hua Ha had accompanied the Qin Wang on an outing, and Hua Ha's adopted son, Hua Wang, eagerly approached Yan Yu, bowing respectfully. Princess consort, I pay my respects to you. Yan Yu recognized him as a eunuch who often trailed the Qin Wang. Initially, internal matters had largely been handled by Hua Ha, who would then report to the prince. This had led Hua Ha to regard the princess consort with a degree of disdain. However, with the prince now delegating responsibilities to Yan Yu, enforcing strict compliance, Hua Ha was quick to send his subordinates to curry favor with her. Yan Yu nodded. What is your name? Hua Wang hastily replied, I am called Hua Wang. I recently acquired a magpie and came to present it to you, my lady. Yan Yu was not particularly interested in the bird, so she simply nodded. What news has reached the palace regarding the fifth prince? Hua Wang, favored by Hua Ha, was a talkative sort, and he recounted the events with great detail. The Dowager Empress has laid blame upon the Dongxing Marquis and the Kongping Prince's residence. The young master of the Kongping Prince's house was beaten to death. Yan Yu was taken aback. A distinguished young master of a royal residence, killed over such a trivial matter? When it involves the Dowager Empress, it is no trivial affair, Hua Wang quickly clarified. Had it been our prince implicated, it would have stirred the emperor's wrath, resulting in the deaths of at least 100 people. Those two young masters truly lack judgment. Could they bring the emperor's son to such a place? In light of this incident, the Kongping Prince's residence and the Dongxing Marquis' house will find it difficult to navigate court politics. Yan Yu halted in her tracks, fully aware of the treacherous waters of the capital, understanding that the royal family loomed like a mountain over their heads, yet now she grasped the true extent of their menace. After inquiring further, she returned to Wanfu Garden, while Hua Wang remained outside, standing respectfully. At that moment, Hua Wang spotted His Highness the Qin Wang approaching from a distance and quickly bowed, stepping aside to await his arrival. Chapter 40 Revenge. Yan Yu sat before the vanity mirror, delicately removing the ornaments from her hair. Ning Xia assisted her in taking down the heaviest hairpin. With a lowered gaze, Yan Yu remarked, what if one day I were to utter something ungracious or commit an indiscretion, inadvertently offending the prince or the emperor? Might I not meet a similar fate? Initially, she had been fearless and brimming with spirit, treating others as she always had during her time with the Xiao family. Even though she was aware that the royal family differed greatly from the noble households, she had not contemplated the gravity of the situation. However, witnessing the change in the attitude of her once close sisters-in-law and the ease with which the Empress Dowager could dismantle two families with a mere word, her resolve began to wane. Ning Xia hurried to comfort Yan Yu, saying, Your Highness, do not dwell too much on such thoughts. Excessive sentimentality can be detrimental. Yan Yu understood well that even if she were to find herself in dire straits, the imperial power would not allow her to perish in a manner so disgraceful. Just as it was said that concubine Bo had succumbed to illness, whispers claimed she had been strangled by a white silk ribbon or poisoned by a cup of lethal wine. Regardless of the truth, it was unlikely she would be beaten to death. When trouble arises, one must confront it when the time comes. For now, she should live freely and without burden. As Yan Yu removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, her fingers lingered on a slender ring, contemplating whether she should have a light meal to stave off hunger. At that moment, the sound of maidservants greeting and inquiring outside announced the return of Prince Xiaoqingji. Before Yan Yu could rise, Xiaoqingji had already approached from behind her, clad in official robes. He appeared to have been at the court that morning. The intricate gold embroidery of four-clawed dragons adorned his shoulders and hem, their fierce visages startling at first glance. At a loss for words, Yan Yu found it difficult to engage with Xiaoqingji. Though she was articulate, she was not naturally inclined towards conversation. Having been pampered by the matriarch since childhood, she was not one to seek approval or concern herself with pleasing others. As a cherished young lady of noble birth, her thoughts seldom strayed to how to serve or delight others, yet, recent events had awakened a realization within her. Even if her heart did not align with such notions, in the presence of the prince, she must feign subservience. Should he become enraged and wield his royal authority against her, she would be powerless to resist. The intricacies of this palace life were far from what she had imagined. Merely adhering to the rules and committing no transgressions did not guarantee her safety. Under the aegis of imperial power, those in authority could easily distort the truth, calling a deer a horse and painting black as white. Yan Yu quickly rose. Your Highness, what brings you here? Xiaoqingji's expression darkened. He himself was uncertain why he frequently found himself at her side. It was illogical to claim it was merely by chance, for not once had he visited her before she moved here. Struggling to find an explanation, he remained silent, his demeanor cold. Yan Yu's inquiry had been casual, not an earnest demand for an explanation, merely a polite exchange. The entire residence belonged to Xiaoqingji, and he was free to come and go as he pleased. Recalling the 10 volumes of scriptures she had copied, she informed him, the scriptures the Empress requested had been completed. I was considering when to deliver them. The recent misdeeds of the fifth prince had conveniently fallen within Xiao Qingji's purview. The empress was likely seething with rage against him, yet he remained impervious to her influence, directing his ire toward Yan Yu instead. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor, Yan Yu wondered if she had been overly bold. Perhaps next time, she should adopt a more demure appearance, although, she mused, regardless of her attire, she would still attract disdain. I will have the maidservants prepare a few inconspicuous outfits and send them over tomorrow or the day after, as I wish to avoid further punishment. Xiao Qingji inquired, where are the copied scriptures? Yan Yu instructed Ning Xia to fetch them for him. He handed them to Hua Ha, instructing, deliver these to the empress immediately, tell her that if she punishes the princess again, I shall personally take it upon myself to copy the scriptures for her. Hua Ha hurried off, leaving Yan Yu in a state of astonishment. Xiao Qingji scoffed, her discontent with you stems from her association with me. It has nothing to do with you as an individual. I will not allow a woman to bear the burden of blame. Wear whatever you wish, without concern for her opinions. Should she seek to bully you, let her do so, as long as she remains indifferent to Xiao Jiajin's fate. For a moment, Yan Yu was left speechless. Xiao Qingji's nature was undeniably domineering, yet there was an undeniable charm about him. Were he to lead troops into battle, his subordinates would surely rally around him, following his every command. In Yan Yu's eyes, he sparkled like a constellation, her gaze filled with admiration. She hastily urged Xiao Qingji to sit, removing the heavy crown from his head and gently massaging his shoulders and back. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. There is no man in the Wei dynasty as formidable as you. As Xiao Qingji lifted his gaze, he beheld Yan Yu's face, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers. Her eyes shone brightly, as if they could produce tears, and her gaze brimmed with adoration. To be revered by such a charming beauty felt akin to savoring a rich, fragrant wine. Even knowing it contained poison, one would still gladly indulge. Xiao Qingji studied Yan Yu's countenance for a moment before abruptly standing, his ears flushed with heat and his mood agitated as he strode toward the exit. Yan Yu felt a pang of grievance. She had merely complimented him, not provoked him. Why then did he seem angered? Throughout her life, she had never encountered anyone who so openly loathed her. Stunned, she reached out to tug at his sleeve. Your Highness, where are you going? Xiao Qingji felt a stiffness in his body, sensing the gentle warmth of her fingertips. He pushed her hand away, stating, there is a sudden matter at the Ministry of Justice. I must attend to it. Yan Yu had not seen anyone announce his departure and assumed perhaps someone had informed him earlier. She quickly took his crown, intending to place it upon his head. However, Xiao Qingji took it from her, refusing her assistance, and walked out without looking back. Yan Yu stood in place, momentarily dazed, unable to regain her composure. Though Ning Xia was unaware of why the prince had departed so swiftly, she, as a maidservant, dared not speculate and quickly helped Yan Yu to sit down, assisting her in removing the remaining jewelry. Chapter 41. Standing shoulder to shoulder. Previously, there had been numerous instances where young ladies brought along their maidservants as dowries, and in many households, the masters took in all of their wives accompanying maids. This was also the case in the Xiao residence. However, the maidservants in Yan Yu's chamber did not harbor any such intentions. On one hand, they were unwaveringly loyal to Yan Yu, who was not a person inclined to reprimand her maids. Instead, she treated them with kindness and grace. With such a mistress, they felt genuinely grateful. On the other hand, although Prince Qin was exceedingly handsome, his formidable aura intimidated most, rendering them hesitant to approach him. The maidservants in Yan Yu's room spoke to him with trepidation, fearing to utter a word. Observing their mistress converse with Prince Qin and audaciously breathe in his presence, they could not help but feel that their mistress was indeed extraordinary. Hua Ha swiftly delivered several volumes of scriptures copied by Yan Yu to Empress Zhang. As the chief eunuch in the presence of Prince Qin, Hua Ha was well known both inside and outside the palace. He was subservient to Prince Qin but commanded respect among other eunuchs. Those around Empress Zhang recognized him as a servant of Prince Qin, and upon realizing he had come to present something, allowed him to approach. Currently, Empress Zhang harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Prince Qin, and upon hearing that someone from the princess residence had arrived, she entertained the thought that perhaps it was the princess herself. While she could not take any direct action against Prince Qin, she could certainly unleash her ire upon the princess. Truth be told, if it were not for the palace regulations, Empress Zhang would have relished the opportunity to strip the princess of her dignity. However, the visitor was none other than Hua Ha, the chief eunuch. With reverence, he presented the 10 volumes of scriptures transcribed by the princess, stating, these past few days, the princess has diligently copied scriptures day and night to pray for the empress's blessings. She has just completed them and is now exhausted. Having retired to her bed, I rushed here to deliver them to you. The very words spoken by Prince Qin, Hua Ha would not dare to utter before the empress, for while his masters had the prowess and authority to speak boldly, he could not afford to be reckless in their presence. This was the empress, the sovereign matron of the realm, and nevertheless, the sentiments conveyed by Prince Qin had to be delicately expressed through Hua Ha, who knew that the empress would grasp the underlying message upon contemplation. Upon seeing Hua Ha, Empress Zhang felt a twinge of disappointment. Why hasn't the princess come herself? Hua Ha replied, the princess's hand has nearly cramped from writing, and his highness is deeply concerned for her well-being, insisting she rest and stating that next time, should the empress require scriptures, he will transcribe them on her behalf. The empress's countenance darkened. Although Xiao Qingji was not her son, Empress Zhang held a profound animosity towards him, yet, witnessing Xiao Qingji captivated by a woman left her feeling quite unsettled. Throughout her life, Empress Zhang had never truly understood what it meant to be favored, and her heart gradually withered, as she feared she would never experience it. Observing others effortlessly attain what she longed for felt akin to her heart being consumed by wildfires. As Xiao Qingji distanced himself from the court, his influence steadily grew, making it increasingly difficult for Empress Zhang and the Dowager Empress to manipulate him. Holding a string of prayer beads, the Empress nodded with an impassive expression. In that case, you may leave. Hua, relieved, slowly withdrew, yet, once he departed, Empress Zheng's frustration erupted, causing her to shatter several items in her vicinity. In Shokong Palace, the Dowager Empress gazed into the mirror, caressing her graying temples, while Zhao Mama relayed information she had gathered. The Dowager Empress's expression remained unchanged. Zhao Mama sighed. The Empress, she dares not speak harshly to even a eunuch favored by Prince Qin, yet she resorts to cruel words towards the princess, humiliating her. The recent incident involving the fifth prince, I wonder if it is related to the Empress. It was not the first time the Empress had proven herself to be ineffectual, utterly failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just as in this instance, the Empress, unable to tolerate Prince Qin, sought to vent her frustrations on his eunuch. After all, how could she expect that by harming a mere dog, Prince Qin would retaliate against her? Instead, she chose to target the princess, ultimately bringing disgrace upon her. While Prince Qin would not be angered over a mere dog, he would surely be incensed if his beloved were wronged, especially when that beloved was an exquisite beauty. Upon witnessing her tears, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance on her behalf. The Dowager Empress gradually felt the weariness settle within her. At times, she contemplated that life might not be worth living. However, the thought of the multitude of people in the Zhang household and their future compelled her to cling to life. At this critical juncture, the Dowager Empress contemplated arranging a suitable marriage for the fifth prince. The daughter of General Wei Yuan seemed to be an excellent choice. The Dowager Empress envisioned the fifth prince marrying a general's daughter. In truth, Yan Yu was an ideal candidate in her heart. Despite the demise of the Duke of Jingguoya's household, many celebrated and accomplished generals had served under him and benefited from his patronage. Generals were often loyal and honorable. The Duke's family was full of loyal martyrs, leaving only a gentle young lady. If the fifth prince were to marry a girl from the Wen family and treat her well, those generals would surely hold him in high regard. Yet, despite her arguments, the Empress remained unconvinced, asserting that the Duke of Jingguo had been deceased for a decade, and who would still remember such old favors. The Empress favored Consort Wei, believing that such a docile woman would not lead the fifth prince astray. The Dowager Empress had met the daughter of General Wei Yuan and found her to be forthright and articulate. The Empress, however, disapproved, claiming that such a strong-willed woman would overshadow the fifth prince. This time, however, the Dowager Empress would not allow the Empress to make unilateral decisions. She could not bear to witness her inept niece ruin her hopes for her grandson. The Dowager Empress declared, "We must invite General Wei Yuan's wife to the palace again soon. This marriage must be settled to avoid prolonged uncertainties." Zhao Mama's expression turned grim, and after much hesitation, she finally spoke. Once the fifth prince encountered trouble, General Wei Yuan's wife promptly arranged a marriage for her daughter with a young man from her family. The Dowager Empress was taken aback. Initially, when she had invited General Wei Yuan's wife and daughter to the palace, the unspoken intent was clear to all. It was precisely because nothing had been explicitly stated that nothing was settled, allowing General Wei Yuan's household to act swiftly in this manner. Lowering her voice, Zhao Mama added, "Your Majesty, the fifth prince's future marriage may prove to be quite challenging." Chapter 42. Standing shoulder to shoulder. Logically, one would assume that the emperor's son would have no trouble finding a bride. As of now, the fifth prince has no shortage of suitors. It is not merely a single consort he could attract, but rather a multitude, 10, 8, or even 100 eager candidates would present themselves. The crux of the matter lies in whether the Empress Dowager Zhang finds them satisfactory, believing that the family possesses potential to assist the fifth prince, and that their daughters are well educated and sensible. Thus, after this meticulous filtering, the remaining families are few and far between. These families, already distinguished, wish to avoid entanglements with danger, unwilling to gamble the lives of their entire kin for the sake of vying for the throne. A handful of audacious souls, willing to stake their fortunes, or those who genuinely cherish their daughters and would support a son-in-law, might view the fifth prince as lacking merit. His shameless liaison with his brother's fiancée before marriage speaks volumes of his character. Abandoning a house full of unfortunate orphan girls showcases his heartlessness. The emperor publicly claims that the marriage exchange between the third and fifth princes is due to a mismatch in the horoscopes of the two young ladies, yet this explanation is riddled with inconsistencies. Those inquisitive enough to delve deeper would inevitably uncover the truth. When a man is both shameless and devoid of compassion, even the boldest gambler would hesitate at the moment of placing the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, on the betting table. As for those who would willingly approach in hopes of basking in royal fortune, the Empress Dowager has little regard for them. Upon learning that the General Wei Yuan's household had arranged a marriage for his daughter, the Empress Dowager was seized by uncontrollable fury. Very well, she sneered coldly. Do they believe that I have grown old and lost my influence, daring to offend me directly? They do not wish for her to marry the fifth prince. I shall see if her cousins possess the fortune to wed her. Zhao Momo was rendered speechless by the shock. How many years had it been since she ascended to the position of Empress Dowager? Even the emperor had to consider her sentiments, yet a mere general's household dared to be so selective, looking down upon a prince of the realm. If the fifth prince were to reject this woman, the Empress Dowager would be keen to see who else would dare to pursue her. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's eldest son, Ma Baogua, had been frequently seeking the company of Xiao Qingji. Previously, there had been no ties between the Xiao and Ma families, yet both were aware of each other's reputations within the bureaucracy. Xiao Qingji found it unusual, as Ma Baogua did not strike him as such a character. Curious, he made discreet inquiries and soon discovered that the Empress Dowager initially intended to marry Ma Baogua's sister to the fifth prince. In matters of marriage, Xiao Qingji had seldom pried, as they did not concern him. He was even indifferent to the political strife at court, relying on the emperor's backing. However, now that he had entered into matrimony, albeit reluctantly, under the emperor's duress, things could no longer remain as before. That afternoon, upon returning home, he broached the subject with Yenyu. Yenyu was still engaged in teaching the parrot sent over by Huo Wang to speak. The parrot, quite intelligent, had initially been met with disdain due to its somewhat ominous black and white plumage, resembling a diminutive crow. Huo Wang had intended to take it to the Congfeng platform, believing the prince would find amusement in it, as he was not fond of gaudy colors. However, in an effort to please Yenyu, Huo Wang faced scolding from Hua, who criticized him for his lack of discernment, suggesting that he should have sent a more charming bird, such as a canary or a nightingale. Despite her initial reluctance, Yenyu permitted the parrot to be cared for, and after 2 days, she discovered that it indeed possessed remarkable intelligence. Upon her entrance to the courtyard, it would mimic the maid's voice, exclaiming, "The princess has arrived," with a hint of nervousness in its tone. Yenyu endeavored to teach it phrases like "I want to eat," but after much effort, the bird had yet to utter a word. Feeling fatigued, Yenyu accepted a damp cloth from a maid to wipe her hands, and upon hearing Xiao Qingji mention the Ma family's affairs, her curiosity piqued. Her understanding of court officials was limited, for as young ladies of the inner chambers, they lacked the means to be informed about court matters. However, now that she was married, the dynamics had shifted. While concubines could indulge in their own affairs without concern, the mistresses of households were compelled to remain vigilant about court intrigues, as they could greatly affect their own family's fortunes. Even though sheltered young ladies who seldom concerned themselves with worldly matters had heard of General Wei Yuan, he was one of the most competent generals in the emperor's service. After listening to Xiao Qingji's words, Yenyu furrowed her brow. Is the Wei Yuan general's household disregarding the Empress Dowager's authority, provoking her to create difficulties for them? Xiao Qingji nodded, understanding the Empress Dowager's temperament well. Yenyu continued, "So, the Wei Yuan general's household seeks to curry favor with you, hoping to secure your protection against the Empress Dowager's wrath?" "Not quite," Xiao Qingji replied, fighting back a smile, finding her perspective amusing due to her limited grasp of court affairs. "It is likely that Miss Ma is not as favorable as they hope. The Wei Yuan general is a man of great merit, still needed by the court, and various factions seek to win his favor. The Empress Dowager, having failed to do so, is left feeling humiliated and furious." Now enlightened, Yenyu responded, "Wherever I can offer assistance, I shall make an effort." Observing her quick comprehension, Xiao Qingji nodded in approval. He was well aware that Yenyu had yet to firmly establish herself in the capital, and many remained unacquainted with her. It would be an undue burden to ask her to undertake certain tasks so soon. Nevertheless, it was imperative for her to be informed. Finally able to sit down and sip some water, Yenyu noticed Xiao Qingji standing at a distance, as if they were strangers, leaving her puzzled. Truth be told, she was at a loss as to why she had incurred his disdain. Pouring a cup of tea for him, she offered, "Your Highness, would you not join me for a cup of tea?" "Standing there, are you not weary?" Xiao Qingji approached and took a seat. On the table was a plate of milk cakes, filled with hawthorn, raisins, peanuts, and sesame seeds. Each piece was small enough to be consumed in a couple of bites, and their flavor was delightful. This delicacy was unfamiliar to Yenyu, having only tasted it since arriving in the capital, and she had developed a particular fondness for it over the past few days. She pinched off a piece and offered it to Xiao Qingji's lips, saying, "Your Highness, do try this." Adorned with a double-stranded golden bracelet, her delicate wrists appeared particularly fragile, as if they could snap with the slightest pressure. Xiao Qingji tasted the morsel she had offered, remarking, "My shoulders ache a bit." Yenyu settled onto the couch behind him and began to knead his shoulders. Though her hands lacked strength, their softness radiated warmth, clearly felt through the thin fabric of his robe. Xiao Qingji closed his eyes, saying, "I do not feel it, you must apply more pressure." As her hands began to tire, Yenyu felt a hint of frustration at his insistence and leaned against him for a moment's respite. "Perhaps I should summon Hua to assist. The eunuch possesses greater strength." Hua, being a robust and hefty figure, would certainly have ample strength to spare. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened at the suggestion. Continue. Chapter 43. Shoulder to shoulder. After kneading Xiao Qingji's shoulder for a quarter of an hour, Yenyu felt genuinely fatigued, her hands and wrists aching slightly. He glanced at her hands, not allowing her to rise immediately from the couch. Instead, he pulled her back and began to massage her wrists, teasing, "Such a delicate creature, this prince is truly unfortunate to have married a wife as fragile as you." Yenyu instinctively retorted, "If you had married earlier, you wouldn't find yourself in such an unfortunate predicament." Xiao Qingji was several years her senior. Had he heeded the emperor's advice and wed early, he would likely be surrounded by children by now. And then what? Xiao Qingji scoffed, "You and Wei would have both married the fifth prince, with you as the primary consort and her as the secondary? Miss One, do wake up. Wei is capricious and cunning, yet if you fell into her hands, you would find yourself weeping thrice a day." Yenyu was so incensed that she could not articulate a response, her chest rising and falling with agitation, her eyes beginning to redden. Noticing her distress, Xiao Qingji fell silent, unsure of how to console a woman in tears. He instinctively considered departing, yet was apprehensive that if he left, Yenyu might truly weep. At that moment, Hua discreetly approached from outside. "Your Highness, you have an appointment with Lord Lu to discuss matters, it is time to proceed." Xiao Qingji shot a glance at the oblivious attendant, gesturing for him to observe the princess. Hua's eyes darted, "Your Highness, yesterday I encountered a rather amusing incident in the streets and wished to share it with you." Xiao Qingji nodded slightly. Hua chuckled, "I came across a young lady selling tofu pudding. She was as cold as ice, never smiling, her expression perpetually impassive. Nearby, a scoundrel boasted that he could make her laugh or incite her anger with a single remark. Others doubted him and wagered 50 copper coins. Can you guess what the scoundrel did?" Intrigued, Yenyu leaned in, eavesdropping. Hua noticed that her eyes no longer appeared red, but he felt the humor might be inappropriate for the moment. Fearing it might provoke her further ire, stealing a glance at Xiao Qingji, he found him already familiar with such jests from his readings and nodded for Hua to continue. Hua elaborated, the young lady had a little pug, the scoundrel prostrated himself on the ground, addressed the dog as father, and lo and behold, the young lady burst into laughter. Hua animatedly mimicked the act, bowing before a decorative vase. He continued, after rising, he again bowed to the young lady, calling her mother, which instantly enraged her, prompting her to grab a spoon and threaten him. At this point, unable to contain herself, Yanyu laughed aloud. The moment she did, Xiao Qingji turned to her, feeling a bit embarrassed. She quickly composed her expression, seeing that she was no longer on the verge of tears. Xiao Qingji stood to leave. Hua, relieved, cautiously followed behind him. Xiao Qingji remarked, that was quite good, prepare more jokes for her in the future. The princess had a tendency to weep, and Xiao Qingji found it prudent to ensure that those around him were prepared to prevent a recurrence of such distress. After his departure, Yanyu lay on the bed for a while. Recently, the household had been bustling with affairs that required careful attention, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, she would soon have to enter the palace to navigate the complexities of dealing with the Empress and the Empress Dowager. The weight of various responsibilities pressed heavily upon her heart. She recalled Xiao Qingji's earlier comment about his misfortune in marrying her, and felt a pang of grievance. Wasn't marriage often a matter of blind fate? Most unions were arranged without prior acquaintance, with the true nature of one's spouse only revealed on the wedding day. In contrast, the fifth prince and Lady Wei were already familiar with one another prior to their marriage, and it was likely that they were enjoying a harmonious relationship now. Xiao Zheshan had recently faced some setbacks. Firstly, a young noble from the Kongping prince's residence had died, leaving the young men of the Dongxin Marquis hesitant to associate with him. As a royal, the fifth prince should have no shortage of followers. At his command, a throng of subservient attendants would kneel before him, yet, those of noble birth who might engage with him tended to avoid him, resorting to superficial pleasantries or outright evasion. Xiao Zheshan bore this discontent in silence. Furthermore, having tasted the pleasures of the world, he found the mundane fare at home utterly flavorless. The concubines in his household were vetted by the empress, who feared that a horde of seductresses would distract him from propriety. Consequently, those who remained were generally quite docile, rendering any intimacy devoid of excitement. Thus, Xiao Zheshan sought refuge daily with Wei Ruxuan, who possessed a myriad of charms and knew precisely how to win his favor. Wei Ruxuan was elated, her spirits soaring upon hearing of a marriage arrangement between a young lady from the Weiyuan general's household and her cousin. She became increasingly convinced that Xiao Zheshan's visits to the brothel were an attempt to annul that engagement, believing him to be as devoted as the characters in her beloved novels, his heart solely occupied with her. Now, Wei Ruxuan was consumed by thoughts of being elevated to the status of primary consort. She still harbored resentment over a recent incident in the Empress's palace, where she had been humiliated by the Qin princess. This grievance festered within her, and she was determined to reclaim her pride. Moreover, she could not comprehend how the Qin princess, aside from her looks, possessed the ability to captivate the prince. Above all, she feared that if Xiao Zheshan were to glimpse the Qin princess, he might come to regret his choice. In a state of anxiety, Wei Ruxuan constantly pressed Xiao Zheshan, "Fifth master, you did not marry the Wen family's daughter but chose me instead. Do you ever regret your decision?" Xiao Zheshan found her inquiry amusing. "Regret? What would I have to regret? Have you not heard my mother's assessment of her, calling her gaudy and insipid? The Empress has frequently mentioned the Qin princess, and each time, she has had nothing favorable to say." Xiao Zheshan, ever dutiful, heeded the Empress's words, maintaining a closer relationship with her than with the Empress Dowager. If the Empress deemed the Wen family daughter unworthy, Xiao Zheshan naturally shared that sentiment. In truth, there were few genuinely appealing candidates, and at times, Xiao Zheshan found himself relishing the irony that someone as prideful as Xiao Qingji would settle for what others deemed undesirable. Yet, Wei Ruxuan remained unsatisfied, compelling Xiao Zheshan to vow his devotion. Exasperated, he raised his hand to heaven, swearing, "If I were to regret my choice, may lightning strike me. Ruxuan, rest assured, you are the only one I cherish. I have no interest in anyone else." Chapter 44. Side by side. Xiao Zheshan repeatedly assured her, even swearing by heaven and earth, until Wei Ruxuan finally believed him. She let out a deep sigh. To be candid, she was genuinely terrified of marrying the Prince of Qin, fearing neglect and indifference from him, and ultimately, if he were to perish in battle, so too would she meet a tragic end. Following Xiao Zheshan, although she currently lacked the title of a legitimate consort, she believed that with perseverance, she could attain it. Though the prince's wife had never divulged the nature of her life within the prince's residence, Wei Ruxuan harbored the conviction that it could not have been pleasant. After all, marrying a villain who stood in stark opposition to the male lead, a man known for his brutal and heartless demeanor, how could one expect a life of contentment? On the other hand, Yanyu was taken aback to find herself encountering a relative from the Wen family, a clan residing in the capital. It was an aunt from the same lineage who had come to visit. After the demise of all the male members of the Duke of Jin's household in battle, and following the melancholic passing of Yanyu's mother, numerous relatives from the Wen family had rushed to the Duke's residence amidst the chaos, colluding with the household staff to abscond with a considerable amount of valuables. Some even proposed that in the absence of male heirs, they would adopt their sons to inherit the Duke's title and claim a share of the family wealth. At that time, Yanyu was merely 4 or 5 years old, frail and weak, and the sorrow from her mother's death nearly consumed her. With others seeking to seize her inheritance, what could she possibly do? Nothing at all. Fortunately, the Xiao family arrived, wielding influence and power to protect Yanyu, boldly declaring that all within the Duke's estate would serve as her dowry, and that no outsider's son would inherit the title. Even so, this was not without considerable effort. The Wen clan was eager to seize the estate's assets, unwilling to concede anything to a daughter-in-law. Luckily, Yan Yu had a royal engagement, and the emperor, disapproving of the oppression of a solitary girl, secretly aided the Xiao family in taking her away. The visiting aunt was, of course, not Yan Yu's biological uncle, for the Duke of Jin had no full-blooded brothers. Had there been any such kin, Yan Yu's plight would not have been so arduous. The connection could only be traced back to her great-grandfather's generation. Yan Yu, recalling her early childhood, could remember little. She was merely a child then, unable to piece together the specific details of events. The elders of the Xiao family were not inclined to speak ill of the Wen family, thus they had not provided her with much insight into that chapter. Therefore, upon seeing a relative bearing the same surname visit, Yan Yu was unsure of their intentions and merely invited her in for a brief conversation. This aunt, surnamed Huang, appeared quite honest and dressed modestly. She spoke of the past between their families and remarked on how Yan Yu resembled the Duchess. Yan Yu, struggling to recall her childhood memories with this family, realized that this Huang aunt had never come to claim anything from her household. They exchanged a few pleasantries, inquiring about the situation in Huang's family. The aunt's husband was currently serving in a minor official capacity outside the capital. Yan Yu understood that after years of estrangement, the visit of a relative surely indicated a request for assistance. Yet, Huang did not voice her needs, and Yan Yu refrained from prompting her. Having just arrived in the capital, Yan Yu was still unfamiliar with many individuals and affairs, lacking the guidance of older, more experienced relatives to introduce her to the local milieu. If they were relatives without any past grievances, she would not mind getting to know them. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Huang finally wiped her tears and shared her plight. Her son, a minor clerk in the Ministry of Justice responsible for overseeing prisoners, had recently fallen victim to harassment and humiliation after refusing a directive from his superior. The son, naturally introverted and reluctant to engage with others, ultimately abandoned his post. Tragically, not long after, he perished outside, with doctors claiming he succumbed to excessive drinking. Huang harbored doubts, believing her son had been wronged, yet found herself powerless to seek redress, with her husband absent from home. Yan Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Ministry of Justice was currently under the supervision of Xiao Qingji, which explained why Huang had sought her out. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Yu inquired, what was his superior demanding of him? What is the name of that official? Huang disclosed the name of the officer, then continued, he was instructed to poison a prisoner as food, assuring that it would not result in immediate death, but rather a delayed demise that could not be traced back to him. My son, being timid, was too afraid to comply. Yan Yu offered a few words of consolation to Huang, who soon took her leave. When Xiao Qingji returned, Yan Yu recounted the entire affair to him. His expression shifted dramatically as he summoned two shadow guards, instructing them to investigate the matter. Yan Yu watched as, at the command of Xiao Qingji, two individuals swiftly entered through the window, startling her. She had not anticipated the presence of so many covert operatives ready to heed his call. Once they departed, Xiao Qingji explained, these individuals have been raised within the palace, solely at my service. There is no need for you to fear. While fear was not her concern, Yan Yu was indeed intrigued. Can they hear our conversations within this room? If that were the case, she would need to exercise caution in her speech, lest she inadvertently utter something untoward that might lead to Xiao Qingji seeking retribution. Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. What? Do you often speak ill of me when I am not around? Yan Yu replied. That would not be the case. Unless one speaks loudly, they would not overhear. You need not worry, he stated, settling down with a cup of tea. Even if you were to speak ill of me, it would not matter. Noticing that the tea he was drinking was the same she had just sampled, she prepared him a fresh cup. Xiao Qingji felt quite pleased with his self-control today. With pressing matters in both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, he had been exceedingly busy, sleeping only 3 hours a night, his energies wholly consumed by essential duties. If he were to be swayed by Yan Yu, it would be a testament to his lack of restraint, and he would be unfit to bear the title of a prince. At that moment, Yan Yu observed that the tassel of the jade pendant at Xiao Qingji's waist had become somewhat frayed. She leaned closer to untangle it for him, saying, I shall replace it with a new one tonight, Your Highness. How could your attendants neglect such matters? Xiao Qingji tensed, acutely aware of her proximity. He recognized that Yan Yu possessed a certain charm, otherwise, she could not have so swiftly unraveled his heart. Yet, he was taken aback by the multitude of her strategies, as she sought various excuses to draw near him. With ease, Yan Yu untied the pendant from his waist, meticulously adjusting the tassel before tucking it into her sleeve, intending to replace it later. Xiao Qingji, having waited in vain for her next move, felt his patience wearing thin. As he sensed her about to step away, he reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Yan Yu, puzzled, asked, Your Highness? Xiao Qingji abruptly released her. It's nothing's Chapter 45. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Yan Yu truly cannot comprehend what thoughts occupy her lord's mind day by day. The intricacies of a man's heart are exceedingly difficult to decipher. He often appears displeased, leaving her to wonder how she might have offended him. Nevertheless, there is a matter of some importance that Yan Yu wishes to discuss with Xiao Qingji. Since marrying him, she has found herself closest in connection to him among all in the residence, and thus feels most comfortable confiding her troubles to him. Your Highness, I have been in the capital for a few months now, yet I remain unfamiliar with this place, Yan Yu candidly admits. Though she is a native of the capital, having been born and raised there, she was taken to Ling City at the tender age of 4 or 5, quickly adopting the dialect of her sisters. Subsequently, the matriarch realized this was unsuitable, and hastily engaged a governess from the capital to instruct the young ladies at home. In addition to the Confucian classics, they were also required to correct their accents, mandating the use of Mandarin. After all, one could never be certain if any girl might marry into a distant locale. Years have passed, and Yan Yu has forgotten many customs of the capital. Xiao Qingji responded, should you encounter anything unclear, do not hesitate to inquire of me. Indeed, Your Highness, you are my husband. Whom else might I consult? Hearing her words, Xiao Qingji cast a glance in her direction. Yan Yu's compliments possess a certain sweetness that is rather endearing. She perched beside him and gently kneaded his shoulders, continuing, however, there are many matters pertaining to women that are best left untouched by men. Lacking any familiar elder to guide me in the capital, I fear I may inadvertently make a fool of myself. A fool? Xiao Qingji grasped Yan Yu's hand, inquiring, who would dare mock you? After all, she is the princess of Qin. Having wielded his power with arrogance for so many years, he would not tolerate anyone daring to ridicule his princess. He would turn such a person into the subject of ridicule instead. Yan Yu nodded. Indeed, while they may not speak openly, I am certain they will gossip behind my back. Xiao Qingji offered, allow me to devise a plan for you. Princess Xiani is both graceful and sociable, well acquainted with many in the capital. I shall introduce you. Princess Xiani, the emperor's sister, is not of Zheng Taiho's lineage and has grown distant from the Zheng family due to her husband's influence. Nevertheless, she is a charming figure, well liked in the capital and maintains a good rapport with the emperor. Yan Yu had heard of Princess Xiani but did not expect Xiao Qingji to facilitate an introduction. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Xiao Qingji was taken aback by her enthusiasm. It seemed she was more pleased at the prospect of meeting a princess than being with him, the prince. He scoffed. Of course it is true her residence does not boast the same prestige as ours. Is it truly worth such elation? Yan Yu, clinging to his arm, playfully pouted, I am but a simple girl, lacking in worldly experience, surely that is understandable? As she nestled against him, he felt the warmth of her softness and caught a whiff of her sweet, floral fragrance. He found himself restless, pondering whether to gently push her away, fearing he might inadvertently send her tumbling to the ground. Sensing his preoccupation, Yan Yu could not resist reminding him, Your Highness, you must remember this. Xiao Qingji replied with a non-committal affirming her request. Heartened, Yan Yu planted a kiss on his cheek. For a moment, he contemplated leaving, feeling that such a departure would be undignified. Gesturing toward the corner of his lips, Yan Yu cupped his face and bestowed another kiss at the edge of his mouth. Finally, he felt able to depart, extricating himself from her grasp and rising to leave. Yan Yu had anticipated that Xiao Qingji would carry her to bed once more, yet to her surprise, he simply walked away. She remained perplexed by his thoughts. Despite their recent marriage, he seemed disinterested in her, rarely returning home, constantly entangled in official duties or en route to attend to them, yet the emperor appeared quite pleased, genuinely so. Since marrying, Xiao Qingji had transformed, adopting a newfound gravitas. Though he had always been an icy figure, he now bore a distinct change. Previously, when tasked with overseeing the Ministry of Justice, his methods had been ruthless, employing various brutal punishments without regard for human life, which instilled fear among the populace and curtailed lawlessness. Recently, however, his approach had softened considerably. Contrary to the rumors of his mercilessness, he treated the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War with a newfound respect, leaving them astonished by his change in demeanor. Accustomed to being treated as subordinates, they now found themselves bewildered by his kinder treatment. If they had known that marriage could alter a man so profoundly, the emperor would have compelled him to wed sooner. Observing Xiao Qingji's newfound openness to women, the emperor inevitably began to contemplate his heir. The Wen family's daughter was indeed admirable, possessing no discernible flaws. However, her frail constitution raised concerns about her ability to bear children. Thus, the emperor summoned Xiao Qingji to dine with him, while other sons appeared before the emperor as mere courtiers. Trembling with trepidation at the prospect of saying or doing something amiss, Xiao Qingji stood out, embodying a son who elicited both affection and exasperation from the emperor, unafraid to speak boldly or defy his requests. Moreover, he bore a striking resemblance to the emperor in his youth, as if cut from the same mold. This audacity and indifference mirrored the emperor's own youthful aspirations. Witnessing his offspring embody the very essence of his long-held desires, unconfined by the shackles of convention, and daring to resist any unwelcome obligations, stirred within the emperor a bittersweet sense of nostalgia and pride. After several rounds of wine, the emperor broached the subject of marrying two noble concubines. Xiao Qingji's expression shifted instantaneously. This familiar reaction evoked memories of when the emperor had previously pressured him into marriage, eliciting similar resistance. The emperor placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Qingji's shoulder. You heir, it is time for you to have a child. Xiao Qingji replied with an indifferent tone, Father, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications in the inner chambers. The Wen family is quite sufficient. It was the first time the emperor had heard Xiao Qingji praise anyone as sufficient, which took him by surprise. Xiao Qingji continued, what if two unruly and cunning individuals were to come along and inadvertently cause harm to the Wen family? This time, it was the emperor's countenance that changed. He had not anticipated such a scenario. Should the Wen family become a catalyst for Xiao Qingji's transformation, and should a concubine cause their demise, what would happen if Xiao Qingji reverted to his previous self? From the emperor's understanding of his son, he recognized that losing something he valued would not bode well. He could only imagine the turmoil that would ensue. While the emperor retained his composure, he knew that Xiao Qingji had always acted impulsively. Thus, he chose to set aside the matter of concubines for the time being. Chapter 46. Side by side. The last meeting between Princess Xiani and Xiao Qingji occurred during the New Year festivities. Despite being the emperor's sister, she dared not exhibit arrogance in Xiao Qingji's presence, harboring a certain degree of trepidation towards him. After all, in many instances, a biological sister pales in comparison to a beloved son, and it is worth noting that she is not even of the same mother as the emperor. In the current dynasty, princesses could marry princes with official positions, and Xiani's husband was once the top scholar of a certain year. Regrettably, the common flaw among scholars is their temperament. Her husband was somewhat temperamental and faced political discord with the Zheng family early on, leading to his repression within the court, ultimately resulting in his demise. It was not that the Zheng family directly caused his death, but their influence was not entirely absent. On his way to a promotion, he contracted dysentery and, lacking timely medical treatment, passed away. This promotion, ostensibly an elevation, in reality, transported him from a realm of affluence to a desolate and impoverished location, rendering the advancement more of a decline. Due to this, the emperor felt considerable guilt towards Princess Xiani, providing her with substantial support for her princess residence over the years. Although she lived as a widow, the emperor's patronage afforded her a level of comfort not enjoyed by other widows. With her cheerful disposition and dignified demeanor, combined with her noble lineage, she commanded considerable respect in the capital. Upon awakening one morning, Princess Xiani was informed that Hohar, a high-ranking eunuch, had come at the behest of the Prince of Qin to request an audience. She felt a surge of anticipation within her heart. Princess Xiani was well aware of the Prince of Qin's character. Their encounters typically occurred during festive banquets, where conversation was scant. The last time she had spoken with him was approximately 7 or 8 months ago, and the specifics of their last dialogue eluded her, likely having transpired several years prior. Hohar, the chief eunuch in service to the Prince of Qin, frequently assisted him with various matters, and Princess Xiani was familiar with his role, thus she instructed her attendants to admit him. At just over 50 years of age, Princess Xiani maintained her appearance remarkably well, exuding youthfulness and elegance, adorned with opulent attire even within the confines of her own home. Upon seeing Hohar, she greeted him with a smile. "Oh, what brings you, the esteemed eunuch of the Prince of Qin, to my humble abode?" Hohar quickly bowed in respect, replying, "His Highness the Prince of Qin has been thinking of you, dear princess. It is merely that he is often too occupied to pay you a visit." Princess Xiani chuckled. It was not that he seldom visited. In truth, he had not visited at all. However, the Prince of Qin had been spoiled by the emperor, rarely gracing the Empress and the Dowager Empress with his presence, so what significance did she hold? She remarked, "I am well aware, given that His Majesty places such importance on the Prince of Qin, it is only natural that he is unable to find time for me." Hohar continued, "His Highness has instructed me to convey that he believes young Master Liang to be quite promising and that it is time for him to emerge from the Hanlin Academy to undertake some responsibilities." Princess Xiani's eyes flickered slightly. The young Master Liang referred to by Hohar was her son. This lad's admission into the Hanlin Academy was indicative of his exceptional talents. However, over the years, the Zhang faction had dominated the political landscape, and the Liang family had previously clashed with them, resulting in her son being consistently overlooked for promotion. Given his lowly official status, the emperor had not even considered him. Were he to lack ambition and simply rely on his family's background, he could lead a comfortable life, as many would covet such a fate. Yet he was a person of capability and ambition, eager to effect real change. Princess Xiani was adept in navigating various social circles. However, much like his father, her son was forthright and prone to offending others, which often led to Princess Xiani paving a path for him only for him to dismantle it and alienate those who could assist him. In truth, Princess Xiani was reluctant to align herself with the Prince of Qin. However, she was even less inclined to support the fifth prince, given their long-standing grievances with the Zhang family, which made reconciliation impossible. When the time came for critical decisions, the Liang family would ultimately have to side with the Prince of Qin. Now, with the Prince of Qin proactively offering some advantages, Princess Xiani felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The invitation extended to her was starkly different from a scenario where she would be compelled to seek favor. If matters progressed favorably, the spoils would surely differ. In a fleeting moment, Princess Xiani's thoughts whirled, and she smiled. "Is that so? My dear Zhen has always been somewhat reclusive. It is remarkable that the Prince of Qin has taken note of him. Even a pearl covered in dust remains a pearl. His Highness possesses a discerning eye. How could he possibly overlook such talent?" Hohar replied with a smile. "Princess, these are ginseng tributes from Haijiang, specially sent by the Prince of Qin to bolster your health." Princess Xiani was genuinely taken aback by the Prince of Qin's generous offerings. She chuckled. "Hohar, spare me the pleasantries, there is no need for subterfuge. Is there something of significance that the prince wishes to discuss?" Hohar handed over the gifts to Princess Xiani's maid and said, "Your Highness, you are indeed astute. I do have matters to discuss with you, as per His Highness's instructions. This pertains to our princess consort." Princess Xiani's curiosity was piqued. Oh? She was aware that the Prince of Qin had recently married a young lady from the Jinghua Duke's family. The fifth prince had disdainfully rejected Miss Wen due to her lack of parents, even resorting to unseemly actions, compelling the emperor to marry her off to the Prince of Qin for the sake of propriety. Princess Xiani knew the Prince of Qin was not one to dally with women, and he had a brutal temperament. She had heard the Empress openly criticize Miss Wen for her lack of refinement, leading her to believe that the prince would harbor no affection for such a woman. Hohar had come to discuss matters concerning the princess consort, which genuinely intrigued Princess Xiani. Hohar explained, "Our princess consort spent her childhood in Lingcheng, and now that she has returned to the capital, she finds herself without familiar elders or acquaintances, leading to a profound sense of solitude in the estate. His Highness has observed her melancholy and has been quite troubled, unable to eat properly, and he thought of you, Princess, knowing your kind nature. If you could spare some time to converse with our princess consort." At this moment, Princess Xiani finally grasped the situation. She reflected on the matter. Indeed, if Miss Wen had married the fifth prince, with the Dowager Empress and the Empress as her elders, social connections would have been easily established. However, the Prince of Qin had no close female relatives in the capital, and Miss Wen, lacking familial support, would undoubtedly feel isolated. Moreover, being parentless, any future missteps would likely draw unwarranted scrutiny upon her. The Prince of Qin sought to guide his consort into the social sphere. Truth be told, it was rare for a man like the Prince of Qin to invest such effort for a woman. Typically, men would not concern themselves with matters of the inner quarters. Such responsibilities would fall to the princess consort herself. However, navigating such social waters alone could lead to numerous obstacles, and no matter how skilled one might be, it would take a year or two to truly integrate. Princess Xianyi smiled. I initially wondered what urgent matter this was. It turns out to be such a concern that in fact, I have been contemplating visiting the princess consort, as she is newly married, and it is the duty of elders to extend their care. Unfortunately, personal matters have delayed my visit until today, prompting your arrival to remind me. Rest assured, you may inform the prince that I shall take this matter upon myself. Hohar exchanged a few more flattering remarks, received a generous reward, and then departed from the princess's residence. Chapter 47 is standing shoulder to shoulder. Yan Yuzhen had not anticipated the considerable influence wielded by Xiao Qingji. It was only upon his consent that Princess Xianyi made her visit. On one hand, Princess Xianyi sought to honor Xiao Qingji, and on the other, she was curious to discern the character of the young woman from the Wen family, who had recently entered marriage and had managed to capture Xiao Qingji's attention so thoroughly. Previously, Princess Xianyi had encountered Wei Ruxuan, and to speak candidly, Wei Ruxuan was an astute and lively girl, possessing a charming appearance. The fifth princess' willingness to provoke the emperor for someone like her earned him considerable admiration from many. Conversely, the Wen family's daughter, having been cast aside by the fifth prince, had become a source of amusement for numerous onlookers, especially when compared to the Wei family. Now, with the Qin Wang showing such overt interest in the Wen family girl, Princess Xianyi, too, wished to appraise her capabilities. As she was guided by her maids, before they even reached the Wanfu courtyard where Yan Yuzhen resided, Princess Xianyi caught sight of several maidservants surrounding a delicate young woman who was emerging from the entrance. Just from that glance, Princess Xianyi was momentarily taken aback, her lips curving into a smile as she remarked, "You must be the Qin Wangfei, am I correct?" Yan Yuzhen performed a respectful curtsy. "Your Highness." Princess Xianyi swiftly grasped her arm, saying, "Let us dispense with such formalities for now. It has been several days since your marriage, and I have long wished to pay you a visit, but alas, my schedule has kept me occupied." Yan Yuzhen smiled gently and replied, "As the elder, it is I who should be making the visit. The wind is quite brisk outside, please, let us step inside for tea and respite." Princess Xianyi had not expected such grace and eloquence from her interlocutor, leaving her unable to fathom why the fifth prince would forsake her for a girl from the Wei family. Merely gazing upon Yan Yuzhen's visage, one could surmise why the Qin Wang was so attentive to her, who would not cherish the company of such an exquisite bride, unless, of course, the Qin Wang himself was lacking in virtue. The two conversed for a quarter of an hour, and with each exchange, Princess Xianyi's spirits lifted. Over the years, both Empress Zhang and Dowager Empress Zhang had shown her little favor, leaving her feeling like a fish out of water whenever she ventured into the palace. Ironically, the emperor was often more attentive to this widow, frequently summoning her during festive occasions. With the presence of the Qin Wangfei, she felt reassured that she would have someone to rely on in future palace matters. After all, it was unlikely that the Qin Wangfei would align herself with the Zhang family unless she sought her own demise by severing ties with the Qin Wang. As the mid-autumn festival approached, Princess Xianyi would also be making her way into the palace. She and Yan Yuzhen discussed various matters, including the favored concubines of the princes and the recent rise of young, beautiful ladies within the court. For several days, Yan Yuzhen had felt quite solitary, and after an afternoon of conversation with Princess Xianyi, she felt a tinge of reluctance as her visitor took her leave. Once Princess Xianyi departed, Yan Yuzhen accepted a damp cloth from Ningxia to wipe her face and hands. Ningxia smiled and remarked, "It has been quite some time since you've engaged in conversation with anyone. The princess certainly possesses a wealth of knowledge about the court, sharing many insights that will help you navigate potential pitfalls in the future." This was indeed true. Having recently transitioned to a new environment teeming with unfamiliar faces, it was essential for her to comprehend the dynamics at play. Should she inadvertently utter a taboo phrase or commit a faux pas, it could lead to misunderstandings and enmity without her even realizing it. However, Princess Xianyi was undoubtedly astute. Despite their nascent acquaintance, she had refrained from mentioning Yan Yuzhen's shortcomings while focusing solely on her virtues during their discourse. When the time came for Yan Yuzhen to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress in accordance with the customs of the Wei dynasty, she arrived during the day alongside other noble women. True to form, she encountered Princess Xianyi once more, clad in a delicate lavender gown adorned with pearls at her neck and hair. Her fair complexion was accentuated, rendering her ethereal. The sight of Yan Yuzhen incensed Empress Zhang, who perceived her attire as a deliberate affront aimed at provoking her ire. In truth, Yan Yuzhen had no such intentions. Aware of the large gathering and Empress Zhang's animosity towards the Qin Wangfu, she remained cautious of any remarks that might arise. However, as a young woman in her teens, she could not don garments befitting a woman of 40 or 50 years. After much deliberation among shades of pale blue, lavender, peach, buttercup yellow, and grass green, she ultimately settled on the understated smoky violet, which was both discreet and devoid of ostentation. Amongst the noble women and court concubines, Yan Yuzhen's attire was the most modest, yet, Empress Zhang's gaze was inexorably drawn to her. Wei Ruxuan, perceptive to the Empress's disdain for Yan Yuzhen, had become more astute during this period. In an effort to prevent the fifth prince from being swayed by others, Wei Ruxuan adorned herself in vibrant attire at home, while opting for a plain garment upon entering the palace. The brown floral dress she wore made even the older Empress Zhang appear more radiant by comparison. Whispering a few words into Empress Zhang's ear, Wei Ruxuan observed a glint of cunning in the Empress's eyes as she nodded in agreement. Being the Dowager Empress's niece and a formidable empress in her own right, she found it effortlessly simple to direct those within the Dowager's court to act on her behalf. Though Wei Ruxuan's idea was rather cliché, it was indeed effective. A short while later, as the palace maid served sweet treats, the Empress Dowager's kitchen had prepared osmanthus syrup for the occasion. When one maid approached Yan Yuzhen with a bowl of the delicacy, her hand suddenly slipped, causing the entire bowl to splatter across Yan Yuzhen's attire, leaving her face and garments drenched. Yan Yuzhen was at a loss for words. She had been utterly unprepared for such an incident. Who could have anticipated that the attendants of the Dowager Empress would be so clumsy? She began to question whether they had been appointed through favoritism. Watching Yan Yuzhen in such a disheveled state, Wei Ruchuan could not help but smirk. Empress Zhang observed impassively, relishing the destruction of the little vixen's alluring appearance, feeling a sense of satisfaction in the process. Foolish and inept creature, go and receive 30 lashes, commanded the Empress Dowager. Empress Zhang, in a softer tone, interjected, on this mid-autumn festival, it is rather inappropriate to chastise the maidservants. Besides, the syrup was warm yet did not scald the Qin Wangfei. The Empress Dowager quickly grasped the situation, inwardly chastising Empress Zhang for her petty schemes, and promptly instructed Granny Zhao to escort Yan Yuzhen for a change of clothing. Upon entering to wash her face and cleanse her complexion, Yan Yuzhen felt a twinge of confusion. She recalled the Empress's recent words, growing suspicious that it was the Empress who had orchestrated this mischief. Those who served in the presence of the Dowager Empress typically possessed a certain level of competence. Such blunders were uncharacteristic. She mused that if a clumsy maid were to spill a bowl of soup on the Dowager Empress, it would certainly cost someone their head. Such individuals would never be promoted, yet, the notion that an empress would resort to such juvenile tactics struck her as absurd. The cosmetics used in the Dowager's chambers were ill-suited for Yan Yuzhen, so she opted not to apply any makeup. Granny Zhao presented her with a gown belonging to a distant princess who had married far from home. This princess had once accompanied the Dowager Empress for 2 years and left behind a few new garments. Although the style was outdated by several years, it was still suitable for temporary wear. Once Yan Yuzhen donned the outfit with the assistance of the palace maids, she returned to her previous position. Upon seeing her in the new attire, Empress Zhang's expression darkened further. Chapter 48. A parody. Though this dress is a few years old, the craftsmanship in the palace is invariably exquisite, and it fits Yan Yu quite well. After all the makeup on her face has been washed away, her complexion appears somewhat pale. However, her delicate and vibrant features, with finely arched brows and long, dark lashes, and her eyes glistening with moisture, render her strikingly beautiful. The attire, a rich coral red silk gown adorned with auspicious cloud patterns, elevates Yan Yu's elegance to an indescribable degree, making her even more captivating than the previously worn understated lavender garment. The expression on Empress Zhang's face darkened as she felt a renewed sense of relief that the fifth prince had not chosen a woman like this. Had she married him, it was doubtful she could have retained her composure, let alone remember her mother. Beauty is the most perilous weapon in this world. Take, for instance, the infamous concubine Bayavir, who caused untold chaos and bewildered the hearts of men, hence the term femme fatale. Also entering the palace today were the wife of General Wei Yuan and her daughter, Miss Ma, who had been specially summoned. However, it was evident that both the general's wife and Miss Ma felt quite uncomfortable, refraining from laughter or conversation. As ever, Empress Dowager Zhang was warm and amiable, even beckoning Miss Ma to come closer for a chat. Yan Yu had grown accustomed to such scenes. During her first encounter with the Empress Dowager, she had also been greeted with such warmth. The Empress Dowager did not seem like the most powerful woman in the entire Wei dynasty. Her smile resembled that of a kind-hearted neighborly grandmother. Yan Yu mused that perhaps in her old age, Empress Zhang would still maintain her stoic demeanor, sitting regally at the head of the court, embodying the lofty image that others envisioned of her. Miss Ma had no desire to marry the fifth prince as his principal consort, having been cherished as the apple of her family since childhood. Her spirited nature was ill-suited for the confines of the palace or royal residence. Thus, she hastily arranged a marriage with her cousin. Initially, Miss Ma feared the Empress Dowager harbored resentment towards her. However, upon hearing the Dowager's gentle, husky voice and observing her kind and amiable expression, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing she had judged the Empress too harshly. Madame Ma, observing the Empress Dowager's demeanor, felt a sense of relief. She had been genuinely apprehensive about a sudden backlash from the Zhang family. General Ma and his son were forthright in character and could not fathom that after serving the nation for many years, they would be punished for arranging their daughter's marriage elsewhere, especially since the Emperor and Empress Dowager would not resort to such extreme measures against them. General Ma had once been aided by the Duke of Jinghua and held a deep sense of gratitude towards him. The fifth prince's immoral liaison with his brother's betrothed, which resulted in the annulment of the engagement with the Duke's family, was an act of unparalleled treachery that General Ma found utterly contemptible. Coupled with the disreputable behavior of a royal prince frequenting brothels, it was unthinkable for General Ma to allow his daughter to wed such a man, whom he deemed unworthy. Young Master Ma pondered the possibility of aligning with Prince Qin at this juncture, hoping the Zhang family would comprehend their intentions. The Empress Dowager took Miss Ma's hand and said, "Ever since Fang Yao married, this old woman has been without the company of any young girls. You resemble Fang Yao both in looks and temperament, and I truly take a liking to you. Why not stay here for a few days in Shokong Palace and keep me company?" Yan Yu's heart dropped at this moment, sensing trouble. Madame Ma was seated not far from Yan Yu, who raised a teacup to shield the lower half of her face, casting a glance towards Madame Ma. Noticing Yan Yu's gaze, Madame Ma understood the unspoken warning. Yan Yu pretended to blow on the tea, gently shaking her head in the presence of so many onlookers. This was all she could do. Here in the palace, with two formidable forces looming overhead, no amount of bravado could lead her to disregard Prince Qin's sentiments. She had given a hint. It was now up to Madame Ma to discern the situation. Madame Ma surmised that the Princess of Qin did not wish for her daughter to remain, but as she was not well acquainted with the princess, she hesitated to speak. She believed the Empress Dowager was not as fearsome as the rumors suggested. Indeed, she appeared to be a kind and warm-hearted elderly woman. With the Zhang family exerting their influence, Madame Ma hoped to resolve matters peacefully rather than become adversaries. She felt that the Ma family had not committed any wrong. The fifth prince had not made any formal engagement with her daughter previously. The Empress Dowager had merely allowed her daughter a brief audience and had not indicated any desire for her to wed the fifth prince. Was it not unreasonable to prevent her daughter from marrying elsewhere? Surely, the Empress Dowager would uphold some sense of reason, if the likes of concubine Wei, who had established an engagement with Prince Qin, could be allowed to marry the fifth prince. How could her family, without any formal engagement or even a verbal agreement, be denied the same? Observing the Empress Dowager's attitude towards her daughter, Madame Ma felt reassured that the Dowager had moved past earlier grievances. Miss Ma had been fretting over having offended the Zheng family, yet seeing the Empress Dowager seemingly unaffected by past events, she too felt relieved. She regaled the Dowager with tales of recent happenings outside the palace, eliciting hearty laughter from her, and the atmosphere in Shokong Palace became remarkably harmonious. Indeed, Miss Ma was a delightful young lady, vivacious and cheerful, and Madame Ma must have felt immense pride watching her daughter engage so confidently with nobility. Had the fifth prince not possessed such a tarnished reputation, having sullied himself with distasteful actions, she would undoubtedly have been eager to see her daughter wed him. Later, as everyone prepared to leave the palace, Yen Yu walked alongside Princess Xianyi, returning together. Concubine Luo, seizing the opportunity to make a snide remark about Yen Yu being doused in syrup by a palace maid, immediately quelled the thought upon witnessing Yen Yu in the company of Princess Xianyi, not wishing to offend her. In the rear, Wei Ruchuan observed Princess Xianyi warmly clasping Yen Yu's hand, exuding care and concern, which stirred envy within her. After marrying the fifth prince, the only elder who treated Wei Ruchuan kindly was the empress. The other princesses and noble women of the clan hardly ever extended any friendliness towards her. The swift bond forming between Yen Yu and Princess Xianyi only deepened Wei Ruchuan's discomfort, and she could not help but imagine that had she been the one to marry Prince Qin, it might be she who received the princess's affectionate smiles. Princess Xianyi planned to host a osmanthus banquet at her residence, serving various osmanthus delicacies to entertain her guests, inviting several young ladies from the Liang family along with friendly matrons, and inquired if Yen Yu would be able to attend. Given that the Prince Qin's residence was closer to the palace and their carriage could conveniently pass by, Princess Xianyi insisted that Yen Yu join her in her carriage. Yen Yu, readily available, accepted the invitation. Subsequently, she asked, "Aunt, do you think anything will arise from Miss Ma's presence before the Empress Dowager?" Princess Xianyi's smile gradually faded. "Yen, you are a perceptive child, heed your aunt's advice. Whatever transpires in the next couple of years, do not confront the Empress Dowager, act as though you are oblivious to the obvious. Each person has their own destiny." Chapter 49. Side by side. To speak candidly, Princess Xianyi had observed the subtle gestures of Yen Yu while she sipped her tea. It was precisely these small actions that revealed to Princess Xianyi that the child was not only intelligent but also possessed a certain softness of heart. Princess Xianyi, reflecting upon her own character, acknowledged that she was not a virtuous person herself. Nevertheless, in her interactions with others, she found herself preferring children of a more benevolent disposition, rather than those with malicious intent. Thus, her initial suspicions and wariness towards Yen Yu had faded, giving way to a sense of fondness and admiration. "I noticed your reminder to Madame Ma," she said. "Good child, you have already shown great compassion. The rest now relies on the wisdom of her and her daughter. Listen to me, one must not act recklessly in such situations. Even with the emperor present, it would be difficult to dissuade the Empress Dowager from her intentions." Princess Xianyi gently squeezed Yen Yu's hand. "The foremost priority in the palace is to safeguard oneself. Do not extend your kindness excessively for the sake of others." Yen Yu's eyes were gentle and serene, resembling a tranquil pool, and she nodded softly in acknowledgement. At that moment, Princess Xianyi contemplated that the Prince of Qin's interest in this child might not solely stem from her enchanting beauty, but also from her obedient nature. Perhaps having grown up under the watchful eyes of elders, Princess Xianyi found the child quite endearing. Had she been her own daughter, she would undoubtedly have devoted herself wholeheartedly to nurturing her. Before long, they arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence, where Yen Yu bid farewell to Princess Xianyi and descended slowly, supported by her maid. Following up on the matter that Yen Yu had disclosed a few days prior, Xiao Qingji conducted an investigation and indeed uncovered several infiltrators from the Zheng family within the Ministry of Justice. Currently, the Zhang faction held considerable power in the court, and many adversaries of the Zheng family had perished under various circumstances. Beneath the Duke of England, a cadre of ruthless henchmen was maintained. Lu Si, known for his lecherous ways, had been apprehended by the Ministry of Justice and unexpectedly died a few days ago. After several days of investigation, Xiao Qingji, upon examining the corpse, suspected he had been poisoned suddenly. Unbeknownst to him, the culprit had administered a slow-acting poison, which manifested symptoms of abrupt death, making the investigation inconclusive at the time. By tracing the peculiar demise of Huang's son, Xiao Qingji finally unraveled a chain of conspirators, providing justice for Huang's deceased son and restoring some peace to the Ministry of Justice. However, the informants in the dungeons were rather indiscreet. After enduring a round of severe torture, they divulged the identities of the officials who had orchestrated the nefarious deeds. Those captured officials, however, remained obstinately silent, even after repeated interrogations, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness without revealing a word. Upon exiting the prison, Xiao Qingji's countenance was somewhat grim. Accompanying him was a slender, sharp-eyed middle-aged man named Xi Min, the current left deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice. Xi Min had originally served in the Prince of Qin's household and was promoted to this position through Xiao Qingji's patronage, remaining fiercely loyal to him, even more so than to the emperor. He often accompanied Xiao Qingji, providing counsel in his endeavors. "Your Highness, he will not confess," Xi Min remarked, shaking his head. "He is well aware of the consequences of betraying his own life and that of his family." The man, resolute in his silence, understood that the worst fate for poisoning a guilty prisoner would be exile, perhaps even sparing his life. However, should he confess, the Zhang family, under the Empress Dowager's protection, would retaliate fiercely against his entire family, as they had no solid grounds for prosecution. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, and he was disinclined to utter another word. Shimin hastily followed behind him. Your Highness, your discernment is indeed commendable. Once these individuals are eradicated, the Zhang family will no longer have a foothold within the Ministry of Justice. This matter was paramount in recent days. The Zhang family had been able to manipulate affairs within Xiao Qingji's jurisdiction, and should similar situations arise in the future, they could wreak havoc once more. The removal of a few infiltrators was already a significant cause for Shimin's excitement. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, Master Shi. You should return home, Xiao Qingji stated coldly. These traitors of the Ministry of Justice wish to find solace in exile. Juncture, investigate how many people are in their families, where they reside, and what they are engaged in. This time, a light approach may yield unforeseen consequences, as there could be others within the ranks driven by greed who might take reckless risks for a mere advantage. The Zhang family's dealings were ruthless. Xiao Qingji would only respond with tenfold cunning. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, gliding silently before Xiao Qingji, kneeling with a whisper of yes, before vanishing once more. Shimin, well aware of Xiao Qingji's customary demeanor, acknowledged that this prince was indeed merciless, having never shown an ounce of compassion. As night fell, the moon illuminated the sky with increasing brightness. This Mid-Autumn Festival was meant for leisure, yet Shimin had spent so long in attendance with Xiao Qingji that fatigue finally crept in. Noticing Xiao Qingji's displeasure, he promptly took his leave to return to his own residence. At this moment, Yanyu had yet to retire. She was in her courtyard, admiring the moon and savoring mooncakes. The autumn breeze had turned cool, and the absence of bothersome mosquitoes made the outdoors quite pleasant. The gentle wind carried with it the delicate fragrance of osmanthus, prompting Yanyu to reminisce about the past years spent at the Xiao family during this season, where she and her sisters would joyfully converse. As time passed, her sisters were married off one after another, and life had not been easy. Serving their in-laws and husbands, some had found harmony in their marriages, living contentedly. Yet, no matter how pleasant their circumstances, they could not replicate the leisurely and carefree days of their youth, a mere few years of such bliss. In truth, Yanyu could have gone to the palace tonight, but with the Prince of Qin occupied elsewhere, she found little joy among the harem, where the concubines vied for the emperor's favor. It was far more enjoyable to return to her own courtyard. Ning Xia sliced several mooncakes for Yanyu, allowing her to sample each filling. These mooncakes were quite rich, necessitating a cup of tea to accompany them. Yanyu took a bite of the rose-cloud leg flavor, reputed to be a delicacy reserved for tribute, a taste rarely experienced by common folk in the capital. She found it to be distinctively delightful and, after savoring it, reached for a piece filled with rose and date paste. Chapter 50. Standing shoulder to shoulder, she typically consumed little, and after tasting a few dishes this time, Ning Xia grew concerned that if she lay down to sleep immediately afterward, it would not sit well with her. Thus, she poured a cup of tea for Yan Yu. The tea was indeed somewhat chilly outside, and Yanyu's fingertips felt icy as she grasped the teacup to warm her hands. As Xiao Qingji entered from outside, he beheld the scene of the master and her attendants gathered in the courtyard. Upon the appearance of the Prince of Qin, several maidservants hurriedly bowed in respect. Yanyu quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Your Highness has arrived. Have you just returned to the residence? Did you have anything to eat this evening?" Xiao Qingji, of course, had not eaten. When one becomes engrossed in work, food often becomes an afterthought. Moreover, the gruesome nature of the case he had personally presided over today rendered it nearly impossible for anyone of sound mind to find appetite. Yanyu urged him to sit down and hastily instructed the maidservants to inform the kitchen to prepare some food, then pushed a mooncake toward him to at least provide a little sustenance. Xiao Qingji sampled 2 pieces of the cloud ham filling and took a sip of tea. He and Yanyu exchanged words about the happenings in the Empress Dowager's palace earlier that day, and then she furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Miss Ma remains in the Empress Dowager's palace. I wonder if the Dowager appears kind in public yet chastises her behind closed doors, setting rules for her. Xiao Qingji had already formed a resolution in his heart. He had previously conveyed his thoughts to Yanyu, and she had indeed grasped his meaning, reminding Madame Ma at a crucial moment. However, Madame Ma was reluctant to accept this favor, lacking the depth of thought on the matter, leaving them with no choice. Often, the turning point of many situations lies within a fleeting moment. It depends on whether one can seize the opportunity. In any case, the Prince of Qin's household had already shown utmost benevolence. Should Madame Ma dare to offend the Empress Dowager, seeking excuses to say her family matters prevented her from staying or that her daughter was too clumsy to serve the Dowager, such sentiments, if revealed in front of so many witnesses, would surely lead the Dowager to refuse her insistently. Madame Ma and Miss Ma harbored a glimmer of hope regarding the Dowager, believing her to be as benevolent as she appeared. Xiao Qingji reassured, the Dowager will not chastise her. You have done all that you could, so do not dwell on this matter any longer. Based on Xiao Qingji's understanding of the Empress Dowager Zhang, who prioritized her own interests, she would likely employ some stringent measures to bring the other party to submission. Soon, the kitchen delivered an array of dishes. Ordinarily, the kitchen would have extinguished the fires by this hour and prepared nothing, yet Yanyu had anticipated that Xiao Qingji might return for a meal on this Mid-Autumn Festival and had instructed her small kitchen to remain prepared. Xiao Qingji glanced at the table, which held squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, steamed venison tail, crab meat tofu, rice wine a treasure duck, sautéed amaranth, and ginseng, and red date blackbone chicken soup. Though the selection was modest and not overly lavish, the aroma was delightful, and the presentation was exquisite. It was quite late now, and under normal circumstances, the kitchen would not be able to produce such refined fare. Since Yanyu typically abstained from meat, it was evident that this spread was not prepared for her own consumption. Xiao Qingji surmised it was intended to welcome him. Having eaten only a little that morning, he found himself genuinely hungry as the enticing scents wafted around him. Yan Yu served him a small bowl of rice and a small bowl of soup. However, before Xiao Qingji could finish his meal, news from the palace reached him. The Miss Ma had indeed encountered trouble. Upon returning to the general's residence, Master Ma noticed his sister had not returned with their mother and grew anxious, quickly inquiring where she had gone. Madame Ma recounted the truth to her son. At that moment, Master Ma felt a sense of foreboding. Unfamiliar with the Zhang family's machinations over the years, he had never met the Empress Dowager, yet he understood that if she were truly the harmless old woman she appeared to be, the Zhang faction would not act so brazenly. With a sigh, Master Ma remarked, "Mother, we have just offended the Dowager. What were you thinking in leaving my sister in that den of tigers? Your sister has not been betrothed to the fifth prince. Why can she not become engaged to someone else?" The Princess of Qin subtly hinted that I should refuse, but I believed the Dowager was not the type to be unreasonable. Should I refuse her, I would only offend her dignity, and our families would become adversaries. Madame Ma explained, "Shower, do not overthink this, it is better to resolve enmities than to create them. With one less enemy in our household, your future path shall be smoother. Moreover, your sister is clever and resourceful. Should she face adversity, she will surely find a way to navigate it. Even if you do not trust me, you must trust your sister." Despite her reassurances, Master Ma felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. To make matters worse, General Wei Yuan was away training troops and was not home, leaving him without someone to consult. Master Ma spent a restless night, waking before dawn to practice his spear in the courtyard. When it came time for breakfast, a message arrived from the palace, striking both him and Madame Ma like a bolt from the blue, causing them to collapse into their chairs. The previous night, the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the Empress, and a host of concubines and princes had gathered in the palace to admire the moon. Logically, the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, should have returned home early, yet the Empress Dowager, fond of him, had kept him by her side for a few more cups of wine before leading him to Shokong Palace. It was perfectly normal for a grandson to accompany his grandmother to enjoy the moon and drink together. However, it was unclear how it had happened that when the Dowager summoned the palace maids to serve her a hangover remedy, they failed to keep an eye on the seventh prince. When they next looked for him, he had been found in a compromising position with Miss Ma, both of them disheveled after having engaged in intimate activities. Rumors began to circulate in the Empress Dowager's palace that night, alleging that Miss Ma was indiscreet, claiming the Dowager had kindly allowed her to stay in the palace, only for her to take the bold step of seducing a prince. Most scandalously, the gossip suggested that Miss Ma was not a maiden of pure virtue, having not bled on her first encounter with the seventh prince, leaving the possibility of prior indiscretions open-ended. Madame Ma, unable to believe such a reality, fainted instantly. Master Ma, torn between rage and concern, hurriedly summoned a doctor for his mother. Miss Ma was sent back to the Ma family that morning, her demeanor dazed and confused. She had no memory of the previous night's events this morning. She sensed the palace maids regarding her with strange eyes and felt unwell, only to find the Empress Dowager sternly ordering her to return to her family. Master Ma, disregarding all propriety, shook her shoulders, demanding to know what had transpired the previous night, yet, Miss Ma could recall nothing, only remembering that she had drunk a bit and had succumbed to sleep at the table. Chapter 51 The rising wind. Such a significant event could not possibly be concealed. Within a mere half-day, the commotion had escalated both within and outside the palace. Yan Yu understood that the Empress Dowager would not let this matter rest lightly. However, she had thought that the worst outcome would simply be that the Dowager would vent her frustrations on Miss Ma, chastising and tormenting her privately within the confines of the palace, leaving Miss Ma with no recourse to voice her grievances. Little did she expect that the Dowager would directly tarnish the young woman's reputation. Princess Sheni blew gently on the cup of hot tea in her hands and shook her head, remarking, "Once you engage with them for a while, you will understand. If you do not satisfy their whims, you may find yourself in a fate worse than death." Perhaps recalling her late husband, a look of melancholy swept across Princess Sheni's face. Yet, she was acutely aware of the inevitability of life and death. No matter how desolate her feelings, those who were lost would never return. All she could do was strive to live well. Yan Yu's complexion paled, increasingly realizing that her earlier display of brilliance may not have been prudent. While her thoughts were confined to verbal humiliation and physical punishment, the other side had already unveiled their knives. The rivalries in the capital were far more vicious than anything she had witnessed at the Xiao residence, capable of utterly destroying a person. However, the slander against Miss Ma, branding her as a promiscuous woman who has already lost her virtue, likely did not originate from the Dowager herself. She would not resort to such extremes, Princess Sheni pondered. The Dowager merely sought to teach the Ma family a lesson, to demonstrate her power, and to facilitate Miss Ma's marriage to the seventh prince as a concubine. The seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, was the son of concubine Luo, who had spent the years currying favor with both the Empress and the Dowager, relying on them for her standing. He had always maintained a cordial relationship with the fifth prince since childhood. Having lost her virtue to the seventh prince prior to marriage, Miss Ma could not ascend to the status of the seventh prince's primary wife, relegated instead to that of a concubine, and her engagement to her cousin would inevitably be rendered void. The alliance between the Ma family and the seventh prince would compel them to follow him to the fifth prince's ship in the future. Thus, the Dowager's objective would be achieved. However, this was not the first time Miss Ma had been involved with the seventh prince. With the scandal now in the open, the label of promiscuity was affixed to her, barring her from ever becoming the seventh prince's concubine, and her very survival was now in question. Under normal circumstances, such intimate matters were only known to the palace maids who were present that day, yet, someone had maliciously sought to tarnish Miss Ma's reputation, deliberately spreading rumors that were nearly impossible to refute. Who could commit such a nefarious yet foolish act? Princess Sheni let out a cold laugh. Who else could it be? In Shokong Palace, Empress Zhang knelt on the ground, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. The Dowager, in a fit of rage, prodded her back with her cane. What were you thinking? What on earth crossed your mind? Has your brain been devoured by dogs? After a lengthy silence, Empress Yang finally spoke. You allowed the seventh prince to dishonor Miss Ma. If we do not assert that Miss Ma has already lost her virtue, others will pity her, believing that she was coerced by the seventh prince, thus damaging his reputation. Fool! The dowager reprimanded her, exasperated. When any woman faces such a predicament, whether willingly or unwillingly, society is quick to mock their loss of virtue. How many dare to curse the men involved? Empress Shang remained stubbornly silent, her neck stiff. Yet you, the dowager jabbed her cane at her again, the seventh prince is not your offspring. When did you start caring for him? You, with your clumsy tongue and dull wits, do you intend to ruin every clever and charming young woman in the realm? Empress Shang rolled her eyes and closed them, remaining motionless as if she were a statue. The dowager, overwhelmed with frustration, nearly fainted from the strain. Chaos reigned, absolute chaos. How had the Zhang family produced such a descendant? Even though she had ascended to the position of empress, she bore no semblance of regal demeanor. The dowager had merely wished to teach the Ma family a lesson, to let Miss Ma experience the consequences of offending her, yet, in the end, she needed to maintain alliances. Otherwise, it would be some random guard who offended Miss Ma, rather than the seventh prince. Now, however, Empress Zhang's self-serving cleverness had entirely alienated the Ma family, pushing them into opposition against the Zhang family. The dowager knew that Miss Ma would likely not survive this ordeal. As expected. Ma Xiao and Madame Ma finally realized that the dowager had not calmed down. This was indeed a retaliation against their family. Yet Madame Ma could hardly fathom how this elderly woman, who had been so amiable the previous morning, holding her daughter's hand and complimenting her beauty, could orchestrate such a malicious scheme to ruin her daughter's life. Their family had nurtured this precious jewel of theirs in luxury for so many years. General Ma had fought valiantly to earn military accolades, all for the purpose of ensuring his children could hold their heads high in the presence of others. But now, it seemed that their beloved daughter would never again be able to lift her head with pride. Ma Xiao and Madame Ma concealed the truth from Miss Ma, telling her only that she had drunkenly spent the night in the dowager's chambers, provoking her ire, and thus had been sent back. This matter had to be kept under wraps. At worst, they would support their daughter for life. After all, the general's household was not one that could not afford to care for a young lady. They were not a stuffy scholarly family who placed reputation and decorum above the lives of their own daughters and sisters. In a few months, once the gossip had faded, they would gradually hint at the truth, allowing Miss Ma to come to terms with her situation. Whatever transpired, the imperative was to survive. Madame Ma was filled with pain and regret, wishing fervently that she could relive the previous day. If only she had misinterpreted the hint from the princess, it would have been one thing, but she had understood it all too well and had stubbornly insisted on her own course of action. She had not intended to offend the dowager but found herself ensnared by her machinations. Ma Xiao hastily penned a letter urging his father to return. Such scandalous affairs spread faster than anything else. If he did not send word, General Ma might learn of it from others. Miss Ma was indeed astute. She sensed that something was amiss, compounded by the fact that she felt unwell and was experiencing a dull ache. As her brother and mother withheld the truth from her, she discreetly instructed the most obedient young maid in her courtyard, nearly 7 or 8 years old, to find out what had transpired. The little maid, who always listened to Miss Ma, ventured out to gather information and returned with a detailed account. Miss Ma's complexion grew increasingly pale, until she appeared as white as the garments worn in mourning. That evening, Madame Ma went to visit Miss Ma, hoping to offer her some comfort, urging her not to dwell on troubling thoughts and to eat something before the night fell. The maid informed her that Miss Ma wished to sleep soundly, having consumed a pot of yellow wine in the afternoon, and had yet to awaken. The young mistress lit a lamp in the dimly lit room, and upon reaching her daughter's side, she felt Miss Ma's forehead, only to discover that she was ice cold. Scattered on the floor beside Miss Ma's bed were small fragments of gold, glinting softly in the darkness. Chapter 52. The rising wind. Xiao Qingji was naturally informed of the news regarding the demise of Miss Ma. In the study of Songfeng platform, several of his strategists were visibly restless. Your Highness, the General Wei Yuan's residence is bound to have a falling out with the Zhang family this time. General Wei Yuan has always cherished his daughter dearly. Now that Miss Ma has departed under such disgrace, he will undoubtedly seek retribution from the Zhangs. I possess methods to incite discord, which will surely escalate the conflict between the two families. You should consider allying with the general's household at this juncture. Draped in a dark robe, Xiao Qingji's profile was sharp and profound, with pronounced features from his brow to his eye sockets, and a nose that seemed chiseled from stone. His slender fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing 2 resonant sounds that instantly silenced the room. After a brief moment of quiet, the strategists resumed their animated discussion, eager to present their suggestions. After all, Xiao Qingji had never resorted to violence against his advisors. They felt free to express their thoughts, each hoping to persuade him to adopt their counsel in order to hasten his ascension to the position of crown prince. Irritated by their incessant chatter, Xiao Qingji turned and exited the study. Descending from Songfeng platform, he made his way towards Wanfu Garden. Hua followed closely behind him. It's quite late. Perhaps the princess has already retired for the night. Yan Yu was known for retiring early, and Xiao Qingji often found it perplexing how one could require so much sleep. As they conversed, a pair of master and servant appeared around the corner. The maid, having last seen the prince quite some time ago, felt a mix of fear and ambition towards her master. This encounter was a rare opportunity, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Highness. Xiao Qingji suddenly recalled that this maid had been a gift from the Empress a few years prior, and they had been pondering how to dismiss her. Yan Yu, as the princess, had proven rather inept. Despite her prolonged presence, she still hadn't taken measures to rid herself of these unwelcome guests. Even if she lacked the courage to eliminate them entirely, she should have at least sent them away, as their presence was a nuisance. Xiao Qingji's mood darkened further, and he waved his hand dismissively. The maid's eyes darted. It's rather late, and the lights in the princess's quarters have been extinguished. Why not visit my chamber instead? Xiao Qingji replied impatiently. Do my affairs require your incessant prattle? Take her away and give her 20 slaps. The maid seemed struck by lightning. Hua cast a cold glance at her. This individual had not served Xiao Qingji before and was utterly unaware that he detested anyone who dared to speak out of turn or confront him. Perhaps the princess was an exception, but with others, there were no exceptions. Hua instructed the eunuchs behind him to drag the maid away for punishment. Xiao Qingji continued towards Wanfu Garden, where indeed the lights had been extinguished, and he had not anticipated visiting the princess this evening. Old Madame Deng hurried forward. Your Highness, the princess is feeling unwell today and retired early. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Qingji would have returned, but today he had no such intention. Ignoring everyone, he pushed open the door and entered the room. Seeing that she could not stop him, old Madame Deng stood nervously outside. Yan Yu had indeed fallen asleep, but her slumber was restless, her complexion appeared pale, and she curled up, exuding a fragile aura under the dim light. Xiao Qingji prodded her cheek. Unaccustomed to being disturbed in her dreams, she covered her face with her hand and drifted back to sleep. He poked her shoulder once more. This time, Yan Yu was genuinely annoyed. Ningxia, what are you doing? Upon opening her eyes and seeing the tall figure standing by her bed, she blinked and buried her face deeper into the blanket. Xiao Qingji studied her for a moment. What ails you? In truth, Yan Yu was unsure herself. Each autumn, her mood soured, and her appetite waned, a routine she had grown accustomed to over the years. Perhaps it was the discontent with the happenings both within and outside the palace that troubled her. Always on guard against the possibility of being ensnared by similar machinations, she wished to retreat into the blankets once more, responding petulantly, I was sleeping quite comfortably until you woke me. Xiao Qingji scoffed. You dare to cast blame upon me, how audacious. Yan Yu, unwilling to engage in a quarrel, replied, Yes, your Highness is always right. Xiao Qingji removed his outer garments and climbed into bed, nudging Yan Yu towards the inner side. Feeling increasingly disgruntled, she insisted, I want to sleep on the outside, in my original spot, you take the inside. Xiao Qingji retorted, is it not all the same? Certainly not. The weather had turned cooler in recent days, and her body had always lacked warmth. After finally warming a patch of space, she was now pushed further in. Xiao Qingji found her to be quite troublesome, never having encountered a woman so full of demands before, delicate as if she were a porcelain doll that could not be touched. He returned her to her original position and took the inner side for himself. With this back and forth, Yan Yu's drowsiness had dissipated. Xiao Qingji's body radiated heat, he was robust, and even through the thin fabric of his undergarments, she could feel his warmth. Leaning closer to him, she began to unfasten his clothing. Your Highness, why did you come so late today? Xiao Qingji pushed her shoulder gently away, grasping her small hand. And what exactly are you doing? Yan Yu appeared a bit dazed. I am serving you, Your Highness. Did you not wish to, that? Xiao Qingji found this rather tedious. They were still unfamiliar with one another, their previous encounters had been vigorous, yet upon waking, they each returned to their own affairs, akin to strangers forced together. From this day forth, he resolved to practice abstinence, intending to make it clear to Yan Yu that he despised her simpering and overly delicate demeanor, and that he would never harbor affection for her, nor would he indulge in her tender embrace. Xiao Qingji stated coldly, no need. Yan Yu hesitated, already somewhat attuned to his sentiments, really not needed? Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Xiao Qingji's intentions were unmistakable. From the moment he entered the bed, Yan Yu had felt his presence keenly. Xiao Qingji grunted, no need, I have no desire. Yan Yu could not fathom the thought swirling in Xiao Qingji's mind. What could possibly be making him so prideful? What would satisfy him? Yet, it was somewhat fortunate that he did not desire her, for each time was indeed quite painful. His strength was formidable, and he likely had no concept of the phrase, cherish the delicate. Yan Yu acquiesced, all right, then your Highness shall sleep now. Xiao Qingji, exasperated by her, rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Chapter 53. The rising wind. On the following day, as there was no early morning court assembly, Xiao Qingji did not rise early. It was not until the hour of Chen that Yan Yu gradually stirred from her slumber. Leaning against Xiao Qingji's chest, she languidly rested for a moment before attempting to push him aside to sit up. As she reached out, he grasped her wrist, his calloused fingertips gently caressing her delicate snow-white arm. Xiao Qingji's mood remained rather foul today, showing no signs of improvement. After a considerable pause, Yan Yu suddenly inquired, Your Highness, have you ever seen a pufferfish? Having grown up in Ling City, which falls under the jurisdiction of Yuhu, Yan Yu was familiar with pufferfish, as they were relatively common in the waters of Yuhu. Some had even been presented to them for their viewing pleasure. However, pufferfish were not found in the capital, and since Xiao Qingji was not a chef, he had never encountered one alive. He had only tasted it, as rare delicacies from all corners of the seas were often sent as tributes. Due to its poisonous nature, it needed to be delivered alive with great haste, as the fear of mishaps discouraged frequent offerings. Xiao Qingji replied in a detached tone, I have not seen one. Not why do you ask? Just curious. Yan Yu thought to herself that Xiao Qingji resembled a pufferfish, easily angered and impossible to comprehend. Sometimes, a mere gesture could provoke his ire. Perhaps he should be dubbed the pufferfish king, yet, these thoughts remained unspoken for fear of incurring his wrath. The group at Songfeng Terrace is exceedingly bothersome, incessantly squabbling over matters concerning the Ma family, Xiao Qingji remarked. For the time being, I shall stay here with you. Yan Yu responded with a soft oh. She had yet to visit Songfeng Terrace, which served as Xiao Qingji's residence and the very heart of the royal manor. While she managed the household affairs, the operations of Songfeng Terrace were overseen by appointed officials and eunuchs, intricately tied to court matters. Given his status, Xiao Qingji naturally maintained a retinue of loyal retainers and guests, whose unwavering allegiance compelled them to actively offer counsel when issues arose. Reflecting on the Ma family's troubles, Yu considered that these individuals might be eager for Xiao Qingji to take action. However, if their master lingered too long in the company of a woman, some might suspect her of being a source of misfortune, distracting him from his ambitions. Yu harbored such concerns herself. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured, however, I believe that honest advice can be hard to swallow. What some may say could indeed be irksome, yet there is merit to their words. Xiao Qingji lightly tapped her forehead. Indeed, you possess some insight. When you have the opportunity, visit the Ma family and dissuade Ma Gong from acting impulsively. He is an old subordinate of your father and will surely heed your words. Yu replied, Your Highness must return to Songfeng Terrace. Do not let them provoke you. Xiao Qingji's lips curled in a cool smile. Are you concerned that I might remain here indefinitely? Certainly not, Your Highness. Staying here would bring me immense joy, Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I would, of course, delight in your presence. The entire royal manor belongs to you. Where you choose to stay is entirely your prerogative. I merely consider the greater picture. You must return and attend to your duties. Xiao Qingji's mind momentarily blanked, only registering Yu's declaration of her fondness for him. A string in his mind snapped, leading him to believe that she had indeed developed feelings for him, which explained her recent attempts to entice him. Were it not for this, he would not have felt so drawn to her. Yet, despite this realization, he found himself lacking any romantic inclinations. For years, he had devoted himself solely to matters of state, entirely disinterested in romance. A sense of warmth unexpectedly flushed his ears. It is getting late. We should rise. Remaining in bed any longer seemed inappropriate, and he feared the maidservants outside might speculate on their activities during the day. Yu struggled to rise. Today, she felt particularly heavy and had little appetite, wishing only to steal a few more moments of sleep. She buried her face back into the covers, murmuring, Your Highness, you may go eat alone. I wish to take a nap. In good spirits, Xiao Qingji dressed and summoned a maid to bring water. Yu did not rise until noon, when she inquired with a couple of housekeepers about the affairs of the manor and managed to eat a little before learning of the tragic demise of the Ma family's young lady. Her fingers paused around the teacup. She recalled the mid-autumn festival when she had met Miss Ma, who was of a similar age to her, full of vivacity and charm. Her lively banter had elicited laughter from the Empress Dowager and the rest of those present. Yet, such a vibrant life had been extinguished. As she sipped her tea, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps one day, through a misstep or a wrong turn, she too might unwittingly step into an abyss and vanish from the world. However, this tragedy would not conclude with the passing of Miss Ma. Rather, it would unravel the already tumultuous court affairs. The emperor, incensed, dispatched his trusted eunuchs to investigate the matter. Yet, as the incident occurred within the confines of the Empress Dowager's palace, discerning the truth from falsehood would prove exceedingly difficult. It was well known that the Empress Dowager maintained strict control over her staff, with any information reaching the outside world likely originating from the Empress herself. Thus, the findings of the emperor would mirror the rumors circulating beyond the palace walls. Miss Ma, enamored with wealth and status, had rashly pursued the seventh prince, who, being young and unmarried, had succumbed to her allure. Consequently, she had successfully ensnared him in her web. The testimonies from the palace maids and eunuchs uniformly corroborated this narrative. The seventh prince claimed to be ill and was recuperating in the Empress Dowager's quarters. Despite the emperor's repeated summons, the Empress Dowager had refused to release him. Jiu Guangli, filled with trepidation, stood silently at the side, afraid to utter a word. It was not until Prince Qin entered that he finally exhaled in relief. Dressed in a dragon robe with a golden belt, Xiao Qingji strode in with evident good humor and bowed respectfully upon seeing the emperor. The emperor's demeanor softened upon encountering Xiao Qingji. You have arrived. What is your perspective on the Ma family's situation? The law is blind to rank. A prince's crime is no different from that of a commoner, Xiao Qingji replied coolly. According to the Wei Code, the penalty for rape is execution by hanging. It is time to take the seventh prince from the Empress Dowager's palace and interrogate him in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Nonsense, are you seeking your grandmother's life? Chapter 54. The rising wind. Xiao Qingji's expression appeared indifferent. In truth, he genuinely felt unconcerned. For many years, it had been evident to all that he did not regard Empress Dowager Zheng as a grandmother, nor did she view him as a grandson. Their relationship could more accurately be described as that of adversaries rather than kin. Emperor Jianqing gazed deeply at Xiao Qingji, unable to emulate his resoluteness. There were certain emotions he could not relinquish in this lifetime. Xiao Qingji curled his lips into a slight smile and said, Father, we both understand that the Ma family has been grievously wronged for years. Ma Gong has risked his life for the glory of our Wei dynasty, and whenever news of battle arises, he must once again fight valiantly. Yet, his daughter has been unjustly sullied and met her demise. Emperor Jianqing inhaled sharply. Xiao Qingji continued, Of course, whether you choose to punish the seventh prince or reprimand the Zhang family, I harbor no objections. After all, these events bear no relation to me. The emperor was acutely aware of the situation. The actions of the Zhang family during this period had offended the entire military faction. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingji had done nothing yet emerged as the greatest beneficiary. The plight of the Wei Yuan general's household had been compounded by the disgrace faced by the daughter of the Duke of State, who had recently suffered a broken engagement with the fifth prince. The contributions made by the Duke of State to the Wei dynasty far exceeded those of the Wei Yuan general. Indeed, it was the Duke who had elevated the general to his current position. The fifth prince's slap, which struck the duke's only daughter, resonated like a resounding blow to all the valiant military leaders who had fought tirelessly for the great Wei dynasty. The casualties among the military far surpassed those among the civil officials, and for renowned generals like the Duke of State, their children would face humiliation and scorn in the absence of protection after their demise. What, then, of the ordinary commanders? The fifth prince's cruelty and ingratitude had left the majority of military leaders feeling disheartened and contemptuous since the moment he broke off his engagement with the duke's daughter. Hence, the Empress Dowager's urgency to consider a match for the Wei Yuan general's daughter, seeking to secure military support for the fifth prince through this union. Alas, the fifth prince lacked the fortitude to stand firm, and the Ma family had no desire for such an alliance. After being rebuffed, the Empress Dowager's wrath sought to deliver a harsh lesson to the Ma family, but the repercussions were far too severe. In a flash, Emperor Jianqing suddenly sensed something amiss. The initial approach mirrored that of the Empress Dowager, yet the latter part diverged. The Empress Dowager would not deliberately tarnish the reputation of Miss Ma, causing a scandalous uproar, as she still wished for Miss Ma to marry the seventh prince as a concubine. His gaze met that of Xiao Qingji, who nodded in affirmation. The emperor patted Xiao Qingji's shoulder, saying, "Ma Gong will be returning, you ought to console him well. I have heard he cherishes this daughter dearly." In light of the Empress Dowager's inability to investigate further, the emperor dispatched someone to probe into the affairs of the empress. This investigation swiftly unveiled the entire sequence of events. It was indeed the Empress Dowager who orchestrated the affront against Miss Ma, having instructed someone to administer a drug in her tea. However, the malicious gossip that Miss Ma had long since lost her virtue was disseminated by the empress. Emperor Jianqing remained uncertain of the empress's true intentions, yet she had previously engaged in such thoughtless actions more than once. It was ill-advised to regard her as a rational individual. The current political climate was fraught with intrigue, and the atmosphere within Shokong Palace was suffocatingly bleak. Xiao Qirui, aware of his wrongdoing, felt both anxious and fearful. The directive to offend Miss Ma had originated from old Granny Zhao, a favored confidant of the Empress Dowager. Granny Zhao had suggested that he should secure a concubine of proper standing without delay, assuring him that with the Empress Dowager's backing, he could act boldly. When men succumb to passion, it often leads to folly, coupled with Miss Ma's undeniable beauty. Xiao Qirui, in a moment of fervor, acted accordingly. However, he had not anticipated the uproar that would ensue, and upon hearing of Miss Ma's death, he found himself compelled to hide within the Empress Dowager's palace, awaiting the emperor's wrath to subside. For several days, the Empress Dowager had been engaged in fasting and prayer, as if her past misdeeds could be absolved by mere days of piety. Meanwhile, the fifth prince's household remained as jubilant as ever. Xiao Jiashan felt quite at ease, indulging in gossip about Miss Ma with those around him. Who would have thought that this woman would be so promiscuous, daring to entice the seventh prince even in the Empress Dowager's palace? Xiao Jiashan chuckled. What a pity she has already been with another. Had she not, the seventh prince would have been fortunate. Wei Ruxuan shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Jiashan. Are you still pining for that, Miss Ma? How could I possibly be? Xiao Jiashan replied, his heart filled with relief. Thank goodness grandmother did not truly assign her to me. Marrying such a tarnished woman as my principal wife would disgrace our family for generations. His words were sincere. He genuinely felt grateful. When it came to selecting a principal wife, he believed one must exercise caution, rather than hastily marrying any woman. Wei Ruxuan pouted playfully. What about me, a fifth master? You once promised to take me as your principal wife. When will you speak to the empress about elevating me? Well, Xiao Jiashan glanced at Wei Ruxuan. Whenever she accompanied the empress, she dressed modestly and decorously, yet, at home, she adorned herself in vibrant garments, replete with heavily perfumed oils, evoking memories of their last encounter at the brothel. The disparity between her public and private personas thrilled Xiao Jiashan, who thoroughly enjoyed her attentiveness. However, he was acutely aware that his principal wife could not embody such frivolity. If word got out that his principal wife behaved in such a manner at home, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Xiao Jiashan stammered, I cannot unilaterally decide this matter, that it must be left to the Empress Dowager. Wei Ruxuan's expression contorted in dismay. The Empress Dowager, is that the only person you regard? Xiao Jiashan, what of the promises you once made to me? But I am helpless. Xiao Jiashan sighed in frustration. Everything within and beyond the palace is dictated by the Empress Dowager. I must heed her wishes. Wei Ruxuan genuinely began to doubt her own dreams, questioning whether the tales she had read were false. Could such an unreliable man truly ascend to the throne? Yet, when she thought of the cruel and indifferent King Qin, Wei Ruxuan bit her lip. Compared to such a callous villain who shunned women, at least Xiao Jiashan was a decent person. In that light, being somewhat indecisive was hardly a flaw. Then promise me that when you become emperor, you will make me empress. Xiao Jiashan nodded. Rest assured, Xianer, it shall certainly come to pass. Chapter 55. The rising Ling Yanyu was seated by the window, playfully teasing the parrot, which tilted its head and squawked, Princess, Princess. After observing it for a while, she found the little creature somewhat endearing. While Wang knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word, he could discern that while the princess appeared to be entertaining the parrot, her thoughts were elsewhere. Though young, this princess possessed an astonishingly beautiful visage. However, when her stunning eyes swept across the room, they bore no hint of warmth, cold as the ice of midwinter, rendering one hesitant to meet her gaze, yet, her every action was imbued with a gentle grace. Having spent many years within and beyond the palace, while Wang had encountered numerous individuals and events. He understood that initially, his adoptive father Hua Ha intended to assert dominance over the princess, for Hua Ha had amassed considerable influence over the years. Ultimately, however, he was unable to do so. Instead, he retreated, bowing and scraping before the princess, even bringing his adopted son to await her commands. At times, benevolent rulers with overly generous dispositions find that their subjects do not cultivate gratitude but instead grow bold in their demands, seeking greater gains. A modicum of favor would keep the servants dutiful, treating their masters as a veritable cash cow, yet, too much affection breeds jealousy, and one could easily find themselves perishing within the depths of the palace due to an overly forgiving nature. In the absence of any affection, however, servants would gaze with disdain, squeezing every ounce of worth from their masters. This princess, it seemed, possessed a particularly affable nature, yet the servants of the manor dared not treat her with levity. The primary reason being her apparent aloofness, shrouded in mystery, leaving them uncertain of her true thoughts. Though she had yet to take any action, an oppressive atmosphere loomed over them, akin to a heavy cloud. The underlings, accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, were wary. What if this seemingly unassuming princess suddenly revealed her true power? Some foolishly presumed that the young princess would not concern herself with governance, continuing to behave as they had in the past, while the more astute among them had chosen to keep their heads down, waiting to see whether the princess would reveal her hand before deciding whether to continue their arrogance or to remain submissive. Yen Yu's reticence and rare smiles only served to amplify their anxiety. After a moment, Yen Yu spoke softly. "Has the funeral arrangements commenced?" Huo Wang quickly replied, "General Ma has returned. He wishes to inter his daughter in the Ma family ancestral grave, but the relatives oppose, claiming that a girl of ill repute cannot be buried alongside the ancestors." The two sides are embroiled in a heated debate, with relatives and friends failing to pay their respects, only arriving to quarrel. The only visitors who came to offer condolences were a few martial generals who had good relations with General Ma, and their demeanor is far from amiable. Rumors spread like wildfire. Whispers from the Empress's palace suggested that Miss Ma had seduced the seventh prince, leading to the belief that she was a wanton woman. Those who believed such tales accounted for 8 or 9 out of 10. At such a critical juncture, which family would dare to pay their respects, fearing the tarnishing of their own reputation? It was common knowledge that nearly every household had a daughter of marriageable age. Yen Yu nodded. "Ningxia, prepare a generous gift." Ningxia promptly complied. The Wei Yuan general's residence was indeed in disarray. Madame Ma wept inconsolably, mourning her daughter as if her own life had been extinguished. At this moment, relatives from the Wei Yuan general's household were causing a ruckus, asserting that a girl like Miss Ma should not be interred in the ancestral grave. Should she be buried there, the entire family's reputation would be sullied. Over the years, Ma Gong had rendered significant services to the Wei dynasty. Originally, the Ma family was not of noble lineage, merely an ordinary household in the capital, yet, over 2 decades, Ma Gong had risen from obscurity to become a second-rank general, with prospects of being ennobled. Relatives, resembling flies, had swarmed to demand favors, ingratiating themselves with him. However, upon the occurrence of this incident involving Miss Ma, their true colors emerged, revealing their concealed jealousy beneath layers of flattery. If Yuing is buried in the ancestral grave, what would the ancestors think? Would they not curse us from beyond? Our daughter still wishes to marry. Having such a disreputable cousin is a misfortune. How could someone so disgraceful expect to have a proper burial? If it were my daughter, I would cast her into a mass grave. Dare you inter Yuing in the ancestral grave? I would fight you to the death. What of your status as a general? Does that grant you the right to act with impunity? Ma Gong, at the age of 43, still considered himself in the prime of life, capable of protecting the people of the Wei dynasty and repelling the invading forces. Yet, in that moment, he felt as if he had aged a decade. His body bore countless scars from years of battle. If he were to strip down, one would see the marks of blades and arrows from his shoulder to his back and thighs. He vividly remembered the scene from many years ago when he fought valiantly, believing he would never see his second child. An arrow struck his chest, narrowly missing his heart, and it was the young general who rescued him from the battlefield. They emerged victorious, and due to his extraordinary achievements, Ma Gong was promoted to the rank of deputy general, garnering widespread acclaim. Before he left, his wife was 6 months pregnant, and upon his return, he found his daughter learning to walk. His first encounter with her. Ma Gong had envisioned himself watching his daughter grow, eventually escorting her down the aisle. He had anticipated disliking her future husband, as he held a strong disdain for scholarly types, yet his daughter was destined to marry one. Yet, he could never have fathomed that he would not even be able to send his daughter off in a grand manner for her burial. He found himself perplexed, questioning the nature of the accomplishments he had achieved over the years. Hatred spread like wildfire, and jealousy flourished like weeds, festering in every corner. Yen Yu entered, supporting Rui Dong, clad in white mourning attire, her snow-white hairpin caught in the wind, one edge of her cloak billowing, rendering her appearance particularly fragile in the dim twilight. In a daze, Ma Gong felt as if his daughter had returned to him. Moments later, he heard someone announce, "It is the Princess of Qin who has arrived." Yen Yu gestured for everyone to withdraw. Ma Gong fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes bloodshot, voice hoarse and pained. "Miss One. Yuing and I, the one in Ma families, have borne great humiliation," Yen Yu stated coolly. "Ma Gong, as a subject, to harbor resentments against your sovereign is a grave transgression. If you wish to survive, you must suppress all your animosities. The heavens bestow both blessings and trials." Ma Gong managed a bitter smile. "Does the princess believe I wish to live peacefully? I would rather stake my life to avenge this grievance." Yen Yu regarded him with pity. "The young mistress is 5 months pregnant, and the young master is but 23 years old. Do you wish for them to perish alongside you, or do you truly believe that this humble general's household can instigate any significant upheaval?" Her reprimand struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving Ma Gong momentarily stunned. Yan Yu pointed skyward, then back at him. How do you intend to fight? How can you fight? Do you wish to exchange the illustrious reputation you fought for with a name that is reviled by all? Do you want people to know that any discontented soldier of the Wei dynasty is disloyal and unruly? The vast expanse of the kingdom is teeming with talent. How could the court rely solely on you? Ma Gong was rendered speechless. Miss One, Yan Yu's tone remained icy. The people my father and brothers brought forth are not merely brave fools but wise and capable generals. Reflect on whether they have ever acted out of impulsive passion to jeopardize the greater good. Ma Gong took a deep breath, his gaze swiftly regaining clarity as he bowed thrice before Yan Yu, then rose to his feet. Chapter 56 The Rising Wind. Yan Yu returned from the general's mansion not long after her arrival. Ningxia attended to Yan Yu as she bathed and changed her clothes. Having been exposed to the wind outside, Yan Yu now felt a slight headache. Moreover, it was truly exhausting to engage in deception outdoors. As Xiao Qingji entered the room, he immediately noticed Yan Yu seated by the window, engrossed in writing. She wore a white inner garment, draped with a layer of crimson gauze, her damp ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her brows and eyes were clear, her complexion pale, exuding a hint of fragility. Xiao Qingji approached her from behind, inquiring, "What are you writing?" In truth, Yan Yu was merely practicing her calligraphy to stave off sleep, not focusing on anything in particular. With a weary demeanor, she recounted the information she had gathered and her visit to the Wei Yuan general's mansion that day. Upon hearing that a group of martial generals had gathered at the mansion, each harboring discontent and even slandering the court, Xiao Qingji snorted disdainfully, "Foolhardy brutes who think they can turn the tide. One day, they may face annihilation along with their entire clan." Yan Yu, irritated, pinched his waist, retorting, "Indeed, your family, the Xiaos, holds the most power, showered with the heaven's grace, yet regardless of the misdeeds committed against others, you expect no one to retaliate, as if they are merely your servants, is it not?" The audacity of such proclamations left Xiao Qingji unfazed, while Yan Yu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Despite her efforts, Xiao Qingji remained unperturbed, instead feeling a peculiar sensation of warmth. He gazed at Yan Yu's face for a moment, saying, "Pinch me again." Yan Yu exclaimed, "Ah? What on earth was occupying his mind?" Xiao Qingji, sensing that his previous statement might have been inappropriate, cleared his throat and added, "In any case, ensure that Ma Gong understands the stakes. If he does not exploit the opportunity to incite chaos that could lead to the demise of many, that would be commendable." Yan Yu replied, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to keep this information under wraps, lest it reaches the Empress Dowager, who might use it as leverage to eliminate them. If these individuals lose their positions and are replaced by the Zhang family, it could not only threaten you but also endanger the entire Wei dynasty in future conflicts." Xiao Qingji nodded. "I understand the implications." He summoned 2 shadow guards, instructing them on various matters before they departed. To be candid, discussing court affairs with Yan Yu was far more reassuring than conferring with his advisors. After all, he and Yan Yu were united as husband and wife. Even if they were not intimately acquainted, their future interests were irrevocably intertwined. Those advisors served him, but tomorrow, for the sake of their own interests, they could just as easily serve another. Even the most loyal could, in time, develop ulterior motives for various reasons. Thus, certain crucial secrets were not something Xiao Qingji could openly deliberate with them. Noticing that he was still clad in a heavy python robe with his golden crown atop, Yan Yu rose to remove the headpiece for him. As she lifted her hand, her voluminous sleeves fell, brushing against Xiao Qingji's straight nose, and in an instant, he caught a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, causing his posture to stiffen. He could only imagine how Yan Yu had reprimanded the Wei Yuan general, likely with a sharp tongue and fierce demeanor. Having missed witnessing such a scene, Xiao Qingji felt a tinge of disappointment, envisioning that Yan Yu's anger would be quite endearing, akin to a small cat playfully swatting at its foe. He pondered whether, in the future, if he were to provoke her, she might react similarly. Such thoughts were rather amusing. Unconsciously, Xiao Qingji grasped Yan Yu's wrist, lowering his gaze to her face. Yan Yu, puzzled, looked up at him curiously. The disparity in their heights created an overwhelming sense of intimidation, especially with his fierce countenance. Yan Yu felt a flicker of fear and averted her gaze. Xiao Qingji, with his large hand, seized her chin, turning her face back to him, compelling her to lift her chin. With no alternative, Yan Yu, wishing for him to release her, stood on tiptoe and pressed a fleeting kiss upon his cold, thin lips. In that moment, Xiao Qingji was jolted into awareness, abruptly releasing her, his voice hoarse and low. "What are you doing?" Yan Yu replied, She was oblivious to the reason behind his anger, pondering if her interpretation of his earlier demeanor was incorrect. Stepping back a few paces, he surveyed her with a brooding gaze. Yan Yu remained unaware of the fact that his ears had turned a deep shade of red. This was the first time Xiao Qingji had been kissed, and he found it difficult to articulate the myriad of emotions swirling within him, especially given that the kisser was Yan Yu. Unsure of how to respond, he turned and left the room, seeking solitude to unravel the complexity of the situation. Their union was merely the fulfillment of his responsibilities as a husband, aimed at facilitating her conception of a child. Yet, what was the purpose of her kiss? Did a single kiss suffice for pregnancy, or was it truly as she claimed, that she had developed feelings for him from their very first meeting? The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Yan Yu, unable to fathom the intricacies of Xiao Qingji's thoughts, had heard many say he was a madman. Thus, she chose to regard him as a volatile lunatic and unpredictable pufferfish king, refraining from speculating on his actions. As night fell, fatigue began to envelop Yan Yu. She washed her brush and hung it up before retiring to bed. Meanwhile, the pufferfish king, Xiao Qingji, lingered by the lakeside for an extended period. Hoa, having served the prince for many years, was witnessing this unusual behavior for the first time. Initially, he wondered if there had been a quarrel between the prince and the princess, but upon reflection, given Qin Wang's temperament, such a scenario seemed unlikely. The sentiment of love is intricate and convoluted. Hoa had never encountered it in all his years, leaving him unable to comprehend. Xiao Qingji was at a loss regarding whom to discuss these matters with. Perhaps he could approach the emperor. After all, the emperor was his father, and he could speak freely. However, at this hour, the palace gates were closed, making entry and exit rather challenging. Xiao Qingji picked up a few stones, tossing them into the lake, where the koi were of exquisite breeds. The death of even one would incite panic among the attendants. Hoa grew concerned, fearing that Xiao Qingji's actions might lead to the demise of the koi, and hastily urged, "Your Highness, it is getting late. You should retire for the night. Have you ever seen a pufferfish?" Hoa paused. "I have not, in fact." Recalling Yenyu's mention of this previously, Xiao Qingji surmised that she might have a desire to taste it, given the unique offerings of Ling City that were not available in the capital. "Have someone procure a few live pufferfish from the south," he instructed, "and also bring in a few local chefs from Ling City." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 57. The rising wind. Miss Ma was ultimately laid to rest in peace. Young Master Ma purchased a new burial plot for his sister and boldly declared that all members of their family would be interred there for generations to come. This declaration left the relatives of the Ma family utterly dumbfounded, for Ma Gong and Ma Xiao had chosen to sever ties with the clan, withdrawing from the family genealogy and vowing never to associate with those relatives again. It had been 3 generations since the Ma family had produced a talent as exceptional as Ma Gong, and the ancestral tomb had only just begun to emit smoke for the emergence of such a second-rank general. Yet, the relatives harbored hopes of relying on him for their own affairs, feeling both exasperated and furious at the thought of losing this connection. However, to wish to bask in another's glory without sharing in their trials is an unrealistic expectation in this world. The true nature of these individuals had been laid bare, and regardless of the circumstances, the Ma family was resolute in their decision to cut ties. The court's group of civil officials was equally incensed, as the impeachment documents against Ma Gong flew to the cabinet, and subsequently to the emperor's desk, like mere scraps of paper. To sever familial ties over a daughter who had disregarded her honor was nothing short of unfilial. Such an act had not been witnessed in centuries. How could such an unfilial person ever pledge unwavering loyalty to the emperor in the future? Emperor Jianqing felt a pang of guilt towards Ma Gong and suppressed the impeachment documents. The scandal involving the daughter of the Duke of State and the incident of the General Wei Yuan's daughter being sullied stirred unrest among the military officials. If these sentiments were not assuaged, it was feared that they would become increasingly apathetic in their duties. Should the life of the 7th prince be sacrificed to quell the turmoil, Emperor Jianqing would willingly do so. The political landscape of the court rapidly began to polarize. Many officials who previously disdained the cold-blooded and ruthless methods of Prince Qin now gravitated towards the Zheng family, lending more support to the 5th prince. In the present moment, however, the military officials, led by Ma Gong, had aligned themselves firmly behind Prince Qin. Following his lead. As winter approached, Yenyu found herself struggling to endure the biting cold of the capital. It had been nearly a decade since she had last witnessed snow, and she longed to see it fall once more. Meanwhile, the various rules and regulations within the household were gradually undergoing transformation. Yenyu had previously noticed discrepancies in the household accounts, with subordinates indulging in embezzlement. Such occurrences were not uncommon. To ensure that one's subordinates performed their duties diligently, some level of indulgence was necessary to keep their bellies full. However, certain individuals were prone to excessive greed, which became rather irksome. Yenyu made adjustments to personnel and enacted several changes across the board. Yet, one matter puzzled her: from whence did the kitchen acquire pufferfish, which were frequently delivered to her, when she had no desire to consume them? What if they were not properly prepared and posed a risk to her life? After expressing her aversion to fish for the 3rd time, the kitchen finally ceased sending them. Princess Xiani resided alone in her own palace, separate from the Liang family, with her residence exquisitely arranged. Out of boredom, she often sent someone to invite Yenyu to the royal residence for food, drink, and conversation. As a newcomer, Yenyu was unfamiliar with anyone, but with Princess Xiani's assistance, she had met nearly all the princesses, noble ladies, and consorts within the royal family. Recently, the emperor had gone to the palace for a visit, accompanied by several ministers, and naturally, Xiao Qingji followed suit. Empress Dowager Zhang still remained in the palace, frequently summoning Yenyu. Reluctant to comply, Yenyu remembered the fate of Miss Ma. With the Empress Dowager and Empress Zhang having held dominion over the harem for so many years, any schemes they might concoct would leave her with insufficient means to defend herself. Fortunately, Princess Xiani was always by Yenyu's side. Although her status was neither particularly high nor low, she could indeed provide valuable advice at appropriate moments. Princess Xiani chuckled. "Look at how the Empress Dowager dotes on you. Her affection for you is genuine." Yenyu sighed and rubbed her temples. "Auntie, please do not jest about me." Princess Xiani spoke the truth. The Empress Dowager truly favored the likes of Yenyu. Similar to her fondness for Miss Ma, she genuinely wished for her to marry the 5th prince. Otherwise, upon witnessing the Ma family's rejection, she would not have been so enraged. Alas, in the face of enmity, even the deepest affections could not prevail. Yenyu harbored no feelings of closeness towards the Empress Dowager, especially after the incident involving Miss Ma. Yet, when they crossed paths, pretense was necessary in various situations. Seated in the carriage, Yenyu, feeling the chill of winter, dressed heavily, draping herself in a thick white fur-lined cloak. Upon arriving at the palace, they each descended the carriage with the assistance of their maids and proceeded towards the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace. Along the way, they encountered concubine Luo and Princess Fangxin. Concubine Luo, with her keen eyes, scrutinized Yenyu and Princess Xiani, smiling as she remarked, "Oh, it appears that the princess consort of Qin is quite skilled in forging connections," always accompanied by Princess Xiani. Concubine Luo had 2 children, the 7th Prince Xiao Qirui and Princess Fangxin, both of marriageable age, yet no arrangements had been made. Concubine Luo, no longer as beautiful as in her youth and lacking the emperor's favor, had been trying to ingratiate herself with the empress and Empress Dowager in recent years, which only served to further alienate her from the emperor. Following the incident involving the 7th prince and Miss Ma, concubine Luo was even more cautious in her words before the emperor. She felt a sense of urgency. Originally, she intended to arrange a marriage for the 7th prince with a girl from her own family, but that girl was frail and overly sensitive, fearing she would be of no assistance to the 7th prince in the future. Princess Fangxin, too, was in a similar predicament. As an unfavored princess, she was not in a better position to secure a suitable match than the daughters of noble families. Princess Xianyi was well connected, having established relationships both inside and outside the palace, and had procured a virtuous and gracious bride from a prominent family for her own son. Concubine Luo had long been contemplating how to enlist Princess Xianyi's help for the 7th prince and Princess Fangxin, yet Princess Xianyi consistently ignored her. It was not enough that she was disregarded. She noticed how warmly Princess Xianyi treated the princess consort of Qin. Previously, Princess Xianyi had rarely ventured into the palace, but since the Empress Dowager began summoning the princess consort of Qin frequently, Princess Xianyi had taken the liberty of visiting uninvited. This only served to deepen Concubine Luo's resentment of Princess Xianyi. Perplexed by Concubine Luo's grievances, thought to herself, why should I be obligated to assist her? Is it a betrayal if I choose not to help? Princess Xianyi showed great care towards Yanyu, yet in the political arena, her son, Liangzhen, had once spent his nights drinking alone at home, consumed by depression and dissatisfaction. However, after hearing something from Xiao Qingji, he surprisingly accepted the latter's arrangements and was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, receiving a promotion, which brightened his spirits. Furthermore, Yanyu's disposition was amiable. She constantly addressed her as auntie, her laughter sweet and her words pleasing, which elder would not appreciate such a delightful junior. Conversely, concubine Luo often rolled her eyes at commoners and wore a sycophantic smile before the Empress and Empress Dowager. Given her demeanor, Princess Xianyi had no desire to assist her. With a hand resting on Yanyu's shoulder, Princess Xianyi remarked, "It is only natural. The princess consort of Qin is charming and endearing, unlike some individuals whose words evoke disdain." Concubine Luo's face turned ashen, and she pulled Princess Fangxin's hand, turning away in anger. Chapter 58. The Rising Wind. Princess Xianyi felt a sense of pride swelling within her as she gracefully adjusted the fur collar before Yanyu. "Good child, do not pay her any mind." She deliberately sought out trouble. Yanyu pressed her lips together and smiled subtly, nodding in acknowledgement to Princess Xianyi, soft and gentle, yet possessing a clear grasp of reality and the ability to shoulder responsibilities. This quality was precisely why Princess Xianyi held Yanyu in such high regard. In the past, Princess Xianyi often brought along a girl from the Liang family, who happened to be Liangzhen's cousin. The girl was decent in many respects, but she lacked discernment and exhibited a timorous disposition. Over the years, Princess Xianyi had forged numerous relationships in the capital, both amiable and antagonistic. When confronted with cunning rivals, she would certainly utter words that would leave them at a loss for retort, engaging in actions that would similarly undermine them. To Princess Xianyi, such behavior was entirely normal. How could one treat enemies with leniency, as if inviting them to feast at one's own hearth? However, the girl from the Liang family not only failed to appreciate Princess Xianyi's efforts to include her in social gatherings, but she also deemed the princess somewhat cruel, believing she should not be so harsh. She even feared that Princess Xianyi's actions might provoke those adversaries, leading them to harbor resentment towards her as well. An innocent bystander, yet, being brought forth by Princess Xianyi meant they were inexorably linked. How could one expect to bask in the glory without sharing the burdens? Did she truly think she could foster good relations with both Princess Xianyi's friends and her foes? Such a fortunate scenario would surely attract everyone. On one occasion, when someone derided the Liang girl for her family's lack of status, mocking her presence in such elite company, Princess Xianyi could not tolerate the affront and defended her. In the aftermath, rather than expressing gratitude, the Liang girl reproached Princess Xianyi for her penchant for making enemies, grumbling, "They were talking about me, why should you be angry? My parents are indeed lacking." That is a truth that cannot be denied, and others should not be silenced. Now look, they have completely turned against me. Following this incident, Princess Xianyi realized they were not kindred spirits. Henceforth, she refrained from including the Liang girl in her social engagements. The Liang girl, eager to find a husband of noble lineage, persistently hinted at wanting to accompany Princess Xianyi, who chose to ignore her. Now, in the company of Yanyu, Princess Xianyi was liberated from such concerns. She finally understood why it was said that the grandmother of the Xiao family, the Duke of Anqing, favored Yanyu, and why several of the Xiao family's aunts regarded Yanyu as their own daughter. Regardless of what Princess Xianyi did, Yanyu was always supportive, fully aware that they were allies, never dousing her enthusiasm with cold water, nor criticizing her for being too harsh or unkind. Instead, she viewed her as astute and formidable. When those bright, sparkling eyes gazed at her with admiration, Princess Xianyi wished fervently to bring Yanyu home as her own daughter. With a cheerful demeanor, Princess Xianyi took Yanyu's hand and made her way to the Empress Dowager's Shokong Palace. Upon seeing Princess Xianyi's arrival, Empress Dowager Zhang could not help but wear a slightly sullen expression. How clever could a girl of merely a decade and more be? In time, she would surely be easily manipulated. To Princess Xianyi, being an adult, understood far more and, having spent many years within the palace as well as in the outside world, could often discern discrepancies through a mere glance or gesture, clearly anticipating potential outcomes. Yanyu and Princess Xianyi bowed to the Empress Dowager, who smiled and said, "All right, you two, please take a seat, Xianyi. It has been quite some time since you last visited the palace. What has prompted this newfound filial piety?" Princess Xianyi chuckled, replying, "Previously, I was simply too busy, and now that the child has grown, shouldn't I come to pay my respects to you, dear elder?" Empress Dowager Zhang accepted the tea poured by a maid and smiled, saying nothing further. The palace maids also presented warm almond tea to Yen Yu and Princess Xianyi. Yen Yu pretended to sip a bit before placing it aside. Although she knew the Empress Dowager would not resort to poisoning in public, she was wary of consuming anything from this source, choosing instead to taste only lightly. Empress Dowager Zhang remarked, "There is a maid from the Qin Wangfu, surnamed Tian, who is quite exceptional. She is one I have bestowed as a reward. What is her name again?" Lady Zhao, standing nearby, prompted, "Wanner." The Empress Dowager chuckled, "Yes, Wanner. When she served in my palace, she was particularly attentive. I thought, having served the Qin Wang for so many years, it is time to elevate her status to that of a secondary consort." Yen Yu was taken aback. A royal secondary consort was not the same as an ordinary concubine. A secondary consort held a position of authority, and such an elevation would alter her status significantly, especially as the secondary consort of the Qin Wang. Given the Qin Wang's stature, his secondary consort would typically be the daughter of a third-rank or higher official. A family of insufficient prominence would never attain such a position. The maid Tian, having started as a palace maid, would find it advantageous if Yen Yu agreed to this arrangement. Yet, upon further reflection, if Xiao Qingji were to learn that such a woman occupied the position of his secondary consort, he might very well become incensed. Furthermore, the emperor, so fond of the Qin Wang, would undoubtedly wish to secure a secondary consort of notable lineage and influence for him. However, to refuse this an edict from the Empress Dowager would be unthinkable for Yen Yu. Would she not be seen as envious and intolerant? Such an accusation would carry grave implications. In an instant, perspiration soaked her palms, and feigning innocence, she queried, "A maid surnamed Tian? I have rarely inquired about the names of the concubines lately. This one, however, rings a bell." As she spoke, Yen Yu glanced at her maid. Ningxia, having served Yen Yu for many years, timidly ventured, "Your Highness, she is the maid who stole your bird's nest." Yen Yu erupted in fury. "What nonsense is this? The Empress Dowager's people would covet my meager belongings. The bird's nest was clearly a gift to her." Ningxia hastily slapped her own face twice. "Yes, it was indeed your gift, not stolen. I misspoke. I am at fault." Witnessing this farce unfold between the master and servant, Empress Dowager Zhang's eyes flickered with impatience. "Yenner, what is the meaning of this?" Yen Yu rose, forcing a smile. "It is nothing of great significance. A few months ago, the emperor rewarded me with some bloodbird's nests, and to my surprise, the maid Tian also has a taste for them and requested some from the kitchen. After all, even a palace maid is of considerable value. Everything must be of the finest quality. My filial devotion to you, dear Empress Dowager, ensures that I would never neglect the maid you have graciously rewarded." Princess Xianyi observed Yen Yu's subtly sarcastic remarks, yet her tone and demeanor remained sincere. She wagered that the Empress Dowager had not faced such discomfort in years. While Princess Xianyi endeavored to maintain a serious facade and sip her tea, she was nearly overcome with laughter within. Chapter 59. The Rising Wind. Empress Dowager Zhang initially intended to exert some influence over Yen Yu regarding the matter of the secondary consort. She was acutely aware that Prince Qin detested any semblance of imposition, having rejected the emperor's attempts to arrange for him to marry two ladies of noble birth over the years. Should today's affair come to fruition, it was highly likely that upon returning to the capital, Prince Qin would sever ties with Yen Yu, much to the emperor's displeasure as well. If Tian Shi were to indeed become a secondary consort, she would be summoned to the palace with greater legitimacy and wield more authority within the prince's residence. Conversely, if Yen Yu were to refuse, being labeled as small-minded and incapable of tolerating the virtues of others would be equally distressing, and could lead to public perception that Yen Yu was inadequate. Presently, Yen Yu had not explicitly stated her opinion on elevating Tian Shi to the status of secondary consort. Instead, she engaged in a subtle exchange with her maid to reveal Tian Shi's character. In this context, if Empress Dowager Zhang were to insist on making Tian Shi a secondary consort, the issue would fall squarely upon her shoulders. How embarrassing it would be to harbor a disobedient and unfaithful servant. Feigning surprise, Empress Dowager Zhang remarked, "In the past, when this girl served by my side, she was obedient and well-behaved. I had thought her to be of good character, yet upon leaving the palace, this treacherous servant has become bold, seemingly forgetting her master." Zhao Mama smiled in response, "Your Majesty, take a sip of tea to calm your nerves. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart. This girl has concealed her true nature too well. Your benevolence has led you to perceive her in a favorable light, thereby allowing her to deceive your discerning eyes." "You speak true," acknowledged Empress Dowager Zhang with a nod. "Yenner, as the princess consort, you must uphold the dignity befitting your status. This servant's disregard for propriety and arrogance is a transgression. There is no need to speak well of her nor regard her as one of us. I shall not permit any servant to act with such impudence. Simply dispose of her upon your return." The conversation regarding the establishment of another secondary consort for Prince Qin was left unmentioned by the Empress Dowager. At that moment, the imperial physician arrived to check on the Empress Dowager's health. Her condition had been satisfactory as of late, and after examining her pulse, the physician found no issues, merely advising her to keep warm during the winter and to avoid exposure to cold winds. With a smile, Empress Dowager Zhang pointed towards Yen Yu. "Since we are all here, let us also examine the princess consort's pulse. I wish to ascertain if she is with child. The child's constitution is weak. Zhang Tai, please be thorough in your examination." Zhang Tai hastened to Yen Yu's side, preparing to take her pulse. After the examination, he solemnly declared, "The princess consort is not pregnant, but her pulse is faint, indicating a somewhat frail condition. It would be prudent for her to undertake a period of recuperation." Empress Dowager Zhang nodded. "Please prepare some nourishing medicine to be sent to the princess residence." "As you command." Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon had slipped into late hours, and both Yen Yu and Princess Xianyi prepared to take their leave from the palace. The biting cold wind outside made Yan Yu's complexion pale. With the continuous series of events unfolding on the Empress Dowager's side, Yan Yu contemplated feigning illness to rest at home. Princess Xianyi found amusement in the situation. The people she favors are truly so naive, stealing from you? Yan Yu chuckled softly. It's the same old story. Perhaps they wish to assert their authority over me now that I have just arrived. The presence of the Empress Dowager's entourage within the prince's residence was less than ideal. Having a few spies among her own household raised concerns about potential betrayals and the dissemination of harmful rumors, yet, finding a suitable excuse to dismiss them proved challenging, as any misstep could lead to compromising evidence against her. This incident served as a timely warning to keep them in line. Upon returning, Yan Yu observed Ning Xia's swollen face and instructed Ruidong to bring over a vial of medicine. Ning Xia's visage had become alarmingly puffy, necessitating medicinal treatment and several days of care. Yan Yu sighed heavily. At that moment, the pharmacy delivered the medicine, both parties aware that Yan Yu would likely refuse to consume it. The contents remained a mystery, and she could only trust what she allowed into her body. While life may seem devoid of meaning, it was undoubtedly preferable to the alternative. The emperor had been unwell recently, summoning only a select few ministers and eunuchs to the palace. After avoiding the storm, the seventh prince finally emerged, feeling a deep sense of bitterness. He had anticipated acquiring a promising secondary consort effortlessly, yet the empress had turned the situation into a convoluted affair. Historically, the seventh prince shared a strong bond with the fifth prince, having formed a close alliance since childhood, with the seventh prince often trailing behind the fifth as a loyal follower. In the debacle involving the Ma family, the seventh prince felt he had suffered a tremendous loss, harboring resentment towards the empress and even towards the fifth prince. Previously, he might have swayed towards Prince Qin's faction, but this incident had irrevocably severed that possibility. Though Xiao Qingji was not a virtuous man, he maintained a moral compass, refusing to demean women, the elderly, or children. After all, his pride would not allow him to engage in actions he deemed beneath his dignity. The seventh prince understood that forcing an unwed girl to bear the weight of scandal would only invite disdain from Xiao Qingji, who would never regard him as worthy. Principles would dictate their paths, and regardless of the seventh prince's objections to the empress's actions, he remained tethered to the fifth prince's ship. The fifth prince, Xiao Zheshan, was aware of the empress's machinations but saw no fault in her. In his view, his mother had suffered greatly, enduring a decade of solitude. Moreover, the empress's actions were motivated by concern for Xiao Zheshan. She despised the Ma family's daughter, yet her insecurity loomed larger. She feared that the Empress Dowager might favor the fifth prince over the seventh prince, potentially allowing the latter to grasp at power that was not rightfully his. Following these events, the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, found himself despised by the emperor and scorned by the military elite, leaving him with no opportunity to ascend to the throne. Xiao Zheshan regarded the seventh prince as a brother, yet even the closest of brothers must be wary. He empathized with the empress's perspective, genuinely believing her actions were justified. The delicate balance of rivalry and camaraderie between them even led Xiao Zheshan to take a perverse pleasure in the seventh prince's misfortune, feeling satisfied that the path to power had been effectively obstructed. This ensured that Xiao Qirui could never surpass him. He would always remain a subservient younger brother, obliged to display deference. Upon returning to the imperial palace, the two brothers practiced horseback archery in the spacious training grounds. Under the sun, Xiao Zheshan laughed, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Old 7, your archery skills still leave much to be desired. You missed the bullseye even from such a short distance. Xiao Qirui forced a smile. It has been a while since I last trained with fifth brother. Your skills have certainly improved. Chapter 60 of the Rising Wind. Xiao Zheshan loosed another arrow, lamenting, I have been practicing diligently day in and day out, yet alas, my father's gaze will forever overlook me. No matter how much I progress, he remains oblivious. Both Xiao Zheshan and Xiao Qirui were acutely aware that for these past years, the emperor's eyes had only ever rested upon Xiao Qingji. This stark reality pierced their hearts like a thorn, and jealousy filled their gazes as they beheld Xiao Qingji. Xiao Zheshan's envy was particularly pronounced. It was not merely jealousy but also fear, for he knew that one day, only one of them would remain alive. As he stared at the distant target, a cold smile crept across his face. Some individuals are born with everything, while I can only watch from afar. How utterly unjust. Xiao Qirui chimed in agreement. Indeed, it is profoundly unfair. Just as Xiao Zheshan gazed upon Xiao Qingji, Xiao Qirui scrutinized Xiao Zheshan. Hearing Xiao Zheshan voice such sentiments amused Xiao Qirui in a way. The third prince, Xiao Qingji, basked in the emperor's favor, wielding immense power from his exalted position, while the fifth prince, Xiao Zheshan, benefited from formidable maternal relatives, both the empress and the dowager empress scheming and aiding him from behind, ensuring his ascent despite any perceived shortcomings. The seventh prince pondered his own merits, or perhaps the lack thereof. Maybe it was his ignoble character and obsequious demeanor, forever yearning for what others had long grown weary of. He understood the emperor's favoritism towards the third prince. After all, a man's most cherished woman had perished, snatched away in the throes of love, leaving behind a tender child. Even the most rational of men would elevate the child to the heavens, yet, at times, the seventh prince wished that concubine Bo had lived, curious to see if, in her old age, Xiao Qingji would still receive the same adoration. He often mused that had Xiao Zheshan's mother not been the empress, but rather a mere concubine of no esteemed lineage, would Xiao Zheshan still dare to speak so boldly and theatrically? Yet, this world offers no such hypotheticals. If there were ifs, he might as well imagine himself as the emperor, reveling in the pleasures of life. The new little palace made by father's side appears quite appealing. Do you think father will take her to bed tonight? Fifth brother, let us refrain from courting such troubles. If you desire beautiful women, I shall send you two at a later time. The seventh prince trailed behind the fifth prince on horseback, as they leisurely departed the scene. Following behind Xiao Qingji was the governor of Yinan, Bo Feng. The emperor had been unwell of late, leaving many affairs of state to the ministers. Bo Feng was Xiao Qingji's maternal uncle, though not by blood. The lineage of concubine Bo was thin, with only a single daughter, and Bo Feng was her cousin. Despite this, they maintained a cordial relationship. Bo Feng watched the retreating figures of the 7th and 5th princes, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Had the lady merely been a favored but ordinary concubine, you would not have borne the burden of such hardship over the years, your highness. Xiao Qingji cast a cold glance at Bo Feng. Do not speak such sentimental drivel in my presence. It was what it was. Xiao Qingji had never indulged in hypothetical musings. Bo Feng, feeling a pang of sorrow, inquired, how have you fared these past 2 years, your highness? The last time he had seen Xiao Qingji was 2 years prior. On the surface, Xiao Qingji was the emperor's most favored third prince, yet the perils he faced within the inner court and at court were known only to him and those close to him. Xiao Qingji replied coolly, all is well. Bo Feng continued to chatter on about family matters. The Bo family has fared reasonably well, though we do worry about you, your highness, particularly concerning your marriage and heirs. We all hope you will marry soon now that you have finally wed your principal wife. I feel much relieved. Xiao Qingji harbored little interest in such trivialities, and Bo Feng's incessant rambling only served to heighten his impatience. Bo Feng remarked, I have yet to meet the princess. The Su family is in the capital, and she will visit the princess in the next few days. Xiao Qingji merely acknowledged him with a curt Bo Feng pressed on, during this visit to the capital, are you aware of the emperor's intentions? Finally, Xiao Qingji regarded Bo Feng with a discerning glance. Although Bo Feng was his uncle, the distinction of rank remained, and he never dared to assume a presumptuous air before Xiao Qingji. Moreover, the aura that Xiao Qingji exuded bore a striking resemblance to that of the current emperor, instilling a sense of deference even among the most powerful ministers in the court. It is not the emperor's will, but rather my own, Xiao Qingji replied nonchalantly. Have you heard about the situation in the granaries? Bo Feng nodded. During the summer, torrential rains plagued several counties, resulting in severe flooding. The subsequent relief efforts were mishandled, leading to rampant corruption among lower officials, which incited the populace to revolt. Only recently had the insurrection been quelled, with many officials executed, and there were finally signs of stabilization. Xiao Qingji stated, I intend to transfer you to oversee the provinces of Jinyu. Bo Feng's expression stiffened, as he had already envisioned the ensuing complications. The current governor of Jinyu is Lord Zhang Shun, the elder brother of Empress Zhang. Such a significant position typically requires the emperor's and the cabinet's deliberation before any resolution. No prince or minister possessed such authority, nor could anyone confidently state such a thing. Xiao Qingji's lips curved into a cold smile. Prepare yourself, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Bo Feng knelt, bowing his head in acquiescence. Understood. Once Bo Feng took his leave, Xiao Qingji made his way back to his residence, suddenly recalling something. How is the princess faring? Hua promptly replied, everything is well at the residence, and the princess is thriving. Xiao Qingji recalled the daily deliveries of pufferfish sent to the princess's residence. Has she gained weight recently? Hua hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Truth be told, how many servants dared to scrutinize their master closely? Only the palace maids attending to the princess would know such details. However, Hua, having served Xiao Qingji for many years, quickly discerned the crux of the matter. The princess mentioned she does not care for fish, so she has dismissed the pufferfish deliveries. With the colder weather, she has been spending more time indoors, undoubtedly consuming more than before. Xiao Qingji frowned slightly. Hua quickly shifted the topic. I have heard that the Dowager Empress has frequently summoned the princess to the palace of late. To navigate such circumstances without incident speaks to the princess's fortune. Xiao Qingji had not returned in quite some time, and he seldom inquired about palace affairs. However, he was aware that the Dowager Empress had recently fallen out of favor with numerous military officials, and it was unlikely she would act rashly now. Chapter 61 The Palace of the Prince. At this juncture, Yan Yu was still engrossed in preparations for the new year, tirelessly engaged in inventorying various items, part of which constituted her dowry and the other part being the properties entrusted to her management by the royal household. From the moment she arose in the morning to style her hair, she was incessantly surrounded by individuals reporting on various matters. Previously, the Xiao family had managed these affairs on her behalf, but now the entirety of their responsibilities had been handed over to Yan Yu, which weighed heavily on her mind. Even Princess Xianni could not help but express her sentiments. In these times, human hearts are treacherous, even relatives harbor suspicions towards one another. The Xiao family has managed your assets for many years, and upon your marriage, they returned everything without a single loss, even adding to your wealth. Such relatives are indeed rare to find. The Xiao family's actions were influenced by the emperor's watchful eye, yet, to be frank, the emperor was preoccupied with state affairs and could hardly attend to such matters. Numerous officials who had served the nation perished in their duties, and their relatives swiftly laid claim to their estates, leaving the emperor with little recourse. The Xiao family had shown Yan Yu both kindness and gratitude, demonstrating true benevolence. Yan Yu was acutely aware of this and often reflected on the care bestowed upon her by her maternal family, frequently visiting her two sisters-in-law who remained in the capital. This time, Bo Feng had entered the capital with his wife and child accompanying him. He had served as the governor for 3 years, and according to the current dynasty's regulations, although governors handled local affairs, they were still considered court officials, appointed by the capital to oversee the provinces. Bo Feng returned with his family, reportedly intending to settle in the capital. Yan Yu understood that the Bo family was related to Xiao Qingji, and with his uncle and aunt now in the capital, she pondered whether she should make a visit. As a junior, it was not proper to wait for the elders to make the first move with her uncertainties in mind. Yen Yu consulted with Princess Shini. The princess shook her head. There is no need. If they adhere to propriety, they should come to pay their respects to you. If they neglect such decorum, then let it be. After a moment's reflection, Yen Yu replied, Aunt, I have just been married and do not dare to be presumptuous towards my elders. If others deem me lacking in manners, it could reflect poorly on our family, suggesting that our prince is dismissive and lacks proper family discipline. Princess Shini grasped Yen Yu's hand. How fortunate is the Qinhuang to have married someone as precious as you. Your thoughts are not misplaced, yet Bofeng is not the prince's direct uncle, he is merely a cousin. His rise over the years has been entirely dependent on the support of the Qinhuang at court. If they possess any sense, they should take the initiative to visit you. If you bow to them, it may lead them to think that the Qinhuang is reliant on their goodwill. Yen Yu nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Princess Shini's perspective. While in the princess's residence, she was treated to warm glutinous rice balls infused with red beans and osmanthus, accompanied by a platter of tender pig's trotters and marinated beef, as well as pancakes paired with succulent lamb shanks, a dish of steamed eggs, and pickled bamboo shoots, alongside several steaming bowls of soup. Although Princess Shini had come from the palace, she bore no airs and was open to all manner of food. Her dining choices reflected her belief that the taste mattered far more than the price of the ingredients. She welcomed even the most commonplace of dishes onto her table. Perhaps it was due to this disposition that, even after marrying into the less illustrious Liang family, she remained unperturbed, effortlessly navigating social interactions and garnering affection throughout the capital. Yen Yu had never been fond of rich and heavy foods, as her delicate constitution struggled with digestion. However, in Princess Shini's abode, she found herself unable to resist sampling each dish, relishing their exquisite flavors. With a raised eyebrow, Princess Shini remarked, In these years of idleness, I have taken to collecting recipes to experiment with the household cooks. If you enjoy these dishes, I can have them share a few with your maidservants. As the two of them joyfully dined, a maid outside announced, Miss Liang-san has arrived. Princess Shini's brow furrowed slightly. This Miss Liang-san was a young lady from the Liang family, closely associated with the princess's husband, and over the years, Princess Shini had extended her utmost care. However, the young lady had often been ungrateful. Moreover, she harbored lofty pretensions, looking down upon the families previously favored by Princess Shini, all while being unable to extricate herself from the princess's assistance, perpetually seeking the best suitors through her. Yet, when prospective matches from distinguished families were unwilling, Princess Shini could not simply override their objections. Given Yen Yu's presence, Princess Shini did not wish for her to perceive any condescension towards relatives of lesser status. Liang Qingxue, having heard her sister speak of the Qin Wangfei, was now seeing her for the first time. Unable to suppress a cold smirk, she mused on how Princess Shini had distanced herself recently, evidently regarding her as beneath her due to her own elevated status. As Princess Shini and Yen Yu continued their meal, the princess urged a maid to set an additional pair of chopsticks for Liang Qingxue to assuage any concerns that Yen Yu might harbor about the visitor. She cheerfully remarked, This is Jinera's cousin, a girl raised under my watch, particularly well-behaved and of good character. Yen Yu harbored no disdain, for the dishes were served cleanly by the maidservants using public utensils. Besides, they were all young ladies, not gentlemen at the table. There was little to be critical about. Noticing that the two had already commenced their meal, Liang Qingxue, sensing their indifference to her presence, smiled and declared, I shall dine later. I am not hungry at the moment. Moreover, as an ordinary girl, I am hardly worthy of serving the Qin Wangfei's table. Yen Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, considering the visitor's lineage, and out of respect for Princess Shini, she chose to remain silent. Princess Shini, feeling displeased, wiped her mouth and remarked, If you recognize your own inadequacy, then simply sit quietly beside us. Had Liang Qingxue possessed a modicum of cleverness, she would have taken the initiative to join in, engaging in light-hearted conversation and merriment, swiftly integrating herself into their circle. After all, how many ordinary young ladies in the capital had the chance to become acquainted with a royal consort? Yet, she vacillated between aspiring for elevation while simultaneously feeling too proud to serve a noble. The tension in the atmosphere became palpable, prompting Yen Yu to find an excuse to depart after the meal. Upon her return to the Wang residence, she was met by Huo Wang, who hurriedly approached her. Yen Yu inquired, What has transpired? Huo Wang replied, Your Highness was riding in the palace when the icy ground caused the horse to stumble, resulting in Your Highness falling from the saddle and sustaining minor injuries. Yen Yu's expression shifted in an instant. What did the physician say? Where is Your Highness injured? How could they allow Your Highness to ride on such treacherous ice? What kind of negligence is this from those around him? Huo Wang quickly responded, I am uncertain. I only heard from those in the palace that such an incident occurred. The palace is 100 miles from the capital, and many details have yet to reach us. Chapter 62. The palace of the imperial consort Xiaoqingji, of course, was unscathed. If he could fall from a horse, all those years of riding would have been for naught. Perhaps it would be better to let the horse ride him instead. However, one of the horse's legs indeed slipped on the icy ground and broke. Someone had meddled, and he had already dispatched his shadow guards to investigate. Regardless of the outcome, such accidental events had been numerous throughout his life, so many that he had lost count. He sent a message to Yen Yu, curious to see if she would come. Recently, the affairs at the royal residence in the capital had been quite overwhelming. Under normal circumstances, she would certainly refrain from visiting. After all, she was not a physician and her presence would serve little purpose. Yen Yu was astute enough to realize this. If she did come, Xiaoqingji felt this possibility was rather slim. That evening, Xiaoqingji was pulled by his brothers to celebrate the 9th prince's 15th birthday. What they thought internally was difficult to articulate, but outwardly they had to maintain the camaraderie of good brothers, especially under the watchful eyes of the emperor. Even if it was all an act, they had to pretend to be as close as blood brothers. Xiao Qingji felt rather displeased, particularly with the fifth and seventh brothers. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingshu, had a closer relationship with Xiao Qingji, and upon hearing of his riding mishap, could not help but tease him. Third brother, I heard you fell off your horse and nearly broke your leg. Distracted by the wine, Xiao Qingji had no inclination to engage him. Beside them, Hua Ha chuckled, with our prince's skills, how could such a thing happen? Xiao Jingshu laughed softly and leaned closer to Xiao Qingji's ear, whispering, I heard fifth brother brought his concubine to the palace this time. Xiao Qingji was entirely indifferent to the affairs within Xiao Zheshan's household and casually replied, what concubine? Xiao Jingshu responded, the one who almost became your legitimate wife, the daughter of the Wei family. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. Wei Ruxuan had indeed accompanied Xiao Zheshan, unable to quell her worries. She feared that if she did not come alone, some palace maid might seduce Xiao Zheshan away. During this time, Xiao Zheshan had indeed been showering her with affection, perhaps as a means of atonement, sending all manner of fine gifts to her chamber. The Zhang family was immensely wealthy, and Xiao Zheshan's close dealings with them made acquiring fine items a simple task. Sometimes, he could procure tribute that the emperor had yet to enjoy through the Zhang family. Wei Ruxuan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her heart heavy with self-pity, adorned with a gold hairpin in the shape of a sea buckthorn flower, golden earrings set with East pearls, and a bracelet of pearls and tourmaline. She wore a dress woven from peacock feathers that swept the ground, such opulence that even the concubines of higher rank in the palace could scarcely compare. Yet, what was the use of such beauty, aside from Xiao Zheshan and a few maids? How many could truly appreciate it? Wei Ruxuan gritted her teeth, feeling increasingly resentful. When she entered the palace and found herself in the presence of others, she had to dress in a manner that would please Empress Zhang, to possess favor yet be unable to showcase it for all to see. What meaning did such an existence hold? The so-called dressed in brocade, walking in the night perhaps described her plight. With a slight exertion, she snapped a gold hairpin. Where is fifth master now? One of her maids hurriedly replied, tonight is the ninth prince's 15th birthday. Since it's a milestone, several princes are drinking with him. Wei Ruxuan's eyes darted, who else is there? Our fifth master, third master, sixth master, seventh master, ninth master, and a few young princes and heirs. Wei Ruxuan adjusted her hairpin in the mirror, our fifth master is born of the empress. He is not like those born of lesser status. If someone gets him drunk and harms his health, I must go and see. The maid remained silent, knowing well that in the palace, few dared to speak of the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, especially since the Wei dynasty had seen two emperors ascend who were not born of the primary consort. After the death of the Qin Wang's birth mother, the favored concubine Bo, the emperor had promptly posthumously elevated her to Empress Shall We. If one were to delve into these matters, the Qin Wang was indeed justified in his status. Thus, over time, even the Empress Dowager refrained from mentioning such distinctions before the emperor. However, this Wei concubine was often in a foul mood, and in her displeasure, she would jab at the maids with her hairpin, leaving them hesitant to remind her of such things. Wei Ruxuan tidied her appearance and inquired about the palace where the ninth prince resided, promptly making her way there. At that moment, the princes were in high spirits, the banquet lively with dancing girls and musicians. The emperor had made a brief appearance before departing once more. Xiao Qingji found the gathering rather dull and was about to rise to leave when a door opened quietly, unnoticed by anyone as a palace attendant entered. The attendant rushed to Hua Ha's side and whispered a few words, causing Hua Ha's expression to shift. He quickly approached Xiao Qingji. Your Highness, our princess has arrived at the palace and is in your quarters. Xiao Qingji nearly choked on his drink. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingshu, laughed. Third brother, what's the matter? Is third sister-in-law here? Xiao Qingji replied coldly, it's nothing. Another door opened, and this time all eyes turned towards it. Xiao Zheshan was chatting and laughing with the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, and they both looked over at the sound. Xiao Jingshu, having never seen Wei Ruxuan before, quickly assessed the situation based on her attire and accessories. First and foremost, she could not possibly be the emperor's concubine, as they would not appear in such gatherings. Nor could she be the wife of a minister. Only those ministers of considerable standing brought their wives to the palace, and those wives were typically primary consorts of at least 40 years of age. Moreover, her attire was of a standard not befitting women outside the royal family. Concubines could not don East pearls or woven gold garments. She must be the legitimate wife of one of the princes or heirs present. However, there was one unfortunate aspect. Was it not inappropriate for a woman to intrude so boldly into a gathering of men drinking together? Many speculated, and Xiao Jingshu was taken aback, muttering, is that our third sister-in-law? My, she is dressed so grandly, the jewelry on her head must weigh at least 3 pounds. Among those present, the Qin Wang held the highest status, and if it were indeed the Qin Wang's wife appearing thus, others would find it difficult to comment. Xiao Qingji initially thought it was Yen Yu who had come, but upon closer inspection, it was clearly not her. He realized the indolent Yen Yu would not personally come to summon him back. Xiao Zheshan's face shifted from pale to crimson, struggling to find words as he watched Wei Ruxuan navigate past several dancing girls to stand before him. Noticing his discomfort, Xiao Qirui quickly stepped aside to give them space. Xiao Zheshan, suppressing his anger, asked, what brings you here? Wei Ruxuan, taken aback that they had invited such alluring dancers to perform while they drank, glanced at the nearby dancers and replied, I came to see you, for I feared you would drink too much. Chapter 63. The palace. Xiao Jingshua smiled and said, fifth brother, this is. Xiao Zheshan felt so embarrassed that he wished to vanish into the ground. A group of gentlemen sat here, drinking and chatting, while the women who approached were primarily courtesans and dancers. What respectable woman would attend such an occasion? At that moment, he truly regretted not heeding the Empress Dowager's advice to take Wei Ruxuan as a concubine. At least a concubine's presence would not tarnish his reputation. Wei Ruxuan said, I am the concubine Wei of fifth master, and who might you be? Xiao Jingxue chuckled ambiguously and winked at Xiao Jiashan. Oh, so she is concubine Wei, a fifth brother. You are indeed generous to allow such a beautiful concubine to grace us with her presence. The young princes and heirs, who maintained a good rapport with Xiao Qingji and Xiao Jingxue, erupted in laughter. Xiao Jiashan's face flushed crimson, and he sulkily downed a cup of wine. Wei Ruxuan hurriedly attempted to snatch the cup from his hand, saying, "Fifth master, you should drink less, overindulgence is harmful to your health." Xiao Jiashan brushed her hand away, saying nothing. Observing the gazes of those present, Wei Ruxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, such a situation was rare. Had she not appeared, who would remember her as Xiao Jiashan's favored concubine? Xiao Qirui smiled and remarked, "Fifth sister-in-law, do not hinder him. Fifth brother has a good capacity for liquor, a little more won't hurt." Wei Ruxuan was aware that Xiao Qirui was the seventh prince and that his mother, consort Luo, was constantly currying favor with the empress, resembling a lapdog. The Empress Shang looked down upon consort Luo and Xiao Qirui, and Wei Ruxuan shared the same disdain. With a cold glance, she retorted, "You speak so casually, do you know how precious fifth master's health is? He is not like you." Xiao Qirui was taken aback, the smile on his face instantly faltering. Xiao Jingshua's lips twitched as he whispered to Xiao Qingji, "Old Seven gives her face by calling her fifth sister-in-law, and she truly thinks of herself as important. Even if the legitimate fifth prince's wife were standing here, she wouldn't dare speak to Old Seven like that." Xiao Qingji appeared unconcerned by the chaotic scene, his thoughts drifting to Yenyu, who had gone to his residence. He wondered what she might be doing. Xiao Jiashan felt increasingly awkward. "Ridiculous, he is the seventh prince. What gives you the right to speak to him? Why are you here? Go back." Upon hearing Xiao Jiashan's reprimand, Wei Ruxuan instinctively assumed he had taken a liking to one of the dancers present. Otherwise, why would the usually gentle Xiao Jiashan speak so harshly? She pouted. "Had I known you did not welcome my presence, I would not have come. Why must you scold me for an outsider? I have the right to speak before the empress, yet here I am silenced?" The atmosphere grew decidedly awkward. The eunuchs and maids surrounding the ninth prince hurriedly asserted that it was quite late, and with the snow falling outside, they feared that if the gathering continued, the emperor might be displeased come morning. Others were also keen to avoid witnessing the flirtation between Xiao Jiashan and his concubine, insisting it was late and that they needed to depart. Xiao Qingji and Xiao Jiashan also rose to leave. Outside, snow began to fall, swirling gracefully down and blanketing the ground in a delicate layer of white. None had brought umbrellas, but fortunately, the snowfall was not too heavy. The eunuchs quickly draped cloaks around their masters, and the dim palace lanterns flickered in the snowy night, casting faint shadows upon the ground. At that moment, a maid dressed in a green brocade jacket waved toward Hua Ha, who recognized her. "It is Bai Chun from the princess's side, Your Highness, the princess has brought an umbrella." Xiao Qingji looked up to see a wisp of smoky purple and immediately left the crowd to approach. Xiao Jingxue remained behind, calling out, "Hey, third brother, won't you wait for me?" Xiao Jiashan and Xiao Qirui, having yet to meet the princess, also turned to gaze in the direction. However, the night was hazy, and the falling snow obscured their view, revealing only a hint of color before Xiao Qingji's tall figure swiftly blocked the sight. Being in the royal court, the most prosperous area of the Dewei dynasty, these individuals had access to resources beyond the comprehension of common folk, commanding servants with a mere gesture. Yet, often they remained unsatisfied, possessing everything the world envied while their hearts felt empty regardless of wealth or poverty. The sorrows and pains experienced in fleeting moments felt strikingly similar, each longing to fill the void with boundless affection. Xiao Jingxue rubbed his hands together, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. "I truly envy third brother. He has received nothing but the finest since childhood, and the emperor even bestowed upon him a gentle and virtuous princess." Nearby, a thinly clad eunuch hastily wrapped a cloak around Xiao Jingshue's figure, securing it tightly. Xiao Qirui chuckled, "Look at you, if father were to bestow upon you the title of prince, your future princess would gladly crawl to you with an umbrella. We, who are not favored by father, have no such fortune." Xiao Jiashan gazed longingly at Yan Yu's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Hearing the envious musings of sixth and seventh brothers, he scoffed, "What fortune is that? It was merely an umbrella. What was so special about it? No matter how good it was, she was a woman he had discarded." Xiao Qingji had picked up the broken shoes he no longer wanted, and these two fools were still here envying him. Beside them, Wei Ruxuan felt wronged, unable to comprehend why she had come out in the cold to show concern for Xiao Jiashan, only to be met with indifference and reproach. Why did Yenyu arrive, and the prince immediately rushed to her side? This was not how the scene played out in her dreams. Wei Ruxuan stepped forward, grasping Xiao Jiashan's arm. "Fifth master, what is wrong with you today? Have you taken a liking to some dancer? If you truly do, bring her back. As long as the empress consents, I will say nothing." Xiao Jiashan forcefully pushed her hand away and turned to walk toward his residence. Chapter 64 of the Palace. Wei Ruxuan felt a profound sense of frustration. Having lived for over a decade, her mother had always taught her that if she desired something, regardless of whether it belonged to her or not, she should boldly seize it. Once acquired, it would rightfully be hers. Her mother, Lu, was a woman of noble lineage, who, after marrying her father, wielded considerable influence within the Wei family, rarely failing to obtain what she wished for. Consequently, Wei Ruxuan, as the legitimate daughter, enjoyed a status akin to that of a princess. She simply could not comprehend why, despite her relentless efforts to vie for the attention of the fifth prince, she found herself constantly having to flatter and appease him. The slightest deviation from his expectations resulted in him casting her a displeased glance. Was it not promised that once she secured her position as the lead female, she would be cherished for a lifetime, smoothly ascending to the role of empress? Upon returning home, Wei Ruxuan had a heated argument with Xiao Jieshan. The constant scrutiny and the need to tread carefully within the palace left her feeling oppressed. At home, she was not the primary wife, and any good fortune she received had to be concealed rather than displayed. Even Xiao Jieshan, who had always doted on her, now treated her with indifference. Unable to endure the myriad burdens of royal life, Wei Ruxuan poured out her grievances. Entering the palace means serving the empress. I must heed her every word, while the Empress Dowager looks down upon me, offering me nothing but disdain, she cried, wiping her tears as she tugged at Xiao Jieshan's sleeve. Now, even you bully me. Did you not swear to love me alone for eternity? Have those vows been devoured by dogs? Xiao Jieshan inhaled sharply, fully aware that reasoning with Wei Ruxuan was futile and inappropriate. He forcefully shook off her grip. Wei Ruxuan glared at him with resentment. Had I known, I would have preferred to marry the Prince of Qin. Look how he supports his consort. Even though she is a frail creature without a maternal family, he never treats her with disdain as you do. My father lost his position as a minister just so I could marry you. Xiao Jieshan's eyes welled with tears. What did you just say? Am I inferior to Xiao Qingji? Throughout his life, their father had deemed him less worthy than Xiao Qingji. Now, to hear such thoughts echoed by a woman he had married was unbearable. She had once seen him as superior in every regard, yet now she cast him as lesser than his brother. If not for the twisted satisfaction derived from usurping what belonged to Xiao Qingji, how could he justify such morally reprehensible actions? Startled by Xiao Jieshan's outburst, Wei Ruxuan sank onto a chair, covering her face as she began to sob. Indeed, her mother had been correct. All men in the world were heartless, willing to turn their backs once they had taken enough advantage. Meanwhile, outside, the maidservants eavesdropping on the commotion dared not breathe a word, fearful that the tempest of anger would soon engulf them. Xiao Qingji received the umbrella from Yan Yu. Why have you come all this way to deliver an umbrella? It is quite cold. Are you not afraid of catching a chill? I have never been here before. I thought I might enjoy the scenery along the way, Yan Yu replied, glancing at Xiao Qingji. I heard that you fell from your horse and sustained injuries. Where exactly are you hurt, Your Highness? If there were any injuries, they were merely superficial abrasions from the rains, long since healed after more than a day. Xiao Qingji replied, let us return. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Yan Yu's delicate face turned pale from the biting wind, with a few flakes of snow clinging to her long eyelashes. Xiao Qingji gazed at her for a moment before turning away. The path is slippery, hold on to me, otherwise, should you fall, I will not assist you. Yan Yu responded with a soft "oh," grasping the sleeve of his garment. Huaha, noticing Xiao Qingji holding an umbrella over Yan Yu's head, approached hastily. Your Highness, the wind is strong today, allow me to hold the umbrella for you. Xiao Qingji, slightly irritated, replied, leave. Huaha quickly retreated to the back. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Qingji's residence, which was warm and inviting. Being the palace closest to the emperor's quarters, Ruidong hurriedly took Yan Yu's cloak and brought warm water for her to wash her face and hands. Yan Yu inquired, Your Highness, where have you been injured? What did the physician say? Xiao Qingji wiped his hands dry. There is nothing of great concern. Yan Yu was unconvinced. How could a fall from a horse not result in significant injuries? During her time at the Xiao residence, she often heard her grandmother recount tales of young masters who met dire fates after such falls, or children who were left dazed from their attempts to ride. With Xiao Qingji's horse now injured, she genuinely feared for his well-being. Xiao Qingji admitted, my head aches slightly. Yan Yu promptly assisted him in sitting down, as she could not see his head while he stood. She removed his hairpin, finding no visible issues, yet she knew that sometimes head injuries could be internal and not easily discerned from the outside. Concerned, Yan Yu asked, is it your head? Your Highness, you wouldn't suffer amnesia from the fall, would you? If something were to happen to your mind, it would be impossible to fathom your thoughts each day. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened as he seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Yan Yu, are you doing this on purpose? Yan Yu shook her head. She obediently sat on Xiao Qingji's lap, the pearl tassels in her hair swaying gently as she did so. Xiao Qingji's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. Get off my lap. Yan Yu replied with an "oh," attempting to leap from his embrace, but Xiao Qingji's large hand firmly pressed against her waist. What have you been busy with these past few days? Held in place, she could only remain seated on his lap and recounted the various matters from the residence. However, Xiao Qingji found himself unable to focus on her words. After she finished her report, she made a small attempt to wriggle free. May I get down now? Since there is nothing urgent here, I plan to return tomorrow. The snow will only grow heavier tonight. You cannot leave tomorrow, Xiao Qingji stated. You should rest first, and leave once the snow has melted. Yan Yu asked, Your Highness, would you like a midnight snack? Having consumed little during the evening banquet and only indulging in a few cups of wine, he realized he was indeed feeling somewhat hungry at her suggestion. Yan Yu quickly instructed the kitchen to prepare some food, ensuring they also warmed a pot of wine to help fend off the cold. Before long, the kitchen delivered wontons filled with mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and fresh meat, along with ham and fresh bamboo shoot soup, osmanthus fish fins, and red bean snow rolls, accompanied by a pot of Yingyu wine. Yan Yu sampled a piece of the red bean roll, which was not overly sweetened with honey, offering a light sweetness that was far from cloying. She took the opportunity to mention the matter of the concubine Tian. Previously, she had been indifferent to the affairs of the residence, unwilling to invest her energy into understanding them. However, since concubine Tian was associated with Xiao Qingji, she felt compelled to inform him, lest he perceive her as someone unable to tolerate others. Xiao Qingji, however, appeared unfazed. The Dowager Empress was known for her ruthless demeanor. Anyone who dared to defy her wishes or harbor their own thoughts was likely to face her wrath. Although concubine Tian had acted according to her desires, her actions had caused the Dowager Empress to lose face publicly, making her execution unsurprising. Chapter 65 of the palace. The following day, Yan Yu awoke naturally, and upon opening her eyes, she found Xiao Qingji still sleeping beside her. In the depths of winter, Yan Yu was reluctant to rise early. Even with the room filled with warmth, she felt that the comfort of her bed was far more inviting. Just as she had awakened, she closed her eyes once more. Xiao Qingji's voice was cold and cutting. "Are you going to continue sleeping?" Yan Yu rubbed her eyes and replied languidly, "What else is there to do if I don't sleep? Should I get out of bed to plow the fields for His Highness?" With one hand resting on Yan Yu's waist, Xiao Qingji exerted a slight pressure. Yan Yu gasped in pain, yet she felt her words held a semblance of truth. They were in the palace, devoid of pressing matters. Wasn't the purpose of being a princess to enjoy a life of ease? "It hurts." Yan Yu's voice softened immediately. "Please don't pinch me." Through the thin layer of fabric, Xiao Qingji could feel the warmth beneath his hand. He had done nothing the previous night. After all, Yan Yu had endured a long journey from the capital. Given her delicate constitution, such a trip could leave her bones rattled by the jolting of the carriage. It would be unkind to subject her to any further turmoil at this moment. Xiao Qingji held a measure of tenderness for his wife. Of course, she was not the one he had chosen to marry. That decision had been forced upon him by the emperor. He did not release his hold on Yan Yu's waist, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, "Beg me." In an instant, Yan Yu's posture softened, and with a pitiful demeanor, she grasped his arm. "I beg of you, please don't crush me." Xiao Qingji found himself almost amused by her words, raising his hand to pinch her cheek. "You speak nonsense." Obediently, Yan Yu wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her face against his hand. Xiao Qingji had never been the recipient of such affection. He had not even kept a cat, and animals generally shied away from him. He recalled that the last person to embrace him had been the emperor, long before he had turned 6. After that, the emperor would merely pat his shoulder, speaking with a serious demeanor filled with earnest advice. Yan Yu's body was exceedingly soft, though she appeared frail. She felt as though she was composed of nothing but warmth, like a tender piece of jade nestled in his embrace. Xiao Qingji realized that if he continued to linger in this manner, he would be unable to leave the palace for the entire day. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed Yan Yu away from his embrace. "We must see Father Emperor shortly." Yan Yu responded with a soft "Oh, then may I not get out of bed?" If she did not wish to rise, then so be it. In truth, Xiao Qingji did not mind this at all. He had no fields requiring plowing. With half her face buried in the blankets, only her eyes visible, he lightly tapped her forehead before turning to leave. After lingering for another half an hour, Yan Yu finally rose to allow her maidservant to assist her with her grooming. Xiao Qingji had breakfast with the emperor, who had also invited the Duke of England, Juncture, the current Chancellor of the Cabinet and Minister of Personnel, and the emperor's maternal uncle, making him a significant figure in the court of the Great Wei dynasty. Jiangkan, being of advanced age, hesitated to sit at the emperor's table. Despite the familial ties, Emperor Jianqing smiled and said, "You assist the duke in taking a seat." Only then did Jiangkan sit down. Xiao Qingji cast a cold glance at the elderly man, his smile devoid of warmth. "It seems that for some time, Duke Zheng has been ailing, yet with winter's arrival, your health appears to have improved?" Jiangkan replied, "Thank you for your concern, Prince Qin. I am nearing the end of my days, and whether I am well or unwell remains unchanged. The affairs of the state weigh heavily, and I dare not speak of illness." Xiao Qingji scoffed, "With such chaos in the provinces of Jinyu, I assume Duke Zheng seeks to absolve your son? It is indeed his fault. I would present his head before the emperor. After months of investigation, it is clear that the officials below have concealed the truth. Zheng Shu bears some blame, but his crime does not warrant death." Zhang Ken replied, "Prince Qin has harbored grievances toward Zheng Shu for quite some time, yet if you do not consider the empress, you should at least think of the common folk in Jinyu." "That is mere sophistry," Xiao Qingji retorted. "Two of the officials dispatched for the investigation are your disciples. Even if Zheng Shu is guilty, the blame will inevitably fall on others. Does Prince Qin insist on slandering me?" Zheng Ken turned to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I am devoted and loyal, yet Prince Qin maligns me without cause, leaving me at a loss on how to prove my innocence." Emperor Jianqing's gaze shifted between the two. "You, old and young, are separated by over 40 years, yet you bicker before me. What a disgrace." "Yuer, refrain from speaking of unfounded matters." Xiao Qingji replied coldly, "Understood. However, given the severity of the situation under Zheng Shu's command, he has indeed failed in his duties. Recall him to the capital." Zheng Ken was not surprised by this outcome. Xiao Qingji's recent machinations had been leading to this very point. Zheng Ken began, "As for the next candidate for the governor of Jinyu, I recommend Bo Feng." Xiao Qingji interrupted before he could finish, "Father Emperor, Bo Feng has demonstrated outstanding governance in recent years. He is perfectly suited to handle the mess in Jinyu." Zheng Ken shot Xiao Qingji a disdainful glance. "Bo Feng is your uncle, a prince. Your nepotism may tarnish the court's reputation." Xiao Qingji returned the look, a hint of derision in his eyes. "Zheng Shu is your son. Did you not consider nepotism when you supported him? Moreover, the duke is also the emperor's uncle, and currently holds the position of Minister of Personnel. Is that not nepotism as well?" Zheng Kan's face turned ashen. "It seems the prince is testing my patience, making light of the livelihood of millions." "Duke Zheng practices nepotism, assuming others do the same," Xiao Qingji mocked. "Little do you know, as the sage said, one must not avoid personal grievances in external appointments, nor familial ties in internal recommendations. My recommendation of Bo Feng is based solely on his exceptional abilities, unrelated to our familial ties." "Duke Zheng, your vision is clouded, and you perceive everything through a tainted lens." Emperor Jianqing chuckled softly. "Absurd, how can you speak to the duke in such a manner? Zhang Can added, Your Majesty, Prince Qin's endorsement of Bo Feng is not as he claims. Enough, Emperor Jianqing interjected, let us not discuss official matters during meals. Bo Feng has indeed performed admirably in Yinan, and I am curious to see what he can accomplish in the provinces of Jinsang and Yeu. Gu Guangliang, Summon Xiang Yuan, Zhang Imo, Shiqing, and Jai Zirwei. Gu Guangliang quickly acknowledged and exited the hall. Xiao Qingji understood that this matter was nearly settled, and he chose to disregard Zhang Can, focusing instead on enjoying his breakfast. Zhang Can found the meal rather tasteless, glancing at Xiao Qingji and contemplating the fifth prince, who had yet to accomplish anything, feeling increasingly irked. Chapter 66 The Palace. After the fifth prince had a restful slumber, he awoke to find Wei Ruxuan seated at the bedside, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Instantly, he felt a pang of compassion. The promises he had previously made could no longer be fulfilled, yet since she had chosen to accompany him, it would be remiss to allow her to suffer undue distress. The events of yesterday were now behind them, let others say what they wished. The two spent a considerable time grooming themselves, and by the time they finished, the snow outside had ceased. With nothing pressing to occupy their time, they nestled together on the bed. Upon hearing that his maternal grandfather was coming to see him, Xiao Jiashan hastily rose from the bed in a flurry of anxiety. Wei Ruxuan, perplexed, remarked, You are a prince, no matter how grand your grandfather's position, he is still a minister, what is there to fear? Xiao Jiashan replied, The old gentleman is exceedingly stern and has a penchant for reprimanding others. The scions of the Zheng family avoid him like the plague. Wei Ruxuan scoffed, In my view, you, fifth prince, are far too accommodating, akin to dough that others mold at will. You are not like the Zheng family, you are a prince, and he is but a minister. But if you were to assert yourself, would he dare to wield his authority over you? A man must be assertive, how can one allow ministers to lead them by the nose? Xiao Jiashan chuckled softly but refrained from responding, quickly donning his attire and exiting. As expected, he was soon met with a tongue lashing from Zhang Can, who implied that he should engage more in court affairs rather than idling away in the company of concubines. Xiao Jiashan felt a sense of injustice, lamenting, My father does not favor me, no matter how well I perform, he will not acknowledge my efforts. Hearing this, Zhang Can grew more incensed, You have yet to even try. How can you claim the emperor does not recognize you? Although he is the son of heaven, he cannot disregard the opinions of his ministers. If you diligently fulfill your duties, the ministers will surely speak well of you before the emperor. This realm belongs to the Xiao family, yet it is not solely the domain of the Jianqing emperor. Can one truly act with impunity simply because they wear the crown? If the emperor could do as he pleased, he would not have once proclaimed Xiao Jiashan's mother as empress. Xiao Jiashan's heart brimmed with resentment, As long as you do not eliminate Xiao Qingji, I shall never rise. Do you not understand? I am no less capable than he, I merely lack the power that rests in his hands. Grant me equal authority, and I shall surpass him. Zhang Can's agitation was palpable. He watched as control of the two provinces fell into the hands of Xiao Qingji's supporters, rendering his own faction increasingly marginalized, while the fifth prince he had sought to support proved increasingly ineffectual. Xiao Qingji had grown formidable. Since his marriage, he had shed his previous arrogance, not only removing the Zheng family's long-standing influence within the Ministry of Justice but also encroaching upon the governance of Jiangnan. Zhang Can's tone turned more severe, Do not linger in the palace, find an excuse to return to the capital and allow the Empress Dowager to properly instruct you. You are becoming more unrefined by the day. Xiao Jiashan's discontent deepened. Why should this be so? He suddenly recalled Wei Ruxuan's earlier words, You are a prince, no matter how exalted your grandfather's position, he is still a minister, what is there to fear? Indeed, he was a prince, the son of the emperor. Even if Zhang Can was his maternal grandfather, he remained a minister regardless of his rank. The Bo family also had an old gentleman, who happened to be Xiao Qingji's maternal grandfather. Xiao Jiashan had encountered him a few years prior. Despite being a grandfather, the Bo patriarch never dared to speak with authority before Xiao Qingji. Even his counsel was delivered in hushed tones, in stark contrast to Zhang Can's commanding demeanor. Bo Feng had previously served as the governor of Yinan, though his rank was slightly lower than that of the heir to the Duke of England, Zheng Shu. The difference was negligible. Despite Zheng Shu's amiable demeanor towards Xiao Jiashan, he always seemed intent on instructing him, expressing dissatisfaction at every turn, treating him as anything but a prince. A few days prior, Xiao Jiashan had observed Bo Feng interacting with Xiao Qingji from a distance. In Xiao Qingji's presence, Bo Feng appeared to be trembling in fear, not daring to impart guidance, let alone issue commands. The Bo family exemplified the proper attitude of a minister towards the imperial family. Xiao Jiashan glanced at Zheng Can's wrinkled visage, a surge of aversion swelling within him. No wonder both court and common folk spoke of the Zheng faction as lawless. Witnessing their demeanor firsthand, he wondered if they would continue to act thus once he ascended the throne. Old gentleman, do mind your words, Xiao Jiashan stated. I am a prince, and you are a minister. I shall decide how to conduct my affairs without your instruction. Even the women who attend to me understand this principle, why do you not? Zheng Can stood frozen, and after a lengthy silence, he rasped, I have said all I can. Fifth prince, reflect on my words, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jiashan noted Zheng Can's apparent submission with satisfaction. In the past, he had merely regarded Wei Ruxuan as an endearing presence in his bedchamber, unaware of her strategic acumen. Had he heeded her counsel earlier, he might have spared himself years of reprimand from that old man. Yen Yu finally rose from bed at noon. After the maidservants attended to her grooming, she consumed a modest meal, her appetite still lacking as she had just awakened. In the afternoon, she reclined on the bed, perusing a book. When Xiao Qingji entered, he found her propped against her pillows, adorned in a jade-hued gown, draped in a delicate garment, her hair loosely tied with a ribbon. A nearby maidservant, engaged in needlework, stood upon seeing Xiao Qingji, offering a respectful greeting. Yan Yu, on the verge of dozing off, also stood to acknowledge him. When will the snow outside melt? The sun had emerged today, and the snow from yesterday had already begun to thaw. It was indeed quite cold outside, and she estimated it would fully dissolve by tomorrow evening, allowing her to return the day after. Xiao Qingji replied, we must wait a couple more days. Yan Yu untied the fox fur from his shoulders and reached to touch his hand. Despite his recent trek through the icy wilderness, his hands felt warmer than hers, which had remained indoors. At that moment, a maidservant entered, announcing, Your Highness, the 5th Prince's consort, Wei Ruxuan, has expressed her boredom these past few days. She wishes to visit later to show you some newly acquired jewelry. Yesterday, Wei Ruxuan had attempted to flaunt her treasures before several princes, only for the banquet to conclude abruptly. Now that Yan Yu had arrived, she was eager to showcase her good fortune as the 5th Prince's consort, wishing to dispel any notion that she was merely a downtrodden figure before the Empress. Otherwise, she feared Yan Yu might privately mock her, thinking she led a miserable existence. Yan Yu, however, found the prospect intriguing. Though she and Wei Ruxuan were not particularly acquainted, their allegiances were clear. Wei Ruxuan belonged to the Empress's faction, while she was the Qin Wangfei, thus their positions diverged. What was there to discuss? Moreover, what value did a few pieces of jewelry hold? Did she intend to gift them to her? Xiao Qingji responded coolly, do not entertain her visit. He wished to prevent any interaction between Yan Yu and Wei Ruxuan. The mere thought of having nearly married Wei Ruxuan unsettled him. Chapter 67 of the palace. After being rebuffed by Yan Yu, Wei Ruxuan secretly simmered with anger. However, it was fortunate that her relationship with the 5th prince had improved. Having quarreled, they reconciled and seemed to grow closer. Xiao Zheshan had previously brought her a long-haired Persian cat with yellow eyes for her amusement, an exotic treasure rarely seen outside the palace. Although Wei Ruxuan had never been fond of small creatures like cats and dogs, the rarity of this cat amused her, and the act of toying with such a creature provided her with a sense of power, a thrill of control over life and death. While killing a maid would be an unsavory affair, causing the demise of a cat or dog would attract no reproach. Her time serving in front of Empress Zhang had been truly tormenting, and though Wei Ruxuan once believed herself to be quite normal, she now placed all her hopes on the future, yearning fervently for the 5th prince to ascend to the throne as crown prince, and subsequently as emperor, thus ensuring her own rise to prominence. The Persian cat's temperament was docile. It neither scratched nor bit. During good times with the 5th prince, she would feed it, but during bad times, she would strike and scold it, causing its fur to bristle and its breath to hiss in fear. Later, a trembling maid approached Wei Ruxuan, reporting that the Persian cat had gone missing. Enraged, Wei Ruxuan chastised the maid harshly. How could you lose a mere cat? What are you all good for? Do you not realize that this cat is worth more than your lives? The maids, with tears in their eyes, dared not respond. Unlike the cat, which could sneak away after being hit or scolded, escaping into the wild to survive as a feral creature, they knew their lives would be forfeit if they even dared to run. After quarreling with Xiao Zheshan, Wei Ruxuan had vented her frustrations on the maid and the cat, pulling the cat by its tail and throwing it against the wall. The cat finally bit her in self-defense and was met with a harsh stomp from her. Earlier that day, the maid had seen the cat huddled in a corner, licking its fur, but by nightfall, it had vanished. Wei Ruxuan scolded both the maid and the cat, ungrateful creature. Let it perish out there. If it dares to return, I shall skin it alive. The maid, rendered speechless by the tirade, shrank back in silence. The following day, Yan Yu went for a stroll and heard faint news. Following the sound, she discovered a filthy long-haired cat curled up in a pile of dried grass. Despite the biting cold, the cat remained motionless, letting out a few weak cries upon seeing her. Bai Chun covered her mouth in shock. Miss, it is nearly frozen solid. Feeling pity, Yan Yu knelt to stroke the cat, which did not bite but merely turned its head away. With the frigid weather, she feared it would perish outside, so she took it to her residence. After cleaning it up and feeding it some rabbit meat, she bandaged its wounds, and the cat gradually recovered. Having never seen such a cat before, Yan Yu found it quite beautiful and suspected it was not a stray but rather had escaped from the palace and been driven away by servants, hence its injuries. Meanwhile, the owner of the missing cat remained oblivious to its whereabouts, prompting Yan Yu to send Hua Wang to inquire which palace had lost a cat. After some investigation, Hua Wang could not uncover any leads. Wei Ruxuan had not sent anyone to search for her cat and had not publicized the incident, leaving Hua Wang with limited information within the palace. Yan Yu pondered, on such a frigid day, leaving it outside would surely lead to its demise. Since I have found it, I shall keep it here. Yet, she was uncertain whether Xiao Qingji would permit her to keep the cat, and thus instructed Hua Wang to convey her message. Hua Wang discreetly mentioned this to Hua Hai. Frowning, Hua Ha replied, how can this be allowed? His Highness despises such filthy creatures, they shed fur indoors. Hua Wang, with a forced smile, said, you should inform His Highness. The princess consort sent word. If it's simply rejected without discussion, I fear for my life. Hua Ha listened, noting that the commotion inside had yet to cease. Xiao Qingji was still engaged in discussions with several trusted officials. He waved Hua Wang aside, saying, I will address it shortly. Once the ministers had departed, Hua Ha entered to serve tea and broached the subject with Xiao Qingji. The princess consort has rescued a cat and wishes to keep it here. What do you think? Xiao Qingji appeared intrigued. What use is it to tell me this? Hua Ha was momentarily taken aback. You fool, since the princess consort wishes to keep it, prepare the necessary supplies for the cat and assign a maid to look after it properly. Hua Ha promptly slapped himself. I was foolish. I shall arrange it at once. Clearly, any cat that the master desired would be far more precious than the servants themselves, and thus it would require dedicated care regarding its food, drink, and grooming. Given that this was a palace, and the cat would reside in Xiao Qingji's quarters, Hua had only inquired due to his master's aversion to shedding creatures. Little did he anticipate that the prince had no intention of denying the princess consort's request. After Hua exited, Hua Wang anxiously awaited outside. Godfather, did his highness agree? Hua raised his chin, ensure that this new feline noble is well attended. Hua Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to inform the princess consort. Upon learning of Xiao Qingji's consent, Yan Yu felt a weight lift from her shoulders and even arranged for a cozy little nest for the cat. Meanwhile, Wei Ruxuan learned that her cat had been taken by Yan Yu. Initially, she was incredulous. Is that true? It is true. There was a eunuch sweeping the snow who saw it, the maid timidly replied. He said it was nearly frozen, its body stiff, and that the princess consort took it to her place. We do not know if it survived. Fuming, Wei Ruxuan exclaimed, even if it has died, it was still mine, how dare she take it away? With a cold laugh, she declared, is she truly a kind-hearted person? Are we all villains? Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, I must retrieve it. The maid, lowering her head, cautioned, at this time, the prince may be there as well. If you go with the mere thought of Xiao Qingji sent a shiver down Wei Ruxuan's spine. She could confront Xiao Jiashan without fear, daring to challenge him, but she could never act recklessly in front of Xiao Qingji. Regardless of his anger, he would merely utter harsh words or perhaps strike her. Yet, there was a palpable sense of danger in his demeanor. Xiao Qingji appeared capable of murder. Moreover, Xiao Qingji was a reckless man, fearless in the face of authority, with the emperor backing him. Should he commit a crime, no one would dare question him. Wei Ruxuan sank back into her seat, gritting her teeth. This debt will be settled later. Chapter 68. The palace. When Xiao Jiashan returned, Wei Ruxuan began to complain, tears streaming down her face. My cat has been taken from me, you must get it back. Xiao Jiashan, annoyed by her theatrics, replied, who took it? I'll have someone retrieve it tomorrow. The princess of Qin, Wei Ruxuan wept, wiping her tears, you must bring it back for me. Upon hearing that the cat had ended up in the possession of the princess of Qin, Xiao Jiashan felt a pang of guilt. Oh, let it be. It's just a creature, if it has run away, then so be it. Besides, didn't you claim to dislike it? You often beat it, it would be better to let it go. Wei Ruxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fifth master, are you afraid of the prince of Qin? This is ours, are we not entitled to fight for what belongs to us? Xiao Jiashan, feeling as if a sensitive spot had been pressed, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Wei Ruxuan sneered, fortunately, it was only the princess of Qin who took it. If the prince himself had taken your belongings, would you not have gone to inquire after his well-being? Xiao Jiashan's face flushed with anger, and he raised his hand as if to strike her. Wei Ruxuan defiantly challenged, go ahead, strike me. Ultimately, Xiao Jiashan lowered his hand, his resentment towards Yan Yu deepened. This woman had been betrothed to him since childhood, claiming a significant place as his legitimate wife. Now that he had finally managed to rid himself of her, she re-emerged to cause trouble. Did she truly lack such trivialities that she needed to reclaim a mere creature? The more he pondered, the more he loathed her, and he struggled to find rest that night. The following day, Xiao Jiashan dispatched his chief eunuch, Shi Liang, to the princess of Qin's residence to retrieve his cat. Shi Liang, a prominent figure at Xiao Jiashan's side, commanded considerable respect. When he appeared, people instinctively understood that the prince of Qin had matters to attend to. Shi Liang's presence alone was often sufficient to represent the fifth prince in any undertaking. That morning, Yan Yu was still playing with the cat, which was remarkably well behaved, making no noise throughout the night and contentedly grooming itself, its pristine white coat gleaming. Yan Yu had affectionately named it Snowball. As Snowball nuzzled against her hand, purring softly, Ho Wang entered and announced that Shi Liang wished to see her. Given her lack of any prior connection to the fifth prince beyond their betrothal, Yan Yu felt a flicker of curiosity and allowed him entry. Upon entering, Shi Liang respectfully bowed to Yan Yu, offering his greetings. Yan Yu glanced at him and said, spare me the formalities, tell me why you are here. Shi Liang, aware of the delicate nature of the situation, did not dare raise his head, fearful of inciting the princess's ire. He quickly explained, our fifth prince has a cat that escaped a few days ago due to a door left ajar, and it is said that the princess of Qin has found it. Yan Yu looked down at Snowball, who was purring contentedly beside her. Oh? Is that so? It is a pure white Persian cat, worth 1,000 taels of silver outside, Shi Liang added with a forced smile. Money is of no concern, if the princess truly desires it, our fifth prince would gladly gift it to you. However, this cat was brought back from the Empress Dowager's presence, and as such, our fifth prince cannot casually give it away. Upon hearing this, Yan Yu understood. No wonder this cat appeared different from the usual. It was a precious breed from Persia, gifted by the Empress Dowager to the fifth prince. Claiming such a valuable creature as her own would indeed be improper, and should word get out, it would tarnish the reputation of the prince of Qin's household. Moreover, the command had come from his master, not from the lowly eunuch before her. Deliberately, Yan Yu decided to make things difficult for Shi Liang, withholding the cat, concerned that he would face punishment upon returning. Yet, she was genuinely fond of Snowball and, after a moment's thought, said, since this cat belongs to your master, you may take it. Domestic cats shouldn't be left outside, especially in this frigid weather. Take care of it. Shi Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He had anticipated that the princess might make matters difficult for him, preparing himself for a reprimand. After clarifying the situation, he was pleasantly surprised that she was indeed returning the cat. Shi Liang cradled the cat in his arms, expressing his gratitude profusely before hurrying back to the fifth prince. Upon his return, the fifth prince placed Snowball on the ground, saying, now that it has returned, take good care of it and refrain from venting your frustrations on the staff. Wei Ruxuan felt a sense of indignation, unable to articulate her feelings, and summoned Shi Liang to inquire, what did the Princess of Qin say? Shi Liang glanced at Xiao Jiashan's expression. Xiao Jiashan impatiently prompted, repeat it. Shi Liang recounted the conversation verbatim. Wei Ruxuan scoffed repeatedly, it appears they have a fondness for our possessions. To them, everything owned by others is desirable. Xiao Jiashan also felt a growing annoyance towards Yen Yu. Had she not meddled and taken the cat, such troubles would not have arisen. Not returning it immediately and keeping it by her side was akin to theft, and now, it had only served to fuel Wei Ruxuan's grievances. He offered her a few comforting words before taking his leave. Wei Ruxuan's frustration grew, leading her to instruct a maid to skin the cat to fashion a fur collar. Once completed, she examined the final product closely. The maid trembled below, relieved that they were not the creatures being turned into objects, yet, the transformation of a once living being into mere clothing mirrored their own existence as servants, both fleeting lives, transient and ephemeral. Wei Ruxuan packed the collar into a box and sent it to Yen Yu. Yen Yu, still lost in thought over the cat bed, contemplated her impending departure back to the capital. She had initially hoped to take Snowball with her, unaware that its owner would come looking for it. A maid announced that the side consort had sent her a gift, believing she would appreciate it. Yen Yu felt intrigued, having previously rejected Wei Ruxuan's overtures. She assumed their interactions would be minimal. However, upon opening the box, she was startled to find a complete fur collar inside. The maid, eyes cast downward, said, our side consort mentioned that upon hearing you liked her cat, she made this fur collar for you to keep warm. She also remarked that you should refrain from touching others' possessions in the future. Chapter 69. The palace of the prince in the dead of night. Yen Yu was struck by a fever, her entire body ablaze with heat. Xiao Qingji sensed something amiss and summoned the imperial physician in haste, illuminating the palace with flickering lamps. A few physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau, accustomed to diagnosing the emperor, were called over by Hua, who feared something was gravely wrong with the Prince of Qin. The winter night was frigid, with water freezing upon contact, yet Hua, clad in scant attire, was drenched in sweat as he urged the physicians to hurry. Quickly, quickly, if we delay, His Highness may resort to violence. A chilling moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver frost upon the ground, while a string of palace lanterns danced swiftly in the cold night, leading them to the residence of the Prince of Qin. Xiao Qingji, draped in a dark robe adorned with golden embroidery, bore a countenance so cold it seemed it could freeze the air around him. Upon sighting him, the physicians instinctively knelt. Your Highness. Go inside, Xiao Qingji commanded tersely, check on the princess. The deep green drapes cascaded to the floor, their semi-translucent auspicious patterns hinting at the soft glow within. The delicate fragrance of incense wafted through the chamber, creating a warmth that contrasted sharply with the outside chill. Separated by a thin veil, the physician felt Yen Yu's pulse and wrote out a prescription. The princess is of a delicate constitution and must have been startled during the day. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Qingji returned to the bed. He gently pressed a warm cloth to Yen Yu's face. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. Her petite visage, with a delicately pointed chin and drooping eyelashes, bore an expression of unhappiness. Xiao Qingji was well aware of her beauty, yet in the dim light, stripped of her makeup, her features resembled finely carved white jade, fragile enough that a mere touch could shatter them. At that moment, he began to comprehend the folly of kings like Zhou and Yu, who had led their realms astray for the sake of beauty. Yet he cleared his throat and asked, would you like some water? Yen Yu still felt a pang of discomfort. In truth, she had never wished to come to the capital or marry. She longed for the carefree life of a girl, free from the burdens of the world, surrounded by the amiable company of her sisters and cousins in the Xiao family, devoid of power struggles and deceit. Yet, one must accept the circumstances of life. Upon acceptance, one's hands would inevitably become stained with the same bloodshed. She gently shook her head, seeing her in such a pitiful state, with tear-filled eyes. Even the hardest of hearts could not help but feel compassion. He tenderly caressed her face. What would you like to eat? Again, she shook her head. Xiao Qingji, with his calloused fingers, stroked her chin. Then what do you desire? In a soft voice, Yen Yu replied, I miss my grandmother. I want to go home. Since she could remember, she had never been separated from her grandmother for such an extended period. When ill, the old lady would always bring her to her side, watching over her throughout the night. Enough nonsense. Xiao Qingji's tone suddenly turned cold. Wherever I am, that is your home. Tears streamed down Yen Yu's cheeks. Observing her cry, Xiao Qingji felt an inexplicable ache in his chest. He raised his hand to wipe her tears and drew her into his embrace. You only know how to cry. What misfortune has befallen you while being with me? Have I ever wronged you? Yen Yu winced from the force of his grip, which was indeed too strong. Her initial sorrow began to dissipate, replaced by the discomfort of his hold. On my shoulder hurts, Your Highness. Please do not hold so tightly. She let out a slight hiss, the pain radiating from her shoulder. Xiao Qingji loosened his grip slightly. Yen Yu adjusted her clothing, exposing part of her shoulder. Look, there must be fingerprints. Her skin, already fair and tender, easily bore marks from any pressure. Indeed, his earlier grasp had left distinct impressions. Xiao Qingji's ears flushed crimson, taken aback by her boldness in revealing herself so freely. He had never undressed her nor harbored any peculiar inclinations. He had always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, focused solely on proper conduct. As she bared her shoulder, he swiftly pulled her clothing back. I have no desire to look. Irritated, Yen Yu turned away, ignoring him. The medicine continued to simmer, awaiting dawn. A maid soon arrived with the medicine prescribed by the physician, and Xiao Qingji tasted it first, grimacing at the bitter, sour flavor that was almost nauseating. He instructed the maid to bring a few sweet delicacies: a bright red hawthorn fruit glazed in honey, pitted dates enveloped in syrup, and several plates of candied roses, osmanthus, and plum blossoms. He fed Yanyu a taste of the sweets, and accustomed to various remedies, she drank the bitter concoction down, finishing with a mouthful of osmanthus candy to mask the taste. After sending the maid away, Xiao Qingji pulled Yanyu close again, checking her forehead to it remained feverish, and her face was flushed, rendering her weak and feeble. Were you frightened by someone today, he inquired, or did someone upset you? Yanyu sighed. What more could be said? The cat was a gift from the Empress to Xiao Zheshan, belonging to the fifth prince. Even if Wei Ruxuan had cooked it, she had no grounds to complain. They were merely tending to their own possessions. What could she say? If she were to confront Wei Ruxuan for her cruelty, others would merely see her as meddling in affairs that did not concern her, even regarding a mere cat within someone else's household. She could only endure this humiliation for now and seek an opportunity for retribution later. Xiao Qingji was her husband, and the matter she could not voice to others, she could only confide in him. Leaning against his shoulder, she recounted the events, and his expression darkened. Tomorrow, I shall have someone find you a more precious one. There's no need, I do not wish to keep any pets, Yanyu gently replied. Your Highness, please do not trouble yourself. She could not bear the thought of Wei Ruxuan taking a life merely to spite her. As she contemplated this, tears threatened to fall again, and she buried her face in Xiao Qingji's shoulder. They both bully me, Your Highness, we cannot allow them to trample over us. You must protect me well. Xiao Qingji and Xiao Zheshan were destined for a conflict where one would perish while the other survived. Deep down, everyone understood this, even the two of them. Xiao Qingji murmured in agreement, sensing the warmth and dampness on his shoulder. He tightened his embrace around Yanyu. Having married you, I will certainly protect you for a lifetime. Chapter 70. The palace. The following day, the fifth prince, Xiao Zheshan, remained in high spirits as he engaged in martial arts practice with the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui. The previous day, Xiao Qirui had been publicly humiliated by Wei Ruxuan, leaving Xiao Zheshan with a tinge of guilt. In Xiao Zheshan's heart, he believed that if it were his legitimate consort, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of Xiao Qirui. Wei Ruxuan, as a secondary consort, should not have spoken to a man in such a manner. However, Xiao Zheshan's guilt was fleeting, quickly forgotten as he continued to revel in his role as the fifth master. No one knew what Xiao Qirui truly thought. Of course, Xiao Qirui's thoughts were of little consequence. No one cared for his opinions of us. When the next day arrived, and Xiao Qirui affectionately called out to Xiao Zheshan, fifth brother, everyone regarded the scene as perfectly normal, just as before. The Great Wei dynasty was founded by the ancestors of the Xiao family, who carved out their empire upon horseback. It was expected that each prince would be trained in riding and archery. Yet, the pursuit of martial skills could often prove more vexing than the study of literature. At least, studying did not entail the risk of injury or the discomfort of aching backs. If one struggled to memorize, it was the accompanying students who bore the brunt of punishment, and assignments could be delegated to these aides. Over the years, both Xiao Zheshan and Xiao Qirui had practiced their archery, but the results were evident to all present. Xiao Qirui had lost to Xiao Zheshan several times in archery contests. After winning a few rounds, Xiao Zheshan felt particularly elated, his laughter more buoyant than usual. Xiao Qirui chuckled, fifth brother, you seem particularly joyful lately. Have you encountered some fortunate news? By the way, I've heard that the old duke has been quite displeased recently. Did you have a quarrel with him? Xiao Zheshan scoffed. As a minister, he ought to know his place. To dare to criticize a prince like me deserves a rebuke. Indeed, you have a point, Xiao Qirui concurred. In their fourth contest, once again, Xiao Zheshan triumphed over Xiao Qirui. Observing the wayward arrow shot by Xiao Qirui, he laughed heartily. Oh, seventh brother, it seems you ought to practice diligently. If you don't, you'll become an easy target for the enemy on the battlefield. Xiao Qirui replied with a grin, I simply have no fondness for this fifth brother. Your skills have improved significantly of late. A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind, is that so? How about a competition with this prince? Xiao Zheshan swiftly turned around to find Xiao Qingji and the sixth prince, Xiao Jingxue. Approaching, Xiao Qingji sat astride a magnificent black steed, clad in a thin black riding outfit, his icy demeanor accentuated by the sunlight, his narrow, piercing gaze sweeping over Xiao Qirui and Xiao Zheshan. Xiao Qirui laughed, third brother, are you not intentionally bullying us? Even if the Grand General were to join, his archery would still fall short of your prowess. We are merely engaging in light-hearted play. Please do not take it seriously. Xiao Zheshan remained silent, pursing his lips. Xiao Qingji coldly smirked. Is that so? If this prince were to draw a bow with his left hand, while you use a one-stone bow, and I use a three-stone bow, would you dare to compete? At this, Xiao Jingshua's mouth fell agape. Third brother, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly draw a three-stone bow with your left hand? Truth be told, even with his right hand, Xiao Jingxue could barely manage a two-stone bow. Only the most renowned generals in the dynasty could wield bows exceeding 2 stones. The notion of Xiao Qingji, typically right-handed, challenging Xiao Zheshan with a left-handed draw at such unequal odds seemed utterly ludicrous. Xiao Qirui shared Xiao Jingshua's disbelief and laughed, attempting to diffuse the tension. Third brother, let us not take this too seriously. What is there to compare? If Xiao Zheshan were to lose even this, how could he face anyone thereafter? Xiao Qingji fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Zheshan. This prince is addressing fifth brother. Do you dare? To refuse would be to forfeit his manhood, rendering him unworthy of being a prince. Of course I dare to compete, Xiao Zheshan declared, but I fear others may accuse me of taking advantage of third brother. Since this is a competition, there must be stakes. Xiao Qingji's eyes narrowed. What shall we wager? If this prince loses, you may choose any 5 properties from the Qin king's estate in the capital, and they will be yours. Xiao Jingshua's eyes widened further. Third brother, are you serious? Xiao Zheshan was taken aback by the magnitude of wealth Xiao Qingji was willing to wager. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Third brother, you just stated you would draw with your left hand if you use a 3-stone bow while I use a 1-stone bow, is that for real? Indeed, it is genuine, Xiao Qingji affirmed. Xiao Jiashan could hardly contain his eagerness. Very well. Xiao Jingshua interjected, third brother, what if fifth brother loses? Both Xiao Jiashan and Xiao Qirui were momentarily speechless. How could he possibly lose? Xiao Qingji was practically offering them a fortune without hesitation. If he loses, he will receive 30 lashes. Xiao Jiashan laughed, dismissing it as a trivial wager, agreed. The eunuch prepared his finger stalls and arm guards, and with unwavering confidence, Xiao Jiashan accepted the bow and arrows handed to him. He released an arrow, which, while not hitting the bullseye, struck the second ring. At that distance, he considered his performance commendable. Xiao Qirui cheered from the sidelines, well done, fifth brother. Xiao Jiashan glanced at Xiao Qingji, smiling as he said, third brother, it's your turn. He felt no apprehension about Xiao Qingji hitting the target. A 3-stone bow, drawn with the left hand, seemed implausible at first. Let us see if Xiao Qingji could even draw the bow before discussing his shooting prowess. Xiao Qingji did not dismount. He accepted the bow and arrows from the eunuch. Both bows had been inspected beforehand, ensuring that no foul play could occur. Xiao Jingshua, exasperated, said, third brother, dismount. Shooting from horseback risks misfiring and harming someone. Father will surely reprimand us. At this stage, why maintain pretense? Xiao Qingji was uninterested in the 5 properties in the capital. Xiao Jingshua was the one who was concerned. That was a considerable fortune. Ignoring him, Xiao Qingji drew the bow, and in one swift motion, the arrow struck the bullseye without a hint of deviation. Xiao Jiashan could scarcely believe his eyes, his expression paling in disbelief. He took several steps back. Xiao Qingji tossed the bow to the eunuch. Are you prepared to accept the wager? The head eunuch, Shi Liang, was so startled that he fell to the ground. Third master, you cannot strike fifth master. If you do, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress will be furious. And it would spell doom for all their attendants. Xiao Jiashan's face turned ghostly pale, and he uttered not a word. He understood that while the 30 lashes would not be fatal, no one would dare to kill him. They would certainly be excruciating, leaving him bedridden for weeks. You may appoint an equal-ranking individual to receive the punishment on your behalf if you cannot bear it, Xiao Qingji said coldly. You have no legitimate consort. Your secondary consort can take your place. Xiao Qingji typically refrained from bullying women, but Wei Ruxuan had stirred trouble, provoking Xiao Qingji's ire against his women. Thus, the lashes would either fall upon Xiao Jiashan or Wei Ruxuan. Chapter 71. The New Year. Xiao Jiashan remained silent. He found it utterly impossible to utter the words that would allow a woman to take the punishment on his behalf, yet his silence effectively amounted to acquiescence. The several eunuchs trailing behind him were anxiously awaiting their fates. Should Xiao Jiashan be beaten today, they would inevitably face dire consequences when they reported to the Empress Dowager and the Queen, perhaps even suffering severe punishment themselves. At times, a mere jest from their masters could cost them their lives. Shi Liang promptly instructed a young eunuch to summon concubine Wei. Hurry, bring concubine Wei here at once. Xiao Qirui, who might have continued to mediate, fell silent upon hearing that the one to be punished was Wei Ruxuan. He could perceive her disdain for him, and there was no need for him to demean himself by offending Xiao Qingji on her behalf. Xiao Qingji had always been overbearing and vengeful. Anyone who crossed him would not fare well. It was likely that Xiao Jiashan had inadvertently provoked him today. Meanwhile, Wei Ruxuan was engrossed in her reflection. Preening before the mirror, she felt a surge of displeasure. Having just arrived at the palace a few days prior, the queen had summoned her back. The mere thought of returning to the dreary days spent before Empress Shang made her feel as though it would be better to be dead. Despite her many privileges and the fifth prince's affections, which bestowed upon her an abundance of clothing and jewels, she found herself with no avenue to flaunt them, unable to let the world know of her possessions. Secretly admiring her beauty and finery and solitude felt akin to being a talent unrecognized, lost in self-pity. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, even wishing for the queen, that vile matron, to vanish from existence, sparing her the burden of servitude. However, recalling the theatrics of the previous day, a sense of triumph filled her. When she presented the fur collar made from the pelt of that cat to Yenyu, it was said to have left him pale and petrified, his entire being standing in shock. Yenyu could hardly fathom that a living cat could simply cease to exist, yet, the fate of that creature lay solely in Wei Ruxuan's hands, leaving him with no room to retort. Wei Ruxuan lowered her head to inhale the fragrance of the rouge on her fingers. Is there any news from over there? It is said that the Princess of Qin has fallen ill and summoned the imperial physician in the dead of night, the maidservant whispered. Last night was quite the spectacle. Wei Ruxuan scoffed coldly. Is she so fragile as to be frightened by this? Truly useless, making it seem as if I have bullied her. The maidservant kept her head down, remaining silent. After a while, a young eunuch rushed in, breathless, reporting that the fifth prince was in trouble and urged Wei Ruxuan to come. When she inquired about the situation, the young eunuch stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. With no other option, Wei Ruxuan decided to go see for herself. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find several princes gathered there. She cast a discreet glance at Xiao Qingji, whose striking figure and appearance set him apart from all the other princes. Even if she wished to ignore him, it was impossible to overlook his presence. Xiao Qirui smiled and said, "Good, concubine Wei has arrived, now fifth brother is safe." Wei Ruxuan rolled her eyes at Xiao Qirui, thinking how this scoundrel, who had called her fifth sister last time, now referred to her as concubine Wei. When she eventually became the principal consort, she vowed to give Xiao Qirui a taste of his own medicine. Turning to Xiao Jiashan, she pouted, "Fifth master, what is the meaning of this? Why did you summon me?" Xiao Jiashan hesitated. Xiao Qirui chimed in with a chuckle. "Just now, fifth brother and third brother made a wager, and fifth brother lost. He is to receive 30 lashes. Wei Ruxuan immediately erupted. What took 30 lashes for our fifth master, Qin Wang? By what right do you? Before she could finish her sentence, Waha struck her across the face with full force. The blow sent her crashing to the floor, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her ears ringing, and her mind going blank as she struggled to comprehend her surroundings. Waha, with a forced smile, addressed Xiao Zheshan, Your Highness, I apologize, but you are aware that concubine Wei does not possess the standing to speak to His Highness Qin Wang in such a manner. Xiao Zheshan remained silent, casting a fierce glare at Waha. It took Wei Ruxuan a moment to regain her composure as she shamefully covered her face and rose from the ground, too frightened to utter a word in front of Xiao Qingji. If they wished to strike Xiao Zheshan, so be it. It was certain that after punishing him, neither the Empress Dowager nor the Queen would spare him. Waha gestured, bring a few matrons and take concubine Wei away for punishment. Wei Ruxuan's expression shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? Xiao Qirui, suppressing laughter, explained, fifth brother is of noble lineage. How could he possibly be punished? Yet, a wager must be honored, and this matter cannot be brushed aside. Concubine Wei, as fifth brother's woman, surely you would not wish to refuse to bear his punishment? Once those 30 lashes were dealt, her garments would undoubtedly be torn to shreds, thus the matrons were to take her away to receive her due. The gentlemen present had no desire to witness such a bloody spectacle. The matrons, mindful of their positions, dared not strike too harshly. After all, she was the fifth prince's concubine, stemming from a respectable lineage. Yet, they could not afford to be too lenient either, as the eunuchs serving the Qin Wang awaited outside, eager to report any discrepancies. Die in the throes of a power struggle between Qin Wang and the fifth prince, the underlings trembled in fear, anxious that the fallout might ensnare them, potentially costing them their lives. When Wei Ruxuan was brought out, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her body marred with gruesome lash marks. She was certainly alive. The matrons had struck with restraint, ensuring she would recover in time, likely within 2 to 3 months. Fortunately, it was winter. Had it been summer, the wounds would have festered, leaving her in a state of putrefaction, with scabs that itched and ached, possibly resulting in scars. And now, in the warmth of the palace, she could heal. The pain was excruciating, a penetrating agony, as she screamed like a slaughtered pig during her punishment. Having been pampered in the Wei household, her status allowing for a royal connection, she had never endured such humiliation. She lost consciousness halfway through the lashes. Xiao Zheshan cast a glance at the departing Wei Ruxuan, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, he felt both gratitude and relief. He could not truly bear the lashes himself. Without Wei Ruxuan, he would likely have defaulted on his debt. If he had truly insisted on honoring the wager, he would have to live with the shame of having his head held low in front of his brothers for a considerable time. This disgraceful incident would never see the light of day, he would never speak of it, and the eunuchs around him would dare not utter a word either. Having vented his frustrations on Yanyu, Xiao Qingji chose not to engage with Xiao Zheshan any further and turned to return to his quarters. Chapter 72. The New Year. After taking her medicine, Yanyu awoke today feeling significantly better. She still intended to return to the capital soon, as the New Year was fast approaching, and there were numerous matters she needed to arrange within the estate. The room felt excessively warm, with several braziers burning, making her feel uncomfortably hot and somewhat irritable. The primary issue was the dryness of the northern climate. During her time in Ling City, the weather was consistently humid throughout the year. Here, in winter, the burning charcoal rendered the air particularly arid, to the extent that sunflower seeds and pine nuts left exposed in a dish would remain unaffected by moisture. A maid presented her with a bowl of grapes and another of peeled pomegranate seeds, both placed in exquisite crystal bowls that sparkled with clarity. In winter, pomegranates were relatively easier to preserve, so seeing them was not particularly remarkable. However, encountering grapes was indeed a rarity. Yanyu was well aware that grapes do not grow in winter, and such delicate, juicy fruits do not withstand storage well, making their appearance at this time truly exceptional. Huo Wang approached, cradling a fluffy little creature. Your Highness, I have brought you a rare little treasure. Yanyu paused for a moment, taken aback. Huo Wang set down a plump, round-eyed snow leopard cub on the floor. She had only ever seen such a creature in paintings, and this was her first encounter with a living snow leopard. Is this a little leopard? Where did you acquire it? I fetched it from the beast park. It was born just last month, Huo Wang replied with a smile. The prince instructed me to procure a precious and beautiful furry creature for you, and I thought this little snow leopard was the most exquisite. There was also a small tiger, but it was a bit larger and rather fierce, so I feared it might frighten you. Yanyu was momentarily speechless. She had never considered keeping such creatures. Her initial concern had been for the snowball, fearing it would freeze to death. The little leopard was indeed adorable, but it was still a wild beast, and should it grow and leap upon a person, it could cause harm. Ningxia, noticing Yanyu's curiosity, picked up the little snow leopard and encouraged her to pet it. It was undeniably beautiful, its fur soft and its teeth still tender, and its demeanor was gentle. Yanyu cradled it for a while, then said, let's send it back later. It is not suitable to keep such creatures in the estate. Do not trouble yourself over it. Huo Wang promptly replied, understood. At noon, Yanyu had a light meal and instructed the servants to pack her belongings, intending to return early the next day. Xiao Qingji had left the house early that morning, and she was unaware of his whereabouts. Recently, she had made him a thicker robe and had hoped to see how it fit, but with his absence, she set it aside for the moment. After taking a few steps, Yanyu found herself a bit breathless and returned to the couch to sip some ginseng tea, then set it down, requesting, bring me a cup of floral tea. The already dry room felt even more parched after the ginseng tea. Ningxia remarked, this is what the physician prescribed for you, to replenish your energy and blood. The medicines Yanyu took were warming, and with the room so warm, she found it increasingly difficult to bear. She nibbled on a few grapes, asking, where has His Highness gone? Ning Xia hurried off to inquire. Before long, Wu Wang returned with the news. Yan Yu was genuinely astonished at how capable her prince was in handling affairs. During her time at the Xiao family, she had witnessed how her sister-in-law and aunt managed their lives within the household. High-ranking families appeared splendid from the outside, yet newlywed women did not find their lives any easier than those from ordinary families. They too faced their own struggles, bearing grievances that had no outlet. Whenever they encountered injustice or mistreatment, husbands would either urge them to endure or accuse them of being overly meticulous, telling them to let go of trivial matters and not to fret over insignificant issues, or they would simply dismiss their concerns, claiming that as a man, he focused solely on official business and disregarded domestic troubles. At that moment, Xiao Qingji returned. Yan Yu hurried over to help him remove his arm guards and belt before changing his attire. He lifted her effortlessly onto the couch. Rest well and do not trouble yourself. Yan Yu smiled at him. Are you hungry, your highness? Would you like something to eat? Xiao Qingji gazed at Yan Yu's smiling face, momentarily entranced. Yan Yu wrapped her arms around him, sitting on the couch, her face reached only to his waist, looking up at him with an innocent expression. Her dark hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, and her snowy complexion appeared diminutive, with her exquisitely shaped brows and eyes reminiscent of intricate brushwork. When Xiao Qingji held her, he could even catch a whiff of her soft, sweet rose fragrance. Xiao Qingji murmured, Yan Yu smiled and instructed the maid to prepare some food, then took his hand, guiding him to sit down. She assisted him in changing into a more comfortable robe, as the riding attire was somewhat stiff and uncomfortable for daily wear. Once he was dressed, Yan Yu leaned against his arm, saying, Your Highness, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Qingji was unaware of Yan Yu's adeptness at charming others. In truth, she had always been endearing. The matriarch and ladies of the Xiao family had experienced her ability to be affectionate firsthand. With her sweet words and gentle demeanor, she had rarely faced any hardships. Xiao Qingji gently pushed her away. It is warm. Do not sit so close. Yan Yu peeled grapes for him, asking, Will your actions provoke retribution from the fifth prince? Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. Is this prince afraid of his retaliation? Yan Yu was not particularly concerned about the fifth prince. Thus far, he had merely been a name to her, as she had never met him. However, she feared what the Empress Dowager might do to Xiao Qingji. From the kitchen, a plate of wontons filled with crab roe arrived, enhanced with shrimp and crab meat, the broth clear and fragrant. Yan Yu, lacking in appetite, watched Xiao Qingji eat while continuing to nibble on grapes. This is the first time I have had grapes in winter. In truth, even during the right season at the Xiao family, grapes were rarely available, as they were more difficult to come by than other fruits. Xiao Qingji replied, The capital has greenhouses, producing fruits and flowers even in winter. In the autumn, noticing Yan Yu's fondness for grapes and pomegranates, he had instructed his subordinates to keep them on hand. These fruits were not overly cooling and posed no harm to her health. While pomegranates were readily available, grapes were indeed challenging to cultivate. Only the highest-ranking officials could indulge in seasonal grapes, let alone those grown in winter. A small bowl could fetch 100 taels of silver. Once the maid cleared away the remnants, Yan Yu offered a cup of tea to Xiao Qingji. I shall return to the capital tomorrow. Do you have any instructions for me? Returning tomorrow? There are still many matters to attend to at home, Yan Yu explained. With the new year approaching, there are numerous social obligations to fulfill. It is best for me to be present at the estate. Chapter 73 The New Year in the capital. Xiao Qingji had no particular matters to attend to. However, a thought crossed his mind. Now the heir of the Duke of England, Juncture, is to be recalled to the capital, with Bo Feng succeeding his position. Are you aware of this? Yan Yu shook her head, replying, How could I possibly know about affairs in the court? When you were at the Xiao residence, how much interaction did they have with Juncture? Yan Yu fell silent for a moment before shaking her head again. I am not privy to such information. My uncles seldom meet with me, so how could they discuss court matters with me? Xiao Qingji grasped Yan Yu's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. You are perceptive. Even if they do not speak, you can surely deduce the truth. Should there have been any collusion between the Xiao and Zhang families, I would not hold you accountable. Speak freely. Yan Yu fell silent once more, and after a while, she said, Before my grandfather's retirement, he served as an inspector. At that time, Zhang Shu had yet to arrive in Yuhu, so the Xiao and Zhang families should have had little interaction. In these years, the highest official position in the Xiao family has been held by my eldest uncle, as you know, merely a fourth-rank assistant. Even if Zhang Shu had matters to discuss, he would seek his superior, not conspire with my uncle. Noticing her growing irritation, Xiao Qingji gently patted her back. I do not suspect your grandfather of any wrongdoing. After Bo Feng takes office, he will undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations. I mention this so that if there are any ties between your grandfather's family and the Xiao family, they may sever those connections promptly. Yan Yu pondered for a moment before responding, You need not worry. I believe there is none. My grandfather maintains strict family rules, and while he is still alive, my uncles act with principles. Xiao Qingji playfully tapped her nose. Your beliefs are not the sole determinants of truth. Upon your return to the capital, do remind them to be cautious. The Zhang family shares a particularly close relationship with the fifth prince, and given that Yan Yu was betrothed to him from a young age, the possibility of collusion between the Xiao family and Juncture, considering the years Zhang Shu spent as governor of the two provinces, is quite significant. Yan Yu asserted, My grandfather's family treats me well. They are not the sort of people you envision. Do they dare treat you poorly? Xiao Qingji smirked. With the emperor's daughter-in-law residing in their household, they would likely treat you as a revered elder, attending to your every cough with utmost care, fearing you might harbor resentment and seek retribution after marriage. Should they serve you well, they would all await your patronage. At this, Yen Yu truly became angry, striking him with her fist. You are being unreasonable, how can you think so poorly of my family? Xiao Qingji chuckled, grasping her small fist. With such feeble strength, you wish to strike me? Dream on. Yen Yu, feeling disinclined to converse further, attempted to walk away to rest alone. However, Xiao Qingji pulled her back, embracing her. With such a temper, have you forgotten who reigns here? Biting his shoulder, Yen Yu retorted, I am not a fool. I can discern whether their kindness is genuine or feigned. Xiao Qingji felt a slight tingling from her bite and caressed her chin. While residing in their household, you have truly suffered no indignities? Yen Yu gently shook her head. Xiao Qingji chuckled softly. Very well, even if they had prior dealings with the Zhang family, as long as they align themselves correctly, I shall not hold it against them. As for court matters, I possess limited knowledge from my seclusion and find it difficult to speculate. However, I am certain of two things. What are they? Xiao Qingji inquired. 2 years ago, the previous inspector was reassigned. Under normal circumstances, my uncle should have been appointed to succeed him, Yen Yu stated. Yet my uncle remains in his previous position, while the court has brought in someone new. If my uncle had a good relationship with Zheng Shu, would not Zheng Shu have promoted him? Let us not speak of the new appointee being more capable, my uncle is not lacking. Moreover, in such significant positions, connections often outweigh merit. Xiao Qingji had not considered these personnel changes, but Yen Yu's words struck true. Reflecting on the official positions, he indeed sensed a certain implication. He pinched Yen Yu's cheek. Quite astute, what is the second matter? Yen Yu continued, during my years at the Xiao residence, both boys and girls are required to study and learn characters. The Xiao family has a tradition of medicine, and the ancestral skills must be passed down. The younger generation wholeheartedly pursues knowledge, and both the lady of the house and the matriarch advocate simplicity, eschewing ostentation and waste. If they maintain such decorum within the household, their external dealings should not be excessive. Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. Must you live such a meager existence? They are a marquis's household. How could it be meager? They simply avoid extravagance, Yen Yu replied. Moreover, as a guest, they naturally treat me well. I am particularly likable, everyone appreciates me. Xiao Qingji found it difficult to comprehend Yen Yu's audacity. In his view, even wealth could not guarantee universal affection. For instance, he himself detested ostentatious displays of wealth. How much less could one expect for a mere individual? He was bewildered by how Yen Yu could assert, everyone likes me, with such confidence. Yet, observing her delicate demeanor, he found her words curiously reasonable. In truth, Yen Yu was not entirely self-assured. She spoke thus to cultivate a favorable impression of the Xiao family in Xiao Qingji's mind. There were certainly those who did not favor her, but she had always chosen to remember the good rather than the bad, preferring to forget those in matters that did not please her. For instance, regarding the difficult-to-please prince before her, Yen Yu felt that Xiao Qingji regarded her with a certain displeasure. Nonetheless, Xiao Qingji's admonition held merit. It was indeed necessary to address the Xiao family. Previously, it was assumed that Yen Yu would marry the fifth prince, and the Xiao family had, to some extent, aligned themselves with the fifth prince's faction, harboring a subtle animosity towards the Qinwang faction. Now that Yen Yu was to marry Xiao Qingji, who would assume control of Yuhu, changes were undoubtedly on the horizon. Previously, Yen Yu had understood that Xiao Qingji wielded considerable power, but she had not anticipated the extent to which he could intervene in such significant personnel decisions. She had thought that even as a prince, he would treat local officials with the utmost courtesy and deference. Xiao Qingji had requested some documents from the Ministry of Personnel to review the changes in officials in the southern regions over the years, along with their respective backgrounds. Upon examination, he found that Yen Yu's remarks were indeed corroborated. After the previous inspector was reassigned, considering qualifications and capabilities, Yen Yu's uncle should have taken up the position, yet, instead, a student of Duke Zheng was parachuted in. Clearly, the Zhang family's stance towards the Xiao family was not particularly favorable. As Xiao Qingji perused the documents, he began to discuss various matters with Yen Yu, contemplating the idea of elevating her to an official position under his command. She had an exceptional grasp of the laws of the Great Way, and could discern the essence of an individual's career simply by reviewing their history. Were she a young gentleman, the Wen family would undoubtedly be revitalized. However, becoming a princess appeared to be a more promising path. If an uninformed individual were to assume the role of princess, Xiao Qingji would likely have little interest in them. Chapter 74 of the New Year. On the following day, Yen Yu returned to the capital. Upon her arrival at her residence that evening, she was accompanied by the steward, who relayed numerous matters to her. Meanwhile, Wei Ruxuan was also brought back. Having sustained such severe injuries, the fifth prince felt a profound sense of guilt towards her. Wei Ruxuan was deeply troubled. She could hardly believe that, in such perilous circumstances, the fifth prince had sent her away to bear the consequences alone. Yet, with the situation irrevocably set, she could only brainwash herself into believing she was willing, perceiving her actions as expressions of her affection for the fifth prince. Because of her fondness for him, she was willing to endure punishment on his behalf. Gradually, this line of thought numbed her, bringing a semblance of equilibrium to her heart, and she ceased to harbor resentment towards the fifth prince. Given the severity of her injuries, she was certainly unable to attend to the fifth prince, and the wise maids ensured that the whip struck only her body, sparing her face, which remained unblemished. The fifth prince, unable to bear the sight of her frail form lying in bed, decided that the conditions in the palace were far inferior to those in the capital, thus it would be more convenient for her to recuperate in the city. Wei Ruxuan's heart ached, and upon returning to the fifth prince's residence, she spent her days weeping. After each bout of tears, she was tasked with copying Buddhist scriptures for the empress. The news of her injuries had reached Empress Zhang now, burdened with numerous wounds, her injuries treated with potent ointments. She certainly could not serve the empress. Consequently, Empress Zhang instructed her to transcribe scriptures, suggesting that since she was unable to provide direct service, she might as well express her filial piety through this act. With such a malevolent matron looming over her, Wei Ruxuan found herself weeping while transcribing. Empress Zhang held Wei Ruxuan in high regard. Recently, Empress Dowager Zhang had been contemplating a suitable marriage for the fifth prince. On a certain day, Zhang Can returned from an encounter with the fifth prince, his heart pained by the prince's words, and reported back to the Empress Dowager. He claimed that the fifth prince had been corrupted by the women around him and was no longer as obedient as before. He now took pride in his royal status and used it to pressure the Zhang family. The Empress Dowager considered Wei Ruxuan a menace, believing she had incited the fifth prince to act inappropriately, and thus sought to eliminate her in favor of arranging a marriage with a more suitable noblewoman for the fifth prince. However, Empress Zhang opposed this notion, viewing Wei Ruxuan favorably. She believed the girl to be earnest and willing to heed her advice. Moreover, the Wei family held a respectable standing, making Wei Ruxuan a fitting candidate for the position of the fifth prince's primary consort. It seemed more prudent to elevate her rather than seek out another candidate. Now that Empress Zhang had ascended to her position, she was no longer a daughter that Zhang Can could manipulate at will. As the mother of the nation, her words carried weight. Furthermore, should she choose to intervene, her penchant for stirring up trouble would surely complicate matters. With Empress Zhang protecting Wei Ruxuan, the Empress Dowager found it challenging to act decisively. In some mysterious way, Wei Ruxuan managed to preserve her life. As the long night stretched on, she continued to weep while copying the Buddhist scriptures. Yan Yu made another visit to the Xiao family, engaging in conversation with her two sisters-in-law. After Luo and Zhang arrived in the capital, they found everything rather manageable. Without in-laws to attend to, the two enjoyed a measure of tranquility. Initially, they had worried that Yan Yu's marriage to the prince would distance her from them, given their vastly different statuses. However, after Yan Yu visited them several times, treating them as she had before her marriage, Luo and Zhang gradually eased their concerns. With the new year approaching, Luo crafted a set of new garments for Yan Yu. Though the fabric was light, the sentiment behind it was what truly mattered. Luo's embroidery was exquisite, surpassing that of local artisans, and such craftsmanship was a rarity in the capital, with each stitch meticulously executed. Unable to bear children herself, Luo hoped fervently that Yan Yu would soon bless the prince with a son. After all, having a biological child would solidify their standing. Luo grasped Yan Yu's hand, chattering on about various matters. Noticing the weariness in Luo's spirit, Yan Yu discreetly inquired with Zhang about her well-being. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang, mindful of the family's delicate matters, replied with a smile, "It's nothing, just that the eldest sister is feeling a bit homesick. Yenner, take good care of yourself and the prince, and be wary of any concubines in the household who might be expecting. Ensure you nurture your health, and give the prince a healthy son soon." Yan Yu glanced at her flat abdomen, yearning for a child herself. Indeed, a child would secure their position within the royal family. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Xiao Qingji seemed somewhat irked by her, showing little interest in that regard. With Xiao Qingji currently absent from the capital, the opportunity seemed even more remote. After much coaxing, Yan Yu finally learned the situation. Xiang Guo was the eldest son of Xiao Junliang, ambitious and academically inclined, generally well liked by the elders, though his sole flaw was that he was bored of a concubine. When Luo was pregnant, Xiang Guo's biological mother, fearing that Luo might bear a son, conspired against her, resulting in Luo being unable to have children thereafter. Once Xiang Guo's biological mother was confined to the Buddhist hall, he was raised under Luo's care, displaying remarkable understanding and filial piety over the years. A few days prior, Xiang Guo had consumed a bowl of fermented rice, and being unaccustomed to alcohol, he became intoxicated, subsequently uttering nonsensical remarks, telling Luo that she was not his real mother and that he would cast her aside for his biological mother once he achieved success. Xiang Guo, being young, was forgiven for his drunken indiscretion, dismissed as a child lacking understanding. Luo, unable to bear children, endured the situation, whether she could tolerate it or not. Yan Yu peered through the window at Luo's despondent visage, recalling a time in her childhood when she had dozed off during the New Year vigil, and Luo had cradled her, applying soothing balm to her skin. Back then, Luo had only recently married and was of an age similar to Yan Yu now. The sentiment leaves seemed to waft through the years, and at that moment, Luo was still a young girl, yet now, nearly in her 20s, she exuded a sense of lifelessness. Yan Yu found herself pondering how she would be transformed by the passage of a decade within the confines of the estate. Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou returned home and, upon hearing of the arrival of the princess consort, hurried to pay their respects. Yan Yu instructed Luo, Zhang, and the maids of the Xiao household to depart, retaining only her own maidservants, and discussed with the two men the matter of Zhang Shu's reassignment and the upcoming appointment of Bo Feng as the governor of Jinyu. The official documents from the court had yet to arrive, leaving Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou unaware of the developments. However, upon Yan Yu's mention, Xiao Junliang quickly grasped the implications. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the Xiao family has no dealings with the Zhang faction. Once the new official arrives, the Xiao family will comply with his orders." Yan Yu nodded in acknowledgement before continuing. "Today, I encountered Xiang Guo. A child nurtured by a particular caregiver will naturally feel a bond with them. It appears he is struggling to adapt to life in the capital and likely misses his biological mother. It would be better to send him back to Lingqing to be raised by her." Xiao Junliang replied, "Your Highness shows great compassion for the child. Your thoughts are indeed considerate. I shall arrange for Xiang Guo to be sent back at dawn tomorrow." Chapter 75 A New Year's celebration. After Yan Yu departed, Xiao Junliang hastily instructed his servants to prepare for the packing, intending to send young Master Xiang back to the south at dawn the following day. He initially contemplated inquiring with the Luo family to ascertain whether they had uttered anything in the presence of the princess. After all, it was perplexing for her to speak so candidly without provocation. However, he had already formed a conclusion in his mind, rendering the inquiry somewhat superfluous. The women in the inner quarters had recently cultivated a close rapport with the princess, making it all too easy for them to engage in gossip before her. Should they inadvertently offend Luo, she might take her grievances to the princess, leaving Xiao Junliang in a predicament. Upon regaining consciousness after his inebriation, young Master Xiang steadfastly refrained from mentioning anything he had said while intoxicated. Despite his tender age, he was remarkably astute, having unwittingly divulged his true feelings in a drunken stupor. When he learned that his father intended to send him back to Ling City to stay with his biological mother, his countenance fell. Upon regaining his senses, he wept and protested vehemently against returning, bowing repeatedly to Luo, pleading for her to allow him to remain. The treatment he received while growing up under his concubine was starkly different from that of being raised by the legitimate wife. Luo, being unable to bear any more children, knew that if she endured a few more years until he matured and took a wife, he would essentially be the legitimate great-grandson of the primary lineage, destined to inherit the family estate. Since the day Luo had heard young Master Xiang's heartfelt confession, she had treated him with a degree of coldness, and today, her demeanor was particularly aloof and silent. Young Master Xiang cried out, "Mother, I was wrong. I deserve to die. Everything I said that day while drunk was nonsense." Luo replied icily, "I am not your mother, seek out your biological mother." The servants swiftly escorted young Master Xiang away. Zhang cast a scornful glance at him, remarking, "Look at that child, he appears as though his real mother has died." Once young Master Xiang was taken away, silence enveloped the parlor. Zhang sighed, "It is fortunate we have discovered the true nature of this child, otherwise, we would have raised it ingrate. What shall we do in the future?" Luo silently embroidered flowers on the shoes in her hands, her head bowed. Zhang continued, "It would be far better to treat such a child poorly than to shower affection on Yan Er. Our efforts towards her were not in vain. Merely by mentioning a word before her, she managed to resolve the matter. Sometimes I ponder, it would have been preferable to have given birth to a daughter like Yan Er, who could marry into a prestigious family." Luo snapped the thread in her hands. Regardless of the situation, Yan Yu had indeed aided her, providing a glimmer of hope. In recent days, Luo had felt a profound despair, wishing for nothing more than to cease existing. Since her marriage into the Xiao family, she had never known joy. Unmarried girls viewed this place as a paradise, yet the reality faced by married women was entirely different. Upon hearing young Master Xiang's words, her heart sank. She felt a mix of sorrow and a yearning for her husband to deliver her some form of justice, yet, what justice could a woman who could not bear children expect? All she could do was continue to raise the child, who, when grown, would certainly not cast her out, but could render her existence uncomfortable and unbearable. Fate. Luo was oblivious to the life Yan Yu led within the royal palace. She merely wished for Yan Yu to fare better than herself, to avoid the despair that had befallen her at such a young age. Since Yan Yu had lent her assistance, Luo resolved to strive for her own dignity. As the legitimate wife of the heir of the Yanqing Marquisate, she could not allow herself to be looked down upon. After years of marriage to Xiao Junliang, she had come to understand his thoughts. He feared her reporting to the princess. Luo had no intention of lodging complaints, she merely desired for Xiao Junliang to perform his duties diligently during the day and to secure a promotion to serve the Prince of Qin. As a relative of the princess, Xiao Junliang would find himself bolstered, and the princess would gain confidence in the presence of the Prince of Qin. Power was indeed interdependent. In the evenings, he would often visit his concubines, with Luo determined to bear another son this time, one she would raise close to her heart. News of the bet between the Prince of Qin and the fifth prince, which ended in the latter's loss, eventually reached the ears of Empress Dowager Zhang and Empress Zhang. The Empress Dowager felt a sense of embarrassment, truly appalled, yet, she was relieved that the fifth prince was not a fool, having the sense to cast aside his concubine to bear the brunt of the consequences. The Empress had always held a favorable view of Wei Ruxuan. Given the recent events, she felt even more convinced that Wei Ruxuan had risked herself to save the fifth prince, proving to be an obedient daughter-in-law. The only one to suffer was Yan Yu. The Empress Dowager's influence did not extend to the palace, leaving her unable to chastise the Prince of Qin. Thus, she directed her frustrations towards Yan Yu. Yet, Yan Yu committed no transgressions, her every action adhering to propriety. Consequently, the Empress Dowager summoned Yan Yu daily for her morning greetings. Now in her advanced years, the Empress Dowager, who slept little and woke early, often arose before dawn. Upon waking, she insisted that Yan Yu come to her to offer her morning salutations. Yan Yu had never risen so early. Before the light of dawn, she was roused by her maidservants, bleary-eyed, to apply her makeup and don multiple layers of thick garments. Stepping out from the warmth of her chamber, she was greeted by the sight of thick icicles hanging from the eaves, with the moon still suspended in the darkening sky. Ning Xia assisted Yan Yu into the sedan chair, remarking, "The Empress Dowager truly knows how to make others suffer." Yan Yu rubbed her temples, saying nothing. Having married into the royal family, she had no choice but to heed the whims of her elder. Upon entering Shokang Palace, she was startled to find a bloodied eunuch's corpse being dragged away. How could someone be killed within the Empress Dowager's palace? Do they not fear disturbing the palace's feng shui? Yan Yu exclaimed. A matron replied, "This fool dared to pilfer from the Empress Dowager's quarters. He was struck down on the spot to spare him further humiliation." Under the moonlight, Yan Yu beheld the eunuch's pale face, bloodied lips, and rolling eyes, resembling a specter from a painting. Terrified, she grasped Ning Xia's hand and continued deeper into the palace. The Empress Dowager was still preparing her attire, while Matron Zhao styled her hair. "That little girl is quite young, timid, and has seen little of the world. If we frighten her a few more times, she will either perish from fear or bend her knee to you." Yan Yu stood outside, offering her greetings through the screen. The Empress Dowager invited her in, and Yan Yu obediently knelt beside her, responding to every inquiry. The Empress Dowager reached out to touch the pearls that hung by Yan Yu's temples. Xiao Qingji was a man of strong will, and his mother was equally unyielding, neither would ever bow before her. Yet, the princess she married lacked such fortitude, readily kneeling when commanded. In such cold weather and at such an early hour, one would think you should not be allowed into the palace, the Empress Dowager remarked with a smile, but I long for your company, desiring someone to converse with. Yan Yu nodded. To accompany the Empress Dowager is indeed a blessing for me. So early in the morning, it would be inappropriate to summon Princess Xiani. Thus, she could only endure this ordeal slowly. Alas, which young wife had not endured in such a manner? Outwardly, she was a mistress, yet when the time came to serve, she must assume that role as well. As the Empress Dowager prepared for her morning meal, Yan Yu attended to her, serving her from the side. I have heard that Bo Feng is to be appointed as the governor of Jinyu, a recommendation from the Prince of Qin, the Empress Dowager stated. It is ill-advised for the Prince of Qin to favor those close to him. As his princess, you ought to counsel him against making any errors. Chapter 76. On New Year, Yuan Yuzhen had not anticipated that Empress Dowager Zhang would discuss matters of the court with her so early in the morning. This was indeed a dilemma she found difficult to address. To refuse the Empress Dowager to her face would be tantamount to insubordination. Conversely, acquiescing would imply that this mere woman intended to meddle in state affairs. The Empress Dowager was deliberately placing her in a quandary, and Yuan Yuzhen could only sigh inwardly. If only she could perish, she thought, wishing she could simply dash herself against the wall to spare herself from the early morning service to this cunning, elderly lady who wore a deceptive smile. Yet, death was not an option, unless she wished to drag the Xiao family down with her. Thus, Yuan Yuzhen feigned ignorance, stating, Your Majesty, who is Bo Feng, what position does the governor hold? Is he a general? The Empress Dowager gazed at her. You do not know? Of course, she did not. Yuan Yuzhen was notoriously known for her ignorance. She shook her head. I am not clear on that. Bo Feng is the uncle of Xiao Qingji, and the governor holds the second rank in officialdom. He has also been appointed as the Minister of War, which is of the first rank, the Empress Dowager explained. You must tell the King of Qin that favoritism must not be tolerated. The very thought of conveying such a message to Xiao Qingji was ludicrous. He would undoubtedly retaliate against her. Yuan Yuzhen, with a perplexed expression, responded, Your Majesty, I am utterly uninformed and fear I might miscommunicate. The Empress Dowager was vexed by her apparent dullness. She had initially believed Yuan Yuzhen to be astute, but realizing her ignorance on such matters ignited a flicker of irritation within her. Yet, in an instant, she suspected that this mischievous girl was intentionally deceiving her. The Empress Dowager smiled. Just relay my words verbatim, without alteration. Yuan Yuzhen replied, Your Majesty, the prince is currently away from the capital. Once he returns, if I still recall, I shall discuss this matter. The Empress Dowager felt slightly displeased by her diversion, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to assert dominance over Yuan Yuzhen, her gaze shifted to the few maidservants accompanying her. Yuan Yuzhen often entered the palace with Ningxia and Ruidong. At times, she would leave Ruidong at home, allowing Bichuan to accompany her, along with old Madame Deng. Bichuan, Ningxia, Jinxiu, and Ruidong had grown up alongside Yuan Yuzhen, with Ningxia being the most perceptive, often understanding her intentions with just a glance. These four maidservants were part of Yuan Yuzhen's dowry, and she held them in the highest regard. Upon her return, the palace unexpectedly dispatched 4 eunuchs and maidservants, led by Maid Zhao, who informed her, the Empress Dowager has decreed that since the Princess of Qin is a newlywed and the new year approaches, your household must be quite busy. Thus, the Empress Dowager has graciously sent you some assistance. Should you require any help, these individuals are at your service. With the newcomers now in her residence, refusing them was no longer an option. Yuan Yuzhen insisted that her 4 trusted maidservants remain in the outer courtyard while instructing Jinxiu to keep a watchful eye on them to ensure they did not engage in any mischief. Princess Xiani, upon hearing this, could not help but shake her head. You cannot kill them, nor can you make use of them. Be cautious, for the individuals she has sent are likely venomous snakes. Yuan Yuzhen languidly reclined against her pillow. Venomous snakes. If these individuals dared to show their true colors in her presence, she would demonstrate to them what true poison entailed. Throughout her life, Yuan Yuzhen had learned that honest individuals in a grand estate were often pejorative. Honest men would become easy targets for exploitation, while honest women would shed endless tears. If others did not provoke her, she would not instigate conflict, but if they dared to show their teeth, she would attempt to extract them. As they conversed, a servant announced the arrival of Miss Liang San. Princess Xiani frowned. This girl certainly had a thick skin. It seemed she intended to persist in her harassment until she was invited to social gatherings and presented with a suitable husband. Upon seeing Yuan Yuzhen present, Liang Qingxue quietly sipped her tea. During the New Year festivities, social obligations were numerous, and Liang Qingxue feared that Princess Xiani would take Yuan Yuzhen along to visit relatives, leaving her behind. The places Princess Xiani could attend were often inaccessible to other Liang family elders. Yuan Yuzhen sensed that Miss Liang San held an aversion towards her, and thus, she refrained from initiating conversation. To avoid an awkward silence, Princess Xiani remarked, That longevity lock you are wearing is quite exquisite. When was it crafted? Yuan Yuzhen removed the longevity lock from her neck, stating, The Empress Dowager gifted it to me the other day. I found it pleasing, so I decided to wear it. In truth, it was the Empress Dowager who insisted she wear it, claiming it would bring her good fortune. Just prior to visiting Princess Xiani, she had emerged from the palace. Princess Xianyi examined the lock closely, and Liang Qingsu could not help but lean in for a better view. The longevity lock weighed several taels, appearing heavy and crafted from a single piece of hut and jade adorned with radiant red gold. The items from the palace were indeed unparalleled, both in craftsmanship and design, far surpassing anything available outside. Princess Xianyi smiled. You should remove it now that you are outside the palace. It does not seem quite appropriate. The late Empress Shelwi was fond of such locks, and it was your elder brother who had it made for her. Yuan Yuzhen felt relieved that Xiao Qingji was currently away from the capital. Otherwise, being in his presence constantly would likely earn her a reprimand. Thus, she chose not to wear it again and entrusted it to Ningxia for safekeeping. At that moment, someone outside announced the arrival of the seventh prince. Princess Xianyi furrowed her brow. Qingxue, why don't you step inside for a moment? She had not interacted with the seventh prince for some time and was uncertain of his purpose for visiting. Yuan Yuzhen, being the seventh prince's sister-in-law, had no reason to be cautious, while Liang Qingsu, being an unwed maiden, was better off avoiding him. Liang Qingsu fiddled with the fragrant pouch hanging from her waist, remaining silent and still. Princess Xianyi then permitted the seventh prince to enter. Xiao Qirui greeted, "Aunt, we have just returned from the temporary palace. His Majesty has arranged a banquet in the palace this evening, and he wishes for you to attend." Princess Xianyi raised her eyes. "Why did the emperor send you to convey this message?" "I happened to pass by, so I did not summon the eunuchs," he replied. "Your residence is quite splendid. No wonder everyone praises you. I wish to have Fangxing come here to learn from you." Princess Xianyi chuckled. "What rules do I possess? The empress is the true authority on etiquette. It would be far better for her to learn from her." Upon entering, Xiao Qirui's gaze was immediately drawn to Yuan Yuzhen. He had never encountered a woman as radiant as the moon. For a brief moment, he questioned whether he was mistaken, but after stealing a few glances, Princess Xianyi said, "This is your third sister-in-law, one. Little 7, do you not pay your respects to your third sister-in-law?" Upon realizing she was Xiao Qingji's wife, Xiao Qirui's demeanor shifted. He no longer dared to steal glances and quickly performed a bow. "I pay my respects to my third sister-in-law." Yuan Yuzhen rose and returned the gesture. Xiao Qirui did not linger, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily taking his leave. Chapter 77. In New Year Yen Yu discerned from Xiao Qirui's earlier remarks that everyone had returned. Uncertain whether her own master was among them, she found herself somewhat restless in the princess's residence, yearning to return home for a brief visit. Princess Xianyi, oblivious to Yen Yu's thoughts, insisted on keeping her for dinner. Today, with Yen Yu absent from home, the head maid, Bai Chun, and Ning Xia from Wan Fu Yuan had also gone out, while Deng Momo accompanied Yen Yu. Jin Xiu and Rui Dong were busy tidying up in Yen Yu's study. After much anticipation, the sun finally shone brightly, allowing them to take out some books for sunning, which they would retrieve in the afternoon. These belongings were never to be touched by anyone else, save for her most trusted maids. As Jin Xiu dusted the bookshelf, she remarked, "Have you noticed that palace maid named Hihua bears a certain resemblance to our young lady?" Rui Dong replied, "Which Hihua?" "There are several by that name, it's rather commonplace." "The one favored by the Empress Dowager, with delicate features and fair skin," Jin Xiu clarified. Only then did Rui Dong recall, "Miss instructed you to keep an eye on her. Has she been up to no good?" Jin Xiu shook her head. "She hasn't done anything in the past few days, but I sense she is not of an honest disposition." Rui Dong felt a pang of sympathy for their young lady. The Empress Dowager truly has no regard for Our Lady's comfort. Summoning her to the palace at such an ungodly hour is one thing, now she sends spies to irritate us. We cannot strike nor scold. Jin Xiu sighed. Indeed, they are simply shirking their duties, up to who knows what mischief. Upon returning to the estate, Xiao Changji entered Wan Fu Yuan, which was eerily quiet with the main door shut. The cold weather likely kept everyone indoors. Upon entering, he found Yen Yu clad in a cerulean garment, her back turned to him. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder, asking, "What are you doing?" She suddenly turned around, and upon seeing the unfamiliar face, Xiao Changji's tone turned icy. "Who are you?" Hihua quickly knelt. "I am but a maid here to replace the fruit in the room." Xiao Changji inquired, "Where is the princess?" Hihua shook her head. "I do not know. She has likely gone to the Anqing Marquis' residence again. Lately, the princess has often been seen taking large boxes of items from the storeroom there." Xiao Changji said nothing further and allowed Hihua to leave. Hoha, observing Xiao Changji's expression, discreetly glanced at him. Despite having served this master for many years, Hoha could never decipher his thoughts. Since the arrival of the princess, his attempts to comprehend Xiao Changji's intentions had repeatedly led him astray. In recent days, Xiao Changji had been overwhelmed with official duties, leaving him little time to rest. Feeling fatigued, he retreated to sleep. When Yen Yu returned, dusk was settling in, and she was met with a revelation that struck her like a thunderbolt. Hihua, head bowed, knelt before Yen Yu, stating that Prince Qin had taken a liking to her that afternoon and had favored her. Hihua claimed she sought no position as a concubine but merely wished to inform the princess of the occurrence. Jin Xiu's face paled in shock. In the absence of the princess for just half a day, she had neglected her watch over the maids, allowing this foolish girl to slip past her vigilance. Filled with both shame and fear, Jin Xiu wished to atone for her failure with her life. Yen Yu felt a wave of irritation wash over her. What was this nonsense day after day? She refrained from pressing further for the moment and instructed Jin Xiu to take Hihua away for a bowl of medicine. The truth of the matter was secondary. Someone favored by the Empress Dowager must not be allowed to cause any disturbance. Afterward, Yen Yu entered the inner chambers. Hoha informed her that the prince was still resting inside. Her gaze immediately fell upon him. Hihua had been quite clever. Under normal circumstances, a young lady would not jest about her chastity, and her words would surely be believed by all in the courtyard. The disparity in status between the princess and the prince was evident. If the princess questioned him, the prince might either deny it, deeming her unreasonable, and a quarrel would ensue, or he might, in a fit of anger, admit to it, causing a rift between them. The most easily exposed lies often create the deepest misunderstandings. Of course, the princess might also choose to silently endure this humiliation, pretending as if nothing had transpired, while harboring her ire alone. What Hua did not anticipate was that Yan Yu's first inquiry would be directed toward Ho-Ha, who stood by Xiao Chengji's side to eye in the presence of the prince. Ho-Ha was but a servant. Outside, even officials of the third rank and below treated him with deference. Normally, Yan Yu's demeanor toward Ho-Ha, a favored attendant of the prince, would be one of flattery and goodwill. However, from the very beginning, she had never sought his favor, remaining unbowed by the winds of circumstance. Today's situation, perhaps, was best understood by Ho-Ha, the closest attendant to the prince. Rather than question Xiao Chengji, it would be more prudent to inquire of Ho-Ha to ascertain whether the rumors circulating outside held any truth. Yan Yu scrutinized Ho-Ha from head to toe. Ho Gonggang, it has been some time since we last met. Ho-Ha sensed an unusual tone in her voice and hurriedly replied with a smile, Princess, you may simply call me by my name. Yan Yu offered a half-smile, so you still remember that I am the princess. I thought you had all forgotten. Ho-Ha was genuinely baffled as to what had provoked her ire. Hearing her sarcastic remarks, he quickly knelt. Have I done something wrong to displease the princess? Yan Yu retorted, as the chief eunuch before the prince, should you not counsel him against any impropriety? Ho-Ha felt dismayed. He truly could not grasp the princess's sentiments. Moreover, in his position, he dared not counsel the prince on how to conduct himself. Yet, with the princess in a fit of anger, Ho-Ha could only lower his head in acquiescence. Indeed. Then you stood idly by while the prince brought a maid into my chamber to act inappropriately? Ho-Ha was genuinely bewildered. The prince returned and went straight to bed, having not engaged with any maid. Upon entering, I merely saw an unfamiliar face exchanging fruit trays. After a brief conversation, she was dismissed. Yan Yu contemplated this carefully, her eyes narrowing slightly. If that is the case, then this maid has deliberately tarnished the prince's reputation. Ho-Ha, go and interrogate her. Remember, she is a person placed here by the Empress Dowager. Ho-Ha immediately grasped the situation, understood. He finally comprehended the extent of the princess's anger and was relieved that she had questioned him rather than directly confronting the prince, which could have led to a heated argument that might unearth the truth and create a far more tumultuous scene. Upon entering, Yan Yu found Xiao Chengji asleep on the bed, so she seated herself beside him. Hearing her footsteps, he stirred awake but feigned slumber. Yan Yu, admiring his handsome features, his delicate lips and high nose, leaned down to plant a kiss upon his face. Instantly, Xiao Chengji's eyes flew open. Chapter 78 New Year. Yan Yu softly remarked, Your Highness, you have finally returned. Xiao Chengji felt a softness in his heart as he raised his hand to gently tousle Yan Yu's hair. He was at a loss for words. Yan Yu harbored a secret affection for him, stealing kisses while he slept, and though he had witnessed these actions, he found himself unable to intervene. Moreover, it seemed entirely natural for Yan Yu, as his princess, to rely on him and cherish him. She was a delicate little woman. No matter how astute her thoughts or how meticulous her plans, she remained a gentle, fragile girl in need of his protection. Xiao Chengji pulled Yan Yu onto the bed, enveloping her in his embrace. She was adorned with various heavy ornaments, and the makeup on her face had yet to be washed away. A pale purple gemstone hung between her brows, accentuating the softness of her features. Her diminutive frame felt soft and warm in his arms. In truth, Yan Yu never perceived herself as small. Rather, it was Xiao Chengji's towering height and broad shoulders, coupled with the commanding aura of a mature man, that often imposed a sense of pressure. She pressed another kiss to Xiao Chengji's cheek. In recent days, the Empress Dowager has sent several individuals, claiming that it's the new year, and I am to consult them with any queries I may have. I simply cannot refuse. Xiao Chengji replied, Let them serve outside, we shall find an excuse to eliminate them in due time. Yan Yu leaned against his shoulder, saying, Your Highness, you often resort to killing. This is hardly advisable. Such actions could tarnish your reputation. You are unaware of the rumors circulating outside. Xiao Chengji raised an eyebrow. I am not killing you. Yan Yu responded, I fear blood. It gives me nightmares at night. Xiao Chengji smirked. Such a timid heart? Yan Yu nodded. Xiao Chengji inquired, Then why do you still sleep with me? Yan Yu bit her lip. I shall leave, never to return. Before she could finish, Xiao Chengji seized her and pinned her beneath him, declaring, You dare. Yan Yu felt as though she might be crushed under him. Did he not realize how heavy he was, serving the formidable Xiao Chengji? She believed she would need to borrow 9 lives, yet, she longed for a child. So, she nestled once more in his embrace. Xiao Chengji felt a twinge of anger, especially upon hearing Yan Yu express her desire to leave her frequently. She exuded an aura of elusiveness, perhaps due to the inexplicable nature of their marriage, having never anticipated such a union, yet suddenly finding herself enveloped in it. Or perhaps it was the perilous circumstances of the palace, where many sought her demise, just as with his own mother, who, during the emperor's absence, was a beautiful woman, only to return as a lifeless body. If she were to leave, Xiao Chengji would be left alone, quietly descending into madness while maintaining an outward calm. He wiped away the tears from Yan Yu's lashes, lifting her chin to gaze into her eyes for a moment. What do you think? Having spent many moments together, Xiao Chengji felt he had grown more formidable than he had been at the outset. Yan Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, began to sob uncontrollably. The servants in Wanhuayuan were utterly terrified. Firstly, Hua summoned Hua before the gathered crowd that evening. News of the prince's affection for Hua spread throughout Wanhuayuan, stirring envy among the maids working outside, who longed for Hua's fortune. Those serving outside envied the fortunes of those within, all yearning to ascend to the status of a mistress. Even being a concubine was 100 times better than being a maid. With a successful example now in sight, they began to feel restless however. Hua Ha summoned He Hua before everyone. He Hua recognized Hua Gongdong. Most in the palace, even if they had not met him, had heard of his reputation. Much like Gu Guangliang, the chief eunuch by the emperor's side, the mere mention of his name instilled fear in the hearts of the palace maids and eunuchs. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Hua Ha directly interrogated He Hua. I hear the prince has favored you today? He Hua's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not expected the princess to command such authority over Hua Ha. Hua Ha, being the chief eunuch at the prince's side, was most privy to any occurrences that transpired. He Hua, daring to weave such a crude lie before the princess, presumed that most couples in the world were seldom united in purpose, easily deceived by one another, especially within royal circles. Yet, she dared not lie before Hua Ha. The eyes of all the servants, Hua Ha often represented the will of the prince. Many of the princess' commands were conveyed through Hua Ha's voice. He Hua lowered her head, remaining silent, her body trembling slightly before the gathered crowd. Hua Ha declared, do you understand the consequences of lying before the princess and defaming the prince's reputation? He Hua replied softly, I am a gift from the Empress Dowager. Today, the prince favored me, and you witnessed it. Gongdong, I dare to confront you before the Empress Dowager. Hua Ha frowned, nonsense, slap her. He Hua was struck 4 times across the face. The others, witnessing this scene, were instantly awakened from their stupor, piecing together the situation. It must be noted that having the Empress Dowager as a patron was indeed a formidable shield. Even within the prince's residence, one could act so recklessly. Those who harbored ambitions akin to He Hua's quickly withdrew their thoughts, no longer daring to entertain such ideas. Hua Ha, punishing He Hua before the crowd, conveyed the prince's true sentiments. The other 3 servants, similarly bestowed by the Empress Dowager, stood motionless, as if He Hua's plight bore no relation to them. Ultimately, Hua Ha relegated He Hua to the role of a laundry maid, washing not the garments of the masters, but those of the lower servants. This labor was arduous, lasting from dawn until dusk, and she would be surrounded by the lower ranks, making it nearly impossible for her to stir trouble. Once the arrangements were made, Hua Ha sighed in relief, thinking he could finally report back to the princess. Though she appeared amiable, she was not so soft as to be bullied, and he resolved to never underestimate her again. However, upon returning to the chamber, he found Xiao Qingji standing there. Those who had seen Emperor Jianqing, Xiao Qingji resembled the young emperor himself, perhaps even exuding a more potent aura, for the emperor had not been stained with as much blood as he. Hua Ha trembled and knelt, Your Highness. Having witnessed the earlier events, Hua Ha dared not conceal anything and recounted every detail to Xiao Qingji. Chapter 79. A New Year. In regard to these matters, the handling was not particularly troublesome. It was not the first nor the second time that Empress Dowager Zhang had deliberately sought to vex others. After pondering for a moment, Hua Ha inquired, Shall I dispose of these individuals? Leave them for the princess to practice her skills, Xiao Qingji replied. He could not remain in the capital every day, and it was even less feasible for him to oversee the affairs of the inner court and the household at all times. Some matters needed to be learned and handled by Yen Yu herself, so that in his absence, she could manage independently. Hua Ha nodded repeatedly, understood. Though Xiao Qingji had expressed this sentiment, Hua Ha was acutely aware that he needed to keep a watchful eye on things. If these 4 servants truly managed to infuriate Yen Yu, resulting in discord within the household, the prince would undoubtedly impose punishment. Presently, the princess enjoyed favor, and thus punishment would not befall her, but others would certainly face dire consequences. Have Hua Wang closely monitor the princess's meals. If anyone dares to tamper with her food, Xiao Qingji said with a stoic expression, they shall be fed to the dogs. Hua Ha shuddered at the thought. He knew well that if Xiao Qingji uttered such words, he would certainly follow through. Originally, Hua Ha had only feared Xiao Qingji. Now, he harbored a certain apprehension towards the princess as well. It was unclear what enchantment she had cast upon the prince, but anyone who sought to harm her would invoke his wrath. Yes. After issuing these orders, Xiao Qingji returned, instructing a maid to bring in hot water. Yen Yu remained asleep in bed, her outer garments torn and discarded by Xiao Qingji, her jewelry strewn across the floor, and the small garment wrapped around her was crumpled and unkempt. Xiao Qingji twisted a cloth to wash her, while also cleaning himself. Yen Yu lightly furrowed her brow, opening her eyes but still feeling somewhat heavy. Xiao Qingji replaced her tattered inner garment with a new one, his large hand brushing against her delicate waist as he drew her closer into his embrace. Yen Yu nestled against him, her face pressed against his chest. Xiao Qingji looked down at her. Are you hungry? Do you wish to eat? Yen Yu responded with a soft mm. Xiao Qingji instructed the maid to prepare food. Yen Yu wrapped her arms around his waist, attempting to tug at his clothing. Xiao Qingji quickly grasped her hands, determined that such behavior could not continue. It was not that he was incapable. He simply believed that if they were to engage once more, Yen Yu would undoubtedly be unable to rise from bed the following day. In a hushed voice, Yen Yu said, Your Highness, I wish to bear you a child. What good is a child? Xiao Qingji replied. It is unnecessary. He had no thoughts of offspring, nor had he contemplated such matters. Yen Yu insisted, having a child in the household would greatly stabilize your position, perhaps even the emperor. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Qingji pressed his fingers against her lips. He understood her implication. If the Prince of Qin were to have a young heir, and the emperor a grandson, it was highly likely that his titles would be further elevated. However, Xiao Qingji had already reached the limits of his attainments. Any further elevation would lead to the title of crown prince. The Empress Dowager and the Zheng family loomed over him like a mountain, while the empress and the 5th prince posed additional obstacles. Yen Yu was unaware of the trials Xiao Qingji had faced over the years. However, having married him, she felt a deep empathy for her husband, hoping that his path might be smoother and that he would encounter fewer hindrances. If she were to bear a child, it would not only contend for her status but also for the standing of the Prince of Qin in the eyes of the officials and the emperor. At the very least, a prince with offspring would inspire more confidence among the officials than one without. Xiao Qingji pressed a gentle kiss to Yan Yu's forehead. My position does not require the assurance of a child. The circumstances will change in the coming year, you need not worry. Previously, Xiao Qingji had little interest in battling the Zheng family, whether they were in their prime or relentlessly pressuring him. He had been too indifferent to engage, leaning more towards self-destruction. Now, however, it was entirely different. Having set his mind to it, he was determined to attain what he desired. Yan Yu gazed at him, entranced. Xiao Qingji felt a bit bashful under her scrutiny. He typically avoided the company of women, preferring to distance himself from frivolities, yet, he could not deny that he found this soft and delicate beauty rather appealing. As Xiao Qingji turned to leave, Yan Yu was quicker, wrapping her arms around his. Your Highness, he responded with a non-committal Yan Yu nestled into his embrace, tilting her head to kiss his cheek. You are the best man in the world. Xiao Qingji was not one to easily warm to affection. He was often cold, and few dared to approach him in such a manner, lest they risk their heads, yet Yan Yu was unabashedly familiar, brazily indulging in her whims in his arms, undeterred by his icy demeanor, resembling a clingy rose candy refusing to let go. You are the most handsome. Your character is the best and most kind. You are the most responsible man in the world. Though your skills in bed are merely average, you are quite a good person. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened as he grasped Yan Yu's chin. Merely average in bed? Yan Yu closed her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Xiao Qingji tightened his grip slightly. Speak. Yan Yu continued to feign sleep. Xiao Qingji was determined not to let her escape unscathed. If she deemed him average, then he would visit her daily, ensuring she would come to recognize his prowess. Yan Yu pitifully nestled against his shoulder. Your Highness, I was wrong. Xiao Qingji remained silent. To be honest, he found it hard to tolerate Yan Yu's antics. Her propensity for petulance was unmatched. Yet, she was his princess, and he had no choice but to endure. At that moment, dinner was ready, and the maid had already brought it in. With the new year approaching, an abundance of tributes had arrived from outside, making the preparations particularly lavish this time. Yan Yu sipped a bit of longan and red date soup, nibbling on a couple of pastries, feeling somewhat drowsy. Typically, by this hour, she would have long been asleep, especially considering she needed to rise at the third watch to prepare herself and pay respects at the Shokong Palace by the fifth watch. Observing her drowsy state, Xiao Qingji instructed Ningxia to assist her into the inner chambers. When the third watch arrived, Ningxia quietly entered to awaken Yan Yu. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. Today, he had no need to attend court, so why was this maid arriving at such an early hour? Seeing the prince awake, Ningxia was startled and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, the princess must go to the Shokong Palace to pay her respects. You may continue to sleep. I shall attend to the princess. Leave, Xiao Qingji replied coldly. In the dead of night, bringing his princess into the palace, anyone unaware might think he had already passed away. At that moment, Yan Yu also stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she prepared to rise from bed. Chapter 80. A New Year. In truth, Yan Yu could endure this bit of hardship. After all, there is no such thing as marrying into royalty without enduring some trials. The splendor one displays in public often conceals the tears shed in private. While Xiao Qingji fought on the battlefield for the previous dynasty, Yan Yu's battlefield lay within the palace walls. The foremost figures in the inner court were the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Should they wish to torment Yan Yu, she could not allow Xiao Qingji to intervene and become embroiled in her troubles. As long as he diligently performed his duties in the court, they would each fulfill their roles, and things would surely improve with time. Leaning against Xiao Qingji's shoulder, Yan Yu said, You continue to sleep. I shall go pay my respects and return shortly. If I do not go today, no matter the excuse, the Empress Dowager will surely erupt in anger. It would be unwise to provoke her. Even the emperor cannot withstand her wrath, let alone you. Xiao Qingji reached up to caress Yan Yu's face. She lifted her chin slightly and closed her eyes, signaling her desire for a kiss. With a soft chuckle, he pressed his lips to her forehead. Upon her return from paying respects at Shokong Palace, she unexpectedly encountered the seventh prince and Lady Luo. Lady Luo was deeply troubled by the marriage prospects of the seventh prince and Princess Fangxin, to the point of losing sleep over it. After being manipulated by the Empress Dowager and the Empress, the seventh prince's reputation had plummeted to an abysmal state, and prominent families were reluctant to marry their daughters to him. Those of slightly lower status were also deemed unsatisfactory by Lady Luo. Bound to the whims of Empress Dowager Zhang and Empress Shan, both of whom were acutely aware of their status as mere pawns, they found it impossible to extricate themselves from such a fate. The seventh prince, however, was not overly concerned for himself. As a man, he would eventually find a woman willing to marry him, as long as she was from a respectable background. His greater worry lay with Princess Fangxin, who seemed to be dismissed by both the Empress and the Empress Dowager. When he sought counsel from Princess Xiani, she showed no interest in his plight. After encountering repeated setbacks, Xiao Qirui felt disheartened. Lady Luo sighed, It is all due to your mother's incompetence, lacking your father's favor and with no noble lineage to support you. While the third and fifth princes have everything handed to them, my son must rely solely on himself. Though pained, Xiao Qirui felt compelled to comfort Lady Luo. At that moment, he and Lady Luo spotted Yan Yu emerging from the Empress Dowager's palace. Yan Yu held a rather unfavorable impression of Xiao Qirui, as he was implicated in the tragic fate of Miss Ma, a victim of his violent actions. Although the Empress Dowager orchestrated the events, he remained the primary perpetrator. As a woman, Yan Yu could not harbor any fondness for a man who sullied the honor of women. Yet, despite his transgressions, Xiao Qirui, being Xiao Qingji's brother, remained unscathed. Desiring to avoid any pleasantries, Yan Yu pretended not to see them and took another path to return home. Xiao Qirui's gaze lingered on Yan Yu's retreating figure, his expression momentarily faltering. Lady Luo lamented, "Isn't she beautiful? In this world, even if Xiao Zheshan rejects her, the emperor will not bestow her upon you. All good things are given to Xiao Qingji." Xiao Qirui replied, "Xiao Zheshan does not reject her, he simply does not realize her true worth." Men understand men best. As Xiao Zheshan's brother, Xiao Qirui was all too aware of what occupied his brother's thoughts and what weaknesses he possessed. A woman who could captivate Xiao Zheshan's heart might not necessarily attract Xiao Qingji's attention. However, a woman who could ensnare Xiao Qingji's affections would undoubtedly capture Xiao Zheshan's soul. With a smile, Xiao Qirui turned to Lady Luo and inquired, "Mother, do you know what the most painful thing in this world is?" Without hesitation, Lady Luo replied, "Desiring what one cannot attain." Xiao Qirui remarked, "Xiao Zheshan will suffer tenfold more." Lady Luo's heart was shrouded in gloom. She cared little for Xiao Zheshan's suffering, her concern lying instead with the future prospects for herself and her sons. During the New Year festivities, the palace was abuzz with activity, and the princes indulged in revelry day after day. Even Xiao Qingji, who shunned socializing, found himself engulfed in endless gatherings. Under the guidance of Princess Xianyi, Yan Yu met with relatives one after another, becoming acquainted with most of the royal women. Exhausted from the day's events, she yearned for a moment of tranquility upon returning home. Yet, the mischievous troublemakers sent by the Empress Dowager refused to grant her peace. Hudwa had been dispatched to wash clothes, leaving only a maid named Xinghua and 2 eunuchs to serve outside the courtyard, typically barred from entering. However, once they arrived, they began to play tricks, forming alliances with the household servants, claiming one as an older sister and another as a godfather, successfully ingratiating themselves within the estate due to their adeptness at currying favor. Upon returning one day, Yan Yu overheard Jinqiu whispering in her ear, revealing that Xinghua had bribed the inside maids and matrons to forge connections and even sought to bribe Jinqiu as well. "Miss, this cannot continue," Jinqiu cautioned softly. "People are restless, many influenced by Hudwa, neglecting their duties in favor of scheming to attract the princes." Yan Yu summoned Ho Wang, issuing him some instructions before sending him on his way. She had no desire to take immediate action. Instead, she intended to use these 3 individuals to discern which among them were diligent workers and which could be easily swayed by silver. After addressing these matters, Yan Yu received word of another incident. It seemed a case had reached the Shuntian prefecture, involving a family that, claiming kinship with Yan Yu, attempted to usurp a neighbor's land during renovations. Frowning, Yan Yu inquired, "My relative?" "Yes, they share the surname one, and it is said to be an uncle of yours. The Shuntian prefecture wishes to inquire your stance," came the response. Irritated, Yan Yu replied, "Regardless of whether they are my relatives, if they have committed an offense, let them be dealt with according to the laws of the Great Wei dynasty, and ensure they are handled justly." The legitimate descendants of the Wen family were now reduced to Yan Yu alone, and with some disheveled relatives emerging, who could ascertain their authenticity. The following day, a commotion erupted at the gates of the Qin Wangfu, as someone insisted on seeing the princess, claiming to be her aunt. While commoners causing a stir at the Qin Wangfu would face dire consequences, the household staff feared this might indeed be a relative of the princess and reported the matter. With a tempest of anger brewing within, Yan Yu, upon hearing the announcement, immediately ordered for the individual to be brought forth, eager to discern the identity of this so-called relative. When they arrived, a middle-aged, slick woman appeared, dressed quite respectably and adorned with a large gold bracelet. Upon seeing Yan Yu, she approached eagerly, exclaiming, "Yenner, I am your 5th aunt. My husband's father is your grandfather's cousin, we are family." Yan Yu scrutinized her from head to toe, responding, "I remember." After her mother's passing, this family had taken advantage of the chaos to pilfer items from the Wen estate, even attempting to take young Yan Yu to raise as their own. Chapter 81 of the New Year. The woman who introduced herself as auntie of Yan Yu, with the surname of He, gazed at Yan Yu with her shrewd eyes, exclaiming, "Yenner, you have truly prospered, marrying none other than His Highness the King of Qin. Your parents must be at peace in their resting place." Seeing this, "I remember when you were just a child, I held you in my arms." Yan Yu's wet nurse quickly interjected, "And he, the princess is the esteemed daughter of the main family. Please be mindful of your titles. When the princess was young, we never dared to let others hold her." Auntie hastily replied, indeed, now that the young lady has soared to great heights, becoming a phoenix perched upon the branch, we would never dare to overstep." As she spoke, she furtively observed Yan Yu's expression. Yan Yu took a sip of tea, her demeanor cool and distant. "It has been years since I last saw relatives, and being young, I hardly recall. Might I inquire what brings Aunt He to my doorstep today?" Auntie smiled. "Who among us is unaware that our esteemed young lady has married His Highness the King of Qin, becoming a royal consort? I have heard of the unfortunate demise of Aunt Huang's son, a matter the authorities could not unravel, yet upon mentioning it to you, the truth was swiftly revealed. With but a word from the young lady, everything can be set right." Yan Yu chuckled lightly. "No wonder it is said that in poverty, no one in the bustling market cares, yet in wealth, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. Had I not married His Highness, and he would not have graced my door? Certainly not. The young lady is an orphan, her background pitiful. Regardless of whom she marries, we, her relatives, will always keep her in our thoughts." Yan Yu smiled again. "Yet I have heard that after my mother passed, the Wen family relatives swarmed to the Duke of Jin's residence to pilfer our belongings?" Auntie's face instantly darkened. The Xiao family concocted such a slander to tarnish the Wen family's name. It was they, these outsiders, who seized our family's wealth. Yan Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Over the years, those relatives had indeed stolen from the Wen family, and it was uncertain if they still possessed those items. Fortunately, the Duke of Jin had rendered remarkable service to the Dewei dynasty, and the emperor had been discreetly observing these events, allowing Yanyu, this lonely child, to escape being completely devoured by those greedy relatives. As a married woman, reclaiming the items that had strayed into the hands of others in her clan would be no simple feat. However, as her relatives witnessed Yanyu's elevation to the royal family, they began to exploit their connection, and this behavior, if allowed to persist, could tarnish the reputation of the Qin Wanfu. I am aware of the situation, Yanyu said coolly. Yesterday, the Shuntian prefecture reported to me an incident involving individuals who, under my name, have unlawfully occupied someone else's property, and he quickly defended, that land belongs to us. It is not an occupation, young lady, the government's ruling determines ownership. In these legal matters, I shall not assist anyone. Yanyu's tone turned icy. I have informed the authorities that any future incidents involving my name shall result in the perpetrators receiving 30 lashes before any further examination. And he appeared abashed. She had previously inquired about the Huang family's distant relations and had only recently learned that the Qin princess was known for her generosity and amiable disposition. She had anticipated Yanyu would support her relatives, but instead, she found herself dismissed. At that moment, a maid entered to announce the arrival of the prince. Last night, Xiao Qingji had not returned home, claiming to have been drinking with several cousins from the Bo family and had remained there. Upon his return that morning, Yanyu immediately stood up, seeing the servants kneeling on the floor, and he followed suit. She had never encountered the legendary king of Qin and had only heard tales of his difficult disposition. Xiao Qingji entered, still adorned in the clothes from the previous day, a hint of alcohol on his breath. Yanyu instructed Ruidong to prepare some warm water. Your Highness, would you like to rest for a while longer? Yanyu inquired, perhaps take a bath and change your clothes. No need. I must visit the palace shortly, Xiao Qingji replied. How did you find the cloud mist tea the Bo family presented to you? Do you like it? I have yet to try it. If you enjoy it, instruct them to send more. If not, let it be. Yanyu remarked, the fruit sent from the palace was delightful, called bolu. It is delectable when dipped in sugar. Previously, Yanyu had never seen such a fruit, nor had she even seen it depicted. It was said to be a tribute from the south, fragrant in aroma and slightly tart in taste, yet delightful when paired with sugar. From now on, have them send it regularly. The weather is turning cold, and you mustn't indulge too much in the chill, Xiao Qingji observed, then noticed Anhe kneeling nearby, a face he did not recognize. Who is this person? Yanyu understood the disdain these relatives had shown her in the past, yet she did not wish for their demise. She merely intended to remind them to refrain from inappropriate entanglements. However, knowing Xiao Qingji's usual approach, she realized that the past could bring severe repercussions for these individuals, potentially even costing them their lives. Regardless of how the Qin Wanfu had previously asserted its dominance, Yanyu aimed to foster a more benevolent reputation moving forward, enhancing the public's perception of Xiao Qingji. It is nothing. She does not serve here, merely came to inquire about a few matters, Yanyu responded. Xiao Qingji did not press further, as he had to head to the palace shortly after a brief meal. He took his leave. As Anhe rose, she felt a twinge of indignation. The young lady of the Wen family had indeed ascended to become a phoenix, now disavowing her impoverished relatives, refusing even the slightest assistance and looking down upon them, referring to them as mere servants in front of the prince. Seething with anger, as she exited the Wangfu, she happened to spot Xiao Qingji's carriage. Anhe's eyes darted, and she hurried to bow before him. Your Highness, Huaha promptly urged her away. The prince is entering the palace. Those of no consequence should withdraw. Xiao Qingji recognized her and cast a glance in her direction, and he continued, this humble woman is Anhe of the princess. I have come to pay my respects today. Upon hearing that she was a relative of the princess, Huaha halted his movements and stood behind Xiao Qingji. Xiao Qingji was unfamiliar with Yanyu's relatives, particularly those from the Wen family. It was said that their closer kin had all perished, leaving behind only these distant relatives, most of whom were struggling and held no weight in the court. However, as they were still her family, regardless of closeness, the Wangfu would maintain its decorum. Xiao Qingji nodded. If the princess wishes to see you, you may come again in the future. And he gave a bitter smile. Perhaps that will not be possible. My family's fortunes have declined. We are no longer a prestigious clan. The princess looks down upon me in her words, even dismissing me, saying we poor relatives are unworthy and would tarnish her dignity. Huaha cast a furtive glance at Xiao Qingji. Xiao Qingji nodded. Since the princess has spoken thus, heed her words and refrain from tarnishing her eyes in the future. Chapter 82. The New Year. Madame He's expression darkened. She presumed that Xiao Qingji had misconstrued her words. She had witnessed Yanyu's demeanor before Xiao Qingji. She appeared gentle, considerate, and virtuous in his presence. A typical man would likely be drawn to such a gracious and magnanimous woman. However, were he to discover that the seemingly kind and delicate woman he cherished was, in fact, mercenary and sharp-tongued, any man of decency would feel a sense of discomfort. Madam, he believed her previous remarks were insufficiently comprehensive and added, the common woman initially thought the princess to be a person of gentle kindness, but to my dismay, she only displays her warmth and consideration in front of the duke. Once he departs, she resorts to ridicule and scorn towards me. Xiao Qingji cast a sidelong glance at her and stated, to slander the princess, 20 lashes and expulsion. Huahai swiftly commanded his subordinates to act. Yes. Xiao Qingji felt that his temper had improved considerably. In the past, such individuals would not have dared approach him. Now, not only did they dare, but they also spoke so freely. While Yanyu may have her flaws, it is not something that just anyone could casually criticize. If criticism were to be voiced, it should come solely from Xiao Qingji himself. Madam, he was utterly astounded, her fear compelling her to scream, but Huahai quickly ordered her mouth to be silenced. In Huahai's view, this was tantamount to courting death. Regardless of the state of the Duke and Duchess's relationship, there was no justification for a stranger to sow discord between them. As the 20 lashes fell, Madam he was left in a state of distress, her mind reeling, and she no longer dared to wreak havoc within the Duke's residence. She was forcibly removed, aided back to her own estate by the maid who had accompanied her. Xiao Qingji inquired of Huahai whether he was familiar with the princess's relatives. Huahai had already taken the initiative to investigate during the period when the princess had garnered favor, learning much about her background. He recounted how, in her youth, Yan Yu had been isolated and unsupported, while the distant relatives of the Wen family, witnessing the collapse of the main lineage, scrambled to seize her inheritance and claim guardianship over her. Xiao Qingji narrowed his eyes. Find a way to have those who have wrongfully taken from her return what they seized. Even her childhood belongings must be retrieved. In her youth, no one had defended her. Now, she had someone to stand by her side. News of Madame He's punishment soon reached Yan Yu's ears. During this time, she developed a penchant for sour and chilled delicacies, suspecting she might be with child, prompting her to summon the imperial physician for a pulse examination. To her chagrin, it was revealed that her suspicions were unfounded. The warmth of her winter quarters had merely led to her craving cool treats. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she was soon informed by Huang of Madame He's punishment. Yan Yu remarked, she had warned against provoking Xiao Qingji. He was not someone to be trifled with, yet Madame He had dared to approach him with her nonsensical chatter, and now, this punishment should have taught her a lesson. Later that evening, when Xiao Qingji returned, he recounted the incident to Yan Yu. After all, she was related to that woman, and he felt it necessary to inform her of the altercation. Yan Yu, seated under the light, perused the account books. These distant relatives, drawn by your power and influence, have only come forward in recent years. We need not concern ourselves with them any longer. Xiao Qingji approached her. It is insufficient to rely solely on the Xiao family, as they do not share your surname. Among the young men of our kin, see if any might be of assistance. Yan Yu replied softly, if we were to adopt the practice of nepotism, we would be no different from the Zhang faction. Truly capable individuals will undoubtedly make themselves known. If they lack the ability to present themselves to you, one cannot expect them to accomplish anything of significance. Xiao Qingji gently brushed her hair back. Recently, Yan Yu had incurred considerable expenses in her dealings. The Duke's residence had not previously borne such a financial burden, and the sudden increase in budget warranted her review. Upon inspection, Xiao Qingji found that there was little interaction with the Xiao household, primarily routine expenditures, with most of Yan Yu's funds directed toward managing palace relations. The accounts she maintained were now more detailed and transparent, far more pleasing to the eye than the disarray of the Ministry of Revenue's ledgers. Reflecting on court matters, Xiao Qingji felt a wave of frustration. The British Duke's heir, Zheng Shu, was to be recalled, and upon his return, he would enter the cabinet. Xiao Qingji had a history of conflict with Zheng Shu, and their rivalry was bound to intensify. Today, the cabinet received urgent reports from Jinshan regarding a severe frost disaster in the south. An unprecedented snowfall had occurred, freezing the canals and halting transport from south to north. Zhang Can and others were preoccupied with factional struggles, and Xiao Qingji was grateful to have dispatched Bo Feng, who, unlike Zheng Shu, was not greedy and could utilize the treasury as funds for practical matters. Yan Yu sensed Xiao Qingji's discontent today, and after her visit to the palace, her mood had soured. She had no desire to involve herself in court affairs or inquire about them. Gently shaking his arm, she asked, shall we retire early, Your Highness? Xiao Qingji responded with a brief and made his way to bed. Shortly thereafter, Yan Yu nestled beside him. Xiao Qingji advised, during the New Year's banquet, refrain from dressing too ostentatiously. Yan Yu did not overthink it. After all, whatever the Duke said was to be followed without question. She nodded lightly. Xiao Qingji pressed, will you not inquire as to why? Following his lead, Yan Yu asked, why is that? The South has suffered a calamity. In truth, each year in the Great Wei dynasty brought its share of misfortunes, be it floods, droughts, warfare, or corruption. With such a vast territory, both natural and man-made disasters were inevitable. This year's frost disaster was particularly severe. Yan Yu, even without adornments, was striking enough. Should she embellish herself even slightly, she would undoubtedly attract attention, drawing comments and scrutiny. Xiao Qingji, well aware of his wife's beauty, wished to shield her from prying eyes, especially in matters of state. Understanding his concern for her, Yan Yu simply replied, I understand. Xiao Qingji continued, at the banquet, you will also encounter Xiao Jiashan. Have you ever met him? Yan Yu slightly lowered her gaze, clearly reluctant to mention Xiao Jiashan. Xiao Qingji harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. While he did not consider him an outright enemy, the enmity between them was profound and irreconcilable, especially given the current matrimonial entanglement. Observing Yan Yu's discomfort regarding Xiao Jiashan, he affectionately tapped her nose. Let us sleep. Chapter 83 New Year's celebration. On the eve of the new year, Wei Ruxuan forced herself out of bed, despite her body still recovering from the whip scars that had kept her bedridden for some time. However, on such a significant occasion as New Year's Eve, the princes were required to attend the palace banquet, and she could not remain indifferent. Fortunately, the scars were concealed beneath her clothing, sparing her face from any visible marks, allowing her to prepare herself without drawing suspicion. Xiao Jiashan, on the other hand, was feeling quite troubled. Since his return to the capital, the Zhang family's demeanor towards him had grown noticeably distant, and his maternal grandfather, Zhang Can, no longer greeted him with the warmth he once did. These changes had transpired subtly, leaving him with an unshakable feeling that all was not as it had been. As he had yet to marry a legitimate consort, he lamented that had he had a formal wife, she could have visited the Zhang residence during the New Year festivities, fostering connections with the women of the Zhang household. He had heard that Xiao Qingji's princess was currently quite popular among the royal family, with several elder princesses praising her for her scholarly demeanor. Xiao Zheshan was also aware of the calamity that had befallen the southern regions. In light of this, it was said that the emperor had observed a day of fasting to pray for the people, and thus the scale of this year's New Year's banquet would undoubtedly be less grand than in previous years. He advised Wei Ruxuan to dress modestly and avoid extravagance, lest the Empress Dowager take offense. Wei Ruxuan had already instructed her attendants to retrieve her finest garments and jewelry. For such a grand occasion, she had intended to adorn herself spectacularly, making a striking entrance to demonstrate that, although she was merely the prince's concubine, she held a status that surpassed even that of the legitimate consort. Upon hearing Xiao Zheshan's remarks, she flared up in indignation. It's one thing to dress modestly when entering the palace on ordinary days, but on New Year's, am I to appear as a nun? This is not merely about the New Year, Xiao Zheshan replied, suppressing his frustration. The people in the south are suffering, and my father is displeased. If we present ourselves in overly splendid attire, he will perceive it as wasteful extravagance from our household. But you are a prince, do any of the princes not indulge in extravagance? Furthermore, with so many guests at the banquet, would the emperor really focus on me? Xiao Zheshan found some merit in her words, yet he sensed something was amiss. Wei Ruxuan allowed her maidservants to assist her in her elaborate preparation. Although her attire conformed to the standards of a concubine, she was adorned in resplendent brocade, her clothes and jewelry shimmering brilliantly, appearing quite grand indeed. After her transformation, she worried that the empress might disapprove. However, she soon reasoned that it was New Year's and thus warranted a festive appearance. She could not afford to bring disgrace to the fifth prince's estate. To mitigate any potential displeasure from the empress, Wei Ruxuan had sent someone ahead to inform her of her preparations. Over the years, although Empress Yang had held sway over the six palaces, real power resided with the Empress Dowager, leading many to regard the empress as inconsequential, more often yielding to the dowager's wishes. When Wei Ruxuan attended the banquet, the empress had inquired about her attire, which indeed pleased her greatly, resulting in the empress granting her approval. Initially, the marriage between Xiao Zheshan and the Wen family had been orchestrated by the dowager, and had Yan Yu, a frail youth, entered the fifth prince's estate, he likely would have been treated with the same disregard as the other lowly individuals who only heeded the dowager and not the empress. When the maidservant returned from the palace, she joyfully informed Wei Ruxuan that the empress had instructed her to perform well, promising elevation to the status of concubine should she do so. Wei Ruxuan was elated. With such a significant opportunity dangling before her, it seemed the empress was far more willing to support her than the fifth prince himself, validating her decision to align with the empress from the start. As the night of the New Year's Eve banquet approached, Wei Ruxuan and Xiao Zheshan arrived early. Xiao Qingji had entered the palace even earlier. As was customary, he would be with the emperor, and this year was no exception. Yan Yu had not accompanied Xiao Qingji but had entered with Princess Xiani instead. Princess Xiani smiled and remarked, "You've likely encountered all the familiar faces by now, any unfamiliar ones are likely closer to the dowager. Don't pay attention to any unkind remarks, the aim here is to avoid making a spectacle." Yan Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed." Princess Xiani continued with a smile, "Come, the emperor will surely be the last to arrive. Traditionally, the Qin prince would be at his side, but tonight you and I shall sit together." Dressed in a snow blue gown and adorned with a rabbit fur cloak, with jade hairpins and pearls embellishing her hair, Yan Yu appeared remarkably demure. Once inside, she observed that most of the noble women and court ladies had opted for modest attire, avoiding any ostentation. Given the recent calamity in the south and the emperor's devotion to his subjects, the more perceptive consorts dared not provoke his displeasure on such a significant occasion. As for the older princesses and noble ladies, seasoned by years of experience, they understood the appropriateness of attire for different occasions, each refraining from drawing attention to themselves. The only notable exceptions were the resplendent Empress Zhang and the fifth prince's concubine, Wei Ruxuan. As Yan Yu entered alongside Princess Xiani, several princes could hardly contain their curiosity. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingxua, who had only glimpsed Yan Yu from afar, inquired with intrigue, "The lady beside Princess Xiani, is she her daughter-in-law? Liangjin is quite fortunate to have such a beautiful wife." The seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, remained silent, casting a glance at Xiao Zheshan. Xiao Zheshan, too, found himself momentarily lost in thought, unable to articulate a response. The relationship between the Zhang family and Princess Xiani was strained, and Xiao Zheshan's connection with Liangjin was rather shallow. Despite being cousins, they exchanged few words throughout the year. To Xiao Zheshan, Liangjin was merely a cynical bookworm, and he never expected Princess Xiani to have the prowess to secure such a stunning bride for him. Taking a sip of wine, Xiao Zheshan stole another glance at Yan Yu, increasingly captivated. Regardless of the past grievances between the Liang and Zhang families, he resolved to mend their relationship and engage more frequently with Liangjin. The sixth prince, stroking his chin, remarked, "Who is this girl that Liangjin has married? I wonder if she has any sisters." The seventh prince, observing closely, noted how Xiao Zheshan's gaze was almost glued to Yan Yu. Should he continue, he would likely drift into a daydream. Sensing this, Xiao Qirui could not help but chuckle. "That is no mere wife of our cousin Liang, she is our third brother's princess. She hails from the Duke of Jin's family, the only daughter. There are no siblings, not even brothers. She is the sole survivor of her family's sixth brother. You might as well discard any dubious thoughts and greet her properly as third sister-in-law when you see her." Chapter 84. The new year as the words fell, Xiao Zheshan's complexion suddenly turned ashen, and he swiftly turned to fix his gaze upon Xiao Qirui. Xiao Qirui hurriedly inquired, "Eldest brother, what troubles you?" Xiao Zheshan's lips trembled as he rasped, "Who do you say she is?" Xiao Qirui scratched his head in confusion, "Our third sister-in-law, the wife of third brother, the Prince of Qin." "What's the matter?" Xiao Zheshan's eyes widened, leaving him momentarily speechless. The sixth prince, Xiao Jingxua, who had always shared a good rapport with Xiao Qingji, approached Yanyu and Princess Xianyi to pay his respects. However, the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, found himself unable to do the same. It was widely known that he and the fifth prince, Xiao Zheshan, were aligned, thus, his visit to Princess Xianyi would certainly not be well received. After so many years as brothers, Xiao Qirui could easily discern what thoughts occupied Xiao Zheshan's mind. If this delicate beauty were to be Liang Zhen's wife and Xiao Zheshan had taken a liking to her, he could still leverage his status to pursue her. After all, Liang Zhen was merely the emperor's nephew, and though of noble birth, in the eyes of these scions of dragon and phoenix, only the emperors and powerful officials' women were off limits. With a bit of cunning, one could always gain some advantage. Should she refuse, Xiao Zheshan would undoubtedly seek retribution. However, if she were Xiao Qingji's woman, the scenario would change entirely. Who would dare to covet Xiao Qingji's woman in this day and age, unless Xiao Zheshan were to ascend the throne one day, overthrow Xiao Qingji's household, and reclaim her for his own? For Xiao Zheshan, it was quite likely that regret nodded him. After all, she was the very person he had spurned back then. He had boldly assured the Empress Dowager and the Emperor that he would never marry Yanyu, even going so far as to curse her for being a burden to her parents, labeling her a frail wretch. Feigning ignorance of Xiao Zheshan's turmoil, Xiao Qirui pressed on, "Eldest brother, are you unwell? Please, do not frighten me. Shall I summon the imperial physician?" Xiao Zheshan's gaze became vacant as he replied, "No, I am fine." Xiao Qirui continued, "Third brother's wife is truly a paragon of beauty. Today, we have been fortunate to behold such splendor. It is rare to encounter someone of such exquisite form. Merely being graced by her glance would likely leave one weak in the knees." Xiao Zheshan remained silent. He found himself utterly at a loss regarding his feelings. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Empress Zhang and Wei Ruxuan, both radiant in their smiles. Empress Zhang waved at him, beckoning him to approach. Xiao Zheshan was unaware of how he made his way over. Empress Zhang prodded his arm gently. "Shaner, what ails you? You seem lost in thought. What occupies your mind?" Xiao Zheshan pressed his lips together, offering no response. Empress Zhang remarked, "It is untenable for your residence to lack a proper consort to manage affairs. Upon your return, entrust the household to Ruxuan, let her assist you." Wei Ruxuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Little did anyone know how long she had awaited this moment. If granted the authority to oversee the household, it was likely that she would soon be bestowed with the title of principal consort. Xiao Zheshan cast a glance at Wei Ruxian. To be candid, she was indeed a beauty, standing out among the young ladies of the capital. Otherwise, she would not have captivated Xiao Zheshan to such an extent. Yet, amidst the numerous ethereal beauties in the harem, each of whom adorned the abodes of senior officials, Xiao Zheshan could easily encounter several similar maidens during his duties in the provinces. True allure, one that could enchant an entire nation with a single smile, was a rarity he had never encountered, or if fortunate enough to have done so, it had only been with this singular individual. The disparity between them was akin to that of fish eyes compared to pearls, or pearls compared to the moon. Xiao Zheshan found himself utterly bewildered. Why was it that all the finest things in the world, everything he desired, invariably fell into Xiao Qingji's grasp? It seemed as if that which was rightfully his would, without fail, end up with Xiao Qingji. A sudden chuckle escaped him. He realized he should have anticipated this. His father, the emperor, had always favored Xiao Qingji. When had he ever dealt him an injustice? The emperor's eagerness to arrange marriages, hastily betrothing Yanyu to Xiao Qingji while urging him to marry Wei Ruxuan, should have alerted him to hidden motives. It was his own folly to have naively believed that Xiao Qingji had merely taken in a discarded bride. If she were truly undesirable, the emperor would have forced him to accept her, assigning her to the sixth or seventh prince, but never to Xiao Qingji. Over the years, when had Xiao Qingji ever been dealt a poor hand? How foolish he had been, betrayed and yet offering recompense. That moment, both Empress Dowager Zhang and the emperor arrived, with Xiao Qingji standing by the emperor's side. Xiao Zheshan and Wei Ruxuan returned to their original seats. Wei Ruxuan cheerfully remarked, "Fifth master, remember our agreement. Once we return, the household authority rests with me. Do not allow those eunuchs around you to meddle." Xiao Zheshan sipped his wine in silence, his mood sullen. The emperor had been in a foul temper these past days, particularly after receiving news of the southern frost disaster, which had incited his wrath for an entire day. Yet today, on New Year's Eve, a time meant for joy, it was expected that all would be merry. However, with so many lives lost, even lower-ranking concubines understood the need for restraint. While the empress adorned herself with a dazzling display of jewels, her attire embellished with over 100 precious stones. Furthermore, the fifth prince had no principal consort, thus, the attire of his side consorts shone brighter than those of others. The emperor cast a glance at Empress Zhang. With recent calamities in the south, the palace must curtail expenditures. We should not indulge in extravagance. Empress Zhang replied, "I have already reminded the ladies of the palace." Empress Dowager Zhang chimed in cheerfully, "Tonight is New Year's Eve, we are all family here, your majesty, let us allow everyone to revel in joy. Disasters occur year after year, let the ministers address them after the new year." Unbeknownst to them, the banquet passed swiftly while snow began to fall outside. Xiao Zheshan found the festivities tasteless, failing to enjoy either food or drink. Several younger princes and princesses nestled close to their mothers, filling the hall with warmth and cheer. The seventh prince lingered near Princess Fangxin and concubine Luo, while the sixth prince approached concubine Xia, exchanging a few auspicious words that brought a rare smile to her face. Empress Yang, noticing Xiao Zheshan's dejection, scolded the chief eunuch, Shi Liang, who accompanied him, and instructed Wei Ruchuan to attend to fifth master with utmost care. This atmosphere did indeed evoke the spirit of the new year. Recently, the emperor had taken a young favorite consort, prompting Xiao Qingji to bring Yanyu back to the manor with him. Yanyu, having indulged in a variety of delicacies throughout the evening, discreetly observed Xiao Qingji, noting that he had consumed nothing but a few sips of wine. Thinking that there were no fresh pastries in the carriage, she wrapped 2 warm pieces of bird's nest milk snow cake in her handkerchief and tucked them into her sleeve, still warm, intending to offer him a little sustenance. Chapter 85 of the New Year. Xiao Qingji approached Yanyu, observing her eyelashes gently drooping, revealing a hint of drowsiness. At this hour, she would typically be preparing for rest. Let us depart, Xiao Qingji stated in a tone devoid of emotion, his voice deep and cold. Homeward. Yanyu responded with a soft "oh," turning her gaze towards Princess Xianni. The princess smiled and said, "I shall return in my own carriage." Xiao Qingji added, "Aunt, ensure you rest early. Upon your return tomorrow, I shall visit your residence to extend New Year greetings." Princess Xianni nodded with a smile. At that moment, the sixth prince, Xiao Jingshu, emerged from an obscure corner, inquiring, "Third brother, when shall you host a banquet to entertain us? I have yet to visit your estate." Yanyu remained silent, observing the brothers' converse, feeling genuinely fatigued. The hall was still somewhat chilly, and she desired to retire early. Xiao Qingji, uninterested in engaging, took Yanyu's hand and strode towards the exit. "I have no time." The seventh and fifth princes approached, with Wei Ruchuan eagerly trailing beside Xiao Zheshan. Xiao Zheshan glanced down at Yanyu, who appeared somewhat lethargic, likely weary of the prolonged palace banquet. She was swathed in a cloak, the pure white rabbit fur framing her delicate visage, her features illuminated under the lantern light, appearing almost ethereal. This was the fiancée he had cast aside. Wei Ruchuan noticed Xiao Zheshan's gaze upon Yanyu and tugged fiercely at his sleeve. Xiao Zheshan felt a sharp pang of regret, as if pricked by a multitude of fine needles. The choice he had once made, with utmost conviction, had been to feign indifference, to appear unrepentant. He wrapped his arm around Wei Ruchuan's waist, pulling her closer. The seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, remarked with a smile, "Third brother, you are departing so early. We have yet to exchange pleasantries." Xiao Qingji cast a cold glance in his direction. "We shall meet again tomorrow, there is no need for formalities." Xiao Qirui persisted, "It is our first encounter with third sister-in-law. We ought to extend our greetings." Yanyu offered a faint smile. "You flatter me, we are all family here, there is no need for such formality. The snow outside has intensified, let us return early to avoid any mishaps with the carriage." As they exited, Yanyu took the umbrella from Hua Ha and held it over her head. "Your Highness, why did you not eat anything this evening? Merely drinking is detrimental to your health." Xiao Qingji grasped the umbrella from her hands. "I had no desire to eat." Xiao Qirui and the others remained behind, chuckling, "Third brother is indeed fortunate. Let us take our leave, I shall return home first." Wei Ruchuan, observing Yanyu and Xiao Qingji's retreating figures, could not suppress a disdainful scoff. It appeared they were a match made in heaven, but she mused, it would not be long before their downfall. The future emperor would be the fifth prince, and she would ascend to the role of empress. Would she still hold any regard for this? She continued to chatter incessantly to Xiao Zheshan, "Do not forget what the empress said. Once we return home, I shall take charge. If you do not grant me the position of principal wife, I am certain the empress will elevate me." Xiao Zheshan walked ahead, ignoring her. Wei Ruchuan, feeling slighted, retorted, "Are you troubled by that little vixen? Regretting our union, I was a fresh blossom, following you even before marriage, forsaking the Prince of Qin. You should know, he is far more appealing than you." Before she could finish her tirade, Xiao Zheshan struck her across the face. Tears welled in her eyes. Xiao Zheshan, he paid her no mind and proceeded to the carriage. Yanyu assisted Hua Ha as she boarded the carriage and took her seat. The distance to the Wang residence was still considerable, and the slippery snow caused the carriage to move slower than usual. Xiao Qingji turned to Yanyu. "What are your thoughts on Xiao Zheshan?" Initially unaware, Yanyu pondered his question. Xiao Zheshan appeared refined and handsome, exuding an air of warmth and nobility. Although he lacked the height and looks of Xiao Qingji, his gentle demeanor made him seem approachable. "The fifth prince seems to be an avid reader, he must possess considerable talent," she replied. Xiao Qingji's tone turned icy. "You seem quite observant of him." Yanyu, displeased, retorted, "Are you suggesting I should blind myself to all men? Would you believe me if I claimed to have never noticed him, to be unaware of his appearance? You would probably accuse me of deceit." Xiao Qingji, noticing her defiance, grasped her chin. "Try saying that again." Yanyu playfully punched his shoulder. "I detest you, do not touch me." Xiao Qingji lowered his head and captured her lips. It was the first time he had initiated a kiss with Yanyu. Instinctively navigating the situation, Xiao Qingji, robust and commanding, held her tightly, and despite her attempts to resist, she found herself unable to escape. After a brief moment of intimacy, he finally released her. Her eyelashes appeared damp, and her lips bore the marks of his affection, her expression akin to an irate little rabbit, with a hint of redness at the corners of her eyes. After being freed, Yanyu chose not to engage him in conversation but recalled that Xiao Qingji had not eaten for several hours. She retrieved a pastry wrapped in a handkerchief from her sleeve and offered it to him. Though the snow outside had slightly crumbled the pastry, it remained intact. Xiao Qingji was taken aback that she had considered such details, though he realized these small pastries, filled with sweet coconut and bird's nest, would hardly suffice to satiate his hunger. After consuming them, they arrived at the Wang residence. Yan Yu was truly exhausted. Xiao Qingji carried her off the carriage, the ground blanketed in white snow. Hua Ha intended to hold the umbrella for them, but Xiao Qingji refused, carrying Yan Yu directly to Wanfuayuan. Yan Yu instructed her maid to prepare some food. The kitchen had already anticipated their return and promptly delivered vegetable dumplings with bamboo shoots and mushrooms, honey-braised goose, chicken soup with fish balls, and several side dishes. After dipping 2 dumplings in vinegar, Yan Yu, having changed and freshened up, retired to bed. Lying down with her back to the outside, Xiao Qingji joined her, turning her to face him. With no choice, she nestled against him. Xiao Qingji kissed her cheek gently this time. Yan Yu was genuinely fatigued. After allowing him a kiss, she wished to continue sleeping. Xiao Qingji proceeded to kiss her further down, unfastening her clothing and removing her embroidered bodice. Yan Yu's ears flushed crimson. She felt a mix of weariness and the overwhelming sensation of his presence, urging him to extinguish the lights before proceeding further. However, Xiao Qingji did not extinguish the lights. Instead, he pressed her onto the bed, showering her with kisses, his hands deftly untying his robes as he engaged in intimate acts. Yan Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never encountered such a robust figure before, and with the lights still aglow, it felt inappropriate. Yet, Xiao Qingji's assertiveness rendered her unable to escape. After assisting him once, she nestled against his chest and succumbed to slumber. Xiao Qingji wiped his brow, gently brushing Yan Yu's inky tresses aside. Chapter 86. The New Year. The following day, Yan Yu did not awaken until the afternoon. Upon rousing, she inquired of Ning Xia what time it was, only to realize she had overslept. As she instructed someone to prepare hot water, she chided Ning Xia, "Today is the first day of the New Year, why did you not wake me earlier?" Ning Xia replied, "Your Highness, the master left for court early and forbade us from calling you. He mentioned that you need not attend the palace today, as he would pay respects to the Empress and the Dowager Empress on your behalf." This was, in fact, rather irregular. Yet, such was the nature of Xiao Qingji, what more could one expect from him? Given the circumstances, there was little choice but to acquiesce. This year, during the New Year festivities, Yan Yu generously distributed rewards to the household staff, hoping to elevate their spirits. As for her own feelings of joy, they seemed inconsequential. In truth, Yan Yu believed she ought to embrace happiness daily. Despite her family's recent misfortunes, her lineage afforded her respect, nurtured under the auspices of her deceased parents and brothers. Now, married to Xiao Qingji, her life appeared to be a harmonious tapestry. Perhaps, with the arrival of a child, her status would be further solidified. Ning Xia assisted Yan Yu in dressing and grooming, stating, "Several households have already sent gifts to pay their respects this morning. Would you care to peruse them?" Yan Yu nodded, recognizing that during the New Year, social exchanges significantly increase, and she indeed wished to inspect each offering. Yan Yu was unaware of what Xiao Qingji typically bestowed upon the aides at Songfeng Pavilion each year. Following his usual disposition, it was likely to involve gold, silver, and jewels. Xiao Qingji was notably generous to those under his command. He lavished rewards upon merit and promoted those capable. Consequently, even though he imposed severe penalties on those who erred, a loyal cadre remained steadfastly by his side. However, Yan Yu had already procured a list of the aides over a month ago, thoroughly investigating their family backgrounds. She instructed her maid to prepare modest gifts for each individual, intending to present them in Xiao Qingji's name upon his return later. Xiao Qingji inspected the gifts and noted their modest value. Some consisted of clothing and jewelry, while others were pastries and medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, he understood the sentiment behind Yan Yu's intentions. He remarked, "The annual monetary rewards I provide them would likely amount to far more than these trinkets." "These are not comparable," Yan Yu countered. "You are the master, and they seek advancement in status through your favor. Should a better offer arise, they would undoubtedly abandon you. Sometimes, the small favors visible to an entire family foster greater loyalty." The gifts Yan Yu prepared were primarily meant for the families of the aides, with thoughtful considerations such as pastries for elderly parents, medicinal herbs for the ailing, silks for those with wives or daughters, and scholarly supplies or fine wines for the unaccompanied. The vast estate of the Prince of Qin need not fear the loss of a few aides. There are always new ones to take their place, Xiao Qingji asserted. Those who wish to leave can simply be dealt with. Yan Yu replied casually, "A wise bird chooses the tree it perches upon. If your highness only values profit and disregards human sentiment, they too will act solely on self-interest. Executing them upon betrayal would tarnish your reputation. If you treat them well and they still betray you, even execution could be justified." Xiao Qingji fell silent, running his fingers gently through Yan Yu's hair. His approach was one of iron will, starkly contrasting with her softer, more nuanced perspective. Such methods of garnering loyalty were not typically in his repertoire, yet Yan Yu's insights were not lost on him. This year, the aides were met with unique rewards, which, while not extravagantly valuable, were sufficiently practical for each individual. It was evident that the prince considered their welfare, fostering a sense of contentment among them, despite their silence. Who could claim the prince was devoid of compassion? Was this not a testament to his humanity? Those in Xiao Qingji's presence discerned a shift. Within a mere year, their master seemed to genuinely harbor ambitions for the throne. Previously, when many had hinted at such aspirations, he had remained unresponsive, showing no inclination. Now, however, Xiao Qingji had begun to assert himself, taking actions against the Zhang family, starting with the recent southern famine. He had dispatched Bo Feng, a crucial piece in the Prince of Qin's strategy, to undertake significant tasks upon his arrival. Meanwhile, the Zhang family found themselves in a state of alarm. On the first day of the new year, Zhang Can entered the palace to meet the Dowager Empress. What transpired in their conversation remains unknown, but it was reported that the Dowager Empress was quite displeased. Subsequently, she summoned Xiao Jieshan, intending to propose a marriage between him and a girl from the Zhang family to become his primary consort. However, there were no eligible girls of suitable age among the Zhang family's direct lineage. Zhang Shu's daughters were bored of concubines, and few were appropriate matches, yet, there was a girl from the second branch, not of direct descent, but this girl was indeed legitimate, soon to reach marriageable age, graceful and compliant. Zhang Qin held a particular fondness for this granddaughter, favoring her more than Zhang Shu's children. Upon learning it was a cousin from the Zhang family, Xiao Jiashan felt a wave of irritation. The Dowager Empress sighed, "Shaner, I am unaware of what you previously conveyed to your maternal grandfather, but I know he feels some disappointment in you. You have matured and must not behave as you did in your youth." Xiao Jiashan's tone was unsettled. "Whatever arrangements the Empress desires, I shall comply, as I am merely a puppet in your hands. This marriage is not mine to decide." His words incited the Dowager Empress's ire. "You consider yourself a puppet in my grasp. If only you were indeed a puppet. I urged you to marry a girl from the Wen family, yet you refused. Now you wish to meddle in these matters." Xiao Jiashan's eyes darkened, and he said nothing further. However, the news of this incident soon reached the Empress. The Empress Zhang held her elder brother Zhang Shu in high regard, dismissing her half-brother. Now, with her father and aunt seeking to marry a daughter of the second branch to Xiao Jiashan, she was decidedly opposed. Should this girl enter Xiao Jiashan's household, she would undoubtedly heed the Dowager Empress's commands, disregarding her own mother-in-law. Upon hearing of the escalating discord between the Empress and the Dowager Empress, Yan Yu was amused. After receiving news from the palace, Wu Wang animatedly recounted the tale to her, hoping to amuse the princess with this jest. Lately, Yan Yu had frequently been summoned to pay her respects to the Dowager Empress early in the morning, and now that unrest brewed within the palace, Wu Wang believed this would surely delight Yan Yu. With a playful smile, Yan Yu covered her mouth with her hand. To be honest, life within the Prince of Qin's residence was far more tranquil than that of the fifth princess. Within the fifth prince's household, it felt akin to residing with two matriarchs. While these two women appeared harmonious and were indeed family, even the closest of relationships could harbor subtle fissures, necessitating one to choose sides, each choice bearing its own advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 87. The new year Empress Dowager Zhang's power has grown significantly. Those who are aligned with her seem to be more at ease in her presence, lacking the multitude of rules that characterized Empress Zhang. However, the Empress Dowager is advancing in age and cannot provide protection indefinitely. Should Empress Zhang endure until the end, she too would ascend to the status of Empress Dowager. Thus, marrying the fifth prince, regardless of his disposition, presents a daunting challenge as one must navigate the tumultuous relationship between the Empress Dowager and the Empress. The chaos within the palace may prove beneficial. Once the Empress Dowager invests her time in the affairs concerning the fifth prince and the Empress, she will have little energy left to keep a watchful eye on the Prince of Qin's residence. Coincidentally, the three individuals whom the Empress Dowager had placed there remain unresolved, and Yan Yu hopes to take advantage of this period to deal with them. Keeping such troublesome individuals around could lead to unforeseen complications. During this festive season, the atmosphere in the courtyard has become notably more relaxed than before. Whenever Yan Yu is away, groups tend to gather clandestinely to gamble and drink. On this grand occasion of the new year, Yan Yu chooses to turn a blind eye and refrains from confronting them. Later, Jin Xiu discreetly informs Yan Yu that two young maids serving in the courtyards accepted jade hairpins gifted by Xinhua, while two outer gate guards received 50 taels of silver from a eunuch. The two maids who accepted the hairpins have been acting suspiciously in recent days, their eyes darting about with an air of restlessness. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yan Yu returns home early and decides to take a stroll, fortuitously encountering the two eunuchs who were rewarded by the Empress Dowager. Both eunuchs are in their 20s. Those who can gain the Empress Dowager's favor in the palace are typically quite astute. Hua and Xinhua both possess charming appearances, and these two eunuchs appear clean and sharp-witted. Yan Yu casually gestures for them to approach and inquires about their names. They bow and approach eagerly, the more slender and bright-eyed one introducing himself as Quan Ting, while the rounder and more straightforward one is Quan Fu. Yan Yu raises her chin slightly to Quan Ting and instructs, "Go to the Tsangfeng Pavilion and convey a message, requesting the colorful blue glass cup taken yesterday." Upon hearing the princess's command, Quan Ting hurriedly bows and sets off. Quan Fu remains hunched beside him, hesitant to leave without being dismissed. Disinterestedly, Yan Yu asks, "When did you enter the palace? How old are you this year?" In response to the princess, "I entered the palace at 15, having spent 9 years here, thus I am 24 this year." "Such a late entry? Where is your hometown?" Quan Fu replies, "My hometown is in Guid. We fled to the capital due to famine, and my entire family perished from hunger. I am fortunate to have survived and entered the palace." Yan Yu nods, "Your background is indeed pitiable. I cannot bear to hear such tales of suffering, they sadden me deeply." Quickly, Quan Fu slaps himself, "It is my mistake, I should not have spoken of such ill fortune in front of the princess." Yan Yu rewards him with a delicately engraved silver coin, permitting him to leave. Quan Ting soon returns with the requested item, promptly delivering it to the maid in Yan Yu's courtyard, and the two men return to their respective duties. Quan Ting muses, after being neglected for hundreds of years, suddenly being summoned for questioning, "What do you think the princess truly means by this?" Quan Fu shakes his head, perhaps she is merely inquiring out of curiosity. "The princess is still just a young girl, what could she possibly comprehend? Just wait, we shall eventually turn her world upside down." Quan Ting scoffs, "Hua has already been sent to wash clothes, we might soon find ourselves in her sights. We have done nothing wrong, and with the Empress Dowager backing us, what reason could she possibly have to harm us?" Quan Ting responds, "She may not dare. Do not forget the Prince of Qin. If he wishes to eliminate us, he will require a justification." At the mention of this, Quan Fu shudders. Though they fear not the princess, they are wary of the elusive Prince of Qin. Closing his eyes, Quan Fu remarks, upon entering the Prince of Qin's residence, one must be prepared to face death. Fortune favors the bold, death within the palace is a possibility, but should they survive, untold riches and glory await them. All four of them entered with the mindset of embracing death. Hua and Xinghua, both possessing appealing features, were chosen for service in the Empress Dowager's palace shortly after their arrival, receiving decades of her nurturing and support. Quan Ting initially began by cleaning toilets in the palace, a task both dirty and laborious, often suffering abuse at the hands of the senior eunuchs. However, upon noticing his plight, the Empress Dowager arranged for him to work in the Shokong Palace, thus preserving his fragile life. Over these years, Quan Ting has remained unwaveringly loyal to the Empress Dowager, while Quan Fu, aware of his complaints, understands that he performs his duties without hesitation. As for Quan Fu, also a person of misfortune, he eventually found his footing in the palace and obtained a particularly beautiful companion, whose beauty rivals that of Hua. The Empress Dowager is also aware of this, as that companion now resides in her palace, engaged in needlework. Provided they survive, the Empress Dowager has promised to release them from the palace and grant them lavish homes. Though life may be tough now, the future promises a life that even deities would envy. Understanding what Quan Fu was contemplating, Quan Ting smiles. Even if the future allows you to bring Pear Blossom out, she might just run off to chase after men. Instantly irritated, Quan Fu retorts, "What did you say?" Quan Ting bursts into laughter. "What? Do you expect her to bear you a robust child?" As men entering the palace, they are essentially rootless beings. Even if one desires a beauty, it is akin to a deaf man possessing a rare ancient zither. With a cold sneer, Quan Fu responds, "You have never even experienced a woman's embrace, do not entertain thoughts of fathering children." Having entered the palace at the tender age of 8, Quan Ting has known nothing of women, as he was castrated before he could comprehend such matters. Enraged by the comment, he retorts, you can father a child, let Pear Blossom bear one for you, and you shall wear a grand green hat." The two begin to bicker and nearly come to blows, yet this is the prince's residence, not the palace. In the palace, eunuchs often engage in fights. Here, however, they risk being summoned before the princess for punishment, thus, they must relent. Meanwhile, upon returning, Yenyu finds Hua Wang approaching her. "Princess, I have brought you a maid who carries a dog." Since her return from the temporary palace, Hua Wang, in an effort to bring her joy, has procured a snow-white hunting dog. Occasionally, when Yenyu feels bored or vexed, she finds solace in playing with the dog. Upon returning, Yenyu inspects the maid brought to her. The little girl stands below Yenyu's chest, her hair a golden hue, braided and falling over her chest, resembling two withered ears of wheat. The braids are fastened with faded red ribbons, and her appearance is quite charming. Yenyu inquires about her name, and the timid maid replies, "I am called Huangya." Finding the name rather unappealing, Yenyu renames her Jin Sui Er. Hua Wang urges Jin Sui Er to kneel in gratitude, bowing several times to the hunting dog, named Shuanghua, is remarkably intelligent, understanding who the true master is. Whenever it sees Yenyu, it remains silent, refraining from barking, and obediently lies down for her to pet. After spending some time playing, Yenyu instructs Jin Sui Er to take the dog away, remembering that Princess Xianyi's daughter-in-law has been unwell lately, and that she has not emerged in the past 2 days. Yenyu arranges for ginseng, deer antler, and the newly offered 7-flower spirit mushroom paste to be sent over. Chapter 88. The New Year. On the following day, as the sky appeared particularly pleasant, and the midday sun bathed everything in warmth, Yenyu contemplated taking a stroll outside. Before departing, she instructed Jin Sui Er to bring over Shuanghua, ensuring that the little dog's 4 paws and any soiled areas were thoroughly washed and cleaned, with its fur meticulously brushed to prevent any shedding during handling. Hua Wang had previously advised Jin Sui Er on these matters, for Shuanghua, being still a puppy, was light enough for the princess to carry. However, should the princess wish to embrace it, any dirt on its paws or loose fur would surely displease her. Jin Sui Er, having endured hardship in her past life, suffering from hunger and cold, and often facing beatings, was now clad in warm new garments and had enjoyed a hearty meal upon arriving at the prince's residence. She took Hua Wang's instructions to heart, diligently obeying any requests made of her. After being cleaned, Shuanghua resembled a snowball, so pristine that it would be indistinguishable upon being tossed into the snow. Today, Yenyu chose not to carry the puppy but rather allowed Jin Sui Er to set it down to walk. Following this, Shuanghua joyfully bounded alongside Yenyu, occasionally emitting excited little whines. Upon reaching the outer courtyard, they encountered the 2 eunuchs, Quan Ting and Quan Fu. As soon as they saw Yenyu, they knelt before her, with Quan Fu casting a glance at Jin Sui Er's face. "May the princess enjoy boundless blessings and peace." Yenyu smiled warmly, saying, "Rise, there is no need for such formalities. You two should keep an eye on the dog and ensure it does not plunge into the mud." Quan Ting and Quan Fu positioned themselves on either side, vigilantly watching to prevent the puppy from straying. Jin Sui Er stole a few glances at Quan Fu, suddenly recalling Hua Wang's warning that upon entering the royal residence, one should not stare at others, particularly not at nobles, nor speak freely unless addressed. The admonition that failing to control one's gaze could lead to having one's eyes gouged out, and that uncontrolled speech could result in having one's tongue cut out, terrified her. Consequently, she averted her eyes, focusing instead on the little dog trailing at the princess's feet. Jin Sui Er had been sold into the prince's residence for 50 taels. Initially, her mother was reluctant to part with her, believing that a few more years of nurturing would yield a substantial bride price. However, upon hearing Hua Wang's offer of 50 taels, her mother felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. Given that ordinary maidservants fetched only 1 or 2 taels, a girl of Jin Sui Er's age would need to be extraordinarily beautiful to command more than 10 taels. The allure of such a high price convinced her mother to sell her, thinking it a fortune, especially since raising her for marriage would entail significant costs. In contrast, Hua Wang claimed that Shuanghua was worth over 1,000 taels, asserting that once fully grown, it could take down 5 wolves, and that the emperor's favorite hunting dog was Shuanghua's sire. Jean Swayer could not fathom how a mere dog could be valued so highly. Even if its father were the emperor, it remained a dog. Yet, under Huo Wang's watchful eye, she understood the importance of keeping a close watch over it. Jean Swayer scrutinized the dog carefully while Quan Fu observed her with unwavering focus. Yan Yu, with a gentle smile, beckoned Jean Swayer over to her. What did you have for breakfast? Jean Swayer replied, rice porridge, braised radish with meat, pepper salt cakes, and meat dumplings. And how old are you this year? I'm 8.5. What do your father and mother do at home? Are they kind to you? Seeing the princess's gentle beauty, which surpassed anyone she had ever encountered, Jean Swayer unconsciously revealed her family's circumstances. My mother washes clothes for others, and my father sells cloth at a shop. He is not my biological father, and he often beats and scolds me. As the little dog playfully tugged at the grass, Yan Yu paused to wait for it to catch up, glancing at Quan Fu. What about your real father? He sold buns, but he passed away from illness 2 years ago. Yan Yu affectionately patted Jean Swayer's head. Such a pity, dear child. You are brought here by Huo Wang, consider him your godfather, and he will protect you henceforth. Jean Swayer nodded timidly, casting a shy glance at Huo Wang, unsure of calling him out loud. After all, Huo Wang had a fearsome reputation, and the other servants referred to him as Lord Wang. When he had visited Jean Swayer's home, his imposing presence resembled that of an official from the ruling court, casting sidelong glances that instilled fear in everyone. Huo Wang, with a beaming smile, leaned closer. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will treat Jean Swayer as my own daughter. Your compassionate nature cannot bear to see others suffer. This girl has endured so much hardship, and now that she has found you, her days of misfortune are over. Yan Yu replied, should I discover that you are deceiving me with falsehoods, I shall have your head. Huo Wang quickly protested, this servant would never dare, not even with 1,000 lives would I risk deceiving your highness. At that moment, a gust of wind arose, and Ning Xia, concerned for Yan Yu's well-being, ordered everyone to disperse. Huo Wang, too, instructed Jean Swayer to carry the dog away from the area. As lunchtime approached, Yan Yu recalled that she had sent Bai Chun to deliver items to the Liang residence the day before but had not had the chance to inquire about the recipient's condition. She summoned Bai Chun to ask for updates. How is the young madam of the Liang family? Bai Chun gently shook her head. Not well, it is said she has had tuberculosis for some time. This winter, she did not take care of herself and caught a chill, leading to recent bouts of coughing up blood. Even Princess Xianyi has moved from the palace to the Liang household to look after her. The young madam and the princess send their thanks to your highness for your concern. Yan Yu felt a heaviness in her heart. I shall visit her in person tomorrow. Having consumed a light meal and sipped a few mouthfuls of warm plum wine, Yan Yu intended to rest for a while. At this juncture, Ning Xia mentioned that Quan Fu wished to see her, and Yan Yu permitted him to enter. The moment Quan Fu entered, he knelt on the floor, bowing his head and remaining silent for an extended period. Yan Yu, casually lowering her gaze, remarked, your past experiences have been well concealed, it took considerable effort to uncover them. Fear not, the Empress Dowager will remain unaware. Aside from those in my presence, no one is privy to this. Quan Fu bowed again. This servant is deeply grateful for your highness's great kindness. Yan Yu replied coolly, I do not place stock in mere words of gratitude. In her position, she was accustomed to hearing expressions of gratitude daily. Those beneath her treated her with greater affection than their own parents or ancestors, and flattery was freely dispensed. Even when she encountered those above her, they employed the same praise. The reality of the situation, however, was known only to oneself. Speaking sweetly was the easiest thing to do, and Quan Fu declared, within 3 days, this servant will prove it to your highness. Chapter 89. The new year. Yan Yu, doubting his verbal prowess, presented him with a pill, insisting he consume it in her presence. Quan Fu understood that the princess had been raised in the Shao household, renowned for its lineage of imperial physicians, and thus, it was not unusual for her to possess peculiar items. Henceforth, he was to visit her every 3 months to receive an antidote. Without it, he would swiftly succumb to poisoning. Upon exiting Yan Yu's chambers, Quan Fu exhaled a long sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Though the princess appeared youthful, her demeanor was frigid and unyielding, making her difficult to approach. The weather showed no signs of warming after the new year, remaining bitterly cold, yet this afternoon, a resplendent sun hung in the sky, casting a warm glow upon all. Quan Fu spotted Jean Swayer playing with a red ball and a small dog. The little girl, who previously toiled from dawn till dusk, now bore a smile on her thin face, a sight that had been rare before. He beckoned her over, but Jean Swayer hesitated, her gaze timidly fixed upon him. But he gestured again, and seeing no one around, she cautiously approached, cradling the dog in her arms. Do you remember me? Quan Fu inquired. Jean Swayer nodded. She had begun to recall events, having seen this man a few times each year, always receiving a handful of coins and some food from him. Her father had once sold buns, yet she seldom had enough to eat, as her meals were reserved for her younger brother, leaving her to consume the scraps while working tirelessly. After her father's passing, her young mother remarried, bringing Jean Swayer and her brother into a new household. Her stepfather treated her much like her biological father had, ensuring she remained perpetually hungry and poorly clothed. Thus, she awaited the visits from the man who occasionally provided her sustenance. Quan Fu sighed and gently ruffled Jean Swayer's hair. Before the calamity struck his hometown, he too had parents, a few acres of land, and had married early. Following his parents' demise, he fled to the capital with his pregnant wife, only to have her taken away by a bun seller in the city, leaving him to become a eunuch in the palace. In recent years, his fortunes had improved slightly, allowing him to occasionally venture out of the palace to procure items and meet with this girl. Though merely a child, she represented his sole remaining bloodline. For many years, Quan Fu had kept this secret to himself, believing he would take it to his grave. Despite knowing the truth, he could not help but ask, "Did your mother sell you to this household, or did she send you here to work?" "I was sold," Jean Swayer replied, her innocence revealing more than she intended. "It's better here. There's meat to eat." Quan Fu sighed once more. "Be filial to your stepfather, following him may lead to a brighter future." Hua Wang now served under the princess, regarded as the most accomplished of Hua Ha's foster sons. By acknowledging Quan Fu as her godfather, Jean Swayer became Hua Ha's goddaughter, and the maids and housekeepers in the estate dared not show her disdain, aware that they would need to curry favor with her in the future. In truth, Yin Yu had not provided any antidote to be collected every 3 months. Even if the Shao family possessed medical knowledge, it could not compare to that of the esteemed imperial physicians of the present day. If the physicians could not concoct such a remedy, how could Yin Yu possibly do so? Thus, she had deceived Quan Fu, who genuinely believed her. Belief, after all, often shapes reality. If one believes, it exists, and if one does not, it fades away. Quan Fu was a clever man, aware of how to navigate the complexities of palace life. The eunuchs who thrived were astute, capable of twisting truths to suit their purposes. After returning, he encountered Quan Ting, who was preoccupied with a small jade pendant, a reward from the princess for retrieving an item for her. The delicate white jade, carved into the shape of a lotus, held significant value in the eyes of the nobility, though to them it was simply a rare trinket. Unable to resist a jibe, Quan Fu remarked, "Look at you, so enamored with trifles, as if you have never seen anything of worth." Quan Ting quickly concealed the pendant. "Have you learned anything of import in recent days?" Quan Fu inquired. "Nothing much," Quan Ting replied, "only that I have managed to win over a few individuals, but considerable silver has been spent. It is difficult to sway those close to the prince." Quan Fu closed his eyes, and the following day, news reached the ears of Empress Dowager Zhang. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "She truly possesses cunning. She has managed to turn my people against me." Mama Zhao gently massaged the dowager's shoulders and back, mindful of her frail constitution. "These ingrates, once detached from your service, quickly seek new patrons," she sighed. "Quan Ting is no better. He is a heartless wretch who forgets the kindness shown to him. After you saved him, he became a white-eyed wolf, easily swayed by a mere bone tossed his way." The dowager's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Those sent out had all received some form of favor from her, or had been cared for by Shokong Palace since entering the palace. The lives and fortunes of these individuals, including their families, were largely in her hands. Quan Ting was astute, often feigning unwavering loyalty to the dowager, adopting a facade so convincing that it was hard to discern his true intentions. Yet, who could have anticipated that Quan Fu would reveal that the princess found Quan Ting clever, frequently assigning him tasks and even bestowing rewards upon him? The shallow-minded sycophant, having never encountered true wealth, was easily won over by small gifts from the Qin princess, leading him to betray his former master, divulging the secrets of those in the prince's residence. Those who betrayed Empress Dowager Zhang would find no mercy. Should they ever turn against her again, the cost would be dire. Thus, the dowager commanded Quan Fu to eliminate Quan Ting, ensuring that he would vanish from existence. Upon hearing about the affairs within the Qin residence, the dowager felt a sense of unease, discomfort gnawing at her. "Quan Fu's old acquaintance, Li Hua, is here. He would hardly dare betray you," Mama Zhao noted. "Since the Qin princess has harbored such thoughts, we must keep a close watch on Xinghua. She must not be swayed by the princess. She has little interest in such trifles," the dowager replied. Xinghua, having once safeguarded the dowager's jewelry box, was not easily impressed, possessing a discerning nature. Moreover, girls tend to be sentimental. With both her parents serving in the Zhang household, she would not dare entertain any disloyalty. The marriage of the fifth prince to a Zhang girl remained unresolved, and the dowager found herself besieged by the queen's persistent meddling. The queen sought to elevate Wei Ruchuan to the position of the primary consort, a notion that incited the dowager's disdain. The queen's ambitions would only serve to ruin the fifth prince, showing no consideration for his future. What reputable prince would wed a woman known for her licentious behavior before marriage? Should the queen pursue this course, the fifth prince's prospects would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 90 New Year Yen Yu swiftly received some troubling news. Quan Ting, who had been inseparable from Quan Fu, suddenly fell ill after mistakenly consuming something unwholesome, exhibiting severe symptoms akin to a contagious disease. How could a sick individual remain in the royal residence? Consequently, Yen Yu informed Empress Dowager Zhang, who readily consented to have Quan Ting sent back to the inner palace for recuperation. It was said that he perished that very night upon his return, with no one knowing the cause of his demise. Given the countless individuals in the inner palace, it was not uncommon for someone to die from illness every few days. Thus, no one paid it any mind. Soon after, Yen Yu undertook a thorough restructuring of the personnel within the royal palace, dismissing all eunuchs and guards who had previously maintained close relations with Quan Ting and Quan Fu. As for Xinghua, the sole remaining maid, Yen Yu chose not to act hastily, trusting that Quan Fu would soon demonstrate his loyalty by dealing with her himself. Princess Xianyi's daughter-in-law had fallen ill, prompting Yen Yu to carve out some time to pay her a visit. Quan Fu had been assigned to tend to the garden, occasionally venturing outside the palace to procure various items. During these outings, he would discreetly slip into the palace to meet with the Empress Dowager, who appeared more haggard than before, her eyelids drooping heavily. Pear Blossom was present, diligently embroidering, her delicate hands remarkably skilled. Quan Fu wept before the Empress Dowager. "This servant appears foolish and inept, lacking the cleverness of Quan Ting. The princess deems me unworthy and has sent me to tend to the plants. This place is far from the princess's quarters, rendering her unable to exert her influence. This servant will act as circumstances dictate. Whatever the Empress Dowager commands, I shall obey." The Empress Dowager regarded him with a discerning gaze. Indeed, Quan Fu lacked the charm and cleverness that characterized Quan Ting. The latter was far too shrewd, switching allegiances with ease, akin to a rootless vagabond. In contrast, Quan Fu's earnest and nostalgic demeanor was somewhat more admirable. Pear Blossom shyly presented a small embroidered pouch to Quan Fu before the Empress Dowager. His ears flushed crimson as he furtively gauged the Empress Dowager's reaction. She offers her sincere affection, you should accept it, the Empress Dowager encouraged, and only then did Quan Fu dare to receive it. Several eunuchs in Shokong Palace were familiar with Quan Fu, and he gleaned a wealth of information during his inquiries. Upon returning to the Qin Wanfu, he relayed to Yen Yu the Empress Dowager's intention to marry a daughter of the Zheng family to the fifth prince as his legitimate consort. Yen Yu was already aware of this development, having invested a considerable amount of silver in establishing connections within the palace. The dynamics of court life were ever-changing, and she feared that any future events might not be communicated in a timely manner. With Quan Fu's assistance, gathering intelligence from the Empress Dowager would become notably easier. Yen Yu nodded, signaling for Quan Fu to take his leave. Meanwhile, the stirrings within the palace had not escaped the attention of Songfeng Terrace. Xiao Qingji's covert guards were stationed everywhere, ready to report any signs of disturbance. Hua Ha adjusted Xiao Qingji's clothing, remarking, "This strategy employed by the princess is indeed astute. She has transformed our palace's surveillance into her own watchful eyes upon the Empress Dowager." Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. Naturally, one must not forget whose princess she is. Upon their first meeting, he had sensed a certain spiritedness in her. Xiao Qingji, akin to a ravenous wolf, would never regard Yen Yu as a mere prey, but rather as a cunning little fox, not a defenseless deer or rabbit caught in a trap. Hua Ha continued, "These past few days, the fifth prince has been insistent on visiting our residence, even sending inquiries today. Your Highness, what do you think?" Since Xiao Qingji had established his residence outside the palace, there had been little interaction between the two brothers, their discord well known. Ever since that fateful New Year's Eve when he encountered Yen Yu, Xiao Jiashan had frequently sought out Xiao Qingji. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened immediately, his grip on the white jade paperweight shattering it into two pieces. "Tell him to scram." Xiao Qingji was typically stoic, rarely expressing his emotions so directly. Hua Ha, alarmed, promptly knelt, "This servant will relay your command at once." Xiao Qingji smashed two glass lamps on his desk, contemplating further destruction when Hua Ha, timidly interjecting, reminded him, the jade plate that held the osmanthus pine nut rolls was sent over by the princess yesterday. Hua Ha dreaded speaking at that moment, as the prince appeared ready to unleash his wrath. Nonetheless, broken items could be swiftly replaced. The princess had an impeccable memory. Even the absence of a single plate or cup would raise her suspicions, potentially leading her to believe Hua Ha had embezzled them, implicating the prince in their loss. Xiao Qingji closed his eyes, opting not to pursue the matter of the plate further. Yen Yu was in her chamber, and confronting her over a mere plate seemed far less prudent. He strode out, leaving Hua Ha trembling, who then glared at the messenger eunuch. "If you report any further visits from the fifth prince, you shall be expelled from the palace." At that moment, Yen Yu reclined on her couch, perusing a book, feeling unwell and reluctant to rise. Even before Xiao Qingji arrived at Wanfuayuan, Hua Ha's subordinates were already dispatched to inform her of the prince's arrival. Noting his foul mood and potential for anger, Yen Yu thought to herself, anger? He has surely come to the wrong place. If Xiao Qingji were to unleash his wrath upon her, kicking her repeatedly during the day, she might very well end up hanging herself at night, turning his Qin Wangfu into a haunted residence, leaving him a widower. She set aside her book and sipped some tea to soothe her throat. At that moment, Hua Ha nervously followed behind Xiao Qingji, fearing the prince would scold the princess, which could lead to her seeking retribution against him. Thus, he instructed a young eunuch to take a detour to Wanfuayuan to deliver the message. Upon entering, Xiao Qingji found Yen Yu weakly descending from her couch, her hair unkempt, and her face devoid of makeup, clad in a thin, translucent garment, looking utterly pitiful. He instinctively reached out to touch her hand, discovering it as cold as snow. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Do you not feel cold?" he inquired. Yen Yu replied, "I was just lying on the couch, draped in a blanket, so I did not feel chilly." "What troubles you, your highness? Are you in a bad mood? Who has upset you?" He effortlessly lifted her back onto the couch, covering her with a soft camel wool blanket. "It is nothing. What time did you rise today? Have you eaten anything?" Yen Yu glanced at Hua Ha, who remained silent. "I awoke at the hour, but had no appetite," she answered. "I wished to take a stroll, yet felt too lethargic to move." As she spoke, she leaned languidly against Xiao Qingji, her eyes lifting to meet his. "I intend to have crystal plum blossom dumplings and almond tofu prepared for dinner. Would you like to stay and sample them, your highness?" Xiao Qingji responded with a simple, indicating his agreement. Chapter 91. Regret. Yen Yu leaned against Xiao Qingji, continuing to read. Having a human-shaped pillow was indeed delightful. Xiao Qingji, tall and long-legged with broad shoulders, effortlessly enveloped Yen Yu within his embrace. Although Yen Yu felt somewhat cool, Xiao Qingji radiated warmth, making it quite comfortable to lean against him. After a while, fatigue began to set in, and she buried her face in his chest. To be honest, the scent emanating from him was rather pleasant, likely due to his penchant for woody incense, particularly sandalwood and agarwood, giving Yen Yu the sensation of dozing off in a Buddhist temple. Xiao Qingji rested a hand on Yen Yu's delicate shoulder, inquiring, "Are you tired? Do you wish to take a nap?" Yen Yu responded with a soft tilting her chin invitingly for a kiss. Her face bore a hint of pallor, with a pointed chin and a pair of lustrous eyes. Perhaps the room was too dry, as her lightly tinted lips appeared slightly chapped. Xiao Qingji gazed at her for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. Ultimately, he refrained from kissing her. After all, he was not a man devoid of self-control. He pinched Yen Yu's chin, saying, "You spend all day acting spoiled. This prince finds it most irksome. He had never encountered a woman as clingy as she. Yan Yu playfully kicked him. Then you may leave and find someone who doesn't act spoiled to accompany you. Xiao Qingji fell silent, grasping her foot. She wore a pair of rabbit fleece socks, and even through the plush fabric, he could feel her feet were cold. Yan Yu, not wishing to be held, squirmed slightly. I find you quite bothersome. Do not touch me. Xiao Qingji pulled her closer into his embrace. All right, cease your antics. Yan Yu, in no mood to engage with him, gave him a gentle push, distancing herself, before rising from the couch and heading to the inner room to sleep. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, an aura of frustration emanating from him. Nearby, Hua Ha wished desperately to find a crevice to hide in, hoping to avoid drawing the prince's wrath upon himself. Noticing Xiao Qingji's intent to throw something, he tremulously reminded, Your Highness, that vase is an artifact from 200 years ago. It would be difficult to find an exact replica. If you break it, the princess will likely weep for 3 days and nights. Xiao Qingji set the vase down and retreated inside. As a man of stature, he could not stoop to quarrel with a delicate woman like Yan Yu. He climbed into bed, wrapping her in his arms. Yan Yu soon ceased her teasing and, before long, had drifted off to sleep against his shoulder. Upon waking, Yan Yu finally felt a pang of hunger and accepted the tea that Ning Xia offered her. Xiao Qingji took a sip of tea from her hand when Hua Ha approached. Your Highness, you must go to the palace. The Emperor summons you. Matters within the palace took precedence over those at home. Yan Yu understood well that the Emperor favored Xiao Qingji above all his sons. He was particularly fond of him. As Xiao Qingji thrived in the Ministry of Justice, the Emperor frequently inquired about his affairs. She adjusted Xiao Qingji's attire. There is no rush, eat something to sustain yourself first, then proceed to the palace. Just then, Ruidong delivered several plates of tea pastries, beautifully crafted into shapes resembling plum blossoms and peach flowers, as well as begonia and peony. They appeared translucent and vibrantly colored, with fillings of dried tangerine peel and red bean paste, hazelnuts, chestnuts, and almonds, alongside floral fillings of rose, osmanthus, and jasmine. Yan Yu knew that Xiao Qingji was not fond of such sweets, as these were prepared by the maidservants for her enjoyment upon waking. She instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles, and retrieved several dishes of braised golden sparrows, venison jerky, and fragrant goose liver, along with some light bamboo shoots and salted vegetables. Xiao Qingji would be uncertain of when he would return from the palace, and he might not think to request food for himself. Within a short span of 15 minutes, the maidservants had arranged the dishes on the table, and the kitchen also delivered a bowl of clear soup noodles. Noticing the impending snowfall outside, she fetched a thick woolen cloak, saying, Your Highness, please eat something first. If it gets too late, Hua Ha, remember to remind His Highness to have some snacks. Hua Ha promptly agreed. After finishing his meal, Xiao Qingji accepted the tea and Yu offered him. She helped him fasten the cloak, advising, Do not ride, take the carriage instead. On such a cold day, riding would chill his hands and face, and with the likelihood of snow, there was a fear that the horse might slip and throw him off. Xiao Qingji replied, I shall return to see you tonight. Yan Yu smiled, very well. After Xiao Qingji departed, Yan Yu had a bit of porridge while listening to reports about matters at the estate. Xiao Jieshan had stood outside the Prince of Qin's residence for quite some time. Shi Liang, unsure of his master's intentions, noted that their relationship with the Prince of Qin was far from favorable, yet he seemed inexplicably drawn to visit. What was the difference between this and a weasel seeking to pay a chicken a New Year's visit? In any case, the Prince of Qin showed no inclination to entertain Xiao Jieshan. As the snow began to fall, Xiao Jieshan stood frozen like a statue, prompting Shi Liang to urge him, Fifth Master, we should return. If we linger any longer, you may catch a chill. Xiao Jieshan scoffed, I would rather die of a chill. Shi Liang was at a loss for words. Truth be told, Xiao Jieshan could stand there all day without consequence. Clad in thick fox fur, he was well insulated from the cold. If he were to perish, it would be a travesty. The true sufferers were the servants accompanying him. In this bitter cold, they wore padded garments, and while it was tolerable during the day with the sun, the moment it set, the biting winds seeped through their sleeves. Xiao Jieshan observed Xiao Qingji riding out with the eunuch, a flash of deep-seated hatred crossing his gaze. This man had not only seized his father's throne from him since childhood but had also taken his betrothed, whom he had been promised for over a decade. Had it not been for Xiao Qingji's interference, even with the affair between Xiao Jieshan and Wei Rushuan, Yan Yu would have had no choice but to comply with their marriage. At that time, Xiao Jieshan may have been reluctant to take Yan Yu as his legitimate wife, and she would have entered his princely residence as a concubine or maid. Yet once inside, their paths would inevitably cross, and he would still elevate her status. Without Xiao Qingji, such complications would never have arisen. The enmity of usurping a father and the hatred of losing a beloved. The more Xiao Jieshan pondered, the more his resentment grew, and he turned to enter the carriage, saying, Return to the estate. Chapter 92 Regret. Xiao Jieshan returned to his residence and suddenly recalled that he had acquired a 2-foot-tall red coral bonsai some time ago, its hue reminiscent of crimson jade, radiant and resplendent. Such a height of red coral was indeed more valuable than gold of equal stature. Ever since Wei Rushuan had laid eyes upon this exquisite piece, she had persistently sought to acquire it from Xiao Jieshan. However, he was unwilling to part with it and had placed it in his own chamber, and now, upon seeing the bonsai once more, Xiao Jieshan's gaze lowered slightly, and he had it sent to the residence of Prince Qin. That night, Yan Yu was busily engaged in needlework when she was suddenly informed by a servant that the fifth prince had sent her a red coral bonsai. Puzzled, she could not fathom why a person with whom she had no prior acquaintance would send her such a gift. The messenger, Shi Liang, had previously interacted with Yan Yu, and he knelt respectfully as he delivered his message. Regarding the incident with the cat at the palace last time, our fifth master has inquired and wishes to apologize to you in person, as he feels it startled you. Shi Liang continued, moreover, our fifth master has always regarded His Highness, Prince Qin, as a brother and has sought to ingratiate himself with him, yet Prince Qin has never shown him any kindness. The fifth master hopes that the princess might persuade His Highness to mend their brotherly relationship. Yan Yu replied, I understand. I shall not accept this gift, please take it back. Shi Liang bowed his head and implored, if the princess does not accept it, the fifth master may conclude that you are unwilling to assist in reconciling their brotherhood. Overwhelmed, Yan Yu felt at a loss. She had no idea what Xiao Jiashan was attempting to accomplish by involving her in this matter of reconciliation. Did he believe she possessed the ability to mend their strained ties? If he truly wished to repair their relationship, he should request the Empress and the Dowager Empress to restore the life of Xiao Qingji's mother. Once she was alive, all relationships could be easily mended. This burdensome task was one that Yan Yu would resolutely refuse, for although she was indeed Xiao Qingji's princess, she could not bring herself to forgive those who had wronged him. There were countless sentiments swirling within her, yet these truths could not be articulated in front of others. It was sufficient that they both understood their unspoken thoughts. The facade of brotherly harmony must be maintained. Yan Yu smiled gently, even without this gift, I should mediate any conflicts between the fifth prince and our third master. Accepting it would instead appear inappropriate, please take it back. Shi Liang bowed his head again, I fear the fifth master may think I have failed in my duty and take my head for it. Yan Yu speculated that perhaps Xiao Qingji had once again been vexing Xiao Jiashan at court, prompting Xiao Jiashan to send a peace offering. If this gesture proved to be ill-timed, she would have someone from Xiao Qingji's retinue return it the following day. As there was no need to burden this messenger, she instructed Ruidong and Ningxia to relocate the bonsai to a different spot and dismissed Shi Liang. Truth be told, the red coral bonsai was indeed striking. Yan Yu had never seen such vibrant and lush branches of red coral before, and it stood out prominently in her room. After admiring it for a while, she completed her needlework and retired for the night. At the residence of the fifth prince, Wei Ruxuan was incensed to learn that Xiao Jiashan had sent the red coral to Prince Qin's residence. Furious, she was about to storm over to confront Xiao Jiashan, but her nursemaid managed to restrain her. Among all the servants in Wei Ruxuan's courtyard, only her nursemaid dared to speak freely. Miss, you cannot act this way, the nursemaid sighed. It will only drive the fifth prince further away from you. Covering her face, Wei Ruxuan began to weep. She could feel Xiao Jiashan drifting farther from her grasp, for the image of Xiao Jiashan as a wise, valiant, and loyal figure in her dreams was a far cry from the reality. In recent days, Xiao Jiashan had been frequenting the quarters of other concubines, allowing those lesser women to attend to him, while he had not sought her out at all. The fifth prince has a kind heart. If you converse with him earnestly, he will not bear any resentment toward you, the nursemaid urged. With no other choice, Wei Ruxuan made her way to Xiao Jiashan's abode. Upon her arrival, she found Xiao Jiashan lost in thought. The empress opposed his desire to wed his cousin from the Zhang family. Xiao Jiashan was equally reluctant, yet the empress insisted that he elevate Wei Ruxuan to principal consort, a notion he also opposed. The Dowager Empress had expressed disappointment in Xiao Jiashan from his maternal grandfather's perspective. This past New Year, Zhang Can had scarcely acknowledged Xiao Jiashan. The words he had spoken previously had wounded Zhang Can's feelings. Once words were spoken, they could not be retracted, and unless he married Zhang's cousin to demonstrate his sincerity, their relationship would remain strained. Wei Ruxuan gently nudged Xiao Jiashan's shoulder, her voice filled with a plaintive tone. Fifth prince, a pang of discomfort pierced Xiao Jiashan's heart. He was aware that this was his own decision. Being with Wei Ruxuan had been his choice from the outset. The absurdity of the world often left one bewildered. He gazed at Wei Ruxuan, desperately attempting to find her merits to justify his choice. Though her appearance did not rival that of Wen Yanyu, Wei Ruxuan was in good health. A healthy woman was indeed capable of bearing children. Xiao Jiashan consoled himself with this thought. Moreover, Wei Ruxuan's occasional little temper was rather endearing. She possessed wit in her speech and actions. In contrast, though Wen Yanyu was beautiful, she seemed to be merely a pretty vase, visually appealing but lacking substance, devoid of expression and character. Xiao Jiashan's favorite fruit was lychee. Peeling, the vibrant red exterior revealed sweet and fragrant flesh within, yet sometimes, he encountered the bitter variety. He deceived himself into believing that Wen Yanyu was the most exquisite lychee on the plate, stunning in appearance but filled with bitterness and rot within. Wei Ruxuan, on the other hand, was a more ordinary lychee, yet delightful to the palate. He continued to deceive himself, yet often, it was impossible to regard the unattained as undesirable. One would repeatedly embellish the allure of what was lost, lamenting what might have been had a different path, choice, or person been selected. The unattained and the lost were always deemed the most precious. As Wei Ruxuan yearned to speak further with Xiao Jiashan, he was overwhelmed by a cacophony of thoughts, two conflicting voices intertwining in his mind. Finally, he forcefully pushed her hand away, exclaiming, "Get out, just leave." Xiao Qingji returned home at the stroke of midnight, finding Yan Yu already asleep. The kitchen had prepared a meal for him, and upon seeing the prince's return, Ruidong hurriedly arranged for the food to be served. Having engaged in discussions with several ministers and the emperor throughout the night, Xiao Qingji was grateful that he had heeded Yan Yu's advice to eat something beforehand. Otherwise, he would have felt quite unwell. At this hour, he was indeed hungry. The kitchen presented him with a dish of sea cucumber, dried scallops, and fish maw porridge, alongside a plate of bird's nest with shredded chicken and stir-fried bamboo shoots. Meanwhile, Yan Yu had already retired for the night. After eating, Xiao Qingji instructed for warm water to be prepared for bathing and changing clothes. As Hua presented him with a cup of orchid dew, Xiao Qingji took a sip and his sharp, elongated phoenix eyes suddenly fell upon the red coral bonsai adorning the small table across from him. It appears quite exquisite. Did your princess place it here? Upon hearing the prince's inquiry, Ruidong replied softly, "It was sent from the fifth prince's residence tonight." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Xiao Qingji's expression turned icy, and he raised his hand to smash the red coral bonsai. Ruidong was at a loss, unsure of which of her words had offended him, and quickly knelt on the ground in fear, followed by Huaha, who dared not speak further and also knelt down. Xiao Qingji strode purposefully deeper into the residence. Chapter 93. Regret. At this moment, Yan Yu was in a deep slumber, nestled within a quilt adorned with intricate golden thread patterns of auspicious flowers. Her inky black hair spread across the pillow, while her snow-white shoulders and arms peeked out from beneath the covers. Soft, gentle light caressed her figure and face, with only the ties of a delicate bodice around her neck and 2 strands of red agate pearls adorning her wrists as her remaining adornments. Xiao Qingji gazed at her for a while before gently nudging her awake. Yan Yu rubbed her eyes sleepily and slowly sat up. As she rose, her thick, mist-like hair cascaded onto her alabaster shoulders, her brows slightly furrowing as she reached to untie Xiao Qingji's clothing, her voice soft and low. Have you eaten yet? Xiao Qingji replied with a simple mm. Yan Yu still felt drowsy, rubbing her eyes again, and tossed her belt aside. You can undress yourself. Go make me a cup of tea. Xiao Qingji prepared a cup of rose-infused tea and brought it to her lips. Yan Yu took a couple of sips before sinking back into the quilt. Xiao Qingji shed his clothes and joined her in bed, pulling Yan Yu into his embrace. You slept so long during the day, are you still not satisfied? Yan Yu shook her head. No, she was teed out. Perhaps due to her innate frailty, she had a tendency to be drowsy. Preferring to retire early, she clung tightly to Xiao Qingji's waist. Your Highness, kiss me. Xiao Qingji tapped her nose lightly. Don't be mischievous. Leaning against him, Yan Yu planted a kiss on his cheek. Then I shall sleep. After waiting for a while, only receiving a kiss in return, she continued to seek a comfortable position in his arms. Xiao Qingji lifted her chin and bent down to kiss her. Yan Yu found herself caught in the kiss for what felt like an eternity, finally feeling a bit shy. This was not her intention. Xiao Qingji's assertiveness was overwhelming, causing her tongue to tingle and her lips to swell slightly. She merely wished for a gentle peck before sleep. Xiao Qingji brushed his thumb across the slightly reddened corners of her lips. All right, sleep now. At that moment, Yan Yu found herself no longer drowsy. Xiao Qingji gently patted her back, soothing her into slumber. Outside, Huahadi was on edge, fearing that the 2 celestial beings inside might clash, ultimately bringing misfortune upon them. Unable to restrain himself, he reproached Ruidong. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to say anything? Ruidong felt quite wronged. If I don't speak the truth, should I fabricate lies to deceive the prince? For those in higher positions, Yan Yu had always advised them to speak candidly. Now that she had taken charge of the household, her maidens had also grown bolder. Ruidong, being Yan Yu's senior maid, straightened her back to confront Huahadi. Master Hua, if it were you, what would you say? Huahadi was taken aback by the girl's audacity. He raised his hand, intending to slap Ruidong, but reconsidered. After all, striking a dog must consider its owner. This girl was the chief maid in front of the princess, and should he strike her today, perhaps tomorrow the princess would harbor resentment and retaliate against him. With a stern face, Huahadi replied, next time, be more clever. Off you go, stay outside. Inside, there was still no sound, no quarrels or objects being thrown, nor anyone sent in to deliver water or items. Huahadi's anxious heart gradually began to ease. The following day, upon waking, Yan Yu felt as if the sky had fallen. The exquisite red coral bonsai sent by Xiao Jiashan had been shattered into pieces by Xiao Qingji, irreparable. Unable to contain her frustration, she lamented to those in the room, such a precious item, couldn't you have intercepted him? Ruidong lowered her head. We didn't dare. Despite being Yan Yu's senior maids and having little fear within the estate, they were terrified to speak to Xiao Qingji, as if confronting the king of hell. They dared not utter a word, let alone obstruct Xiao Qingji from doing anything. Yan Yu turned her gaze to Huahadi. What about you? After all these years with his highness, do you allow him to break the possessions in the at will? Huahadi, this was indeed the truth. If it were up to Xiao Qingji, he could shatter anything he wished at for who could challenge the son of the emperor? The emperor himself had never been as indulgent as he was with this treasured son, fostering his reckless temperament since childhood. Huahadi dared not argue with Yan Yu. He understood that since the princess's arrival, no one in the manor had dared to cross her, and the consequences of opposing her might be even more daunting than defying the prince. Yan Yu sifted through the shards, unable to suppress a sigh. Had she known last night, she would have sent it back. Now that it had been shattered by Xiao Qingji, it couldn't be mended, and she was at a loss for what to do. Xiao Qingji entered, donned in a lightweight riding outfit, freshly returned from sword practice, still radiating warmth. Huahadi quickly signaled the maids to prepare warm water. Yan Yu looked at Xiao Qingji. Why did you break it? Xiao Qingji glanced at her. It's ugly and unsightly. What a piece of junk, that it dares to be displayed here. I asked this part of your dowry, or some blind fool's gift to you? Yan Yu was displeased. It was a gift from the 5th prince. Oh, so it was him. I was wondering who lacked taste. Xiao Qingji scoffed. Such a shabby item. It's a wonder he could bear to part with it. I have never been so petty. Yan Yu did not receive the explanation she sought. Instead, she heard him speak derisively, which only fueled her anger. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? So much silver. Yan Yu felt a genuine pang of regret. Even if it were not returned, it could fetch a considerable sum. Previously, when she did not manage the household, she thought little of broken items. Now, however, she understood the substantial expenses of the manor. Xiao Qingji instructed Huahadi to retrieve 2 finer red corals from his private treasury. Huahadi hurried off, and before long, several young eunuchs arrived with 2 4-foot-high pieces, placing them in suitable positions. It's not anything rare, Xiao Qingji stated. A few years ago, during the tribute from the small southern kingdom, I received 7 or 8 of these, along with some red and white coral beads. Later, have them bring those beads to you for jewelry. However, aside from the nobility, such items were rarely seen among the common wealthy families. In the past, the only red coral strands Yen Yu had encountered were those at the Anqing Marquis estate. Yen Yu remarked, "Third master, you truly are wealthy." "Just average," Xiao Qingji replied nonchalantly, "a little better than Xiao Jieshan." Now, Yen Yu finally felt her sorrow dissipate, and she no longer wished to trouble Xiao Qingji. Although she found it annoying when others flaunted their wealth in her presence, she realized that Xiao Qingji's affluence was genuine. Few could maintain such an air. Perhaps it was best to give her prince some face and indulge him a little. Chapter 94 Regret. Xiao Qingji changed his clothes and had a light meal before returning to the Ministry of Justice. Not long after, Waha had someone deliver dozens of coral beads to Yen Yu. As the saying goes, rarity adds value. These corals, resembling pearls, filled an entire box, and their true worth was momentarily obscured. The beads came in over 10 distinct shades, ranging from white to pink to deep crimson. Yen Yu selected a vibrant red string to adorn her wrist while putting away the rest. Huaha's fear of Xiao Qingji was matched only by his reverence for Yen Yu. It was truly the first time he had witnessed Xiao Qingji display such regard for a woman. Since the items sent by Xiao Jieshan were broken, there was little left to discuss. One could only consider it misfortune for Xiao Jieshan. The past few days at the fifth prince's residence had been remarkably quiet. Despite the festive season, there was not a hint of celebratory spirit. In this stifling atmosphere, Wei Ruxuan felt as though she were on the verge of madness. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager offered her protection, and Xiao Jieshan had entrusted the management of affairs to Wei Ruxuan. Once she obtained the keys to the treasury and the various ledgers of the fifth prince's residence, Wei Ruxuan realized that it was not as affluent as she had imagined. The subordinates were duplicitous, the overseers greedy, and the accounts falsified. Revenue from various enterprises was failing to materialize. Coupled with Xiao Jieshan's extravagant spending, the outflow far exceeded the income. Previously, the Zhang family would allocate considerable sums in valuable items to Xiao Jieshan, but since his falling out with them, their financial support had dwindled, leaving the situation even more precarious. In a moment of uncertainty, Wei Ruxuan could not fathom a solution. No longer inclined to curry favor with the fifth prince, she summoned her mother, Lu Shi, to the residence for guidance. After some contemplation, Lu Shi suggested, since the residence is in dire need of funds, you should manage the properties in the capital effectively, flying the banner of the fifth prince. You need not fear a lack of visitors. Absolutely do not allow that girl from the Zhang family into the fifth prince's residence. If she gains entry, your prospects will be irrevocably jeopardized, Lu Shi cautioned. Her words rang true. The Zhang family wielded both wealth and influence. Should their daughter enter the fifth prince's residence, the position of principal consort would inevitably be hers. Even if the fifth prince were to ascend the throne in the future, the empress would surely be a Zhang. A spark of determination ignited in Wei Ruxuan's eyes. Mother, just wait and see. I will manage the fifth prince's residence well and prove my capabilities to him. Lu Shi, now burdened with another child, hoped to provide Wei Ruxuan with a younger brother or sister. At over 30, conceiving again was no small feat. Concerned for her mother's health, Wei Ruxuan exchanged a few words with her before arranging for Lu Shi to be escorted home. No longer the wife of a minister, Lu Shi had been stripped of her title and found herself isolated from the other ladies. Every encounter with Wei Ruxuan at the palace felt like a rare moment of dignity. As she departed, Lu Shi overheard two women giggling nearby. That must be the mother of Wei concubine, stripped of her title, and her daughter is tainted as well. Initially betrothed to Prince Qin, she has now been entangled with our lord. Given Wei concubine's usual conduct, what sort of woman do you think her mother is? Upon hearing this, Lu Shi, who had never endured such humiliation, was instantly consumed with rage and approached the two women to demand their identities. They were Xiao Jieshan's concubines, and upon realizing they had been caught, they attempted to flee, only to be seized by the matron beside Lu Shi, who promptly dealt them a couple of resounding slaps. Fuming, Lu Shi glared at them, "You wretched concubines dare to slander your mistress." After chastising them, she left the Prince Qin's residence. That evening, when Xiao Jieshan returned, the two concubines, tearfully presenting the marks of Lu Shi's wrath, sought his sympathy. Enraged, Xiao Jieshan smashed several items in his study. Shi Liang hurriedly implored him to quell his anger. "Your Highness, the Duke has invited you to dinner tomorrow. You should rest early and not let your temper flare." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jieshan recognized the invitation from Zhang Can was a guise, masking the true intent of a meeting with his cousin. Despite his lack of interest in her, he resolved to attend. "What did you discuss with the Princess Qin when you saw her yesterday?" he inquired. Shi Liang recounted their conversation verbatim. A weight settled upon Xiao Jieshan's heart, heavy as stones. "Did she inquire about me? Did she seek to know how I fare?" Shi Liang lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Xiao Jieshan let out a bitter laugh. "She must despise me now. The affection she once held has surely turned to loathing." Shi Liang understood his master believed the Princess Qin harbored feelings for him. However, he himself could not discern any such inclination. Her words seemed indifferent toward Xiao Jieshan. In Shi Liang's eyes, the Princess Qin resembled an exquisite flower or a beautiful painting, merely lovely, without the entanglements of romance. What feelings could a flower or painting possess? Who had ever heard of a portrait expressing affection? The Princess Qin remained an unattainable vision, delicate and enchanting yet fragile. In contrast, the fifth prince appeared as though he were afflicted by some form of hysteria. The following day, Xiao Jieshan accompanied the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, to the residence of the Duke of England. Xiao Qirui noticed that Xiao Jieshan had been somewhat distracted in recent days. He had also learned that Xiao Jieshan wished to cultivate a closer rapport with Xiao Qingji, hoping to visit his estate, but Xiao Qingji had dismissed him. With a smile, Xiao Qirui remarked, "Elder brother, did you know? Third brother has been preoccupied in the cabinet these days, they say he is exceptionally busy. Our third sister-in-law, such a beauty, has no one to keep her company. Xiao Jiashan remains silent. Upon meeting Zhang Can this time, he was more cautious, refraining from any foolish proclamations of I am a prince, and you are a minister. There is a distinction between ruler and subject. Xiao Jiashan's uncle, Zheng Shu, had also returned to the capital, and in truth, Xiao Jiashan shared a closer bond with him. As they settled down to converse, Zheng Shu took the opportunity, when Xiao Qirui stepped out, to reprimand Xiao Jiashan sharply. Fifth prince, how dare you speak to your grandfather in such a manner? Have you lost your wits? What has your mother taught you? Xiao Jiashan lowered his head. Silent Zheng Shu was so incensed that his beard bristled. Just as the two were engaged in their heated exchange, a servant rushed in, breathlessly announcing, not good. Master, not good. Zheng Shu, wishing to kick the loquacious servant out, barked, what is it? Madame went out today to pay her respects and encountered Princess Xiani and the Princess Qin at the temple, resulting in a verbal altercation. The servant quaked with fear. Our madam, unable to contain her anger, laid hands on the Princess Qin. Chapter 95. Regret. The most efficacious temple in the capital city was the Wanawasi, where numerous dignitaries and nobles came to offer lamps and seek blessings, year after year replenishing the incense funds. Princess Xiani's daughter-in-law had fallen gravely ill, and distressed by her condition, the princess thought of lighting incense and praying. She resolved to personally ascend the mountain to Wanawasi, making her way step by step from the foot of the mountain to offer a stick of incense to the Buddha. Yenyu accompanied Princess Xiani on this pilgrimage. The princess's residents had informed Wanawasi 2 days in advance, and on the day of their visit, the temple's gates were closed to prevent other pilgrims from ascending. Yenyu had not exerted herself in such a manner for a considerable time. Halfway up the mountain path, she found herself unable to continue and took a moment to rest in a pavilion situated midway. Supporting herself with the hand of her maid, Princess Xiani wiped the sweat from her forehead, saying, I am utterly exhausted, let us pause for a while and have them prepare some tea and snacks. Yenyu had removed her cloak during the journey, but now that they had stopped, the maids wrapped it around her, concerned that she might catch a chill from the breeze. Yenyu dabbed her face with a handkerchief, remarking, by the time we reach the summit, it will be noon. In truth, the mountain was not particularly high, and the path had been well maintained. However, both she and Princess Xiani were unaccustomed to walking, and thus found themselves thoroughly fatigued from the climb. Accompanying them were around 30 or 40 attendants. Ruido swiftly brewed tea for the two ladies and retrieved a plate of almond pastries from the food box. After having a light snack and resting, they resumed their ascent. In a few days, the weather will warm, Yenyu remarked. Once it does, my sister-in-law's illness will surely improve. I too hope so, Princess Xiani sighed. There is nothing amiss with this child since her marriage. We all yearn for her swift recovery. Just as they had ascended the mountain, a throng of individuals approached from the foot of the hill. A monk stepped forward to explain, the mountain gate is closed today. Madam, perhaps you might consider visiting on another day. Mrs. Guan, the wife of Lord Zheng Shu, coldly inquired, but what ceremony is the abbot conducting? The monk replied, Princess Xiani is here to pray for blessings. To avoid any disturbances, we cannot accommodate others today. Mrs. Guan emerged from her sedan chair, glancing upward. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be her an already married princess, yet she displays an arrogance greater than that of the empress. Let us proceed. This was a contingent from the Zhang family, who for many years had wielded immense power in the Wei dynasty. The individual leading the group was none other than Mrs. Guan, the wife of Lord Zheng Shu. The monk dared not impede their progress. Though Princess Xiani was the emperor's sister, she was not of the same mother. The Empress Dowager, being the emperor's biological mother, rendered the Zhang family a formidable force in the court. Who would dare obstruct their passage? As for Princess Xiani, her husband's demise had been orchestrated by the Zhang family, and Mrs. Guan, as Zhang Shu's wife, was well aware of such delicate matters. If the Zhang family could turn Princess Xiani into a widow, what need had they to fear her? Without further ado, Mrs. Guan commanded her bearers to carry her up the mountain. Hailing from a prestigious lineage and married into one of the most influential families of the Wei dynasty, Mrs. Guan had 2 sons. Securing her status firmly over the years, she had resided in Lingcheng with Zheng Shu. Having not visited the capital for 2 years, she had come now as Zheng Shu was reassigned. Encountering some setbacks in his career, aware of the temple's reputed efficacy, she had intended to seek blessings, only to find that Princess Xiani had arrived ahead of her, preventing others from entering the temple to worship. Upon Mrs. Guan's ascent, she found Princess Xiani and Yenyu had already made their offerings and were preparing to enjoy tea in the rear courtyard while conversing with the abbot. The weather was rather pleasant that day, and as they had trekked up the mountain, Yenyu, feeling warm, removed her cloak, revealing a plum blossom patterned short jacket beneath, with a pale blue pleated skirt cascading down. In adherence to the principles of Buddhist worship, she had chosen a modest attire, adorned with no ostentatious jewelry, save for a string of sandalwood beads in her hand. Princess Xiani produced a handkerchief to wipe the perspiration from Yenyu's forehead, saying, My dear child, are you not exhausted? The vegetarian meal here is quite delightful. I shall have them prepare some for you, and you may descend in a sedan chair. Yenyu gently shook her head. I do not feel overly fatigued. As the two conversed, they were suddenly interrupted by a commotion outside, and shortly thereafter, a guard hurried over to Princess Xiani, stating, Your Highness, Mrs. Zheng wishes to approach. We dared not obstruct her. Princess Xiani's demeanor soured slightly. Which Mrs. Zheng? The wife of Lord Zheng Shu, the heir of the Duke of England. At this, a flicker of resentment flashed in Princess Xiani's eyes. Her husband had been wronged by Zhang Shu, and had it not been for such treachery, they would have been living harmoniously and blissfully together. The audacity of Mrs. Guan to approach without hesitation, even provoking her, spoke volumes of the Zhang family's arrogance. Mrs. Guan, accompanied by her retinue, boldly advanced. She appeared to be of similar age to Empress Zhang, possessing a pair of sharp eyes and a proud demeanor. Upon spotting Princess Xianyi, she approached with a smile. Princess, it has been many years since we last met. How have you fared these past 2 years? Princess Xianyi offered a slight smile. Quite well, indeed. Speaking of which, I have long wished to discuss a matter with you, Mrs. Guan continued with a smile. I initially intended to ask the Empress Dowager to convey it, but as you seldom visit her, it seems fortuitous to bring it up now. Princess Xianyi had come to the temple for a solemn purpose, and Mrs. Guan's sudden interruption filled her with ire, especially as she witnessed Mrs. Guan's pretentious demeanor. Suppressing her temper, she replied, "Speak, if you must. It has been years since the esteemed Minister Liang passed away, and you remain youthful and radiant. I wonder if you experience loneliness each day?" Mrs. Guan inquired with a smile. "Coincidentally, a brother from my family has lost his wife. I thought to propose a match for you, to ensure companionship in your later years." At the mention of Minister Liang, Princess Xianyi's countenance shifted dramatically. As Mrs. Guan's words hung in the air, Princess Xianyi was nearly overcome with fury. Yanyu furrowed her brows. "Mrs. Zhang, this is a sacred place for meditation. Such frivolous and disrespectful jests have no place here. The princess is the sister of the reigning emperor. I advise you to tread carefully." Mrs. Guan had noticed Yanyu upon her arrival. The exquisite beauty before her, even clad in a simple garment, was impossible to overlook. Assessing Yanyu's attire and adornments, she surmised that this must be Princess Xianyi's daughter-in-law, and wondered how the princess had managed to secure such a rare beauty for her son. Mrs. Guan's expression turned icy. "We are conversing as elders. What place do you, as a younger generation, have to interject? Did your parents not teach you the ways of decorum before your marriage?" At this, Yanyu's face paled instantly. Princess Xianyi pointed at Mrs. Guan. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think that because you are Zhang Shu's wife and the maternal aunt of the 5th prince, you can act with impunity in the capital?" Chapter 96 Regret. Madame Guan sneered repeatedly. "I do not dare to act recklessly. I merely speak the truth." Yanyu's expression turned icy as she retorted, "In a temple, you dare to be so acerbic. Madame Zhang should fear that the Buddha will strike you down with thunder." Having lived for so many years, Madame Guan was accustomed to being flattered. Even the Empress treated her with respect, yet, it was the first time someone had the audacity to insult her to her face. Infuriated, her face flushed with rage, and being a believer in deities, she felt both anger and urgency as she forcefully shoved Yanyu. "What did you say? Dare you repeat that?" Madame Guan's strength was overwhelming, causing Yanyu, being light of frame, to stumble backward. Ningxia failed to catch her in time, and both women fell to the ground. The surrounding maids and servants rushed to their aid. Princess! Princess! Princess Xianyi, startled, hurried to assist Yanyu. "Yenner, what has happened? Are you well?" A hairpin fell from Yanyu's head, her hair cascading down as she clutched her waist. "I think I've injured my back." Upon hearing the servants call Yanyu princess, Madame Guan's heart sank momentarily. However, there were numerous princesses in the capital. Though there were many consorts and duchesses, it was rare to see one so young. Princess Xianyi glared fiercely at Madame Guan, truly lawless. "I shall personally inquire with my royal brother to seek justice." Feeling somewhat guilty, Madame Guan, in front of so many witnesses, could not afford to appear weak. She coldly retorted, "I shall also ask the Empress and the Dowager Empress to see which nobleman's wife has such a lack of decorum and sense. Let us go." With that harsh declaration, Madame Guan departed with her entourage. Before Madame Guan had even returned home, news had already reached the Duke of England's residence. Ho Wang, upon learning that the princess had been assaulted, was terrified, fearing that the prince would hold them accountable for not taking care of her and might execute them. He hastily sent word back to the prince's residence. Upon receiving the news, the prince's residence naturally sought to interrogate the Duke of England. Xiao Qingji was still at the Ministry of Punishment discussing matters with officials, and Ho Ha dared not enter to report. After much hesitation, he seized the opportunity while serving tea to quietly inform Xiao Qingji. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened instantly. "Has the princess returned?" Ho Ha shook his head. "She is still on her way." Xiao Qingji strode out of the Ministry of Punishment, accompanied by several capable subordinates as he mounted his horse. At the Duke of England's residence, Zhang Shu inquired about the situation. "Forget it, it is merely a trivial matter among women. I shall have someone go to the Duke of Qin's residence to apologize." Xiao Zheshan harbored some concerns, and when Madame Guan returned from outside and saw her aunt, Xiao Zheshan exchanged a few pleasantries. Madame Guan, brimming with grievances, recounted the incident with Princess Xianyi, embellishing the tale. Upon realizing that the woman she had struck was the Duchess of Qin, Madame Guan ground her teeth in fury. So young, yet utterly ignorant of propriety. How dare she disregard the Zhang family? Xiao Zheshan remained silent, his head bowed. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathless. "Master, it's terrible, it's terrible." Zhang Shu, exasperated, demanded, "What is it?" The servant, trembling, reported, "The Duke of Qin has come with his entourage." Zhang Shu's chest heaved with anger. That chaotic tyrant. Hearing that the Duke of Qin was coming, Madame Guan was stricken with fear and hastily retreated into the inner chambers. After returning from outside, Xiao Qiruwei inquired about the situation, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. Xiao Zheshan's expression darkened. "Third brother's recklessness knows no bounds. Seventh brother, you must stop him. Given his past behavior, he may very well harm my aunt." Xiao Qiruwei forced a smile. "Eldest brother, how could I possibly intervene? Did you not hear what the Duke of State said? Third brother is indeed a chaotic tyrant. Over the years, he has committed numerous atrocities. If anyone else had done such things, they would have lost their heads tenfold. Even if he were to kill Madame Zheng today, our father would never dare to scold him. Xiao Jiashan replied coldly, with both of us present, if he acts recklessly, it is us who will face our father's wrath. You must intervene, regardless. Xiao Qirui countered, eldest brother, have you forgotten about concubine Zhang? Xiao Jiashan fell silent for a moment. Concubine Zhang had been the center of attention in the palace 2 years prior. With a striking resemblance to Xiao Qingji's mother, the favored concubine Bo, she entered the palace at 16 and was promoted to concubine by 20, winning the emperor's affection, indulged to the point of demanding stars and moons. However, when concubine Zhang made the remark in the imperial garden, if concubine Bo were alive, she would certainly not be as young and beautiful as I am, she ought to see how I am favored. Xiao Qingji overheard and was instantly enraged. He killed concubine Zhang on the spot. This incident caused an uproar both in the court and the inner palace, prompting the empress and the dowager empress to repeatedly demand the emperor imprison Xiao Qingji. The death of a favored concubine at his hands caused a scandal, with many calling for the emperor to strip Xiao Qingji of his title. The emperor, however, managed to quell the uproar, even going so far as to ensure that concubine Zhang received no proper burial, merely wrapping her in a mat for her interment. How much less, then, would he care for the wife of a mere minister? In all honesty, what concern did Emperor Guan have for Zhang Shu's wife? Xiao Qingji's habitual cruelty left no room for reason. After committing numerous absurd acts, the murder of a minister's wife appeared less outrageous. Xiao Jiashan stated, if he comes, you should try to stop him. Xiao Qirui swallowed back the words, what if he comes for your uncle and aunt? Just then, Xiao Qingji's forces stormed in. Clad in a dark python robe, with his subordinates donning armor and wielding long blades, they entered with such a commanding presence that it felt as though a heavy stone had pressed down upon everyone. Zheng Shu quickly stepped forward with a smile, bowing, Your Highness, the Duke of Qin. Xiao Qingji surveyed the room. Where is your wife, Madame Guan? I wish to inquire why she has assaulted my princess. Zheng Shu, forced to smile, replied, a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Such trivial matters among women hardly warrant your highness's personal involvement. Indeed, matters among women should be resolved by themselves, Xiao Qingji scoffed, yet, Madame Zheng has not only struck my princess but has also insulted her, claiming she is without parents and lacks upbringing. The late Duke of State and his wife are no longer, and with no elder or brothers from the Wen family to support her, as her husband, I must personally seek justice. Zheng Shu felt a chill run down his spine. His family members had sacrificed themselves reclaiming their homeland. Even royal family members could not easily mock the Duchess of Qin's lineage. He never anticipated that Xiao Qingji would appear to confront Madame Guan but would instead drag the matter into the past, creating an even larger uproar. Madame Guan's indiscretions had led to a catastrophic situation. Xiao Qingji took the tea offered by a servant from the Zhang residence but did not drink it. Instead, he shattered it on the ground. The sound of porcelain shattering sent a jolt of fear through the crowd. Xiao Qingji coldly declared, though the Wen family lacks parents, she has a husband to support her. Chapter 97 Regret. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zheng Shu's forehead as he cast a glance at the fifth prince beside him. Xiao Jiashan nudged the seventh prince. Xiao Qirui hastily interjected, Third brother, the duke is our elder, we should not be too contentious, lest we provoke the Empress Dowager's ire. Xiao Qingji shot him a frosty glance, silence. Xiao Qirui, eager to comply, promptly sealed his lips. Xiao Jiashan proposed, might we invite third sister-in-law to return? It would be better for her to address this matter in person. Auntie is not one to cause trouble without reason, there must be some misunderstanding. Xiao Qingji retorted with derision, my consort possesses a gentle disposition and a kind heart. Even when wronged, she would not voice her grievances. Over the years, Xiao Jiashan had never witnessed Xiao Qingji extol any woman. Hearing him mention Yan Yu now pierced Xiao Jiashan's heart with an ache. To evoke such tenderness in a man as ruthless as Xiao Qingji surely spoke volumes of Yan Yu's exceptional character. Yet, no matter how admirable she was, Xiao Jiashan had ultimately missed his chance. Meeting her was akin to reaching for the heavens. He forced a smile, Third brother, do not be so aggressive. The situation was exceedingly awkward. Zheng Shu dared not disturb the family patriarch. He was even less inclined to surrender Madame Guan. With two sons already grown, they were destined to shoulder the responsibilities of the Zheng family. Should he yield Madame Guan, given Xiao Qingji's usual brutality, she would either suffer grievously or perish. If his mother were to meet such a fate, how could his sons navigate the court and uphold their dignity? Zheng Shu repeatedly offered his apologies, Your Highness, my wife is unworthy of your esteem. She has offended the princess today, but the Zheng estate shall certainly come to make amends tomorrow. Xiao Qingji coldly responded, you refuse to surrender her? Zheng Shu sighed, even if your highness disregards my face, you ought to consider the Empress Dowagers. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Qingji seized Zheng Shu by the collar and slammed him against the wall. Xiao Jiashan, pale with fright, exclaimed, Third brother, what do you intend to do? This is the duke. My mother is Empress Shelwi, and my uncle bears the surname Bo. What connection does a Zheng have with me? Xiao Qingji's tone was chilling, his gaze icy enough to instill fear. Wait. Zheng Shu was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, and the fifth and seventh princes hurried to assist him. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingji strode out of the Zhang estate with purpose. Upon receiving news from Huaha, he quickly approached Xiao Qingji, Your Highness, the princess has returned to the palace. Xiao Qingji nodded, inform the emperor of this matter. I shall return to see the princess first. Huaha instantly grasped Xiao Qingji's intent, understood. Yan Yu, having strained her waist, returned and requested Ning Xia's assistance with bathing, changing, and applying medicine. After a morning of climbing, she longed to rest her weary body. Observing the bruise on Yan Yu's waist, Ning Xia felt a pang of sympathy. Madame Zhang is far too arrogant. You are the princess of Qin, the emperor's daughter-in-law, yet she dares treat you thus. Yan Yu lay silent, her eyes closed. The Zhang family wielded influence both in court and within the harem, their power extending across various domains. Contending with them was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Yan Yu had not anticipated Madame Zhang's unreasonable behavior. As Ning Xia applied the medicine, a voice outside announced the return of the prince. She quickly descended from the bed and drew the curtains. Xiao Qingji entered with a commanding presence, ignoring Ning Xia as she swiftly exited. Yan Yu rested her head on her arm. Your Highness, what brings you back so suddenly? Xiao Qingji pulled aside the curtains, shedding his boots as he climbed onto the bed. Where are you injured? How severe is it? Yan Yu raised her gaze to him. You've been outside, writing and covered in dust. Do not come onto my bed. Xiao Qingji discarded his outer garment onto the floor and embraced her. You're being overly dramatic. Yan Yu winced at the added pressure on her sore waist, preferring to lie down instead. She found it curious that within such a short span of time, having just returned half an hour ago, Xiao Qingji seemed to have known of her injury. Was his network of information truly so extensive? Intrigued, Yan Yu inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Xiao Qingji asked, care to guess where I have returned from? The Ministry of Punishments or the palace? Neither. Yan Yu was at a loss, however. Since he asked her to guess, it was clear she should not rely on his usual habits. It was likely somewhere she had never considered. Hesitating, she ventured, a brothel? Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Do I appear to frequent such places? Yan Yu regarded him silently, hesitant to speak. However, despite his striking countenance and imposing stature, he did not seem to embody the qualities of a virtuous man. There was a certain edge to him, his thoughts inscrutable, making it difficult to ascertain his intentions. Xiao Qingji noticed the mist in Yan Yu's eyes, her delicate features accentuated by her sorrowful gaze. In that moment, she was irresistibly adorable, capable of melting even the hardest of hearts. He caressed her cheek. The Duke of England. I intended to exact vengeance on Madame Guan for you, but Zheng Shu refused to yield her. Yan Yu's face paled, her eyes widening in shock. Xiao Qingji gently nudged her shoulder. What troubles you? A recollection dawned upon Yan Yu. Prior to their marriage, she had overheard others speak of Xiao Qingji's cruelty and tyranny, and it seemed there was truth to those claims. Having spent time with him, she had come to see a different side of him, one that was generous and kind. Yet now, she realized that perhaps his true nature was not so benevolent. She is Zheng Shu's wife, hailing from a prestigious family, with several children. Her position within the Zhang household is secure. Yan Yu spoke softly. Your Highness, even if you wish to harm her, you ought not to confront her directly for her life. Compelling her to apologize would suffice. Xiao Qingji countered. Do you believe my actions are unjust? Yan Yu shook her head. Xiao Qingji had grown accustomed to his unchecked ways, elevated by the emperor's favor, wielding immense power and holding a noble status. He could not tolerate any slight or challenge to his authority. Yan Yu wrapped her arms around his waist, turning to face him, burying her face in his chest. I fear you may face censure from the officials, or provoke the emperor's anger, leading to your alienation. As Xiao Qingji felt her warmth enveloping him, he found it rare to encounter someone as considerate as Yan Yu over the years. Though she was oblivious to the intricacies of court politics, her genuine concern for him was apparent. He remained still in her embrace for a long while before eventually nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 98. Regret. Yan Yu still felt the ache in her waist and soon lay back down again. The ornaments adorning her head had been removed, and she was clad in a scarlet gauze dress accompanied by a moonwhite corset, her ink-black hair cascading down her back. Xiao Qingji gently brushed her long hair aside, saying, let me take a look at your waist. In truth, her injury was not severe, and a couple of days of rest would suffice for recovery. However, Yan Yu remained preoccupied with the affairs of the palace, with her deepest concern being Xiao Qingji. She perceived his situation as exceedingly perilous. The Zhang family, a formidable entity, posed a direct threat to Xiao Qingji, and after tearing their fate, she was uncertain what schemes the Empress Dowager and Zhang would concoct against him. Xiao Qingji could vaguely discern Yan Yu's thoughts. Having grown up in a precarious environment, she was meticulous in every action and word, never daring to act boldly or recklessly. His approach to matters stood in stark contrast to her cautious demeanor. The intricacies of the court's dynamics and the emperor's specific intentions were not something he could elucidate to Yan Yu in a moment's time. He pinched her cheek gently, advising, do not overestimate the Zhang family, nor underestimate the Prince of Qin's residence. They are subjects, while we are sovereigns. My father would never allow them to disregard their ruler. Xiao Qingji's audacity stemmed from the confidence he possessed. To be candid, the events of today were indeed fortuitous. Ever since Zheng Shu returned to the capital, Xiao Qingji had been keen on creating some trouble for him, determined that he should not enter the cabinet unimpeded. The incident involving Yan Yu and the Guan family provided him with a perfect pretext to strike at the Zhang family. Zheng Can, now advancing in age, found himself increasingly unable to manage affairs, while Zheng Shu, in the prime of his life, was assuming control of the Zhang family's affairs. Inflicting a significant blow on Zheng Shu would undoubtedly cripple the Zheng family. Yan Yu felt a twinge of guilt for bringing trouble upon Xiao Qingji, yet in reality, he welcomed such complications. He cradled her in his arms, sometimes perceiving her as a harbinger of good fortune, capable of conjuring opportunities even in the absence of them. News soon reached the palace. Since the onset of winter, the emperor's health had been declining, and he had grown increasingly disinterested in governance, with the court physicians advising him to focus on recuperation. Gu Guangliang discreetly informed the emperor of the day's events. The emperor, his eyes half closed, remarked, Zhengshu is arrogant, and his wife is equally thoughtless, yet the princess of Qin possesses a calm and steady temperament, enduring such indignities without succumbing to distress. Gu Guangliang cautiously added, after all, she is the daughter of the Duke of the State, not a spiteful person. The emperor responded, what did Juer do at the Duke of England's residence? Gu Guangliang hurriedly replied, what could His Highness the Prince of Qin say? Was it not for you, as his father, to seek retribution on his behalf? Zhengshu's refusal to surrender his wife has incited the Prince of Qin's wrath, prompting him to report to you. The emperor opened his eyes. In his life, he had many offspring, but only Xiao Qingji dared to regard him as a father. The Zhang family's audacity, to the extent of assaulting the emperor's daughter-in-law, warranted a stern reprimand. Zhang Shu was summoned back to the capital, while the mess in the south was left for Bo Feng to manage. This incident undoubtedly presented the emperor with an opportunity to discipline the Zhang family. In the hierarchy of power, the emperor was sovereign, and his son was also a sovereign. The Zhang family merely subjects. Xiao Qingji's intention to eliminate Zheng Shu's wife quickly reached the ears of the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Zhang Shu omitted certain details, merely stating that a conflict had arisen between the Princess of Qin and Zheng's wife in the temple, during which the latter inadvertently came into contact with the former. Upon reaching the Prince of Qin's ears, it was said that he sought to kill Zheng's wife. Guan wept bitterly before Empress Zhang. Your Majesty, you must advocate for me. The Princess of Qin spread slanderous words, ensnaring the Prince of Qin and inciting discord between our families, prompting him to declare death upon me. My husband is your own elder brother, the current Duke of the State. The Prince of Qin is well aware of this, yet still grasped my husband's neck and slammed him against the wall. If this news spreads, how will your Majesty maintain your dignity? The Prince of Qin's humiliation does not merely affect the Zhang family but also your Majesty and the fifth prince. After hearing these words, Empress Zhang was consumed with rage, storming towards the emperor's quarters with her maidservants in tow. Upon entering the hall, she confronted the emperor in a fit of fury. The Prince of Qin seeks to kill my dear sister-in-law, your Majesty, will you still favor him this time? Over the years, Empress Zhang had endured enough grievances. She could hardly recall the last time the emperor had touched her. Although the vile beau had passed, her presence lingered. Empress Zhang had attained the position of empress, yet for all these years, her children remained obscure, while the offspring of that wretched woman enjoyed greater favor than the crown prince. The emperor shot a disgusted glance at the empress, remarking, when the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be skewed. With such a domineering brother, it is no wonder the fifth prince is lacking. This statement pierced the empress's heart like a dagger, prompting her to retort without hesitation, has your Majesty forgotten that your birth mother, the Empress Dowager, is also a member of the Zheng family? As soon as the words left her mouth, the emperor struck her across the face, causing her to stagger and blood to appear at the corner of her lips. You are to be fined a year's salary and placed under house arrest for 6 months, the emperor declared coldly. The matters of the 6 palaces will be overseen by the noble consort Xia. Empress Zhang's gaze turned despondent. Your Majesty does not favor me. Whatever I do is deemed wrong, but do not forget, the court is not solely at your command, the ministers possess their own sense of justice. As soon as she finished speaking, the emperor's expression turned frigid. I am the son of heaven. I am justice. If you can rally them to oppose me, then by all means, let your Zhang family conspire to usurp the throne. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids were terrified, kneeling to the ground. Empress Zhang suddenly realized her blunder but knew the words had escaped her lips and could not be retracted. The Empress Dowager hurriedly approached, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Empress Zhang covered her face, sobbing. The emperor replied icily, the Princess of Qin and Princess Sheni were in the temple to offer prayers, yet Zhang Guan insisted on intruding, not only insulting the princess but also striking the Princess of Qin, hurling reproaches that she was without parents. The Prince of Qin merely sought justice from the Zhang residents, yet the empress demands I discipline him. If I do not comply, I risk inciting the opposition of civil and military officials. Mother, do you believe the Zhang family should supersede imperial authority or that imperial authority should prevail over the Zhang family? Empress Zhang was at a loss for words. The emperor shot her a cold glance. As empress, perhaps you should simply resign. The Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically, her breath quickening. Within moments, she nearly collapsed backward, prompting the nearby eunuchs and palace maids to rush to her aid. Such theatrics had been witnessed by the emperor countless times over the past decade. He regarded her coldly, ultimately unable to bear seeing his own mother in such a state. Summon the physicians immediately. Chapter 99 Regrets. The commotion within the palace soon reached Yen Yu's ears. Quan Fu had been in the palace for nearly a decade, and in the past 2 years, he had ingratiated himself with the Empress Dowager, even becoming a dining companion to one of the palace maids, making it easy for him to gather information. Upon hearing that the Empress Dowager had fallen ill and that the imperial physicians had been summoned to Shokong Palace, Yen Yu furrowed her brow. Quan Fu reassured her, saying, though the Empress Dowager is advanced in years, her health has always been robust. There is no cause for alarm. Yen Yu vaguely surmised that Xiao Qingji intended to leverage the situation at Wanhua Temple against the Zheng family and nodded, keep a vigilant eye on palace affairs. Report any unusual developments promptly. Quan Fu acknowledged, understood. After receiving some rewards, he quickly took his leave. The princess had given him a peace charm tied with a red string, adorned with intricate designs, clearly a trinket meant for a young girl. Such baubles were of no use to a eunuch like Quan Fu, who then spotted Jean Swayer playing with a dog in the corridor. Jean Swayer was clad in a pristine turquoise jacket, her satin attire immaculate, and her hair neatly styled, a stark contrast to the dirty, disheveled appearance she had exhibited when seen on the streets, now embodying the essence of a proper young girl. Quan Fu waved her over, gesturing for her to approach. Jean Swayer skipped over joyfully. Quan Fu fastened the peace charm around her neck, saying, "Work diligently and take good care of the princess's dog." Jean Swayer touched the verdant charm and nodded appreciatively. Since coming to the prince's residence, she had realized how fortunate her position was. If word got out, her former relatives and friends would undoubtedly be envious. Even within the prince's estate, many looked at Jean Swayer's role with envy. Although she was not the head maid at the princess's side and did not serve her directly, she had the occasional opportunity to converse with the princess, a privilege that many in the household, including the palace maids and eunuchs dispatched from the inner court, would covet. While the head maid held a position of authority, she was constantly on edge, fearful of speaking or acting incorrectly. In contrast, Jean Swayer attended to a dog, which could neither speak nor incriminate her. She simply needed to care for it. Compared to others, her role was both leisurely and dignified. This was a truth even a child could grasp, and Quan Fu, as an adult, understood it all the more clearly. He offered Jean Swayer a few more words of encouragement, urging her to stay focused and refrain from causing mischief. Before he departed, Jean Swayer watched Quan Fu's receding figure and then cradled the small dog in her arms, showing it the charm. "Frostflower, do you think this looks nice?" At that moment, Steward Huo arrived, and upon hearing of his presence, the servants in the courtyard hurriedly sought to appear busy. Jean Swayer, clutching the dog, also found a place to hide. Steward Huo strode in with purpose. It was the princess's nap time, and he hesitated to disturb her. After inquiring with Ning Xia, he learned that the princess was not currently asleep and felt emboldened to approach her with his business. Yan Yu inquired, "What brings you here in person?" Huo hastily replied, "News from the palace. The Empress Dowager has summoned the princess to the palace. The prince advises that, given your current health, it might be best to refrain from going." "No need," Yan Yu interjected. "Since the Empress Dowager has issued a summons, I shall go and see her." Huo nodded. "Very well, I shall inform the prince at once." After Huo departed, Yan Yu instructed Ning Xia to prepare her for the outing. Ning Xia brought forth a pair of knee pads, saying, "You will likely be required to kneel for an extended period in the palace. Miss, it would be wise to wear these." "It is of no consequence. Winter garments are substantial," Yan Yu replied. Ning Xia sighed. "With the prince's protection, even if you do not enter the palace, he would not allow them to impose any punishments upon you." Yan Yu was well aware of this. Xiao Qingji was a man of responsibility, facing any challenges head-on. Yan Yu recognized her own fragility but did not wish to hide behind him whenever storms brewed, relying on him for protection. Xiao Qingji had matters from the previous dynasty to contend with, while she could handle the intrigues of the inner court herself. After donning a snow-blue gown and wrapping herself in a white fox cloak, she was assisted into the carriage. Upon arriving at Shokan Palace, Yan Yu observed the chief maidservant of the Empress and the chief eunuch Shi Liang waiting outside. They both bowed to her. Yan Yu inquired, "Is the Empress and the fifth prince inside?" Shi Liang nodded. "Princess, the Empress Dowager has been awaiting your arrival. Please go in." Yan Yu entered inside Shokan Palace. A faint herbal scent lingered, perhaps due to the ventilation, making the aroma refreshing rather than unpleasant. Yan Yu stepped gracefully inside and saw Empress Zhang and the fifth prince kneeling before a screen. Behind the screen sat the Empress Dowager. Yan Yu performed a respectful gesture to both. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." Empress Zhang's face was taut, her jaw clenched, feigning ignorance to Yan Yu's presence. Xiao Jianshan stole a glance at Yan Yu. Zhao Mama urged, "Princess, please proceed inside. The Empress Dowager has been waiting for you." Yan Yu followed Zhao Mama into the inner chamber, kneeling by the Empress Dowager's sickbed. "Your Majesty." The Empress Dowager reclined partially on the bed, clad in a stone yellow robe adorned with crane motifs, her silver hair elegantly styled, her eyelids slightly drooping. "Yenner, come closer. Let me have a look at you." Yan Yu crawled closer to the bedside, bowing her head slightly, remaining silent. The Empress Dowager's withered hand gently patted Yan Yu's face. "The Qin wine caused quite a stir at the Zhang residence yesterday. The Emperor heard of it and is considering deposing the Empress. Yenner, people say that beauty brings disaster. For the sake of your visage, the Qin Wang has completely lost his reason." Yan Yu was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's words. Her mind went blank, and a chill coursed through her, regretting her decision to come to Shokan Palace. After a moment, she softly replied, "The events of yesterday are neither the fault of the Qin Wang nor of this daughter." The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. "So you imply that the fault lies with the Zhang family?" Yan Yu stated firmly, "Indeed, it is true that Madame Zhang acted treasonously, disregarding imperial authority. The Qin Wang's visit to the Zhang residence was merely to seek justice on behalf of this daughter." No sooner had she spoken than Empress Zhang burst into the chamber, pointing an accusing finger at Yan Yu. "You have the audacity." Yan Yu raised her gaze. "Even if the Empress and the Empress Dowager were to condemn me today, I would not retract my words." The Empress Dowager regarded Yan Yu intently for a moment, then commanded, "Empress, you may step outside." Empress Zhang, enraged, attempted to confront Yan Yu further, but Zhao Mama restrained her and pulled her out. The Empress Dowager sighed, "Everyone leave now. Qin Wangfei, you two may return." Chapter 100 Regret indeed, Empress Dowager Zhang intended to seize this opportunity to depose Yan Yu. As long as Yan Yu acknowledged the words that the Dowager had just uttered, she could easily brand her as the instigator of turmoil against the Qin Wang. In the past, Yan Yu had consistently exhibited a gentle demeanor in front of the Dowager, submissively acquiescing to her words and actions. However, to the Dowager's astonishment, Yan Yu boldly asserted that the Zhang family was in the wrong, right in front of her and the Empress. In truth, the Dowager was well aware of who was right and who was wrong. Over the years, the Zhang family, emboldened by their dual empresses, had become increasingly audacious, showing blatant disregard for imperial authority. The remarks made by the Empress to the Emperor yesterday would have cost anyone else their head, while the Zhang family could intimidate others. Threatening the Emperor himself seemed an act of hubris that could lead to their own downfall. This time, Yan Yu maintained her composure and refrained from engaging in conflict with the Empress. Had she possessed a less placid temperament, she would have already rushed to the Emperor to lodge a complaint, crying out in grievance. With the events of yesterday compounded by today's developments, the Emperor's wrath would undoubtedly be difficult to contain. Xiao Qingji observed the audacity of the Zheng family with a more thoughtful disposition than his fellow princes. It was no small feat to navigate the Emperor's favor relying solely on the late concubine. Despite his unruly behavior in recent years, Xiao Qingji had managed to avoid incurring the Emperor's ire. Every action he took aligned with the Emperor's expectations. The Emperor, who maintained an air of propriety, sought to uphold his reputation for virtue and filial piety, unwilling to let his ministers and the populace gossip about him. What Xiao Qingji pursued was, in fact, a reflection of the Emperor's own desires. The Dowager was his biological mother, and the Zhang family wielded influence across the realm. The Emperor could not permit them to act with impunity. Xiao Qingji, being the Emperor's son, represented another sovereign unbound by the constraints of decorum. As for the fifth prince, one could only lament that one misstep led to another. With such an oblivious mother, it was no wonder that the fifth prince failed to grasp the gravity of his actions or the Emperor's intentions. Having lost the alliance with the Wen family, Xiao Qingji, through this very alliance, had managed to reshape his image in the eyes of the ministers, while the Zheng family drew ever closer to the abyss. The Empress Dowager was beset with myriad thoughts. Her advancing years had dulled her acuity, and the situation she once skillfully orchestrated had now spiraled beyond her control. To her dismay, she had not only failed to reap any benefits but had also incited resentment from both the Empress and the fifth prince. Xiao Jiashan supported Empress Zhang as she exited Shaokong Palace, saying, "Mother, please do not be upset if father only speaks in jest. He would never truly strip you of your position as Empress." Empress Zhang smiled coldly. "He has spoken his mind. Whether he follows through or not matters little now. Only you, my son, are to be pitied. Despite your numerous virtues surpassing that of Xiao Qingji, your father remains blind to your merits." Xiao Jiashan felt a pang in his heart at the Empress's words, falling silent for a moment before responding. "Father shows favoritism, and the Dowager offers us no support." "I shall strive to make you proud, mother." Empress Zhang grasped his hand, cautioning, "Heed my advice, elevate Wei Shi to the status of primary consort, and do not marry your second uncle's daughter. If your cousin enters the palace, aligned with the Dowager, I will truly have nowhere left to turn." Xiao Jiashan fell silent again, uncertain of how to respond. All he wished for was to return to a year prior, to a time when nothing had transpired. Meeting Empress Zhang's gaze, he finally nodded, "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Yan Yu was assisted out by Ningxia. Upon feeling the cold wind outside, her legs weakened slightly. Ningxia steadied her arm, saying, "Miss, watch your step. Do not fall." Yan Yu shook her head. "I am fine." The affairs of the inner palace were now behind her. The only question remained how tumultuous the court would become. She was about to leave the palace when a carriage approached her side, followed closely by the chief eunuch, Shi Liang, who announced, "Princess, our fifth prince wishes to speak with you." Yan Yu found it perplexing what Xiao Jiashan could possibly want to discuss with her. Honestly, if Xiao Jiashan felt no embarrassment, she certainly did. They had once been betrothed. Was it not wise to avoid unnecessary contact? Previously, when Xiao Jiashan had illicitly pursued Wei Ruxuan, he had forcefully severed their engagement, branding Yan Yu with the accusation of being fated to bring misfortune to her parents and future husband. Though Yan Yu had never mentioned it, she had not forgotten the grievance, harboring it for a lifetime. Before Yan Yu could relay a message through Ningxia, Shi Liang's voice trembled as he stammered, "Qin Wang." Xiao Qingji approached on a tall steed, dismounting with agility. Shi Liang hastily knelt. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Qin Wang." Hearing the commotion, Xiao Jiashan leaned out of the carriage. Xiao Qingji stepped before him, asking, "What do you wish to say?" Xiao Jiashan's complexion paled. Upon hearing of Xiao Qingji's arrival, Yan Yu emerged from the carriage. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Xiao Jiashan dismounted, his expression darkening. "Third brother, third sister-in-law." Xiao Qingji's demeanor was frigid. "Speak your mind. Now is the time." Xiao Jiashan hesitated. "I have informed mother that Wei Shi should be conferred the title of primary consort. She should have been granted that title from the beginning, but father did not permit it. Now, my wish has finally been fulfilled." Xiao Qingji's smile was devoid of warmth. "Oh, congratulations." Xiao Jiashan anticipated a reaction from Yan Yu, at the very least a display of anger or sorrow. He glanced at her, only to find her inching closer to Xiao Qingji, seeking his protection from the wind. Xiao Jiashan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. "Third brother, did you not have a fondness for Wei Shi? I, as your younger brother, have long felt guilt for taking her as a concubine." Xiao Qingji retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Jiashan continued, "Previously, father intended to arrange a marriage for you, but you refused all except for Wei Shi. I heard from her that you treated her well before your engagement, and for months, she has felt she has let you down." Xiao Qingji was taken aback by the weight of this accusation, laughing in disbelief. "When have I ever met her?" Xiao Jiashan glanced at Yan Yu. "Third brother is correct. You and Wei Shi have had no dealings. I had forgotten that third sister-in-law was present. Third sister-in-law, please do not misunderstand." Having said this, Xiao Jiashan retreated to the carriage. Yan Yu looked at Xiao Jiashan's carriage and then at Xiao Qingji. "Did you know Wei Shi before?" Xiao Qingji's expression was stern. "No, I do not know her." He had never agreed to marry Wei Ruxuan. When the emperor initially mentioned the match, Xiao Qingji had outright rejected it. Nonetheless, the emperor, believing Wei Hao to be a worthy man, intended to promote Wei Hao and thus disregarded Xiao Qingji's wishes, imposing the marriage upon him. Later, when Wei Rushuan's scandal came to light, the emperor shelved the idea of promoting Wei Hao. Yan Yu pushed his hand away and turned to board the carriage.